Chapter 1, Failed to Confess, My Heart Was Broken 999 Times. May 19, 2020. 13:13 p.m. Jingang University, downstairs of number 9 girls' dormitory. At this moment, more than a dozen female students had gathered here, watching a man and a woman. Even many people upstairs opened the windows and stuck their heads out to look here. Male, Chung Hwan, 22 years old. A senior student majoring in basketball at the School of Physical Education. She has short hair, fair complexion, and is 1.92 meters tall. If Shui could use it as a credit card, the limit of his card would be at least over 100 million. Plus, he's really good at playing basketball. He is the school idol of countless girls at Jingang University. Female, Nan Shi, 22 years old. A senior student majoring in ballet at the Academy of Arts. She is tall, has fair skin, a beautiful face and a cool temperament. A pair of clear big eyes, as transparent as ice, and dimples on the cheeks are faintly visible. She was rated as one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the university by numerous male students at Jingang University. 13:14 minutes. Chang Huan began to confess his feelings. With a charming smile on his handsome face, he said softly to Nanshi, "Nanshi, today is the 999th time I confess my love to you. Will you be my girlfriend?" 4 years. Except for the days when he was not in school during the winter and summer vacations, he would come to confess his love to Nanshi every day, no matter if it was windy or rainy. Even if Nanshi refused to come downstairs, he would shout his confession downstairs. Over time, people nicknamed him Stupid Idiot. After hearing Chang Huan's words, many people felt that time passed really quickly. Unknowingly, many of them had witnessed Chang Huan's confession 999 times. It's like watching a TV series, you can't bear to miss a single episode. Nanshi looked at Chang Huan expressionlessly and said, "Thank you for your love, but I really don't have any feelings for you. I'm sorry." Over the past 4 years, the core meaning of their dialogue has remained unchanged. Each one is more persistent than the other. Chang Huan smiled bitterly and asked, "I have been pursuing you for 4 years. Is it true that I don't have any feelings for you at all?" "Not at all, really." Nanshi shook her head firmly. This answer, like a sharp blade, pierced into Chang Huan's heart and made him feel very painful. His eyes flashed with a lonely luster, and he said in a sad voice, "4 years ago, when I first met you, I was shocked by your beauty. At that time, my heart was like a small fish that suddenly saw the sea and swam in eagerly. In order to impress you, I keep trying to change myself and strive to be the best boy in your eyes. I learned to sing and dance, and to play the guitar and piano. I am a sports student, but I work harder than the boys in your college. I have always believed that such persistent love can move everything. Even if your heart is an iceberg, it can be melted by my sincerity. But today, these 999 failures finally made me realize one thing: your heart is more persistent than my love." Chang Huan's sad narration made many girls' eyes red. Especially the beautiful girl with a mixed-race face next to Nanshi, tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. If there was a boy who was willing to confess his love to her 99 times so persistently, she would definitely agree without hesitation. "I don't know why Nanshi is so heartless." "Are you done?" Nanshi asked with a frown. She really didn't want to hear any more now. "Not yet." Cheng Huan shook his head gently, and then said solemnly, "Failure after failure is like a coin. Finally today I have saved enough money for the ticket to leave you. A fish will die if it leaves the water, but I don't want to be frozen to death in your cold heart. I can now proudly tell you that for the rest of my life, I will no longer beg you for love in a humbly way. I will go away." As he spoke, Cheng Huan bowed deeply to Nanshi. "I'm sorry, I have disturbed you for 4 years. I sincerely apologize to you." After hearing Cheng Huan's words, many girls cried. Is this 4-year-long TV series really going to end in such a tragic way? They didn't want to see such an ending. At this moment, Nanshi still had an indifferent look on her face. If she wasn't so cruel, she wouldn't have rejected Cheng Huan 999 times. "Nanshi, just agree to him. Cheng Huan loves you so much, he will definitely make you happy for the rest of your life." The mixed-race girl finally couldn't help but speak and began to plead for Cheng Huan. Promise him, promise him." Soon, the girls who were watching nearby wiped their tears, raised their arms and shouted, pleading for Cheng Huan. Even the dormitory manager came out and said to Nanshi, "Nanshi, men are afraid of choosing the wrong career, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. But Cheng Huan is absolutely reliable, and you won't go wrong by choosing him." Hearing their words, Nanshi's face showed displeasure. If she could accept Chung Hwan, would she still need to refuse him 999 times? Are you done now? Nanshi looked at Chung Hwan. In those bright and bottomless eyes, there was a radiance that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. It's very complicated. That's all. Chang Hwan nodded awkwardly. I said everything I wanted to say and everything I didn't want to say. Now, there's really nothing to say. Then I'm going to rehearse. Having said that, Nanshi turned and left amidst everyone's confused looks. She has experienced this kind of scene hundreds of times. Walk calmly. The mixed-race girl glanced at Chung Hwan, then stomped her feet helplessly and chased after him. Looking at Nanshi, who left proudly like a white swan, Chung Hwan sighed softly in his heart. This proud white swan ultimately refused to land on his barren swamp. Well then. Eat as much rice as your bowl size allows. Even if a person is poor, he should still have high aspirations. On the way, the mixed-blood face asked Nanshi, such a good man, why don't you give him a chance? Nanshi looked up at the sky for a while and said, I want to give him a chance, but God won't give me one. If love is a flower, she hopes that this flower will only bloom in her heart, wither in her heart, and be buried deep in her heart. What's the meaning? The girl with the mixed-race face was a little confused. It's nothing, just go to rehearsal. Nanshi smiled bitterly and walked towards the rehearsal room with her long legs. But her steps were quite heavy. Senior, tomorrow is 520, you must continue and never give up. Senior, a woman's heart is only tough on the surface. Maybe she will succeed next time. Remember, bring a bouquet of roses when you come tomorrow. Don't come empty-handed. Be romantic. Senior, come on, we all support you. At this time, many girls were giving Chang Hwan advice and cheering him up. Thank you for your advice, but there really won't be a next time. Chung Hwan smiled at these female students and turned away gracefully. Before, he also persisted 999 times with the idea that he would succeed next time. However, 999 failures have completely crushed his perseverance. Heartbroken. Broken into 999 pieces. I have no strength to break one more piece. The past cannot be retrieved. Memories blow like a cold wind. Everything is over. Chapter 2. If I listen to you again, I will be fooled for the second time. On the way back, Chung Hwan secretly yelled to the system in his body, damn system, I want to unbind you. I don't want to play with you anymore. Get out of here. For years ago, he was inexplicably bound to this self-proclaimed confession system. Then, the system gradually taught him the skills of singing, dancing and playing basketball. After some deception, he accepted the task of confessing his love to Nanshi. The system said that as long as Nanshi agreed to be with him, more system functions could be unlocked, which would help him reach the peak of his life. If the task is not completed, all the skills previously given to him will be erased. So, from the first day of college, he shamelessly launched his pursuit of Nanshi. I thought that with my looks and persistent pursuit, it wouldn't take long for me to win over Nanshi. But this pursuit is like a never-ending drama. During these 4 years, he suffered all kinds of criticism and hardships. I've been laughed at by others. I was talked to by the police. Punished by the school. Was beaten by Nanshi's classmates. Rejected the tryout invitation from a professional basketball club. Moreover, for the sake of Nanshi, the big tree, he willingly gave up the entire forest. He really can't bear it now. How many 4 years can we have in our life? Especially during the 4 years in college. This crappy system, what's the use of it? Ding, confirm again whether the host wants to unbind this system? Once unbinding, all the skills the host has learned before will disappear. Remove it, quickly remove it for me. Even if I don't know how to do anything now, I don't want to live in such a depressed state anymore. Chung Hwan really couldn't bear it anymore. Thinking about the hardships he had endured in the past 4 years and the girl he had given up, he did not hesitate at all. Ding, the confession system is unbinding. 99%. 50%. 1%. Ding, the confession system has been successfully unbound. Call. Hearing this voice, Chung Hwan also let out a breath. From now on, I don't have to live under the shadow of this mission anymore. Even if he truly loved Nanshi in his heart. But now he is a young man with great energy. The demand is huge. The acne on my face kept coming back one after another. Even Lion anti-acne cream doesn't work. Moreover, even the ugliest guy in the dormitory has already married the beauty. She also acts in a sweet and naughty way in front of him every day to annoy him. This made him even angrier. I am 100 times more handsome than him, so why can't I have a girlfriend? Now, there is still 1 month left until graduation. He wants to catch this little tale of youth. Have a passionate love affair before graduation. End your identity as a bald man. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone from his sportswear pocket, looked through the phone numbers, found one and called. Hello, Lin Xiaoxiao, I'm Chung Huan. Are you free to have dinner together tonight? What? You want to accompany your boyfriend? Okay, bye. Hey, Zhang Yanran, do you have an appointment tonight? I want to invite you to a movie. You busy? Hey, Mei Yuding, can I teach you how to play basketball tonight? You like watching football now? If you're not afraid of being pissed off, just take your time and watch. After Cheng Huan called 3 girls who had confessed their love to him before, the answer he got was that they were all busy. These girls don't keep their word at all. At the beginning, you said you would wait for me until you die. It's only been a few days and they've all found new loves. Damn confession system, you really screwed me over. The more Cheng Huan thought about it, the angrier he became, and his teeth were itching with hatred. Now, the entire forest has been cut down. Ding, the super rich system has been loaded successfully. Is the host bound? Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was completely defeated. Damn it. I just scolded away a confession system, how come another super rich system came out? Are you picking on the honest people? Soon, Cheng Huan secretly asked, are you the confession system with a new skin, and are you trying to fool me again? Ding, this system is the supreme version of the confession system. Please ask if the host wants to bind. He was right. This is definitely a confession system with a new skin. No binding, get out. Cheng Huan refused outright and arrogantly. Every failure makes you wiser. Once bound, I don't know what trouble this system will cause me. There is only more than a month left in my college life. He needs to hurry up and get down to business. What if I could find a loophole? Ding, this system will not harm the host, but will help the host become a super rich man in the world. Blame, and continue to fool. 4 years ago, the previous confession system fooled him in the same way. If you don't believe it, you can try binding, there will be many surprises. System, I beg you to find someone else to fool me, okay? If I listen to you again, I'll be fooled for the second time. Cheng Huan was really a little annoyed. Whatever system you are. This system is honest and never deceives. If the host finds that this system is a scam, he can unbind it on the spot. The initiative is in the hands of the host. The system is shutting itself down now. This host is really hard to serve. If it had a choice, it wouldn't be so humble. Cheng Huan hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what surprise will you have? This system will immediately make the host a billionaire. Real? Cheng Huan was moved. Who doesn't want to be rich? And it's in the tens of billions. This system will never deceive the host, because we are one, and we prosper together. Cheng Huan thought about it seriously for a while, and finally said, then let's try to bind it. Ding, the super rich system has been successfully bound. The host is rewarded with a super gift package. Please use your mind to open it. The next second, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a screen panel appeared. Host, Cheng Huan. Skills, 0. Godly rich value, 0. System warehouse, super gift pack 1. System mall, not open. After reading the panel, Cheng Huan was also stunned. This super rich system is really different, and it even comes with big gift packages. The previous confession system was so miserable that no gifts were sent. All the skills I acquired were taken back. Following the system's prompts, Cheng Huan used his mind to click on the super gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Shenhao points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a super marrow cleansing card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 triple draw. What I want is some renminbi that I can spend. What good is it if you give me 10 billion rich points? After hearing this, Cheng Huan felt like he had been fooled again. Ding, the godly rich value can be freely exchanged into RMB at a ratio of 1:1. Hiss. After hearing what the system said, Cheng Huan took a breath. It turns out that this 10 billion rich man's value is 10 billion renminbi. Exchange 10 billion renminbi for me first. Bite. After a while, his cell phone rang. The text message shows, your ICBC card with the last number 5534 has received a transfer of 10 billion renminbi. This card has been upgraded to a diamond card. Please bring your valid ID to any branch of the bank to complete the upgrade procedure. Cheng Huan almost burst out laughing when he saw that 10 billion renminbi had actually been deposited into his bank card. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, the phone fell to the ground. Damn it! Too much joy brings sorrow, the screen is broken. Chapter 3. This system is really awesome. After picking up the phone, Cheng Huan secretly asked, System, what else is this godly rich points used for besides being freely exchangeable for RMB? What is that super marrow cleansing card? Ding, the godly rich value is the current wealth value of the host. It can be used to purchase various rare goods in the system mall. The host needs to obtain them from task rewards and lotteries. You can also sell unwanted assets to this system store in exchange. Using the super marrow cleansing card can instantly give the host a perfect appearance and strong power. What if I fail to complete the triggered task in the future? Cheng Huan asked quickly. This is what he cares about most. Don't make it like the previous confession system, where you would lose some skills if you fail to complete the task. Ding, the system will deduct 10% of the godly rich value. Understood. Cheng Huan responded secretly. Where there are rewards, there are punishments. This is beyond reproach. As long as he can bear it. Host, would you like to start the lottery? Smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Super Car King card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Super Sports Car. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% equity of Jingang Dihao International Hotel. The lottery is over, the prizes have been distributed, and all are stored in the system warehouse. The host can use his mind to collect them. Upon hearing that he had won all the shares of Dihao International Hotel, Cheng Huan was so excited that he almost jumped up. That is the most famous 5-star hotel in Jingang, surrounded by mountains and the sea. It is said that it costs 120,000 renminbi to stay in the presidential suite for one night. Now, it actually belongs to his property. This is really a calf's mother, an old cow. After calming down his excitement, Cheng Huan continued to ask, can using this Super Car King card give me super driving skills? We'll make the host the king of the track. I understand. Cheng Huan responded secretly and used his mind to check the system warehouse. It was discovered that there were indeed some cards and a share certificate of the Dihao International Hotel stored inside. There is also a red car model with a cool shape. Instantly, Cheng Huan raised his eyebrows and asked, System, are you mistaken? Is this a car model or a supercar? Ding, as long as the host uses his mind, he can take this car out of the system warehouse and turn it into a super sports car. Damn! This is awesome. Cheng Huan looked around and saw many students passing by. It's not a good place to start. So he trotted all the way to an open space outside the school. After checking that there was no one around, he quickly used his mind to take out the model of the supercar. When this car appeared, Cheng Huan was completely stunned. As a boy, he is no stranger to various supercars. But this supercar was something he had never seen before. Not a Bugatti, not a Ferrari, not a Lamborghini, and not a Koenigsegg. It is the Hongqi S18 produced by Huaxia. The license plate number is East to CH888. System, how much is this car? Ding, this car is a private customization, using a Hall magneto-electric engine with 2,500 horsepower. As long as the Earth's magnetic field is stable, the supercar can continue to run. The car body is made of advanced titanium ink alloy, which can resist missile bombardment and is worth more than 500 million renminbi. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cheng Huan started to lose his composure again. This car is full of black technology. It seems that this system is really amazing. After a moment of surprise, Cheng Huan couldn't help but quickly take out a matchbox-sized LCD car key from the system warehouse. Ding ding! The lights flashed and the doors unlocked. He walked forward, opened the scissor door and sat in. Suddenly, Cheng Huan felt what luxurious interior meant. There is no need to say much about the perforated leather seats, carbon fiber dashboard, and touch screen. The most dazzling things are the starry skylights on the roof of the carport, which are all inlaid with broken diamonds. Ding, it is recommended that the host use the Super Marrow Cleansing card and Super Car King card now. Use. At this moment, Cheng Huan no longer doubted this super rich system. Wow. Soon, Cheng Huan felt as if all the muscles and bones in his body were burning and shattered. He was about to shout. But this uncomfortable feeling disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, countless driving experiences came to my mind. Damn. It was really a moment. Then he looked in the mirror and found that his appearance seemed to have changed a lot. In the past, my teeth were a little crooked. Now it's neat and tidy. The eyes are bigger and brighter than before. Those eyelids are so big that they can pinch a mosquito to death. This face is cleaner and more handsome. Definitely a sunny type. The handsome limit has been increased to 1 billion. Ding-a-ling. At this time, his cell phone rang and it showed an unfamiliar number. Because the screen was broken, he had a hard time getting through. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Cheng Huan? The voice on the phone was that of a middle-aged man. It's me, who are you? Hello, Mr. Chang. I am Yang Yuan, the president of the ICBC Shuefu Road branch. I just received 10 billion renminbi in your account at our bank, and I want to confirm with you. Any questions? Cheng Huan asked in a panic. This is a transfer made by the system, could it be stolen? If that's the case, then he really has no way to defend himself and can only wait to be shot. This is a huge amount. Yan Yuan quickly explained, no problem, I just want to ask you, are you planning to deposit this money for a long time or transfer it in the short term? Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan heaved a sigh of relief and said, it will be kept in a long-term deposit for the time being. On the other end of the phone, Yang Yuan was delighted. This 10 billion yuan in deposits is equivalent to their branch's deposit business for 10 years. After all, there are no big companies near Shuefu Road. If I report this to the head office, it will definitely add a great deal to my future promotion path. So, when he first learned that the bank suddenly had a big customer with a deposit of 10 billion, he quickly called Cheng Huan. Then, he quickly asked, Mr. Chang, if you are going to deposit it for a long time, I would like to help you develop a financial management plan for this money. After all, you are a big customer of our bank. We have the responsibility to help you maximize the benefits of this money, not just earn interest. Cheng Huan said, what you said makes sense. Yang Yuan asked again in a pleasant voice, Mr. Chang, do you have time now? We can sit down and talk about this matter properly. Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, yes, I'll be there in half an hour. Since he had nothing to do now, he went to the bank to check. Besides, he also wanted to go for a spin. Putting down his phone, Cheng Huan also pressed the start button of the car. Boom! This Hall magneto-electric engine can actually produce the sound of a gasoline engine. It's so fucking wonderful. Once upon a time, Cheng Huan dreamed of owning a supercar. Today, the dream came true. Swoosh! The car took off and headed towards the street. As soon as this supercar appeared, it immediately caused a sensation on the streets. So cool, so cool. Chapter 4: Credit cards, a total of 2.5 billion. Half an hour later, Cheng Huan arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China on Shuefu Road and saw two people standing at the door of the bank. One was a middle-aged man about 35 or 36 years old, with a square face, ordinary looks, dressed in a suit, with shiny hair and leather shoes, and he was obviously a cadre. The other is a woman who may be in her 40s. Although she is middle-aged, she is still stunningly charming. She must have been a radiant beauty when she was young. After seeing this cool supercar parked in front of the bank, the two men hurried to greet it. Cheng Huan opened the door and got out of the car. Hello Mr. Chang, I am Yang Yuan, welcome to our bank. Before Yang Yuan's people arrived, he stretched out his hands and greeted them with a smile on his face. His first impression of Cheng Huan was what a low-key rich man he was. Wearing sportswear and driving a supercar. Hello. Cheng Huan said politely. After the two let go of each other's hands, Yang Yuan pointed to the woman nearby and said, Mr. Chang, let me introduce you. This is Li Tsuetsue, our bank's key account manager. She will be responsible for the financial management of your deposits from now on. Sister Li is not only the best financial expert in our bank, but also a visiting professor at the University of Finance and Economics. Hello Mr. Chang. Li Tsuetsue smiled and quickly stretched out her hand. Hello, Sister Li. Cheng Huan also smiled and shook hands with Li Tsuetsue. Elder sister? When Li Tsuetsue heard Cheng Huan calling her sister, she was so happy that she could hardly stop smiling. Judging from his current age, he is almost as old as Cheng Huan's mother. How could I not be happy when being called sister? I have to say that a title brings people closer together. Let's go to the VIP reception room and talk. After a moment, Yang Yuan enthusiastically pulled Cheng Huan into the bank. Arriving at a VIP reception room on the third floor of the bank, Yang Yuan pulled Cheng Huan to sit on a long leather sofa. Li Tsuetsue started to boil water and make tea. At this time, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang again. He took it out and saw that it was another unfamiliar number. I tried to swipe but couldn't get through. Your cell phone? Yang Yuan asked with some curiosity. I dropped it on the ground before I came here, and I haven't had time to change it yet. As Cheng Huan spoke, he swiped his phone hard. Finally, with his efforts, the phone was connected. Hello, who are you? Cheng Huan asked. Hello, boss. I'm Wang Lidong, the former general manager of Dihao International Hotel. I'd like to ask if you still plan to let me continue to be the general manager? The other party said directly. Cheng Huan said, yes, what's wrong? Wang Lidong said, it's like this. If you still want to continue to employ me as the general manager of the hotel, you have to sign the general manager appointment document for me again, otherwise many of the hotel's businesses will not be able to proceed. Now that the hotel has changed its owner, he, as the general manager, must get Cheng Huan to sign the appointment letter again. Otherwise, he would not be able to appoint other subordinates. Many businesses cannot continue to operate. Upon hearing what was going on, Cheng Huan said, okay, I'll be there as soon as I finish my work here. I have to say, he is really busy now. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Huan took out his ID card and bank card from his sportswear pocket and handed them to Yang Yuan, saying, I have to go somewhere else to sign the appointment documents later. Please help me upgrade my bank card. After Yang Yuan received Cheng Huan's ID card and bank card, he handed them to Li Tsuetsue and said, Sisterly, go down and help Mr. Cheng to upgrade his bank card, and then bring the financial management authorization. Also, go ask Lao Wang in the logistics department for a customized cell phone. Oh, and bring the cell phone number that ends with 5 consecutive 8s. It will be given to Mr. Cheng from now on. Upon hearing the mobile phone number with 5 consecutive 8s, Cheng Huan almost screamed out. This mobile phone number alone is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands. However, banks and mobile companies have cooperation, and having such mobile phone numbers is really very common. Good. After Li Tsuetsue took Cheng Huan's ID card and bank card, she turned around and left the office. After a moment, Yang Yuan asked Cheng Huan, what industry is Mr. Cheng in? Cheng Huan did not hide it from Yang Yuan and said, the Dihao International Hotel is under my name. Upon hearing that Dihao International Hotel was owned by Cheng Huan, Yang Yuan became even more attentive. He quickly took out another box of huazi, handed one to Cheng Huan and said, I didn't expect Mr. Cheng to be so promising at such a young age. He is truly a rare talent. Now, he had to be more attentive. If he could win over Cheng Huan and get his hotel to open a few more accounts with him, his future path to promotion would be more secure. Nowadays, bank presidents also have to use their connections to get deposits. Cheng Huan didn't smoke much, but he didn't refuse Yang Yuan's kindness. After lighting it and taking a puff, he smiled at Yang Yuan and said, it's not bad. Business is getting harder and harder. Next, the two of them started chatting about all sorts of things. Their relationship gradually became closer and they began to call each other brothers. Half an hour later, Li Tsuetsue walked back into the president's office with a stack of documents and a mobile phone box in her hand. Mr. Chang, this is your mobile phone. This is your ICBC Diamond card. This is your ICBC Unlimited Black Gold card with a limit of 2 billion. This is the secondary card with a limit of 500 million. The password is the same as the Diamond card. Mobile banking electronic payment has been enabled for all of them. Here are some authorizations for financial products. Please sign these contracts. Li Tsuetsue placed these items one by one in front of Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan took a look at the documents, all of which were financial products with guaranteed returns. Although these returns are higher than interest, they also have a disadvantage, which is that they cannot be withdrawn in large amounts. What to do if you want to spend money? No problem, the bank has provided you with 2 credit cards with a total of 2.5 billion. Swish, swish, swish. He signed some of his names on the documents and handed them to Li Tsuetsue. Then he also opened the cell phone box. I found a golden Huawei Mate X2 phone inside. There is also a 5-digit 8-digit mobile phone SIM card with the number 138 on it. He installed his cell phone number and the 5-digit number into the new phone and started playing with it. At this time, Yang Yuan said, "Brother, I want to ask you a favor." At this moment, Chung Huan was in high spirits, and it was time for him to get to the point. I have to say, this guy really knows how to adapt to the situation. Chung Huan nodded and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me." Yang Yuan said, "Can you ask the finance department of Dihao International Hotel to open some accounts with us so that I can accumulate more performance? If I get promoted in the future, I will never forget your help." "That's no problem, it's a piece of cake." Cheng Huan agreed readily. "This money doesn't matter where you keep it. Wouldn't it be nice to do a favor for Yang Yuan?" Yang Yuan said with a smile, "Then I'd like to thank you here first, old man." "You're welcome." Cheng Huan smiled. After writing down their phone numbers and WeChat accounts, he stood up and said, "I really have to go. Let's talk another day." "Okay, I'll take you there." Yang Yuan also stood up and sent Chung Huan downstairs. Before getting in the car, Yang Yuan said to Chung Huan, "I won't treat you to dinner today. I'll treat you another day." "Okay." Cheng Huan nodded. Boom. After a moment, Chung Huan started the car and drove towards the Dihao International Hotel. Chapter 5. This deal is hard to find in the world. More than 20 minutes later, Chung Huan arrived at the parking lot downstairs of the Dihao International Hotel located on the seaside of South City. After getting off the car, he looked up at the 51-story building. Now, the building belongs to him. Entering the hotel lobby, Chung Huan saw how magnificently decorated it was. There is a coffee shop in the middle of the hall, and all around it are various luxury goods stores. Many well-dressed people are coming in and out here, indicating that business is very good. He came to the room service desk and asked a woman in dark professional attire, "Which floor is the general manager's office on?" The woman smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "What's your name, sir? Do you have an appointment with Mr. Wang?" Cheng Huan rolled his eyes. "I saw that he didn't need an appointment, so I called him and told him that the boss was here." When Cheng Huan introduced himself as the boss, the woman bowed with a look of panic and said, "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't recognize you. I'll take you upstairs to see Mr. Wang." Who would have thought that the owner of a 5-star hotel would come wearing a sports suit? Is this to show that you are low-key? After a while, Cheng Huan and the woman took the elevator to the administrative area on the 18th floor. When a secretary at the door heard that the hotel's big boss had arrived, he quickly called Wang Lidong. Not long after, a man with glasses who was about 40 years old came over in a hurry, nodded and bowed to Cheng Huan, saying, "Hello, boss." Cheng Huan nodded and said, "Where is the appointment letter?" Wang Lidong extended his hand and said, "It has been placed in your office. Please go to the boss office on the 51st floor." After Cheng Huan followed Wang Lidong in the internal elevator to the 51st floor, they walked into an extremely spacious and luxurious office. It looks like this place is at least 200 square meters. And that doesn't include the nearby study, cloakroom, bedroom, etc. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the endless sea. The environment is nothing to say. Cheng Huan was excited when he walked over and sat in the soft and comfortable boss chair. I didn't expect that he would have the chance to sit in this position in his life. Then he looked at the appointment document on the table, which stated some of the general manager's duties and powers. After reading it, he signed his name on it. After handing the appointment letter to Wang Lidong, Cheng Huan instructed, "I don't have any extra requirements for your future work, but you must do it well for me. 0 excuses, 0 delays, 0 wrangling, and 0 rework. As long as there is work, there must be goals. As long as there are goals, there must be plans. As long as there are plans, there must be execution. As long as there is execution, there must be inspections. As long as there are inspections, there must be results. As long as there are results, there must be responsibilities. As long as there are responsibilities, there must be rewards and punishments. The attitude towards work, the speed of implementation, the accuracy of work, the strength of execution, the progress of goals, the angle of methods, the height of vision, and the hardness of being a person." Clear. After listening, Wang Lidong nodded quickly. He had already sensed from Cheng Huan's words that this young boss was by no means a mediocre person. Then, Cheng Huan said, "After you go down, notify the hotel's financial department and arrange for all the hotel's accounts to be transferred to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China on Shuefu Road." Good. Wang Lidong did not dare to have any objection. After all, Cheng Huan owns 100% of this hotel. Go down first. Cheng Huan waved his hand. After Wang Lidong left, Cheng Huan was the only one left in the huge office. So he looked around here. This office is decorated to the level of a presidential suite. In fact, it is just a presidential suite with a different name. The large bedroom inside was decorated in an extremely luxurious style. All the furniture was made of small leaf red sandalwood, exuding an intoxicating sandalwood scent. The bathroom in the house was also astonishingly large, at least as big as 2 college dormitories. The large bathtub also doubles as a small pool. Damn, rich people just know how to enjoy themselves. After reading it, Cheng Huan sighed. I also thought that I would find an opportunity to look for a house again, and if I were to live in one, I would choose the best house in Jingang. He now has a career and money, the only thing he lacks is a house. If you have all these, will you still be short of women? Bite. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Trigger the system task, purchase a property within 24 hours, with a maximum consumption of 1 billion renminbi. After completing the task, the host will obtain 2 billion Xinhao points and open the system mall. Upon hearing about this kind of task, Cheng Huan secretly sighed that this super rich system is just super. Not only is the task simple, but the rewards are also incredibly generous. Spend 1 billion renminbi, get 2 billion godly rich points, and make a net profit of 1 billion. This kind of business is hard to find in the world. He checked the most expensive property in Jingang City on his mobile phone. The information we got is that Oriental Miami Community is the community with the most expensive housing prices in Jingang City. The apartment building costs 88,800 yuan per square meter. The villa starts at 128,800 renminbi. Although Jingang has a population of over 10 million, it is only a second-tier city. Such housing prices are indeed very expensive. Most people cannot afford 1 square meter even if they work for a year without eating or drinking. Putting away his phone, Cheng Huan went downstairs. More than 10 minutes later, Cheng Huan drove to the vicinity of Oriental Miami Community. After parking his car in a nearby parking lot, he walked to the sales office. After taking a look at this magnificent sales office, Cheng Huan was filled with admiration. This is indeed the most expensive residential area in Jingang. The sales office alone is built like a small castle. The billboard at the door reads, City on Water, Miami of the East, a feng shui treasure land for successful people to live in. What is a successful person? That's the person who buys the most expensive thing. What they live in is not a home, but a face. Cheng Huan put his hands in his pockets and staggered into the sales office. Even the door was opened by the security guard, so he didn't have to do anything. Entering the sales office, Cheng Huan saw that apart from some sales consultants, there were no one else buying homes. After all, the housing prices here are extremely high. Besides, it's past 4 o'clock now, which is neither noon nor midnight, so it's normal that there are no customers. When the sales consultants here saw Cheng Huan coming in, they all stood up, 7 people in total. Suddenly, Cheng Huan was surprised. These people are all about 1.7 meters tall, wearing white short-sleeved shirts with wide collars that are about to burst out, navy blue hip skirts, black stockings, and high heels. Slim waist, long legs, extraordinary temperament. Compared with Nanshi, they are equally good and each has their own strengths. Even the stewardesses don't have the beauty and figures that are as good as these girls in this episode. Cheng Huan thought, no wonder people say that beautiful women are always around rich people. Now it seems that it is true. There are so many people gathered in just one sales center. These sales ladies thought a rich man had come in. But when they saw Cheng Huan together, they all frowned, with looks of contempt in their eyes. Sportswear. Sneakers. There is no secretary around. I don't have the keys to a luxury car. Are you here to buy a house or to pick up girls? Chapter 6, still as snobbish and mean as ever. Hello sir, are you here to see the house? Out of politeness, and seeing that Cheng Huan was indeed extremely handsome, a sales lady with a Gaoyu nameplate came over and greeted Cheng Huan with a forced smile. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes. If I'm not here to buy a house, is there anything else I can do here? Upon hearing this, the sales lady named Gaoyu sneered and said, Sir, I wonder if you have seen the billboard outside? I saw it. Cheng Huan nodded. What's wrong? At this moment, Gaoyu resisted the urge to curse and said, the small bungalows in the apartment complex in our Oriental Miami community have been sold out. Now there are only buildings over 200 square meters and some villas left. Hearing what she meant, Cheng Huan said with a straight face, Do you look down on me? No, no. Gaoyu smiled and shook his head. I'm just kindly reminding you, sir. After all, it costs at least 17 million renminbi to buy a house over 200 square meters here. Are you kidding? Can you afford it when you don't have more than $1,000 on you? It's only over 17 million, which is far from my goal. After hearing this, Cheng Huan just murmured something. At this moment, Gao Yu began to seriously suspect that Cheng Huan had escaped from Jingang 7th Hospital, and he took 2 steps back. It is not illegal for a mentally ill person to kill someone. Seeing Gao Yu take 2 steps back, Cheng Huan also frowned. He stared at Gao Yu and asked, "Are you afraid that I will eat you?" No. No. Gao Yu shook his head and explained, "My legs are just numb from standing, so I want to move around." Are you numb? Cheng Huan looked at her long, straight legs, then asked playfully, "How about I rub them for you? If you look down on me, I will kill you." Thank you. Gao Yu glanced at Cheng Huan coldly, "No need. This guy doesn't look like a good person the more I look at him. You have to keep some distance from him. If not, please introduce your villa to me." As he spoke, Cheng Huan also walked towards the real-life sand table. Next, Gao Yu began to explain various information about the community to Cheng Huan. There are only 66 villas here in total, and 59 have been sold so far. The remaining 7 units are all larger villas with higher prices. Cheng Huan also listened seriously and kept asking Gao Yu some questions. At the beginning, Gao Yu still had some patience to explain to Cheng Huan. But when Cheng Huan began to repeatedly ask whether there was a tennis court, basketball court, or a private beach in the Miami Villa No. 1, Gao Yu finally couldn't hold it anymore. She said with a dark face, "Sir, this Villa No. 1 is the most expensive building in our community. It is built entirely on an artificial island. The above-ground building area alone is 1,698.88 square meters. There are 2 floors underground, which is also over 2,000 square meters. Besides, they're not selling it by the piece, but the entire island. The current price is 1 billion renminbi. Are you sure you can afford it?" Her voice was so loud that it startled all the sales ladies nearby, and they all looked over. Cheng Huan's face darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, "Don't worry about whether I can afford it or not. I want to ask you, as a sales consultant here, do you have the obligation to answer these questions for me?" "So what?" Gao Yu's face turned cold, and he crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I will only explain any problem to potential customers, not to a man like you who has bad intentions. Please leave now, I will not give you my WeChat and mobile phone number." Damn. After hearing her words, Cheng Huan was completely stunned. It seems like she thought I was here to tease her. What's going on? At this time, a woman in a dark OL business suit walked out of a nearby office. She has long curly hair and an extremely delicate fair face with curved eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a high nose bridge, and a cherry mouth. Her figure is also quite hot, with clear curves. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. Any man who sees her will have a desire to conquer her. Seeing this woman, Cheng Huan was stunned. "Oh my goodness, isn't this his senior schoolmate Zhao Yihan?" Zhao Yihan, a senior student 1 year older than him, is 23 years old. Back then, Zhao Yihan also lived in girls' dormitory number 9 and had a good relationship with Nanxi. It is rumored that she successfully got married to an older man who was more than 10 years older than her not long after she graduated last year. He is the vice president of Tang Group, the developer of Oriental Venice. When Zhao Yihan saw Cheng Huan, he was also slightly stunned. Obviously, she also recognized Cheng Huan. You know, Cheng Huan is a famous idiot in Jingang University, and there are very few people who don't know him. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for a year, Cheng Huan actually became more and more handsome. But this has nothing to do with her. In her eyes, being poor is ugly. Being rich is being handsome. Otherwise, she would not have married a man who was more than 10 years older than her. She did not go to greet Cheng Huan directly, but asked Gao Yu coldly, "What's going on?" Gao Yu said to Zhao Yihan, "Director Zhao, this guy said he wanted to buy Villa No. 1, but he asked a lot of questions except the price. I felt like he wasn't here to buy a house but to flirt with us, so I got a little mad at him." After listening to Gao Yu's words, Zhao Yihan did not blame her, but sneered at Cheng Huan and asked, "Since you can't chase Nanxi, you changed your strategy and came to our sales center to chase these beauties?" Cheng Huan pinched his nose and smiled, "Senior sister, I really came to see the house." Hearing this, Zhao Yihan sneered and said, "What do you have to buy it with? Is it the hundreds of millions of dollars of pressure that you have nowhere to release every day?" As soon as Zhao Yihan finished speaking, the whole room burst into laughter. "Director Zhao, do you know him?" Gao Yu asked with some surprise.
Zhao Han glanced at Cheng Huan arrogantly, then nodded and said, I know him.
He's a famous idiot from my alma mater, Jinggang University.
He goes to the dormitory where I used to live every day to confess his love to a girl. From what I know, he has been doing this for 4 years.
He is absolutely infatuated. Wow, what happened next? After everyone exclaimed, someone asked curiously. Cheng Huan, what happened later? Zhao Han asked Cheng Huan with a mocking look on his face.
Cheng Huan has experienced this kind of situation many times. He shrugged and smiled at Zhao Han, saying, there will be no later. Today, I have completely given up pursuing Nanxi. Zhao Han clicked his tongue twice. You shouldn't give up, you should stick to it until graduation.
Even if I have to be a toad, I must do it to the end. She wanted to say, beautiful women, are they something you poor guys can just dream about? Even thinking about it in your mind is shameless.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan cursed in his heart. In the past, this woman loved to laugh at herself every day. After not seeing him for a year, he is still as snobbish and mean as ever.
Do you really think I am still the same Wu Xia Meng? Chapter 7 Fairy Tale Castle. After a while, Zhao Han asked Cheng Huan, you said you want to buy villa number 1?
Yes. Cheng Huan smiled harmlessly. Zhao Han nodded and said, okay, I'll take you to see the villa today and let you see what the living environment of the rich is like. She guessed that Cheng Huan's purchase of a villa was fake and that she wanted to go there and take a look to see the real thing.
This kind of thing has happened before.
So, she decided to speak out on the spot and give this overconfident guy a good beating.
You can afford villa number 1, so why can't you pursue Nanxi? Cheng Huan asked with a smile, will you take me there in person?
Yes. Zhao Han nodded, and also instructed Gao Yu, who was nearby, go to the property company and give me the key to villa number 1. While waiting, Cheng Huan said to Zhao Han sweetly, senior sister, you are getting more and more beautiful now, and you have the aura of a successful woman.
This may seem like a compliment,
but it is also true.
Zhao Han has indeed changed a lot. Hearing this compliment, Zhao Han asked proudly, are you greedy? Forehead?
This woman still speaks so directly.
Cheng Huan chuckled and didn't answer. Saying that you are not greedy is deceiving yourself. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. To say I'm greedy, it doesn't seem that strong.
Seeing Cheng Huan's stupid look, Zhao Han looked at him with some disdain and said, look at how useless you are. You don't even dare to say you're greedy. Hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned.
Damn it. What kind of women are these? Do they need others to tell them they are greedy in order to show their uniqueness?
Not long after, Gao Yu got the key back, and Cheng Huan followed Zhao Han out of the sales center and got into a red Cayenne.
It's a nice car.
As soon as he sat down, Cheng Huan looked around like a bumpkin, then gave a compliment.
Of course, the landing price is 1.25 million. Zhao Han said with a proud look on his face. It's expensive. Cheng Huan smiled. Boom.
After starting the car, Zhao Han drove Cheng Huan into the Miami community.
This is a community that is completely modeled after the Miami coastal villa area.
Waterways separate the residential buildings, and they are connected by bridges of various shapes. The waterway is very wide, with some small and medium-sized yachts docked in it. It has to be said that poverty limits Cheng Huan's imagination.
I didn't expect that there is such a residence in Jinggang. It's really good to have money. Superiority is evident everywhere. Aren't you good at basketball? Why don't you become a professional athlete? Zhao Han asked while driving.
Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled. Before New Year's Day last year, I had an opportunity to try out, but I refused.
Because you want to stay and continue pursuing Nanxi? Zhao Han glanced at Cheng Huan. Right. Cheng Huan nodded in acknowledgement.
Zhao Han sneered and then said, although you are very handsome, this can only attract girls who have no ambitions. These days, smart women are not looking for handsome men but security.
Can handsomeness be used as a credit card?
Remember this from now on, a man needs to be rich to be interested in beautiful women like us.
If you don't have money, just be content. Otherwise, in the end, you will be the only one who gets hurt.
After listening to Zhao Han's long speech, Cheng Huan also chuckled a few times.
What this woman said makes sense.
A man without money will eventually be remembered by others even if he finds a beautiful girlfriend.
Can't keep it.
After a while, he grinned at Zhao and asked, "Senior, I heard that your husband is 19 years older than you. He should be over 40 this year, right?" Zhao rolled his eyes at Cheng Huan and said, "We're divorced." Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan asked in surprise, "You're getting divorced after only being married for a few months?" "Less than 5 months. Why?" "No reason. He is my stepping stone into the upper class. I will leave him sooner or later. Depend on. This woman is really scheming. However, it is also common. There are so many scheming bitches in this society." A few minutes later, Zhao drove the car to an artificial island at the innermost part of the community and was blocked by the fence of a bridge. Zhao stopped the car and said to Cheng Huan, "Let's walk over there." The two got out of the car and crossed the bridge to the island together. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan saw a 3-story European-style building with staggered structures built on it. The overall look was very spectacular and shocking, just like a castle in a fairy tale. The huge courtyard is also arranged like a royal garden, which is quite beautiful and elegant. There are fountains, swimming pools, tennis courts and basketball courts. At this time, Zhao pointed at everything around him and introduced to Cheng Huan, "See? This is the best building number 1 in our Oriental Miami. This artificial island covers an area of 7 mu, which is about the same size as the school playground. The front yard is more than 1,500 square meters, and the backyard is more than 800 square meters. It has a variety of leisure and entertainment facilities such as an outdoor swimming pool, tennis court, golf course, etc. Although this place is close to the sea, because the Oriental Miami community is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides to block the wind, the sea breeze will not blow in directly, and the air here is not humid at all. In addition, in order to better protect the privacy of the owners, various precious trees are planted around this artificial island to provide cover, so there is no need to worry about privacy. Right in front of the yard is an artificial beach, and there are 2 berths for yachts nearby." Cheng Huan nodded. "The environment here is really good." Zhao pursed her lips and swallowed back the curse she wanted to say. "Do I need you to say this? Come on, let's go inside the building and take a look." Zhao took the key and took Cheng Huan to the gate of the villa. He pointed to the large copper door that was at least 3 meters high and said, "These 2 copper doors were imported from Germany. Each door costs 1.5 million. This door alone costs more than 3 million. The owner can set up fingerprint and facial recognition to enter." "Oh." Cheng Huan nodded. He was indeed shocked. "Let's go in from the underground first floor. The main entrance is for the owner, so we can't go through that." After Zhao said that, he took Cheng Huan to one side of the villa and went down the stairs to the basement. After entering the underground first floor, Cheng Huan saw that the decoration here was so luxurious, even more luxurious than his office in the Imperial Hotel. The underground reception room has a ceiling height of 6 or 7 meters, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging above it. Then, Zhao took a step with her long legs and began to introduce Cheng Huan little by little. It has everything you need, including an underground living room, wine cellar, gym, home theater, entertainment room, laundry room, nanny room, and underground garage. What surprised Cheng Huan the most was that the underground swimming pool and underground basketball court on the second floor below ground were both pure sea view houses. One side was a huge glass curtain wall, through which one could directly see the seabed, and some fish, shrimps, and crabs were moving around outside the glass windows. Zhao introduced, "These glasses are all pressure resistant and bulletproof. The cost of one wall is as high as more than 30 million. After listening, Cheng Huan smacked his lips. Beyond imagination. Chapter 8 Money is Everything. Not long after, Cheng Huan followed Zhao and took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as he came up, Cheng Huan almost fainted and fell down again. He finally got to know what luxury was. Seeing Cheng Huan's naive look, Zhao face became even more proud. After she took off her high heels, her crystal clear little feet stepped on a pure wool cloud pattern carpet. Cheng Huan also took off his Huili shoes and stepped on it. So soft. Zhao continued to introduce Cheng Huan. "The carpet you are standing on was bought from Persia. 1 square meter cost more than $10,000. This one has a total area of 64 square meters." Cheng Huan clicked his tongue. This is stepping on soft gold. The two walked into the lobby on the first floor, and Zhao began to introduce them to Cheng Huan one by one. That floor clock was produced by Vacheron Constantin and cost 15 million. This piano is from the top brand, Facsimile, and is handmade. It costs $980,000. There are only 10 of this model in the world. This crystal chandelier was custom made from Swarovski, costing more than 55 million yuan, and it is the only one of its kind in the world. Most of the furniture here is from the world's most high-end and luxurious Wanno brand. The handrails of these stairs are all plated with pure gold, which consumes more than 300 kilograms in total.
The paintings hanging on the wall are all Suzhou embroidery works by famous artists.
Each painting starts at least 1 million yuan. Every time Chang Huan heard Zhao Han introduce the price of an item, his heart would beat violently. These really were beyond his imagination. He was a newcomer to the world of the rich and really knew nothing.
But it doesn't matter. You'll get used to it later.
On the second floor, there are 5 suite-style bedrooms, each of which is over 100 square meters. The third floor is the owner's exclusive place, with an area of only more than 300 square meters, just like the presidential suite. There is a large master bedroom, a dressing room, a study, a large bathroom with separate wet and dry areas, a treasure room and a large open-air balcony. On some blank walls, there are many calligraphy and paintings by famous Chinese and foreign celebrities. There are also many antique porcelains placed on the shelves of the decorative grills. Although these calligraphy and paintings and antique porcelain are not very valuable, they are just the right embellishment. I have to say that this decoration designer is really attentive. After visiting the first, second and third floors, the two stood on the open-air balcony on the third floor. Zhao Han looked out at the sea in front of him and said, "It took a year to decorate this villa, and it cost 350 million renminbi." Upon hearing that so much money was spent on decoration, Cheng Huan couldn't help but smack his lips.
What a fucking luxury. The palace is no different. Zhao Han added, "Now you see the living environment of the rich, right?"
"Yeah." Cheng Huan nodded and said with a refreshed look, "It's really eye-opening." Hearing this, Zhao Han said proudly, "Since we are alumni, I brought you here to enjoy the sight.
Don't come here to brag anymore. It will make me lose face." Cheng Huan grinned, "Senior sister, if I buy this villa in full, how much commission can you get?" Now, it's time for Cheng Huan to fight back. Damn it. This was laughed at for over an hour. We have to find ways to get this revenge back.
He is now going to use money to attack the snobbish woman Zhao Han.
Not for beauty, just for a breath.
Selling the child to buy a steamer is not enough to make steamed buns for the sake of saving face. After hearing this, Zhao Han just snorted and laughed, and said, "Cheng Huan, I think you must be sick and have delusions." Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "Don't worry about whether I have paranoia or not.
Just tell me how much you can ask for without discounts." 2 points, said Zhao Han.
She was hiding something from Cheng Huan. If she sells the house, the company will reward her with a 1% commission. After all, although this building is good, it is really too expensive. There are only a handful of people who can afford it in Jingang. Those who can afford to buy a house here already own their own villas, so why would they spend another 1 billion to buy a house? Besides, those rich people will definitely invest the 1 billion yuan. Who would buy such an expensive house? So, this building is the gimmick of the Miami community.
Whether it can be sold is unknown.
Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. "I heard Gao Yu say before that this villa seems to cost 1 billion, and a 2% commission is 20 million, right?"
Good. Zhao Han nodded. Cheng Huan smiled and said, "Tell me, if I buy this villa from you today with full payment without discount, and let you be my housekeeper for 2 years, do you agree?" Cheng Huan absolutely understood Zhao Han's abilities.
During college, this woman was the president of the school's student union. In less than a year after graduation, she was able to become the sales director here, which shows that she is even more capable.
He needs someone like this to do things for him now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Han's face turned cold.
She didn't expect that Cheng Huan still wanted to ride on her head.
"You want to be my boss?"
Zhao Han looked at Cheng Huan with somewhat cold eyes.
Cheng Huan glanced at Zhao Han, shrugged and smiled. 20 million in salary for 2 years, isn't that enough? Zhao Han pursed his lips and asked with some interest, "Do you really have the money to buy this villa?" Swoosh. Soon, Cheng Huan took out 3 bank cards from his pocket. One was an ICBC diamond card, one was an ICBC borderless black card, and one was a secondary card. Then he said, "There is 10 billion deposited on this ICBC diamond black card. The unlimited black card can be used to advance 2 billion, and the secondary card is 500 million. If you don't believe me, you can call ICBC right now and check. I'll tell you the password and identity information." Seeing these 3 cards, Zhao Han was tempted. If she wasn't tempted by such a thing, she would definitely be a fool.
In order to verify the authenticity, she actually called ICBC customer service to inquire. When Zhao Yihan heard the customer service lady actually report the amount of money in the bank account, she was stunned. She put down her phone, bit her lip, and finally said, "I need you to pay me 30 million first. When you pay for the house later, I can use my authority to give you a 97% discount."
Anyone who can resist the temptation of RMB is not an ordinary warrior.
She was a woman who loved money, so naturally she couldn't resist.
No problem.
Cheng Huan nodded and took out his phone and said, "Tell me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you using mobile banking now." Zhao Yihan hesitated for a moment, then took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Cheng Huan.
After taking Zhao Yihan's bank card, Cheng Huan's lips curled up. Money really is omnipotent.
Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem.
Chapter 9: A Variety of Goods. Not long after, Zhao Yihan received a text message reminding him that 30 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account.
Seeing that she actually received 30 million in deposits, Zhao Yihan's pretty face was almost distorted with excitement. Before, she never dreamed that she would have so much money in her life.
After calming down, Zhao Yihan looked at Cheng Huan curiously and asked, "Can you tell me why you are so rich now?" Cheng Huan chuckled, "Because I'm a super rich second generation, unexpected, right? You are really good at hiding it." Zhao Yihan nodded slightly. This was indeed unexpected.
He chuckled and said, "If you had revealed your identity earlier, you might have won her heart."
"Why would you have pursued Nanxi for 4 years?"
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
He wanted to say, "I became rich only because I gave up pursuing Nanxi, okay?"
After a while, Cheng Huan said to Zhao Yihan, "After you finish the formalities, you can live here directly.
I won't come back often for the time being."
As he spoke, he handed the Wujie secondary card to Zhao Yihan and said, "This secondary card will be given to you for safekeeping. Use it to pay for the daily expenses of the villa.
Decorate it like a home and get the best of everything. Although the villa has been renovated,
but many things still need to be purchased by the owners themselves.
Do you expect them to prepare toilet paper for you?"
Okay. Zhao Yihan nodded and then said, "I want to find a few helpers." She couldn't take care of such a big villa by herself, so she had to find some help. Cheng Huan nodded and said, "From now on, this villa will be left to you to take care of. I only have one request, which is to be able to enjoy the most comfortable living environment when I come back to live here." Zhao Yihan nodded and said, "In the future, I will definitely let you live in an extremely warm environment and be a superior little prince."
Cheng Huan smiled and said, "Let's go back and handle the formalities."
More than 10 minutes later, Cheng Huan and Zhao Yihan returned to the sales center. After bringing Cheng Huan to the VIP room, Zhao Yihan asked for his ID card and said, "Sit here for a while. I'll prepare a contract for you."
"Go ahead." Cheng Huan nodded and started playing with his phone. On WeChat, Li Ergo sent him a message, Huan, I heard that your confession failed again this afternoon?"
Li Ergo, whose real name is Li Liang, is from Yanjing. Because he was the second child in the dormitory and was thin with a long face, he was named Li Ergo. Cheng Huan is a few days older than all of them, so he is the eldest. Li Ergo is the only capitalist among the 4 people in Cheng Huan's dormitory. More than a decade ago, when Li Ergo was still young, his family's 150 square meter courtyard house within the second ring road was relocated. They exchanged it for 3 3-bedroom apartments on the edge of the third ring road and a lot of money. Later, this guy's parents made a bold decision to rent out all 3 houses and move to the urban rural fringe with his grandparents and their family of 5 and bought a house to live in. From then on, the whole family became Yang Bailao and lived a life of collecting rent. Unexpectedly, several years later, the urban rural fringe area was developed on a large scale and turned into the 5th ring road.
His family made a fortune again. This is definitely a winner in life.
In the second semester of their senior year, the other 2 people in the room finished their graduation thesis and went back to their hometown to find jobs in companies. Only he and Li Ergo still held their positions and did not fall. Of course, Li Ergo, who studied social sports guidance and management, had already been hired by a large state-owned enterprise in Yanjing.
"As soon as I graduate, I can go back to Yanjing and start working directly."
Cheng Huan had missed 2 opportunities to try out for professional teams, and now no one wants him. If there was no hotel provided by the system, he would have to return to his hometown Dongjiang City and find a job on his own.
Cheng Huan replied, "You are not very good at what you said. Have you ever seen me succeed? Bite." After a while, Li Ergo replied, "Where have you been this afternoon?" Cheng Huan, beach. Li Ergu, are you going to commit suicide? Cheng Huan, it's not that bad yet.
Li Ergu, how about I buy some wine and food tonight to celebrate your 999th failure? Cheng Huan, okay, the old rules, you prepare the food and I'll prepare the wine.
Li Ergu, okay, I'll go get ready, come back early.
Not long after, Zhao walked in with a stack of subcontracts and a wireless POS machine. Next, Cheng Huan signed and swiped his credit card to pay 970 million yuan.
Now, this villa completely belongs to him.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the godly rich points have been issued, and the system mall has been opened. The system mall will refresh the page every half a month, and 12 different products will appear each time, and there must be one product on sale. The host can participate in the lottery in the mall, and each draw requires 100 million Shinhao points. There is an 85% chance that the lucky draw will be a thank you for your patronage, a 10% chance that you will win a different amount of super rich value, and a 5% chance that you will win a product that has not been purchased in this mall. Cheng Huan secretly looked at the system mall and found that the 12 products in it were:
Super Plane, 5 billion worth of wealth. Basketball King card, 100 million worth of money.
99-year exploitation rights for 100 Qatar oil wells, a fortune worth 150 billion.
Fighting card, 100 million worth of gold. 51% of the shares of French domain Romane Conti, worth 30 billion. 1 super investment card 10x plus return rate, 3 billion super rich value. 51% of the shares of European Viva Model Agency, worth 28 billion. Rejuvenating cream formula, worth 1 billion.
King of Songs card including copyrights of 10 classic songs, 200 million rich points.
51% of Chanel Group S shares, today S special price worth 1 billion. A set of Rue Kiln tea sets from the Song Dynasty, worth 500 million yuan. 51% of Monaco Beach Resort Hotel Group, worth 55 billion.
Seeing this, Cheng Huan was a little confused. The goods in this system store are really diverse and cover a wide range, even including oil fields.
Wow!
The next second, Cheng Huan got excited and directly bought the shares of Chanel.
After all, it says today's special price. Although Chanel is not listed yet.
But some people estimate that their market value is at least 50 billion euros, which is at least equivalent to 350 billion renminbi. He spent 1 billion in wealth to buy 51% of the shares, which is worth at least 175 billion renminbi.
This is definitely a big bargain. Ding! 51% of Chanel's shares have been registered. The host is now Chanel's largest shareholder, with veto power and the right to appoint the CEO. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
From now on, his net worth will definitely be on the list of the world's richest people.
Why are you laughing? Hearing Cheng Huan's sudden strange laughter, Zhao looked up at him with a puzzled expression. It's okay. Cheng Huan shook his head. I just remembered what you said to me before, and now I can't help but laugh. Zhao frowned. What did I say? Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled. You make me crave your body. Don't ever mention this again.
Zhao pouted at Cheng Huan, then lowered her head and started working again. Watching her busy at work, Cheng Huan thought to himself, how nice it would be if she had never been married.
Maybe I will have a romance with her. It doesn't matter even if she is a little snobbish.
After all, almost all people are snobbish.
However, he can accept second-hand products. I can't accept a second marriage. Second marriage and second-hand are two different things. Chapter 10. I don't want to hear anything.
More than half an hour later, Zhao sorted out the house sale contract and returned Cheng Huan's ID card to him.
She said, I'm going to ask the accountant to print the invoice and stamp the contract. Please wait here for a while. When I'm done, we can go out for dinner together in the evening. Cheng Huan looked at the time and found that it was almost 6 o'clock.
He stood up and said, I have already made an appointment with my roommate to go back for drinks tonight, so let's have our meal later. Take these house purchase documents and ID card first, and help me get the house certificate tomorrow.
Zhao smiled and asked, Are you going back to drink alone? Cheng Huan pouted nonchalantly, I am in high spirits right now, how could I possibly drink alone? Zhao asked again, Do you want me to help you pursue Nanxi? We have always been in contact.
She was testing Cheng Huan. I want to know if Cheng Huan has really given up. If so, she'll go on the offensive.
This is a big piece of fat meat. How could she, an old cat, let go so easily? Cheng Huan shook his head. I really decided to give up. After 4 years of love, are you really going to let go just like that? Zhao Yihan was secretly delighted, but still didn't quite believe what Cheng Huan said.
Seeing that Zhao Yihan still didn't believe it, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, "You can get married and divorced quickly, so why can't I give up completely?
If Butcher Zhang dies, will I have to eat hairy pigs from now on?" Zhao Yihan pouted and said, "I don't love him at all.
It's only a matter of time before I divorce him." Cheng Huan also shook his head and said, "Nanshi doesn't love me in her heart, so it's useless even if you want to help me."
"What if?" Zhao Yihan asked. "Nothing will happen." Cheng Huan quickly shook his head. Then he chuckled and said, "Didn't you tell me before that a man has to be rich to be qualified to think about beautiful women? I think you're wrong in saying this.
A man like me who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars doesn't need to think about a beautiful woman like you.
It should be those beautiful women who are thinking about me instead."
Zhao Yihan was completely stunned when he heard Cheng Huan blurt out that he was worth hundreds of billions.
"How much money do you have?" Zhao Yihan asked with a frown. She has always been curious about this question. She wanted to ask when she was in the villa. But I didn't have the courage to speak out. Now I finally found the opportunity to ask.
Cheng Huan thought about it and decided to tell Zhao Yihan about his wealth. Only by telling her can I make this woman work for me honestly in the future and not play any tricks on me.
He said, "Do you know Chanel?"
Zhao Yihan nodded heavily. "This is a world-renowned luxury brand, of course I know it." Cheng Huan said, "I am the largest shareholder of Chanel, owning 51% of the shares, which can be exchanged for at least 180 billion renminbi."
In an instant, Zhao Yihan could no longer hold back.
She said excitedly, "Cheng Huan, you are really good at hiding your wealth.
You don't show off your wealth.
If I had known you were so rich, I would have definitely pursued you."
Cheng Huan chuckled and said, "Are you beginning to crave my body now?"
He returned exactly what Zhao Yihan had said to him before.
Zhao Yihan opened his mouth and took a bite, then said with a smile, "I'm greedy. I want to swallow it in one bite. Then just indulge in it first."
Cheng Huan patted Zhao Yihan's round buttocks with a chuckle and said, "I should go now, you continue to be busy." This slap was not frivolous, but a relief.
It also resolved the resentment between the two. "I send you."
Zhao Yihan blushed and rubbed her butt, then followed Cheng Huan out of the reception room. When leaving, Cheng Huan said to Zhao Yihan, "Don't tell anyone about my affairs, including Nanshi."
Zhao Yihan smiled and nodded, "Got it."
She wouldn't be stupid enough to publicize Cheng Huan's wealth.
"You have to keep this piece of fat meat for yourself for a while." When I got back to school, it was already 6:30 in the afternoon.
In order not to cause a sensation, he put the Hongqi supercar into the system warehouse in a hidden place. When passing by the school supermarket, he went in and bought 2 bottles of Langzhou.
He wanted to buy mitai, but there was none.
When many students saw him, they all smiled sympathetically. Jinggang University, a 985 and 211 double first-class key university, has a total of 5 campuses.
There are more than 20,000 students in the school.
Among these students, there is no one who can persist in pursuing another girl 999 times.
Cheng Huan was a pioneer. This requires not only great perseverance, but also thick skin.
On the way to the cashier, Cheng Huan saw the mixed-race female classmate and another long-haired beauty with an oval face.
The mixed-race beauty is called Dong Wolin, and the oval-faced beauty is called Xiaoya.
They are not only classmates of Nanshi, but also live in the same dormitory.
They are also goddesses in the eyes of many boys, with tall height, long legs and exquisite curves. There are few ugly dancers. Are you planning on getting drunk tonight to relieve your worries? Seeing Cheng Huan carrying 2 bottles of wine, Xiaoya asked him jokingly. Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am only relieved now, not sad. This is the truth."
The moment he decided to give up, he felt like he was reborn.
What's more, after giving up, you will gain huge benefits. This wine should be a celebratory wine. Cheng Huan, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Dong Wolin said to Cheng Huan with a smile.
In the past, she was Cheng Huan's accomplice.
Cheng Huan curled his lips and asked, "Is it about Nanshi?" "Right." Dong Wolin nodded with a smile. Cheng Huan shook his head, "I don't want to hear any of them.
Since you have decided to give up pursuing Nanshi, there is no need to care about her affairs anymore.
I will never bother her again for the rest of my life." Kindness? Dong Wolin and Xiaoya were quite surprised to hear Cheng Huan's answer. How could this man be so ruthless when he turned against me? Is this a lung injury? You really don't want to listen? Dong Roland tilted her head and looked at Cheng Huan in disbelief. Cheng Huan nodded, yes. Xia asked, don't you love her anymore? No more. Cheng Huan shook his head firmly.
Dong Roland pouted and said, your eyes are full of sadness, which means you are lying.
Cheng Huan laughed and said to Dong Roland, what did you buy? I'll help you check out. Sanitary napkins, do you want to help with the check?
Dong Roland smiled and handed out several bags of sanitary napkins in her hand. Cheng Huan frowned, then tilted his neck and said, I will only buy this for my girlfriend, you should go and check out yourself.
Dong Roland continued to laugh and said, if I tell you that there are also things for Nancy here, will you buy some for her?
Cheng Huan still shook his head and said, she is not my girlfriend either.
220 in total.
At this time, the cashier scanned the barcodes on the 2 wine boxes of Cheng Huan and said to him. Cheng Huan took out his mobile phone and scanned the WeChat payment in the supermarket. After paying the money, he said to Dong Roland and Xiaoya, I'm leaving first.
Hey, wait for us, I haven't finished speaking yet.
Seeing Cheng Huan leaving, Dong Roland also shouted from behind.
That's enough.
Cheng Huan did not stop. He raised his hand and left the supermarket in big strides.
He is now calm and composed. Chapter 11. Can you still believe what women say?
When he returned to the dormitory, Cheng Huan saw Li Ergo sitting on the bed playing with his mobile phone, while his girlfriend Shin Sisi was busy preparing dinner. Shin Sisi is a sophomore in the College of Arts. Although her looks weren't as pretty as Nan Shi's, they weren't bad either. Although Li Ergo is thin and has a long face, he is lucky.
The monthly living expenses are at least 10,000 renminbi.
In college, if you have money you get girls.
Cheng Huan's hometown is Dongjiang City, a 4th-tier small city in Dongning Province. His father is a physical education teacher in a high school. My mother opened a small supermarket in the community. The family's financial situation is pretty good.
Therefore, Cheng Huan also has 5,000 yuan of living expenses every month. After all, he is a sportsperson and needs some nutrition supplement on a regular basis. Since Cheng Huan had been pursuing Nanshi throughout college, he saved a lot of money.
You know, dating in college is really expensive.
There is no such thing as freeloading in this world. There was an induction cooker on the table in the room, and the water in the pot had already boiled. Nearby was a box of mutton, some vegetables, some fish tofu, and crab meatballs. There was also a yin-jing roast duck that Li Ergo had always been reluctant to take out.
Damn, this must be because it's about to expire.
Otherwise he could have kept it going for a few more days. Seeing Cheng Huan coming back, Li Ergo put down his phone and stood up happily and said, I thought you would be upset and planned to jump into the sea tonight. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, don't worry, if I go to jump into the sea, I will definitely take you with me, otherwise it will be so lonely on the road to the underworld. The two are best friends. I can't sleep if we don't say a few insults to each other every day. At this time, Shin Sisi, who was nearby, said to Cheng Huan, Huan, you are a school hunk with good looks and talents, why do you have to rely on her? This kind of thing seems a little unreasonable to these girls.
As soon as Shin Sisi finished speaking, Li Ergo chimed in, you're so boring. There are so many crooked trees in the forest. Who knows, there might be one that's right for you.
As a good brother, Li Ergo has no idea how many times he has tried to persuade him.
But every time I came back with no success. Cheng Huan's love is too persistent.
Hearing what the two said, Cheng Huan smiled. After he placed 2 bottles of Lingzhou on the table, he sat down and said, after my confession failed this afternoon, I have already made up my mind to give up and bravely venture into the Black Forest from now on. Li Ergo was overjoyed after hearing this. Even if Cheng Huan hits the wall and turns back, he is still a prodigal son who has returned.
He then sat down and said, you are right?
I can guarantee that once you bravely enter the Black Forest, those tall and short, thick and thin, straight and crooked, will all open their arms and embrace you. By the way, aren't Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yanran, Mei Yuding and the others all waiting for you to return to your rightful place?
Before we graduate, hurry up and get one.
When Cheng Huan heard Li Ergo mention these people, he became even more angry. He opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass for Li Ergo, and then said angrily, these women are all not keeping their promises. They swore to me that they would love me forever. But when I wanted to date them in the afternoon, they all said they were busy and needed to be with their boyfriends.
Tell me, can we still trust what this woman says? Ha ha ha. Li Ergo picked it up and laughed. The long face became even longer. Why don't you examine yourself?
Shen Sisi rolled her eyes at Cheng Huan.
Don't like to listen to him. After she sat down, she continued, you have been chasing Nanxi all this time, and you want Xiao Xiao and the others to wait for you?
Lin Xiao Xiao and the others are from the same department as Shen Sisi. It was Shen Sisi who introduced him to Cheng Huan.
That is. Li Ergu followed up with another teasing sentence, do you think you are a love saint?
Cheng Huan poured himself a glass of white wine and said, other people follow their husbands, but you follow your husbands before you even get married.
You are just a woman.
Li Ergu tore off a large duck leg and placed it in front of Shen Sisi, saying, this is what I call the dedication of love. You, a little kid who has never been in love, don't understand shit.
Shen Sisi smiled happily and said to Cheng Huan, give me a cup too. This girl is from Northern Ontario and is definitely a generous drinker.
Anyway, if they really start drinking, Cheng Huan's alcohol tolerance of 1 pound of alcohol is hardly enough for her. After Cheng Huan poured Shen Sisi a glass, he raised the glass and said, come on, for the two of you still staying by my side, I toast to you two and wish you two love each other forever.
We also wish you to end your singleness soon. Shen Sisi said.
Next, the three of them began to eat and drink.
American Empire, 11 a.m.
Inside a building in Manhattan, New York. Two men who could be in their 50s got together. One is called Alan Wertheimer and the other is called Gerard Wertheimer. They are brothers and are currently the chairman and executive director of Chanel.
Although Chanel's headquarters is in Paris, France, the brothers have always lived in New York.
The second oldest brother, Gerard, who had a round face, said to the chubby eldest brother, Alan, in frustration, brother, I just heard that Frank and David sold their 30% of the group's shares to a Chinese youth named Cheng Huan.
David and Frank, both his sons, each received a 15% stake.
Bernard also sold his 21% stake. Alan smoked a big Cuban cigar worth $1,000 with a depressed look on his face. Bernard is his only son and the future leader of Chanel, but he also sold his shares.
He wanted to vomit blood now. After hearing this, Gerard was furious and said, these three bastards, don't they know that selling these shares will make our family company hand over to others?
You know, they were afraid that Chanel would be taken away by outsiders, so they not only rejected many huge acquisitions from LVMH Group, but also did not go public.
Now, outsiders have easily taken control of 51% of Chanel's shares.
This is just horrible.
After the two were silent for a while, Gerard asked again, brother, what should we do now? Do we need to go to Huaxia in person to meet this Cheng Huan?
After all, he is now the largest shareholder of the group and has the right to veto and appoint the CEO, which is very disadvantageous to us. What they are most worried about now is whether they will be kicked out of the company's board of directors by Cheng Huan, and then replaced by the CEO Mullen Kate they appointed. If that happens, the two of them will only be spectators in the entire Chanel group and will have no rights at all. After all, this is the company founded by their great-grandfather, and it cannot be destroyed in their hands. Alan put down his big cigar and said, call Mullen Kate later and ask her to go to China from Paris today to meet Cheng Huan and find out what this guy's intentions are before making a decision. If he just wants to be a major shareholder who doesn't care about anything, we don't have to worry too much. If he wants to kick us all off the board and take control of the company, then we have no choice but to fight back.
Good. Gerard nodded and took out his phone to make a call. This is a big deal and cannot be delayed. Chapter 12. From now on, he will support you, and you will support me. The next morning,
Cheng Huan opened his eyes and rubbed his swollen head.
The three of them drank until midnight last night.
He drank a bottle each and became completely drunk.
I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was already 6:30.
He sat up and looked at Li Ergu on the bed opposite, who was still sleeping soundly with his arms around Shen Sisi.
Shen Sisi's snow-white arms stretched out from the quilt and rested on Li Ergu's body.
Li Ergu's long hairy legs were placed directly on the quilt. There's a pile of papers on the ground.
Damn it.
This pair of bastards took advantage of him being drunk and did something bad again last night.
However, Cheng Huan has gotten used to it.
After getting up, he tidied up the room. I opened the window and smelled the mutton, roast duck, and white wine that filled the house. Then he went downstairs to the school playground for a morning run.
There are many people jogging in pairs on the playground in the morning. Some people who knew Cheng Huan also waved and greeted him.
Not long after, a girl wearing tight body-shaping clothes caught up with Cheng Huan and started jogging with him in the morning. Cheng Huan turned his head and saw that it was Mei Yuding. This girl's figure is really well developed. The bulge in front of the body is jaw-dropping. Cheng Huan was afraid that she would not be able to bear the running and would fall down.
The only drawback is that the skin is a bit dark. Otherwise, she would be a school beauty. Morning.
Mei Yuding greeted Cheng Huan with a smile on her face.
Morning. Cheng Huan also responded and continued running forward. Why are you so indifferent to me? Seeing that Cheng Huan stopped talking, Mei Yuding asked.
Even though Cheng Huan had always pursued Nanshi before, he had never been so cold to her.
As Cheng Huan ran, he smiled and asked her, who won the game yesterday evening?
Mei Yuding pouted and said, Team Hangua scored 2 goals in the first half.
I'm so pissed off. Cheng Huan smiled and said, cherish life and stay away from football. With the current level of Chinese football, they can only be good at home. If we want to break out of Asia and go to the world, I'm afraid we won't be able to see it.
I don't understand why those people who dare to lose even to Thailand get such high annual salaries. After running for a while, Mei Yuding said, Cheng Huan, please teach me how to play basketball this afternoon.
Football is boring. No time.
Cheng Huan refused directly. I wanted to teach her yesterday, but she said she was watching football with others.
Now that football isn't interesting anymore, I want to go back to learning basketball. How can there be so many good things in the world? Upon hearing this, Mei Yuding pouted and said, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to teach me? That was yesterday. Why not today? Because you rejected me yesterday.
After Cheng Huan finished speaking, he also quickened his pace, leaving Mei Yuding far behind.
Snort.
Looking at Cheng Huan's back, Mei Yuding also snorted angrily. After running a few laps on the playground, Cheng Huan went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. On the way back, Cheng Huan saw that the flower shop on campus was crowded with customers early in the morning.
Countless bootlickers came out with smiles on their faces, holding bouquets of roses. He came early in the morning to buy flowers to show his courtesy, and he really put in a lot of effort. It seems that the business of major hotels will be outrageously good again tonight.
In short, today, I will fuck a lot of boys.
Whether in your pocket or on your body.
When they returned to the dormitory, Li Ergu and Shin Sisi were both up. One was sitting by the bed smoking and playing games, and the other was sitting at the desk putting on makeup.
Give me one.
Cheng Huan walked up to Li Ergu and asked for a cigarette and started smoking.
What's the matter? What kind of stimulation did you get outside?
Seeing Cheng Huan, who rarely smoked, also started smoking, Li Ergu smiled at him.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at Li Ergu and said, today is 520, aren't you going to buy Sisi a bunch of flowers and take her out for a romantic day?
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Shin Sisi said nearby, forget it, his pockets are cleaner than his face now, and I paid for the food he ate last night.
Cheng Huan looked at Li Ergu and asked, it's not the end of the month yet, where's your money?
This guy has 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses.
Today is only the 20th, how come it's gone so soon?
Li Ergu smiled awkwardly and did not explain. However, Shin Sisi at the side did not tolerate his bad habits and said, all donated to the game. After hearing this, Cheng Huan really wanted to kick Li Ergu. He said with disdain, the mansion of Tony Ma's family was donated by you guys, and the secretaries around Penguin executives were also hired by you guys with your fundraising.
Cheng Huan never plays games. No matter how fun it is, I won't play it.
It's a rubbish game that cheated me out of money and ruined my youth. Li Ergu cursed loudly, picked up his phone and started playing again.
There's nothing I can do. I just don't have the face to do it. Cheng Huan put out his cigarette and turned to ask Shin Sisi, Sisi, what gift do you want? I'll buy it for you. They have a good relationship. Money is definitely something outside of one's body. It is very common that you spend my money and I spend yours.
Only those who have experienced this kind of friendship can empathize. Shin Sisi turned her head to look at Cheng Huan and pouted, this guy promised to buy me a pair of platinum earrings today. But now he has no money left and can't buy them. After Cheng Huan glared at the snickering Li Ergu, he took out his phone and sent 20,000 yuan to Shin Sisi's WeChat, saying, go buy yourself a bigger pair.
He wants to send more.
But I don't want to scare Shin Sisi directly.
Holy crap, the new Huawei foldable, where did you get the money to buy it? Li Ergu was surprised to see Cheng Huan holding the Huawei Mate X2. This phone costs less than 20,000 yuan. Cheng Huan said, someone gave it to me.
Li Ergu was stunned, unable to figure out who would give Cheng Huan such a high-end mobile phone.
Rich woman? Right. Cheng Huan smiled and nodded. Li Ergu asked with a sly smile, anything else? Introduce one to me. You can't. It's too short.
Cheng Huan shook his head with disdain and chuckled. Li Ergo angrily said, "You bastard, do you know that you shouldn't hit someone in the face, and you shouldn't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold them?" These words also made Shen Sisi, who was nearby, chuckle. She was deeply touched.
Has the most say. Cheng Huan, why are you giving me so much money?
After a while, Shen Sisi finished her makeup and saw the 20,000 renminbi transferred to her mobile phone. She looked at Cheng Huan in surprise.
Cheng Huan laughed and said, "I think your boyfriend is unreliable and useless. I will support you from now on." "I think so." Shen Sisi followed with laughter. You two dogs, are you so blatant now?"
Li Ergo cursed at the two of them.
Then he asked Shen Sisi, "How much did this thing give you?" 20,000. Shen Sisi said. "It seems like this guy is really being kept by a rich woman."
Li Ergo smiled frivolously, then waved his hand and said, "Keep it.
From now on, he will support you and you will support me."
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes. "From now on, you call me daddy every day, and I will raise you as well."
Chapter 13. This basketball king card is really awesome.
Half an hour later, Li Ergo took Shen Sisi, who had skipped class, away. Cheng Huan had nothing to do, so he changed into his jersey and went to the gym to start training.
He hasn't come here to train for several days. Most of my classmates have been selected by professional teams and are training in the club.
The remaining students with lower levels of ability all obtained the teaching certificate and went to some schools for internship. Although Cheng Huan also passed the teacher qualification exam, he did not go for an internship.
You know the reason. Senior.
When some of the younger students saw Cheng Huan coming, they all greeted him respectfully.
Cheng Huan, take a three-pointer.
When classmate Zhang Jun saw Cheng Huan coming, he directly threw the basketball in his hand to him. This guy is 1.98 meters tall and weighs 101 kilograms. He and Cheng Huan both play the number 2 position in the school team. But he is Cheng Huan's substitute. Years ago, he replaced Cheng Huan and went to the CBA's Flying Leopards team for a trial training for more than 2 months and was accepted into the second team.
Now I just have to wait for graduation and then I can report to the team.
Seeing the flying basketball, Cheng Huan caught the ball with one hand. However, this time he failed to perform to his full potential and was unable to catch the ball thrown by Zhang Jun.
Get rid of it. Depend on.
Only then did Cheng Huan remember all the basketball skills he had learned before, and all of them were gone along with the confession system. After picking up the basketball, he threw it directly towards the basket.
But it didn't go in.
Then, Cheng Huan shot a few more times, but the ball still hit the rim.
You failed in love, and you're not good on the court either, ha 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 ha.
Seeing Cheng Huan's current ball skills, Zhang Jun just laughed out loud. He has always been resentful that Cheng Huan is the star of the school team. Today, I finally found an opportunity to tease Cheng Huan. Hearing this laughter, Cheng Huan curled his lips and said, "Come on, let's have a bullfight."
"Come on, who's afraid of who?" Zhang Jun said without fear.
In the past, when the two of them played 1v1 bullfighting, he lost more than he won.
Cheng Huan's level is so poor now.
In addition, he trained with the professional team for more than 2 months and learned a lot.
I'm afraid there will be a turnaround today.
So he simply bent down and opened his arms in a defensive posture. After Cheng Huan dribbled the ball a few times, something embarrassing happened.
He actually kicked his leg while dribbling between his legs. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Bang!
Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Jun knocked the ball out of his hand with one hand, then turned around to look at the moon and threw the basketball into the basket. Then, Cheng Huan took over the defense and Zhang Jun attacked. After just a few moves, he was easily shaken off by Zhang Jun. Then Zhang Jun pushed him with his butt, causing him to stagger, and he was easily dunked by the opponent with a 3-step layup.
Good. Some younger classmates shouted loudly and cheered for Zhang Jun.
After beating Cheng Huan once, Zhang Jun became complacent and sneered, "Cheng Huan, your current basketball skills can't even catch up with high school students."
Cheng Huan curled his lips and said, "You beat me once, are you really so proud of yourself?" Zhang Jun laughed and said, "Then let's do it again." Next, the two continued the 1v1 bullfight. But Cheng Huan's level is really bad.
I was simply fooled by Zhang Jun.
No more playing. I'm not in the right state today.
After losing 2 more games, Cheng Huan waved to Zhang Jun and walked to the bench at the side of the court and sat down.
He now regrets coming to the gym and embarrassing himself. It doesn't matter. When you get back into shape, we can play a few more games.
There's still some time before graduation anyway, said Zhang Jun. Chang Huan took a sip of water and said, it seems that you have gained a lot from the 2 months of training with the professional team. Of course. Zhang Jun said proudly, training with a group of top domestic players every day, and with the guidance of a former national team coach, my skills will definitely improve rapidly.
Otherwise, I would not have been able to be signed and stay. Chang Huan smiled.
Suddenly, he remembered that he had a Super Basketball King card in his system mall.
System, is this Super Basketball King card a basketball skill?
Ding can make the host the king of the court, the strongest in history. After listening to this, Chang Huan became completely excited. Directly click to purchase the Super Basketball King card for use. Then, he took the basketball from Zhang Jun's hand and threw it out with one hand. Swish! Soon, the basketball drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell into the basket accurately.
Hollow. This move stunned everyone.
You know, Cheng Huan is standing outside the court now, shooting a super long three-pointer.
Zhang Jun secretly complained, is this guy back to normal?
At this moment, Cheng Huan was also shocked. You know, he just made the shot at will.
It really went in. Come on, let's play 2 more games. I feel like I'm getting better.
After a while, Cheng Huan pulled Zhang Jun and started a 1v1 bullfight with him again. Facing Zhang Jun's defense again, Cheng Huan looked relaxed and kept dribbling the ball with both hands. Then, he made a triple threat move, easily dribbled past Zhang Jun, dribbled to the free throw line, grabbed the ball with one hand, jumped, and slammed it.
Duong. The ball went in.
This goal stunned everyone in the stadium again. You should know that Cheng Huan is only 1.92 meters tall, the height of the basket is 3.05 meters, and the distance from the free throw line to the basket is 4.225 meters. I have to say, his jumping ability is simply amazing.
Oh my god, this is so cool. Many people exclaimed directly. Unbelievable. Come on, let's play half court. Cheng Huan greeted the people here.
Now, he also wants to take a good look at what the state of this Super Basketball King will be like when he is playing the game. Next, Cheng Huan brought a few younger schoolmates, and Zhang Jun brought another group of people to start the competition.
Physical education teacher Sun Guidong acted as their referee.
As a shooting guard, Cheng Huan showed his superb scoring ability from the very beginning. He cleverly dodged one opponent after another and made a few 3-step layups, tomahawk slam dunks, and 3-point shots from time to time. In one quarter, Cheng Huan made 8 3-pointers, blocked 4 shots, dunked 3 times, stole 6 times, and got 7 rebounds.
He even had an aerial relay and a 2-handed dunk.
He scored a total of 42 points in a single quarter. This data is unmatched. Zhang Jun's team only scored 8 points in total.
In the end, that team said they didn't want to play anymore. It's so embarrassing.
When everyone sat down to rest, the physical education teacher said to Cheng Huan, I have to suggest to the school that you be directly admitted as a graduate student and lead our school team to compete in Cuba next semester.
Cheng Huan smiled. It is not easy to directly recruit graduate students.
A junior student said to Cheng Huan, Senior, your current basketball skills will not only make you invincible in the CBA, but you will also be invincible in the NBA. Curry's 3-point shot is not as accurate as yours.
Another junior said, the senior's tomahawk dunk is definitely comparable to James. Hearing their words, Cheng Huan felt secretly proud.
This Basketball King card is really awesome.
Cheng Huan, you really shouldn't have rejected the Flying Leopard's invitation to try out.
With your skills, you should be able to show them off on the court.
Zhang Jun finally said, convinced.
Cheng Huan smiled at him and said, there will be opportunities in the future. Now, as long as Cheng Huan is willing, he can acquire a CBA team. Even NBA teams are no problem. It's only a matter of time before you get on the field and compete.
Chapter 14 Songs that touch people's hearts.
After playing in the gym for a morning, Cheng Huan also received a call from Li Ergu.
What? He asked.
Li Ergu laughed and said, Cici said that on this wonderful day, she wanted to call you out to spend some time together as a threesome.
Cheng Huan joked, that's fine with me. Do you agree?
Li Ergu cursed, I agree with your uncle.
I asked you to come out for dinner. Do you think I asked you to come out for sleep?
Cheng Huan laughed a few times, that's exactly what I think.
Get lost. Li Ergu cursed and asked, are you coming or not? What's the point if not sleeping? I won't go. Then just hang out with the school. Cici and I will go eat lobster and abalone. It's your treat anyway. Your living expenses for next month have arrived, return the money to me quickly.
Li Erge chuckled and said, goodbye. Hearing the beeping sound, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes in anger. Not long after, Cheng Huan and his friends took a cold shower in the gym and went to the school cafeteria to eat with 3 younger classmates. However, as soon as they came out, they heard the school radio playing I Like You So Much on a loop.
I like you so much, woo woo. Love you, woo woo. You are God's gift to me. I like your confusion. Be willful and cool. We don't want to end once we're together. Zhang Chang said, damn it, playing this kind of song on 520, what will we singles think? Lu Lei asked, are you trying to stir up public anger?
Wang Yuanshan said, the people in the radio station really don't follow the rules of martial arts.
They are also in a cycle.
After hearing the song, the 3 younger students all started cursing loudly. Cheng Huan laughed and said, let's go to the radio station and replace all these love songs with My Motherland and I Later. When the 3 younger students heard this, they all laughed and nodded in agreement. Ding trigger the task, buy the Super Singer card, and then go to the campus radio station to sing a song, A Dream That Can't Awaken.
After completing the task, the host will be rewarded with 1 billion renminbi.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan clicked on the Super Singer card without hesitation.
Spend 200 million to give away 1 billion, and still make 800 million. Anyone who doesn't do it is a fool.
All of a sudden, countless music theory knowledge and singing techniques flooded into Cheng Huan's mind. Of course, there are also those 10 classic songs, 8 Chinese songs and 2 English songs. A few minutes later, Cheng Huan and 3 of his junior classmates walked into the campus radio station. The 2 female students from the broadcasting department who were in charge of the broadcasting saw Cheng Huan and his friends coming and asked with a smile, do you want to use the broadcasting to confess your love to your loved one?
Confession is bullshit.
Zhang Chang rolled his eyes at them both and said, we are here to ask you to change the song. A girl with short hair said with a smile, this song is so beautiful and sweet.
We love listening to it.
Our mouths are pouting, haha. Wang Yuanshan curled his lips and said, now, the majority of people left in school are singles.
Can you two be a little more kind-hearted? Yeah, I overlooked that.
The other girl with tiger teeth exclaimed in surprise.
Lu Lei said with a smile, you will play My Motherland and I on loop in a while.
Today should be the day for us to express our love to our motherland and thank our motherland. At this time, Cheng Huan took down a guitar from a nearby wall. After adjusting the tune, he said, I'll sing a song for all the singles in the school later.
Do you want to sing My Motherland and I? The short-haired girl asked with a smile. Cheng Huan's singing skills are quite good and he has performed on stage in several school performances.
No, it's a new song I wrote called A Dream That Can't Awaken.
Cheng Huan said.
Senior, please sing for us first, said the girl with tiger teeth.
Cheng Huan nodded and started to play and sing here.
Not long after, when the 2 girls finished listening to Cheng Huan singing the song, they looked at him with tears on their faces. The 3 younger students were also stunned. This guy is both civil and military.
Not only does he play basketball terribly,
the songs he wrote are so touching.
Incredible. The girl with tiger teeth asked Cheng Huan, Senior, is this song written for Nanxi?
Cheng Huan chuckled and shook his head. This was given to him by the system, and who knows who it was written for. Anyway, he spent 200 million to buy it. After a while, the girl with tiger teeth turned on the microphone and stretched out her hand to signal Cheng Huan that he could start.
Cheng Huan blew into the microphone and said, hello, students. I am Cheng Huan. Today is 520. I will sing a song for all the singles in the school. It is called A Dream That Can't Awaken. I hope the single students will like it. At this moment, many students were a little excited after hearing Cheng Huan's voice. Damn it, is Cheng Huan trying to save the country in a roundabout way? Very likely. This guy is so pitiful. He didn't give up after 999 times. This should be the 1000th time, right? Do you think he will go to girls' dormitory number 9 this afternoon? Today is 520, we must go. Girls' dormitory number 9, dormitory 1303. This is a nest of beauties. There are 4 beautiful girls from the art department living there. After hearing Cheng Huan's voice, Dong Roland said to Nanxi, who was sitting in front of the desk, Nanxi, listen, it's Cheng Huan's voice. Nanxi nodded and said, I heard it. I'm not deaf either. Another female classmate, Sun Xiaoman, asked, Nanxi, if Cheng Huan came to you to confess his love for the 1000th time this afternoon, would you agree?
Nancy hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head.
Some things are not as simple as others see.
No one can really understand her difficulties.
Can't say either. Xiaoya said, I think it takes 1001 times to be sincere, 1 in 1,000.
As the four of them were talking, Cheng Huan's magical voice came over the campus radio.
You are the wind that I cannot touch. A dream that can't wake up. Paradise that cannot be found. Unhealable pain. Unlit cigarette. Can't let go of hands. Unforgettable someone. If you don't have. Enter my life. Tell me all your love. I won't. In your arms. I thought love could last forever. If you don't have. Completely forget about me. Sometimes I think of me. Then my heart. Just torture me. Abandon everything and indulge yourself.
Damn, Cheng Huan is such a genius.
This song completely touched my heart. Woo, I'm reminded of my first love. Woo woo woo, me too.
Soon, all the students in the school were moved by Cheng Huan's song and immersed in it.
Many girls couldn't help but shed tears.
The classic lyrics and music sung by Cheng Huan, coupled with his king-level voice and singing style, will definitely touch everyone who has a story in their heart.
Even Nan Shi and the other four were crying loudly in the room. Dong Wolin couldn't stop crying and said, Nanshi, Cheng Huan deserves your love.
Sun Xiaoman nodded continuously, life is short and true love is hard to find.
Let's put a perfect end to my college life. Xiaoya sobbed and said, why can't I meet a boy like this, woo woo? Nanshi's heart was moved.
A mysterious force shattered that hard heart.
Chapter 15, the plot turns around, the school beauty confesses her love.
After coming out of the campus radio station, Cheng Huan brought 3 younger schoolmates to the school's cafeteria number 5. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan was met with the fanatical and admiring gazes of the girls in the cafeteria. Wang Yuanshun poked Cheng Huan and whispered, Senior, these female Tyrannosaurus look like they want to eat you. Most of the students who eat in canteen number 5 are from the School of Physical Education.
And the girls who practice sports are like female Tyrannosaurus rex. Black, strong, and thick. Cheng Huan glanced around and then chuckled, don't you think I'm handsome?
After hearing Cheng Huan's words, the 3 junior students all looked at each other in bewilderment.
Handsome.
The 3 nodded in praise. Although Cheng Huan's words contain some narcissistic elements.
But there is no way to refute it. Really handsome. 4 people lined up to get food. Then they sat together and ate. After a while, some female students simply walked near Cheng Huan. They squeezed away several boys who were eating opposite Cheng Huan and started to confess their love to Cheng Huan. Senior, I like you and am willing to spend the spring and summer with you. Senior, let's go on a date tonight, I'll pay for it. Senior, I don't need roses or bread, I just need your love. Forehead? This scene completely stunned the 3 younger schoolmates. These girls are so straightforward. Cheng Huan said to the girls calmly, I'm sorry, I already have someone in my heart. After saying that, he continued to eat voraciously. After playing ball for the whole morning, I'm really hungry. A girl said, didn't you announce yesterday that you had given up pursuing Nanshi? Who said that? At this time, before Cheng Huan could speak, a sharp voice came from nearby. It seems to belong to Dong Roland. Cheng Huan looked up. It really is her. Moreover, Nanshi, who was wearing an apricot yellow short hem dress, was beside him. The 2 of them were walking towards Cheng Huan gracefully. At this moment, the huge dining hall was quiet. Thousands of eyes were looking towards them. Lu lay beside him secretly asked Cheng Huan, Senior, could it be that the senior sister was moved by your song? Cheng Huan glanced at him and shook his head, I don't know, let's eat. Seeing Nanshi coming, the girls who were surrounding Cheng Huan to confess their love all moved away unwillingly. There is hatred in his eyes. Why come now? Why didn't you come earlier or later? Hate. After a while, Dong Roland and Nanshi walked to Cheng Huan's side together. Dong Roland smiled at Cheng Huan with red eyes, revealing a row of small white teeth. This girl is also very charming when she smiles. Nanshi looked at Cheng Huan calmly. That face without makeup is still stunningly beautiful. The radiance of love has begun to surge in the red eyes. Cheng Huan, I want to talk to you. This was the first time in 4 years that she took the initiative to talk to Cheng Huan. And it was in a pleading tone. This surprised Cheng Huan slightly. This also made many people secretly wonder, What does she want to talk to Chung Huan? Could it be that the ice goddess was melted by Chung Huan's singing?
Chung Huan looked at Nanshi and said in the same gentle voice as before, "There is nothing more to talk about between us." As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of clang sounds were heard in the cafeteria. Someone was so surprised that he dropped his plate on the ground.
Damn it.
After being a bootlicker for 4 years, he is so tough today.
Is this expansion? Or did I take the wrong medicine? Please, bro, stop pretending. If you keep pretending, it will be easy to lose. Have.
Nanshi Yu said in a shocking tone, "I came to tell you that I accept your confession and I am willing to be your girlfriend."
Wow.
At this moment, there was an uproar in the cafeteria.
Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. Who could have thought that the aloof school beauty would actually accept Chung Huan's confession on 520? Damn, did I hear it wrong? Am I hallucinating? Hit me. Bang. Damn, it really hurts. I heard it right.
Hearing Nanshi's words, Cheng Huan was stunned at first. Then he smiled at her and said, "I'm sorry, I don't love you anymore."
Damn.
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, shocking thousands of people in cafeteria number 5.
Just now, what did Chung Huan say? He said he doesn't love Nanshi anymore. I don't quite understand this plot. Oh, heaven and earth, can anyone explain to me what Chung Huan is thinking?
They would never understand why a man who could persist in courtship for 4 years would choose to quit at the end.
What tricks is he using? Or, is his heart really broken? That's right. Chung Huan's heart had indeed been broken by Nanshi. For years, 999 confessions. Rain or shine, never absent. What a sincere love this is. But does Nanshi know how to cherish it?
Now that he had finally made up his mind to give up, Nanshi came to tell him that she agreed.
What is this?
No matter how long a story is, it will eventually come to an end. No matter how deep the love is, there will come a day when it becomes dull.
At this moment, he gave up.
Nanshi didn't expect Chung Huan to refuse. There was a slight look of grievance on his face. Those beautiful big eyes became even redder. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a faint voice, "Cheng Huan, I was too willful before and didn't value your feelings for me. I'm here to apologize to you, and I only ask you to forgive me once."
Don't apologize.
Facing Nanshi's apology, Chung Huan quickly rejected it. "I have the right to love you, and you also have the right to reject me. There is no right or wrong. Yesterday afternoon, I told you very clearly that I will leave you proudly and we will never bother each other again in this life.
The end is the end. No fantasy. No surprises. And I will never look back.
Love that has been trampled on 999 times has long been unrecognizable. To refuse is to preserve one's last bit of dignity.
Even if there is still a little love in my heart."
He also has to let himself go.
After Cheng Huan finished speaking, Dong Roland said angrily, "Chung Huan, can you stop being so stubborn like a child?"
The huge cafeteria was extremely quiet, and everyone was looking at Cheng Huan.
"Wrong," Chung Huan said coldly, "I'm not being stubborn, but this is the wisest choice.
For 4 years, I have lived in despair year after year, day after day.
This kind of despair is too desolate.
Everyone knows that I learned to sing and dance, and to play the guitar and piano for Nanshi.
But how many people know that when I was desperate, I also learned to smoke and drink?"
As he spoke, he also hammered his chest a few times. "This is broken, it has been broken into 999 pieces, and I can't break one more piece. If I refuse now, I am choosing to let myself go."
Boom.
Cheng Huan's words were like an 18-pound hammer, hammering at Nanshi's heart again and again. She turned pale with pain. She bit her lips so hard that they were about to break without realizing it. Finally, her expression became firm, and she said, "Since I broke your heart into 999 pieces, it is my responsibility to help you heal it. From today on, I will pursue you and heal your heart with my love." As soon as these words were spoken, the cafeteria with thousands of people was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone was stunned.
The ice goddess announced that she was pursuing Chung Huan. These words are like Mars hitting the earth.
Everyone was shocked.
"You can pursue me if you want, but I won't play with you anymore." After Cheng Huan said this helplessly, he walked straight through the crowd and left the cafeteria.
There is no destined misfortune, only the persistence of never letting go. He really let go. What a pig. Dong Roland stomped her feet in anger. Let's go back.
Nanshi said with a lonely look. I thought Chung Hwan would happily accept her confession, and then hug me and spin around 3 times in public. But I didn't expect that he would reject me coldly. But she warned herself that even if Cheng Huan was like this, she would never give up. After Cheng Huan and the others left one after another, the people in the cafeteria began to discuss.
Damn, Cheng Huan really makes men proud.
This plot twist is so twisted that my heart can't bear it.
Cheng Huan is such a fool.
He has been chasing her for 4 years but still failed. Now that the school beauty has accepted him, he actually refuses.
What do you know?
This is called playing hard to get. Even the art of war is used in a love affair.
How profound. Chapter 16, It's not arrogance, it's courting death.
After returning to the dormitory, Chun Huan took out her Guzi cigarettes and started smoking while lying on the bed.
Now that you have decided to let go completely. There are many better flowers in the world, so why should you love only one flower?
999 confessions in 4 years have really exhausted all his enthusiasm.
The days of being a bootlicker are completely gone. From now on, I will never be a bootlicker again. Love so and so. Ding-a-ling. My cell phone rang.
I picked it up and saw that it was Wang Zhangnan, the 3rd oldest student in the dormitory. This guy is a Shanghai person who would rather eat rice with soy sauce than not dress himself up decently.
And of pure bloodline.
Back then, his parents wanted to have a sweet and caring little boy. Even though Wang Zhangnan came into the world with guns and sticks, his parents' wishes did not change.
So, we just gave him a girl's name, Zhangnan.
Finally, when Wang Zhangnan was 14 years old, the 2 elders discovered that their sweet little boy was different from others. He showed signs of male puberty, his voice became hoarse, and a beard grew. Seeing that the male general was not able to do anything, the 2 elders were also helpless.
We can't just send him to Thailand, can we?
In the rest of my life, I had no choice but to let things take their own course.
Wang Zhangnan is a lazy person who doesn't know the difference between grains and is quite narcissistic.
When Cheng Huan first entered college, his high school deskmate Jiang Shan sent him a WeChat message asking if he knew a handsome guy named Wang Zhangnan in their school. Cheng Huan said that he knew a Wang Zhangnan, but he didn't know a handsome guy named Wang Zhangnan.
Jiang Shan immediately sent Cheng Huan a photo and a screenshot of the WeChat chat. The photo is a photoshopped picture of Japanese movie star Kenichi Matsuyama. The screenshot of the conversation is as follows. Jiang Shan, are you really more handsome than Daniel Wu? More handsome than Daniel Wu, definitely. Jiang Shan, how handsome can he be? More handsome than Daniel Wu. Have you heard that there is a kind of man in this world who can use his face as a credit card to buy things? Jiang Shan, send me a photo. More handsome than Daniel Wu, photo.jpg. Jiang Shan, let us go on a date. More handsome than Daniel Wu, arrogant.
After looking at the photos and screenshots of the conversation, Cheng Huan carefully observed Wang Zhangnan nearby for about a minute. I have to say, his face does have unique features. The wrinkles on your body are thick, thin, and of varying densities, just like a barcode.
After answering the phone, Wang Zhangnan asked Cheng Huan, Huan, you are so awesome. You actually rejected Nanshi's confession in public.
With the development of communication technology nowadays, it is not surprising that such things reached his ears.
Cheng Huan laughed and said, she rejected me 999 times, so why can't I be a bit more arrogant? Wang Zhangnan sneered, you are not arrogant, you are courting death. Seek death? Is it that serious? Cheng Huan didn't want to dwell on this matter, as he was feeling annoyed. He changed the subject and asked, let's not talk about me for now. Have you caught up with that girl recently? After returning to Shanghai, this guy went to work in a large communications equipment company and fell in love with a girl who was also interning at the company. Then borrow Cheng Huan's confession mode to Nanshi once a day. When hearing this question, Wang Zhangnan once again showed his unreliable nature. Yu Sheng said, don't mention it, the few tricks you taught me really work. The girl has already accepted my invitation to dinner tonight.
Cheng Huan said with emotion, I have discovered now that as long as you persist, there is no position that cannot be conquered.
Come on. Ha ha ha.
Wang Zhangnan laughed a few times. Yes, even Nanshi, an icy beauty, can confess her love to you, which shows that your tricks are still very effective. After the 2 chatted nonsense on the phone for a few minutes, they hung up. Not long after, Cheng Huan's WeChat rang. I saw that Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya sent me pictures of various pigs one after another. Cheng Huan was upset and deleted them both as a friend.
Let you two flirt when you have nothing to do.
Not long after, Cheng Huan's WeChat rang again. He took a look and this time it was a video invitation from his mother. Cheng Huan answered the call and asked, "I'll post the video this afternoon. What's up?" On the other side of the video, Cheng Huan's mother looked to be around 47 or 48 years old, but she was still quite pretty. Otherwise, it would be impossible to give birth to such a handsome son. She smiled and asked, "Son, today is 520, why are you still lying in the dormitory? Aren't you going out on a date?" Cheng Huan shook his head. "Your son is incompetent. He hasn't been able to find a girlfriend in 4 years and is still single." My mother asked, "Didn't you tell me that you've been pursuing a girl? You're almost graduating from college, and you still haven't found her?" Cheng Huan curled his lips. "Can you please stop talking about things that are not related to the topic? If this is done, will your son still be lying here?" The old lady smiled and said, "As for picking up girls, you are far behind your dad. Back then, your dad took mom in just 3 months, and got the marriage certificate in just 5 months. Cheng Huan laughed and asked, "Mom, tell me secretly, am I my dad's biological son?" When the old lady heard this, she immediately blew her beard and glared, "You little bastard, how dare you question my loyalty to your father?" Cheng Huan said with a smile, "Then why didn't I inherit my father's good genes?" The old lady rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know? By the way, your dad discussed it with the principal of number 13 middle school some time ago, and they have agreed to let you come back and be a substitute PE teacher for a while, and then you can be a regular teacher if there is a chance. What do you think?" Cheng Huan said, "Don't worry about my job. I have decided to stay in Jingang after graduation." He doesn't dare tell his mother now, "Your son is now worth hundreds of billions, why is he still working as a substitute teacher?" My mother said sternly, "Don't stay there, come back to Dongjiang, so I can see you every day. By the way, mom has found a girl for you recently, and I'll arrange a blind date for you when you get home. This little girl is your Aunt Sunfong's niece. She is very pretty and now works as a full-time anchor. She earns tens of thousands of yuan a month." Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan said directly, "Stop it, don't worry about my affairs, you can solve them yourself." He has a prejudice against girls who do live streaming. He always feels that these people are like beggars on the internet, who are getting something for nothing. What is even more difficult for Cheng Huan to understand is that some people are willing to eat instant noodles and pickles on a normal day, but they are still generous in giving tips. For example, Yu Yunfei, the 4th grader in their dormitory. This made Cheng Huan a little confused. My mother said, "You can't just talk without doing anything. Show us how to solve it right away." Cheng Huan said, "Don't worry, when we graduate, I will definitely bring you a daughter-in-law." The old lady smiled in the video, and then said, "Your brother Sheng is getting married at the end of this month, and your uncle asked me if you can come back." Cheng Huan said, "Brother Sheng called me a few days ago, and I promised him that I would go back. He couldn't be absent without reason when his closest cousin got married. Besides, it's not far from home. Besides, getting rich but not returning home is like traveling at night in fine clothes. At the end of this month, I must go home and have some fun." Chapter 17. Li Ergo calls dad. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Erguzi and Sisi also came back after playing outside. These two people were quite thoughtful and bought a lot of fruits. Seeing Cheng Huan still lying on the bed, Erguzi asked with a smile, "Great lover, are you feeling melancholy or sad in your bed?" Even Wang Zhengnan knew that Cheng Huan rejected Nanxi, let alone the two of them. This matter has already spread all over the campus. Even the song "A Dream That Can't Awaken," sung by Cheng Huan, was reposted crazily. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I was just wondering how many kilograms of lobster you two had for lunch, and whether I can get my money back." Erguzi's face darkened and he pouted, "One is at least half an ounce, and there are more than 30 in a plate. How many pounds do you think it weighs? As for the money, just consider it as your contribution to our marriage in advance." "Damn, you take Sisi to eat crayfish?" Cheng Huan asked in surprise. Erguzi pouted, "I actually want to go eat lobster. The pair of earrings that Sisi likes cost 22,000 yuan, and I borrowed 2,000 yuan online." Cheng Huan smiled. There's no way around it, supporting a girlfriend is just so expensive. Otherwise, why should they sleep with you? Then, Erguzi took a chair and sat in front of Cheng Huan and asked with a playful smile, "Haven't you always been in love with the iceberg beauty? Why did you refuse at noon?" This is something that many people find difficult to understand. Some people even directly compared Cheng Huan to a madman. "I've been chasing her for 4 years but still haven't gotten her." In the end, the school beauty confessed her love to him, but he flatly refused.
If this isn't madness, then what is it? Cheng Huan said with a dull look, giving up is giving up, there is no reason.
Erguzi teased after hearing this, your head must have been caught in the door. Cheng Huan was speechless and looked out the window.
Huan, do you want to eat some watermelon to cool down?
At this time, Shen Sisi cut a piece of watermelon and asked Cheng Huan.
Hello. Cheng Huan said arrogantly.
Okay. Shen Sisi giggled, cut the watermelon into small pieces, sat beside Cheng Huan's bed and started feeding him. Erguzi was very angry when he saw Cheng Huan lying on the bed enjoying Shen Sisi's careful feeding, while he not only didn't have any, but had to watch by the side.
He cursed at the side, I will give you two a place tonight. Cheng Huan smiled while eating watermelon, thank you. Shen Sisi asked with a smile, Huan, do you think the earrings I bought are pretty?
Cheng Huan looked at the pair of Chanel earrings on her ears, which were inlaid with some diamonds, and nodded, they look good.
You look good in anything you wear. Fuck. You can even say such disgusting words. You are really a pair of dogs. So fucking cold. Erguzi had goosebumps all over his body.
Seeing this, Cheng Huan and Shen Sisi both burst into laughter.
Youth is so happy. Youth is so pure. Youth is capable of doing just that.
At this time, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang, and he saw that it was Yang Yuan calling. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Yuan said excitedly, brother, thank you very much this time.
Dihao International Hotel really opened all its accounts in our branch this morning. Cheng Huan smiled and said, Brother Yang, you are too polite. I will definitely do what I promised you.
Yang Yuan smiled and said, brother, I learned this morning that you bought the Oriental Miami Villa No. 1 yesterday evening.
If you are still missing something, I will help you find it.
Naturally, the matter of buying a house last night could not escape the bank's surveillance. After all, it was a transfer of 1 billion yuan.
He knew it was normal.
Cheng Huan joked, we are still short of a yacht.
Yang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, this old man is really powerless. He can't afford it even if he sells me. I was joking.
Cheng Huan smiled and continued, I don't need anything right now, and I don't need you to help me find anything. Yang Yuan said, brother, I have a few packs of good cigarettes that I have never been willing to smoke.
How about I give them to you? Cheng Huan asked, what kind of cigarettes?
Yang Yuan said, and the world's honor is 5,000.
Cheng Huan didn't know how much the cigarettes cost, so he agreed directly, then I'll be honored to refuse. I'll go get them when I have time. Yang Yuan said, if you are busy, you don't have to come and get it. I will ask Sister Li to bring it to you later. Anyway, your university is not far from us. It only takes a few minutes to drive. Okay. Cheng Huan didn't hesitate to tell Yang Yuan where his apartment building was and hung up the phone. Who's calling? Erguzi asked.
Cheng Huan said casually, a bank president wants to give me some cigarettes.
Fuck, are you so awesome now? Erguzi's eyes were wide open.
They have lived and eaten together for almost 4 years.
How could he not know what kind of person Cheng Huan is? Why is he suddenly so arrogant? Could it be that his ancestral tomb caught fire?
Cheng Huan sat up and said to Erguzi with a smile, Doggo, if you call me dad now, I will invite you and Sisi to the Imperial Hotel to eat Blue Dragon and abalone tonight, and then arrange a presidential suite for you two to stay in, so that you can have a romantic 520.
Cheng Huan remembered that Erguzi had boasted about this to Shen Sisi before. Since he can't complete it, I'll help him complete it. Who says they are brothers?
Upon hearing this, Erguzi and Shen Sisi's eyes flashed with excitement.
Lobster and abalone are not very attractive. After all, they have eaten it. The key is the presidential suite. They have never seen it, let alone live there. Soon, Erguzi asked suspiciously, tell me honestly, how come you are so rich now?
On this day, he not only saw the Mate X2 mobile phone from Cheng Huan, but also generously gave Sisi 20,000 yuan to buy earrings. Now he said he would take them to a big dinner in the evening and arrange a presidential suite for them.
Even the bank president had to give him gifts. Did this guy rob a bank? Don't worry about it.
Cheng Huan said to Erguzi with a smile, if you want to eat lobster and abalone and live in the presidential suite, just call daddy. This guy relied on his wealth and power to make the 3 brothers in the house call him dad more than a dozen times in 4 years.
Now, he wants revenge.
Hurry up and call me, I want to live in the presidential suite. Shen Sisi said to Erguzi with a smile. Erguzi rolled his eyes and asked Shen Sisi with a bit of backbone, I call him dad, what do you call him? Shen Sisi looked at Cheng Huan and said with a smile, Huan Huan. Guzi rolled his eyes and said bitterly, no, you should call him dear Mr. Shiman.
You two are now Pan Jinlian and Shiman Qing. De Lang, don't be angry.
Shen Sisi held back her laughter, forked a piece of watermelon and put it into Guzi's mouth. Here, take your medicine. After Guzi ate the watermelon, he hardened his heart and called Cheng Huan dad. When Cheng Huan heard Guzi calling him dad, he laughed happily. 4 years of revenge has finally been avenged.
You've got this day too. Chapter 18. Your daughter wants to send me off to heaven.
More than 10 minutes later, Cheng Huan received a call from Li Tsuetsue. He was told that someone had delivered the cigarettes to the downstairs of apartment number 28 of Jingang University and was asked to go downstairs to get them. After Cheng Huan came downstairs, he saw a red Kawasaki motorcycle on the roadside in front of the apartment. A girl with a backpack was leaning lazily against the car body, as if waiting for someone. At this moment, Cheng Huan's eyes flickered across her body a few times like a dragonfly skimming the water.
There is nothing wrong with this. Isn't it a pleasure to have a beautiful woman coming from afar?
And Cheng Huan was also very pleased. The girl looks of decent height, probably around 1.65 meters. A tight motorcycle suit perfectly highlights her exquisite figure. She was wearing a pair of high-waisted Martin shoes. Then, Cheng Huan tapped her face a few more times. This girl has a standard oval face, or cone face.
The skin is delicate, the brows are relaxed, and the eyes are clear and transparent.
Cheng Huan dared to guarantee that when God was shaping her out of mud, he must have just eaten dumplings. Look, in his joy, he pinched the little girl's head so straight that her nose was a nose and her eyes were eyes. However, this girl doesn't seem to be very old, probably only 18 or 19 years old at most. Cheng Huan walked towards the roadside while staring at the girl.
The girl was not to be outdone and stared at Cheng Huan.
Moreover, there was a sly smile on her pretty face.
What I mean is, you country bumpkin, have you never seen a beautiful woman?
Facing the provocative gaze of this little beauty, Cheng Huan did not give in. He thought to himself, little girl, have you never seen a handsome guy like me with a face that can be used as a credit card?
The two of them just stared at each other. Whoever blinks loses.
Just when Cheng Huan was feeling proud, he stepped on empty air and fell flat on his face in front of this beautiful girl. At this moment, Cheng Huan was only looking at the beauty, but he forgot that a large ditch had been dug on the road in front of their dormitory entrance because of pipeline maintenance. Although it is now filled with soil. But it rained a few days ago, and the backfill soil sank a little. This fall was so damn embarrassing.
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, Cheng Huan heard the little girl's evil laughter and squatted on the ground, holding his stomach. At this moment, Cheng Huan finally understood what the girl's sly smile meant.
Depend on. Whose child is this? How can it be so bad?
After getting up from the ground, Cheng Huan brushed the dirt off his body and glared at the bad girl.
After the little girl finished laughing, she stood up and asked Cheng Huan, your name is Cheng Huan? Are you the person Sister Li asked to deliver cigarettes?
Cheng Huan frowned and looked at the girl.
What did you call my mom?
The little girl became unhappy when she heard Cheng Huan call Li Tsuetsue Sister Li.
This is obviously taking advantage of me. Oh, so you are my eldest niece. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you.
At this moment, Cheng Huanka seized the opportunity to take revenge and acted like an uncle.
Hey, could you please have some shame? Who is your eldest niece?
The little girl stared at Cheng Huan with her big eyes and angrily looked at him.
Cheng Huan shrugged and said, I call your mother sister, so aren't you my niece?
Pooh. The little girl took a sip with a look of disgust. After giving Cheng Huan a blank look, she opened her backpack, took out a paper bag and threw it to Cheng Huan.
My mission is accomplished. Goodbye.
Having said that, he put on his helmet with an angry look on his face and got on the motorcycle.
Boom.
After starting the motorcycle, the little girl lifted the windshield cover and said to Cheng Huan, Uncle, I will definitely go to get a haircut on February 2nd next year and send you off to heaven.
Damn. This girl is so evil. Boom. The locomotive started and left.
Looking at the little girl leaving, Cheng Huan curled his lips. I will have to sue her later. Let her mother spank her.
The kind that blooms.
Then he opened the paper bag and saw 2 packs of cigarettes inside, both Baisha and Tenxia Zuanshan 5000.
He checked the cigarette on his phone. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. This cigarette costs 14,000 yuan a pack.
Moreover, you have to buy it from special channels. So, this cigarette is definitely worth more than this price. It seems that Yang Yuan really puts a lot of effort into it. With gratitude, Cheng Huan also called Yang Yuan to thank him for the cigarettes.
Not long after, Li Tsuei also called Cheng Huan.
So Cheng Huan started to complain. He asked, "Sisterly, how old is your daughter?"
Li Tsuei said, 19. Cheng Huan asked again, "Are you willing to hit her?" Li Tsuei asked with a smile, "Did she make you angry?"
Cheng Huan pursed his lips and said, "She said she would definitely go get a haircut on February 2nd next year, and she wanted to send me off respectfully." When Li Tsuei heard Cheng Huan's words, she burst into laughter on the phone. She didn't expect that her daughter and Cheng Huan would start arguing as soon as they met. But, this seems not bad. After laughing, Li Tsuei said on the phone, "When Sisterly comes home, I will definitely give her a good beating to vent your anger for you."
Cheng Huan laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to be more ruthless."
Li Tsuei said, "No problem, I will definitely beat her so hard that she will admit her mistake to you."
Yes, yes.
Cheng Huan chuckled, as if he saw the evil little girl covering her butt and running around the room. After chatting with Li Tsuei for a while, Cheng Huan hung up the phone and returned to the dormitory.
"Damn, are you going out to snatch food from the dog?"
Seeing Cheng Huan covered in mud, Guzi smiled mockingly. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I won't compete with you for food." After hearing this, Guzi gave him a fierce look. When it comes to bickering, he will never be a match for Cheng Huan.
"There's no way, this unfortunate nickname is too annoying." Shen Sisi smiled and said to Cheng Huan, "Take it off quickly. I'll take it back to the dormitory and wash it for you later."
For more than half a year, Shen Sisi has been washing Cheng Huan and Guzi's clothes.
Cheng Huan took off his sportswear and handed it to Shen Sisi. Even Guzi's clothes were taken away.
Both of them were wearing only a pair of shorts. Sitting on the bed, Cheng Huan took out a piece of paper from the paper bag and opened it.
"Damn, I can go to heaven after smoking this."
When Guzi saw that it was this cigarette, he just curled his lips. As an experienced smoker, he has some knowledge about this rare and good cigarette. Cheng Huan smiled, lit up and started smoking, saying, "Come on, call me daddy again and I'll give you 2 packs.
Guzi said shamelessly, "I barked 10 times, do you dare to give me one?"
"No, you have to yell at least 100 times.
Cheng Huan shook his head. "Damn it, deal."
Guzi gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and began to shout, "Dad, Dad, Dad."
He wished this kind of good thing could happen more often every day. Chapter 19: A group of female Tyrannosaurus.
At this time, in girls' dormitory number 9, room 1303. Because of her bad mood, Nanshi felt unwell after returning. "My fever has now reached 38.5 and I am coughing non-stop."
For this reason, she didn't even go to the afternoon rehearsal.
Dong Roland, Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya, who were in the room, did not go either.
"Nanshi, why do you torture yourself like this?"
Dong Roland poured her a glass of warm water, and it seemed that she had not yet calmed down her anger. Sun Xiaoman said, "That's right, it's not worth being sad for a man like this."
Xiaoya said, "Let's go to the hospital."
After Nanshi drank a mouthful of water, she smiled bitterly at the 3 people, shook her head and said, "It's okay, I can still hold on." As she spoke, she put on her headphones. I closed my eyes and started listening to the song "A Dream That Can't Awaken," which I downloaded from someone else. Every word of the lyrics was like a needle piercing her heart. Stitch after stitch, over and over again, endlessly. Tears welled up in my eyes without me noticing. In fact, after the 99th time, she had gradually fallen in love with Cheng Huan.
But she always reminded herself not to give Cheng Huan any hope.
Because any man who falls in love with her would be unfortunate. Maybe she is destined to be lonely and miserable in her life. But now, she no longer cares about those things.
She wants to have a love that will last a lifetime. Seeing Nanshi's tears, Dong Roland couldn't sit still.
She stood up from the bed and said, "No, I have to go find Cheng Huan.
I want to ask this bastard what he wants to do." "We'll go with you."
Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya also followed Dong Roland out of the house. They also want to settle accounts with Cheng Huan. The matter of deleting their WeChat accounts must be explained clearly.
Soon, the 3 of them walked out of the dormitory angrily.
More than 10 minutes later, Dong Roland and the other 2 arrived downstairs of boys' dormitory number 28. Since most of the people living in this building are athletes, they are extremely destructive.
Therefore, the dormitory manager downstairs can't control people like them. Anyone who comes to see them will be allowed to enter and exit freely. After Dong Wolin and the others arrived here, they asked some of the athletes who were coming in and out, "Does anyone know which dormitory Chang Huan lives in?"
Although they have known Chang Huan for 4 years. But this was the first time I came to the boys' dormitory to see him. When these people saw Dong Wolin and the others, they all looked at each other in surprise.
Why are these 3 fairies looking for Chang Huan? Is it a settlement of accounts? A junior student said, "It seems to be in 709. Thanks." After thanking her, Dong Wolin took the elevator to the 7th floor.
At this moment, Chang Huan was sitting in the house chatting with others on WeChat. Now, he has the title of Prince of Love Songs and many girls have added him on WeChat.
I am busy and having a lot of fun.
In fact, if Chang Huan had not been arranged by the confession system to pursue Nanxi, he would still be a boy with a very active mind.
I'm just bound by the mission. Bang!
After a while, the door of room 709 was violently pushed open.
After a moment, several long legs stepped in. The strips are snow white, slender and dazzling. Nest grass.
Seeing the 3 girls barging in arrogantly, Erguzi, who was lying on the bed playing games, jumped up immediately.
Who could have imagined that 3 beauties would break into the house? What are you doing here? Chang Huan looked at Dong Wolin and the other 3 in a daze.
I'm here to settle the score with you,
Xiaoya said.
What's the score?
Chang Huan asked. Dong Wolin said angrily, Chang Huan, are you still not a man? Hearing this, Chang Huan rolled his eyes, such obvious evidence, can't you see it? Puff.
Erguzi, who was standing by, couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The 3 girls looked at him at the same time. Erguzi held back his laughter and raised his hands to the 3 of them and said, sorry, I couldn't help it.
You continue with your materialist dialectics. I'll go out and stand guard for you.
When there were only 4 of them left in the room, Xiaoya said to Chang Huan, Nanxi is sick. Not only does she have a fever, she also has a severe cough. Hearing this, Chang Huan pretended to be indifferent and said, if you are sick, go to the hospital.
What are you looking for me for?
Sun Xiaoman glared at Chang Huan and said, you've loved her for 4 years.
Don't you know that she's very stubborn?
Xiaoya said, she is torturing herself.
Heart disease needs to be treated with the heart. Soon, Dong Wolin asked, Chang Huan, tell us honestly, did you reject Nanxi at noon to get revenge on her? I'm not that narrow-minded.
Chang Huan curled his lips and denied it directly.
Why is that? Sun Xiaoman asked.
Chang Huan shrugged and said, because I don't love her anymore.
Dong Wolin frowned and said, you are talking nonsense. Whatever you think.
Chang Huan shrugged and smiled. Xiaoya followed up and said, Chang Huan, I think you should confess your feelings to Nanxi again at this time and give us a happy ending.
Why? Chang Huan didn't like Xiaoya's suggestion.
Because of love, he can insist on confessing his love 999 times.
Now, you still want him to be a bootlicker? They really dare to think. Because you are a man. Sun Xiaoman retorted. She really couldn't understand Chang Huan now. Where did the previous bootlicker go? The princess in his heart is sick, can he really be so cruel and ignore her?
Chang Huan still shook his head firmly and said, I have made it very clear to Nanxi yesterday and today that I will no longer have anything to do with him. For him, this feeling has already left alone with the confession system.
Seeing Chang Huan's firm refusal, Dong Wolin could no longer hold back.
She glared at Chang Huan with a gloomy face and said, Chang Huan, we really misjudged you. When Nanxi needed you the most, you were like a coward and didn't dare to take responsibility. You really don't deserve to love Nanxi, let alone let Nanxi love you. Chang Huan's face darkened and he said, Dong Wolin, if you pursue a man for 4 years and are rejected by him 999 times, what do you think? If it were you, you would have collapsed long ago. Go back and tell Nanxi that I once loved her, but I really don't love her anymore. The 3 of them frowned and were speechless. They had indeed seen everything Chang Huan had done in the past 4 years. He also spoke well of him. However, Nanxi was too cold and resolute. The room was silent for 3.14 seconds. Dong Wolin said, we will tell her and persuade her not to be sad for a man like you who has no responsibility. Thanks. Chang Huan smiled. At this time, Xiaoya glared at Chang Huan with an angry look on her face. Chang Huan, why did you delete my WeChat? And mine. Sun Xiaoman followed up with a question. Chang Huan rolled his eyes and said, money can't buy my happiness. You are indeed a pig. After cursing, Xiaoya dragged Sun Xiaoman and turned to walk out. However, Dong Roland glanced at Cheng Huan's evidence and said, "Cheng Huan, even if your evidence is sufficient, you are not a man in my heart."
Bang! After a while, the door rang again.
This group of female Tyrannosaurus.
Chapter 20 I Want to Fall in Love Again.
After a while, Erguzi came back. After he sat down near Cheng Huan, he asked with a sly look on his face, "Why did these three girls all leave in a huff?"
What? You don't agree with this obvious evidence?
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, "They came to me because they wanted me to confess my feelings to Nanxi again. But I rejected it sternly." After hearing this, Erguzi just sucked his teeth. Then he raised his hand and patted Cheng Huan's shoulder, saying seriously, "Brother, no matter what decision you make, I support you.
But just don't regret your decision today in the future.
After all, taking a step back now is love, but going ahead with it means separation. I'm just worried that you can't stop completely, and you can't continue."
This is the most torturous thing. Cheng Huan didn't say anything.
He sat on the bed and lit another cigarette. That afternoon, he smoked a month's worth of cigarettes.
There's nothing I can do. I'm so worried. Erguzi is right.
The most torturous thing is that you can't stop completely, but you can't continue either. Although he decided to give up Nanxi.
But there is still some love in my heart.
How could I forget so quickly? After finishing the cigarette, Cheng Huan said to Erguzi angrily, "Erguzi, I think it's time to find a new relationship to replace Nanxi. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I'll feel bad in the future."
Love philosophy on university campus. The best way to forget the past is to quickly immerse yourself in a new relationship. He decided to give it a try. Have you really thought it through? Erguzi asked again. Kindness. Cheng Huan nodded heavily. Since you have decided, I will arrange it and let Cici introduce you to another one. Erguzi smiled and acted quickly.
When brothers are in trouble, we must do our best.
And it has to be fast.
He took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Cici, "Huan wants to fall in love again. Invite a single, beautiful female classmate tonight, and let's go to the Dihao Hotel to eat lobster and abalone together." It is not difficult to introduce a girlfriend to Cheng Huan. After all, this guy is the school hunk, and there are so many girls who are thinking about him. If he hadn't been clinging to Nanxi for the past 4 years, he would have had many girlfriends.
Bite. Receive. Shen Cici's voice. These two people are so in sync with each other in everything they do. It's settled.
Erguzi stood in front of Cheng Huan and said with his big white teeth showing.
Cheng Huan looked at Erguzi and laughed. Why do I feel like you are a ruffian in the Yanjing alleys? Is it an inherited profession?
All in all, Erguzi has asked Cici to introduce several girls to Cheng Huan. His purpose is also simple. It is to let Cheng Huan give up pursuing Nanxi as soon as possible.
However, they all failed.
Cheng Huan was indifferent to those girls. Erguzi rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just worried that you'll be feeling suffocated and always thinking about my Cici." Cheng Huan continued to laugh and said, "I have to get you drunk with Maodai tonight, and then we'll really have sex, otherwise I'll be sorry for making you so nervous."
Damn it, can't you two just be secretive? Can you please not just say it out loud? My style is that I don't do shady things. Why should I be sneaky? Damn it, are you trying to piss me off?
After Erguzi cursed loudly, he pounced on Cheng Huan and started to fight with him.
They have always been so frivolous. Give your mouth a treat every day during the Chinese New Year. Bite.
More than 10 minutes later, Erguzi's WeChat rang. I heard the voice message from Shen Cici, "Doggo, tell Huan that I invited Zoran."
Receive.
After Erguzi replied, he smacked his lips at Cheng Huan and said, "Damn, Cici is really awesome.
She even invited the campus beauty of Zui University to you. You have to try harder tonight and try to win her over."
Hearing this, Cheng Huan was also stunned.
He really didn't expect Zoran would accept the invitation.
Zoran, one of the 3 beauties at Jinggang University, is a junior at the School of Finance and lives in the same dormitory building as Shen Cici. Not only is she beautiful, but her academic performance is also amazing. He was once the top scholar in liberal arts in Dongnin province. However, in order to take care of her mother who depended on her for everything, this girl gave up the admission letters from Tsinghua University and Yanda University and entered the School of Finance of Jinggang University.
Although Jinggang University is also a double first-class university.
but it is still a level lower than Tsinghua University and Yanda University. The remaining flower is Sophia, a fifth-year medical student, who is not on their main campus. Cheng Huan had never seen her and didn't know her. Hee, with the beautiful Zua accompanying you tonight, I can drink Maotai without any worries. Guzi laughed a few times, like a fool. Drink to death tonight, you idiot. Seeing his behavior, Cheng Huan laughed and cursed. At 5:30 in the evening, Cheng Huan and Guzi came to the girls' dormitory building number 8 where Shin Sisi lived. As soon as they arrived here, they saw two people waiting downstairs. In addition to Shin Sisi, there was also a beautiful girl who was half a head taller than her, standing there gracefully. Seeing Cheng Huan and Guzi coming, the two girls took a few more steps towards them. As soon as she got there, Shin Sisi said with a sweet smile, Huan, you are now recognized as the prince of love songs in the whole school. The song you sang is playing all over our dormitory building. Cheng Huan smiled. Then, his eyes flashed to the girl standing next to Shin Sisi, who was about the same height as Nanshi and was wearing a white printed dress. Those long legs are thin, white and straight. She was wearing a pair of high-waisted black canvas shoes. Maybe the girl was shy and was standing there with her head down, not daring to look Cheng Huan in the face. Her long hair hung down, covering most of her face, but it could not hide her graceful and free-spirited temperament. No need to guess, this girl is Zuoran. Shin Sisi also looked at Zuoran and asked, Zuoran, what's wrong with you? The Prince of Love Song is here. Hearing the shouting, Zuoran timidly raised his head. Then she smiled gently and said to Cheng Huan in a neat and generous manner, Hello, senior, my name is Zuoran. This girl is so honest that she actually calls Cheng Huan senior. Hello. Cheng Huan also responded with a smile. In the past, he had only seen Zuoran from a distance a few times and was always struck by her beauty. Now the distance between them was only 50 centimeters, and he could finally see her face clearly. Even without any makeup, her face was still breathtakingly beautiful. Thick, slightly curved eyebrows. Eyes like shining stars. A small, straight nose. Rose-like lips. A rounded and delicate chin. Slender white neck. In terms of figure and appearance, she and Nanshi are definitely on par with each other. Nanshi exudes a kind of cold nobility, like an iceberg beauty. She has an elegant and scholarly air, like a beautiful lady in a painting. No wonder she is praised by countless boys as one of the three flowers of Jinggang University. It seems that the public's vision is still sharp. Chapter 21, Finding a New Love So Soon. After Cheng Huan and Zuoran got to know each other, Shin Sisi snickered nearby, Huan, Zuoran has been listening to the song you sang for the whole afternoon, and now he is obsessed with it and can't get out of it. When she heard me say you wanted to treat her to dinner tonight, she agreed without any hesitation. Anyone who can accept Cheng Huan's invitation to go out for dinner today must be a single person. Moreover, it is enough to show that Zuoran also wants to date Cheng Huan. After all, Cheng Huan rejected Nanshi's confession at noon. This has invisibly given hope to many single girls in the school. Cheng Huan now is definitely harder to pursue than the school belle. Every girl has an unwillingness to accept defeat in her heart. I really want to try to chew this hard bone. Cheng Huan smiled and said, Thank you for your appreciation. Senior, can you sing A Dream That Can't Awaken for me again tonight? Zuoran asked Cheng Huan with a sweet smile. She had only listened to the recorded version before and really wanted to listen to the live version. Before Cheng Huan could express his opinion, Guzi laughed and said, Don't worry, he gets excited when he sees a beautiful woman. He will definitely sing for you tonight without reservation, not missing a single word. Duong. As soon as Guzi finished speaking, Cheng Huan kicked him on the butt and he almost fell down. This scene also made Shin Sisi and Zuoran laugh. Fuck you. Guzi cursed angrily. Just when Cheng Huan and the other three were walking near apartment building number 9, they happened to see Dong Roland and Sun Xiaoman walking towards them from the direction of the supermarket carrying a bag of snacks. When they saw Cheng Huan and the other three talking and laughing as they walked towards the crossing, their faces suddenly changed. Cheng Huan, where are you going? Dong Roland stepped forward and questioned. His eyes also glanced at Zuoran who was nearby. At the same time, I was secretly complaining in my heart, this bastard is really cunning. It's only been half a day, but he has already picked up another school beauty. No wonder he resolutely rejected Nanshi. This has already found a new home. It's none of your business, stop asking. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at Dong Roland. He still remembers what the girl said in the afternoon, he was not a man. This is not a question of contempt.
It's humiliating.
If she dared to say such things again, Cheng Huan would have to produce strong evidence and give her a good beating.
Why is it none of my business? Dong Roland refused to give in and stood in front of Cheng Huan. Are you going on a date with Zuoran? 2 men and 2 women. Wang Liang and Shen Sisi are a couple.
There must be something wrong with the remaining Cheng Huan and Zuoran.
After all, today is a special day. Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. Yes, is it not possible? Dong Roland said solemnly, do you know that Nanxi is still sick? Can you eat this dinner? Cheng Huan sneered, why can't I eat it? According to you, I should starve to death?
He was rejected by Nanxi 999 times, and he also had countless times when he lost his appetite.
Who cared about him? Why should he be sad just because Nanxi is sick?
Sun Xiaoman said contemptuously, Cheng Huan, you are such a scumbag. You found a new lover so quickly.
Doesn't your conscience bother you?
When Cheng Huan was called a scumbag, his face darkened.
It is said that women are unreasonable. He learned his lesson today. Then, he sneered and said, what? You mean you want me to be single for the rest of my life?
Sun Xiaoman pursed her lips and said, in short, you must not let Nanxi down.
Hey, can you two be reasonable? Who let who down? Guzi didn't want to hear that and spoke up for him.
Cheng Huan had finally managed to break away from Nanxi, but these 2 people tried to stop him. As a brother, I absolutely support Cheng Huan's decision.
Dong Roland rolled her eyes at Guzi and said, stop butting in. This is none of your business. Guzi's face darkened. What does that have to do with you? Sun Xiaoman said, Nanxi is our good sister.
Guzi said, Cheng Huan is my good buddy. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Guzi, Dong Roland looked at Zuoran and said, Zuoran, Cheng Huan already has a girlfriend, don't be fooled by him.
Seniors, Cheng Huan and I are just ordinary friends. It's not as complicated as you think. You're worrying too much. Zuoran smiled bitterly. Now, she no longer wants to eat. It made her feel like a third party. It's so incredibly embarrassing. Let's go, ignore them, let's go eat.
Cheng Huan said this and took the lead and walked forward.
Guzi smiled at Dong Roland and Sun Xiaoman and said, how about you two come with us to the Dihao Hotel to eat something? Eat you to death. Sun Xiaoman glared at him. Forget it, why are you so fierce? Be careful you won't get married.
Guzi chuckled and caught up with Cheng Huan and the others. After watching Cheng Huan and the others walk away, Dong Roland and Sun Xiaoman were so angry that they stomped their feet. After a while, the 2 returned to the dormitory and sat on the chairs with angry faces.
The body also rises and falls drastically. What happened to you two? Xiaoya looked a little puzzled.
I was mad at Cheng Huan, that scumbag. Sun Xiaoman folded her hands in front of her, looking extremely angry.
Xiaoya asked in surprise, where did he make you two angry? Dong Roland said, downstairs. This bastard actually took Zuoran on a date.
Xiaoya was a little surprised and said, this bastard is really capable. He even managed to make an appointment with Zuoran. She is the school beauty who is as famous as Nanxi.
I wonder how many people are thinking about it.
However, Zuoran, like Nanxi, was dismissive of those suitors.
Now, he was going on a date with Cheng Huan for no apparent reason. This vacancy is filled. It's really fast.
Lying on the bed, Nanxi felt a dull pain in her heart after hearing the news. She now felt that Cheng Huan was getting further and further away from her, so she sat up and said, Roland, help me follow Cheng Huan.
I also want to go on a date with him tonight. Nanxi, are you crazy? Hearing Nancy's words, Sun Xiaoman frowned.
She couldn't imagine that Nanxi, who was usually as proud as a white swan, would actually say such words.
Even if you announce that you're pursuing someone, there's no need to be so aggressive, right? That is. Xiaoya also advised, Nanxi, is such a man still worthy of your love?
Dong Roland came to Nanxi's bed with a bottle of milk and persuaded her, Nanxi, I don't think you need to humiliate yourself anymore.
It's not worth it. Come, drink some anmuxi to warm your stomach.
Nanxi shook her head, I hurt him too deeply before, so he wants to leave me now.
I have to get him back now. Once the defenses are broken, love can no longer be controlled. Human beings can no longer stop her love for Cheng Huan. You two must have been enemies in your previous life.
At this moment, Dong Roland shook her head helplessly and had to walk out of the house with her long legs. When her sister asks for help, she must help.
even though she was very reluctant to do so.
After Dong Wolin left, Nancy quickly got out of bed to wash her face, put on makeup, and change clothes. She wanted to show her best side to Cheng Huan.
We must keep Cheng Huan's heart. Chapter 22. We are innocent.
Half an hour later, Cheng Huan, Air Guzi and the others took a taxi to the Dihao International Hotel. Since today is May 20th, there are too many people coming to the Dihao Hotel to eat and book rooms.
All kinds. Among them, the most common combination is the old and the young.
The woman's hands are full of various flowers.
These two bastards.
When Cheng Huan and his friends entered the hotel, Wang Lidong, who had been waiting there for a long time, hurried over to greet them. As soon as he came up to him, he bowed and said, "Boss."
Boss? Air Guzi? Shun Sisi? Zoran?
The three of them looked at each other.
Could it be that Cheng Huan is a rich second generation? When did you become the boss here?
After a moment, Air Guzi looked at Cheng Huan in astonishment.
This name is so fucking scary. This is a hotel worth billions.
It turned out to be Cheng Huan's.
Who wouldn't be surprised? Yesterday.
Cheng Huan smiled slightly.
Air Guzi asked, "Did the rich woman give it to you as well?"
Cheng Huan curled his lips. "You guessed right."
Sisi, come here and wake me up.
Air Guzi touched his cheek with his hand and said to Shun Sisi.
He felt like this was a dream. It's so unreal. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Cheng Huanqiu asked, "How is it? Does it hurt?" Fuck you.
Air Guzi rubbed his face and cursed.
The actions of the two made Shun Sisi and Zoran couldn't help laughing, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud here.
Her little face turned red. Even Wang Lidong, who was standing by, wanted to laugh.
After a moment, Cheng Huan said to Wang Lidong, "Remember this face. When he comes here to eat and stay, he can use his face as a card. The limit is 500,000. Okay." Wang Lidong quickly smiled and nodded. That's more like it. This made Air Guzi happy.
I can finally use my long face as a card.
Do you want Chinese or Western food tonight? Cheng Huan asked Shun Sisi and Zoran.
Western food. The two girls said in unison.
If you come to such a high-end place and don't eat some Western food, who would you be sorry for?
Cheng Huan nodded and said to Wang Lidong, "Go and get me a presidential suite, and arrange some Western food, 2 bottles of mitai, and 2 bottles of better red wine."
Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Please, boss. Wang Lidong quickly responded and extended his hand to invite Cheng Huan and others.
At this time, Dong Roland, who had followed and was hiding at the door, said to Nanshi via WeChat, "They are at the Dihao Hotel by the sea." After a while, Nanshi replied, "I got it, I'll be there right away." Soon after, Cheng Huan and his 3 companions, led by a female room steward, took a special elevator to the presidential suite 5018 on the 50th floor. As soon as they came in, Air Guzi and the other 2 were shocked by the luxurious decoration here. After Cheng Huan had been baptized by Oriental Miami No. 1, he was no longer surprised. After all, no matter how luxurious this place is, it can't be more luxurious than my own villa. While these people followed the housekeeper on a tour, Cheng Huan sat in the living room eating some welcome fruits. After a while, Air Guzi returned to the living room. Then, he sat down next to Cheng Huan with an excited look on his face and said, "Damn it, I don't want to go back to Yanjing now. I'll stay in Jingang and hang out with you.
Just arrange a manager for me."
Cheng Huan said with a look of disgust, "You'd better go back to Yanjing as soon as possible.
Staying here will only annoy me to death." Grass.
Air Guzi said angrily, "I'm leaving to make room for you in Jinlian."
He. Cheng Huan burst into laughter.
"Go back to Yanjing to gain experience for a while, and then come to help me later." After laughing, Cheng Huan also patted Air Guzi on the shoulder.
Although Air Guzi is ugly.
But also his brother.
Good. Air Guzi nodded happily. After a while, Air Guzi asked again, Huan, tell me honestly, what is going on with this hotel?"
Cheng Huan previously said that it was a gift from a rich woman, but that was all nonsense.
No one with a bit of intelligence would believe it. My situation is similar to Wang Duiyu's. I inherited a lot of property directly. This is the only explanation he can give for this matter now.
Anyway, Air Guzi has never been to his house.
Why are you so lucky?
Air Guzi's eyes were full of envy.
Your fate is bad?
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and teased, "You've been living a life of luxury since you were a child, and you're so ugly, but you still have a girlfriend as beautiful as Cece.
Do you know how many boys in school want to beat you to death? Hey, hey."
This guy smiled with his big teeth bared.
At this time, Cheng Huan's phone rang, and he saw a message from Zhao. "I heard that you rejected Nanshi's confession today?" This woman is really well informed. Even she knows it. "Cheng Huan, didn't I tell you yesterday that she and I are over? Zhao, is there anyone to celebrate with you tonight? If not, I'll accompany you."
Cheng Huan thought for a moment and replied, "I already have an appointment with a few friends tonight.
Let's meet some other day." "Zhao, okay. Who are you talking to?"
Seeing Cheng Huan put away his phone, Guzi asked.
Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "Zhao." Hearing the name, Guzi was stunned. "Our last year's school beauty Zhao? Kindness. When did you hook up with her?" "What do you mean by hook?"
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him.
"What does she want from you?" "Dating." "Isn't she married?" "Divorced." "Fuck, I asked you out on 520, and you still dare to say that you two are fine?" Cheng Huan shook his head and said, "She and I just met yesterday afternoon."
Guzi said with a smile, "This woman is absolutely hot. If you have the chance, don't hesitate, just take her." Cheng Huan looked at Guzi and smiled, "There is a chance, but I still remember that she was married."
In terms of appearance and temperament, Zhao is definitely worthy of Cheng Huan's attention.
However, the fact that he had been married made him feel uncomfortable.
Guzi said in a low voice with disdain, "What's wrong with being married?
When Cece was with me, there was no first time either. But that doesn't stop me from loving her in my heart."
Cheng Huan looked at him with disdain and said, "Married ones are different from second-hand ones." Guzi rolled his eyes and asked, "What's the difference?"
"As long as there is love in the heart, everything is the same regardless of how many marriages there are."
Cheng Huan shook his head, "The key is that I don't love her."
Guzi said with disdain, "You have such a handsome face for nothing. If I had a face as handsome as yours, I would not go to school, but go to the Black Horse Club to make money every day.
It would be fun and I could make money.
If I meet a rich woman who is generous, she can buy me a big hotel and turn my life around."
Cheng Huan laughed and said, "It's useless even if you are handsome, it's too short."
After a few tuts, the rich woman will definitely walk away in anger. Upon hearing this, Guzi said contemptuously, "You are useless, you still have nowhere to go."
"Damn it, do you believe I'm going to cheat on you tonight? If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head." "Okay, I'll give you a decent life tonight." Chapter 23 Is the boss cheating?
The two of them joked around for a while, and Cheng Huan probably felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach because he ate too much watermelon in the afternoon.
So he got up and went to the bathroom in the small living room.
More than 10 minutes later, he solved the problem and walked out of the bathroom. "While washing my hands, I suddenly heard Zuoran standing in the small living room outside and talking quietly on the phone. I'll tell you again, I've never promised you anything, and I've never liked you.
Please don't bother me again, okay? Yes, I already have a boyfriend now. We will go to get a room after dinner tonight. Are you satisfied with this answer?"
"I'm warning you, Ji Shixin, if you dare to come to our school to cause trouble for Cheng Huan, I will never talk to you again in my life."
"I have explained it to you now, I am hanging up."
When Zuoran put away the phone and turned around, she just happened to see Cheng Huan walking out of the bathroom. As soon as she saw Cheng Huan, the girl's face turned red.
"Who wants to trouble me?" Cheng asked with a smile. You heard everything?" Zuoran's face turned even redder. Thinking about what I just said, I felt extremely ashamed. After all, she used Cheng Huan as a shield.
Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "I'm not deaf, of course I heard everything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that without your permission and treated you as my boyfriend."
Zuoran said apologetically. "What's there to say sorry for?" Cheng Huan smiled and asked, "Who is this Ji Shixin? Is he very powerful?"
Zuoran nodded slightly and said, "He is the son of the boss of Haichang Group. I ranked first in the province in the exam and received 20,000 yuan in financial support from his father, so we got to know each other. He has been pursuing me for the past 3 years, but I never said yes to him.
He practices Sanda.
He won the provincial Sanda championship last year and was recruited to the provincial team for training. But he later got into a fight in the provincial team and was persuaded to withdraw." After hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled fearlessly and said, "It's okay.
I'm tough and I'm not afraid of being beaten."
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ran smiled bitterly.
Senior, I want to ask you something. You ask. Why did you reject Senior Nanshi?
Because when love is deep, it hurts, and I can't afford to be hurt anymore.
Zhuo Ran nodded gently, looked up at Cheng Huan and asked, Do you still love her? Cheng Huan said, It has faded.
In fact, we all think you two are a perfect match.
Why did you have to go through so much hardship?
Zhuo Ran said with some confusion.
Cheng Huan smiled and didn't explain.
Then he asked with a smile, You just said that we will go to get a room after dinner tonight, is that true?
Senior.
Zhuo Ran's pretty face instantly turned red to her ears.
This bad guy, why is he bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic?
What she said just now was completely intended to make Ji Shixin give up. Who would have thought that Cheng Huan heard it?
He.
Seeing her shy look, Cheng Huan laughed happily a few times. Then he added, It seems that what they say in the movies is true.
You can never trust what beautiful women say.
Zhuo Ran laughed twice. When the two returned to the living room, they saw Erguzi and Shinsisi sitting there talking and laughing.
No one knew what they were talking about. Seeing Cheng Huan and Zhuo Ran coming back together, Shinsisi asked with a smile, Huan, what were you and Zhuo Ran secretly talking about in there? You are asking very detailed questions. Erguzi rolled his eyes at Shinsisi and said, What can two single guys talk about together? Of course, it's about love. After hearing what Erguzi said, Zhuo Ran blushed again.
Senior, there is a piano here, please play a few songs for us.
Zhuo Ran said. I want to hear it, too. Shinsisi followed up. No problem.
Cheng Huan chuckled and nodded, then sat down in front of the piano and began to play and sing. In addition to singing The Dream That Can't Awaken Again, he also sang Flying Birds and Cicadas.
The entire process was also recorded by Shinsisi and Zhuo Ran with their mobile phones. At this moment, Zhuo Ran has been completely conquered by Cheng Huan's musical talent.
In the past, the majors she most wanted to study were vocal music and dance. However, this kind of expenditure is not something that an average family can afford. When she was 9 years old, her father died in a work-related accident while working in another place. Over the years, she has been living with her mother and younger sister. Seeing her mother working so hard, the sensible girl studied hard and never made excessive demands. It's true that a noble son comes from a poor family.
Senior, can you teach me to play the piano in the future? Zhuo Ran asked.
Shinsisi smiled and said, If you want to learn, he would be eager to teach you step by step.
Erguzi said, You still call him Senior? I think calling him Huan is more intimate.
After hearing this, Zhuo Ran blushed and smiled. Cheng Huan also smiled and nodded, No problem, if you want to learn, I will teach you everything I know in the future.
Don't talk about it later, teach me everything you know now. Shinsisi followed up. Come, let me teach you the basics of keystrokes first.
Cheng Huan generously pulled Zhuo Ran to sit on the chair and began to teach her step by step. There are 52 white keys on the piano keyboard from left to right, and 36 black keys are arranged in parallel on the upper half of the white keys.
The white key to the left of the two black keys is Do.
At this moment, in the hotel lobby,
Nanshi, dressed fresh and brightly, came and met Dong Wolin in the lobby.
They have gone upstairs.
Dong Wolin said.
Which floor?
Nanshi asked. It's a special elevator, you can't see it. I'll go ask. Nanshi nodded and walked directly towards the female lobby manager. Hello, can you tell me which room upstairs the two men and two women took the special elevator to? Nanshi asked the female lobby manager carefully. Who are you?
When the female lobby manager heard that the person was looking for the boss, she did not dare to be negligent.
I'm a friend of those people. We had an appointment to come here today to celebrate 520. But I had a cold and a fever, so we arrived late.
Now my phone is out of battery, so I can't contact them.
Nanshi said. Our boss is in the presidential suite upstairs. I'll call him and ask him. What's your name, miss? The female lobby manager said.
She didn't dare to make the decision on her own on such matters.
It's better to call and ask to be safe.
After all, Cheng Huan already has a beautiful girl by his side. This made her careful.
Boss? Nanshi and Dong Wolin were both surprised and looked at each other. Soon, Dong Wolin asked, You mean Cheng Huan is the owner of your hotel? The female manager nodded in surprise and said, Yes. This hotel is his. didn't he tell you?
Dong Roland said to Nanshi, Nanshi, this bastard actually hid his identity from us for 4 years. I always thought he was just a child from an ordinary family.
I didn't expect that he was actually a rich second generation. No, I have to call and ask him what he means.
As she spoke, the girl took out her cell phone and made a call. The female manager took a look and saw that the phone had power.
Could it be that the boss is cheating and the legal girlfriend is here to catch the mistress? Chapter 24. It was you who pushed me away. Ding-a-ling.
Just when Cheng Huan was earnestly teaching Zuoran to play the piano, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he took out his cell phone and saw that it was Dong Roland's number, he frowned.
After the call was connected, he asked, "Why are you calling?"
Dong Roland said, "Come down quickly to pick up Nanshi."
Cheng Huan was slightly surprised. Nanshi is here?
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Guzi and the other two were all stunned.
Oh my god, they've caught up with me. They really don't understand it now.
Cheng Huan pursued Nanshi for 4 years but was still not moved.
Now, look what has happened, they've even come right to our doorstep. What on earth is Nanshi trying to do?
Yes, Nanshi and I are in the hotel lobby, come down and pick her up quickly. After Dong Roland finished speaking, she hung up the phone.
Seeing Cheng Huan put down his phone, Guzi asked in surprise, "Is Nanshi chasing us?" Kindness.
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
Looks like it's going to be lively tonight. Guzi smiled. Not long after, Cheng Huan came downstairs and saw Nanshi and Dong Roland.
When he saw Nanshi's sickly appearance, his heart ached.
"What are you doing here?" Cheng Huan said in a gentle tone. He wanted to ask loudly.
But the habit he developed over the past 4 years made him speak softly and warmly in front of Nanshi.
"I want to spend 520 with you," Nanshi said pitifully. "Nanshi, can you please stop doing this? It's really over between us, please let me go."
Cheng Huan said somewhat helplessly. Nanshi said with tears in her eyes, Huan, I don't want it to end.
I want to be with you. I love you."
Cheng Huan, if you are a man, don't treat Nanshi like this.
When a girl stands in front of you and begs you to love her, what a humble mentality it is. What else do you want from her? Dong Roland on the side said with red eyes.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned deeply.
Why?
Cheng Huan sighed, then said, "Let's go upstairs to eat first." He really couldn't bear to be cruel to Nanshi.
Especially now that he looks so sick. It's not that he's indecisive.
But he knows how painful it feels to be rejected.
Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. You guys go ahead, I won't get involved in your business. Dong Roland didn't want to go with them.
Cheng Huan glanced at Dong Roland and said, "You don't need a pair of chopsticks."
Dong Roland shook her head and said, "This is not about a difference in a pair of chopsticks. It's that I am not suitable to sit and eat with you guys. Remember, after dinner, send Nanshi back safely." "No." Cheng Huan responded and walked towards the special elevator. Soon, Nanshi caught up.
After a slight hesitation, she reached out and held Cheng Huan's arm. Being held by Nanshi, Cheng Huan just gave a bitter smile.
"Nanshi, you know what?
Before yesterday, I dreamed of walking anywhere with you like this. But today, I no longer feel that joyful mood. You hold my arm, just like Guzi holds me, there is no feeling at all." Nanshi felt distressed, but she was not discouraged and said, "I know you don't have any feelings for me now, but I will slowly win your heart back."
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and shook his head again. "There is really no possibility for you and me. I have fallen in love with Zoran now.
She is my girlfriend now."
Tears flowed from Nanshi's eyes involuntarily.
But she still forced a smile and choked up as she said, "I will compete with her."
Cheng Huan stopped and looked at Nanshi with mixed feelings. He reached out to wipe Nanshi's tears and said, "Can you please stop torturing me? Let me have a good relationship in college, okay? Then let's fall in love together, I will give you all my love." Nanshi said pitifully. Cheng Huan looked at Nanshi with some surprise.
"I feel like this girl's brain must have been stimulated."
After a moment, he said with a look of disappointment, "Nanshi, stop humiliating yourself. It's over between us." "No."
In grief, Nanshi hugged Cheng Huan and cried in his arms, "It's not over yet.
I don't want it to end."
The actions of the two also attracted many people in the hotel to look at them.
Young people nowadays are really ignorant.
They would abandon such a good girlfriend.
You still have the nerve to criticize others. Don't you men all like other people's wives? Who said that? The red flag of my family will never fall. Hearing what these people said, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They must have all thought that Cheng Huan had abandoned Nanxi. Let's go, Zhuo Ran and the others are still upstairs waiting for me to go back for dinner. Cheng Huan patted Nanxi on the back, gently pushed her away, and entered the elevator together. In the elevator, Nanxi quickly took out a small mirror from her bag and touched up her makeup, not wanting anyone to see her in this state. Can you still tell that I cried? After taking a break, Nanxi asked Cheng Huan. Much better, said Cheng Huan. The elevator arrived at the station, the door opened, and Nanxi took Cheng Huan's arm again. Can we not do this? Cheng Huan frowned. If they go back into the house like this, even if nothing happened between them, people will still misunderstand them. I don't. The cool school beauty pouted her lips. Do you know what you look like now? Like what? Cheng Huan frowned and said, like me in the past, a big bootlicker. I don't care as long as I can make you change your mind. Nanxi said. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, do you still remember Christmas Eve in your sophomore year? That day, you also had a cold and a fever, and you didn't eat for a whole day. Dong Roland secretly told me that you wanted to drink the 8 treasure porridge from Joji Porridge Shop. So, while everyone else was celebrating Christmas Eve, I was out in the freezing cold of more than 10 degrees Celsius going to look for the owner of Joji Porridge Shop. That night, it was snowing heavily outside and the road was blocked. I finally found the boss's home, but he refused to go back to the porridge shop to do business no matter what. In the end, I knelt at the door of his house for more than an hour before I moved the lady boss and got her to walk back to the porridge shop with me and buy you a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. At that time, you were all in my heart. As long as you needed me, I would do it for you even if I froze to death on the street. At this moment, Nanxi started crying again. The makeup I just put on is ruined again. Then, Cheng Huan opened his sportswear, revealing a hideous scar on his shoulder. See this scar? Nanxi nodded, reached out and gently touched the scar, and asked, what happened? Cheng Huan asked, do you still remember that playboy Guo Chanlong from outside the school who used to harass you? Nanxi nodded and asked, did he hurt me? No. Cheng Huan shook his head, pulled his sportswear back on and said, I hurt myself. Why? Nanxi looked puzzled. Cheng Huan smiled and said, because I want to tell him in the most ruthless way that if he dares to harass you again, this knife will fall on him. Why are you so stupid? Nanxi was already crying her eyes out. She knew that Cheng Huan was good to her. But I didn't expect it to be this good. She hated herself for knowing this only now. Soon, Cheng Huan said again, I said this not to impress you. I said this to tell you how real my love for you was, but you always turned a blind eye to it. No. Nanxi shook her head vigorously and refused to admit it. She cares about Cheng Huan, and has always cared about him. If she didn't care about Cheng Huan, she wouldn't have to torture herself like this. Nanxi, I reject you now, not because I, Cheng Huan, feel sorry for you, but because you pushed me away little by little. I was wrong. Give me a chance to reform and let me pursue you. Nanxi begged, crying. Cheng Huan started to feel dizzy before he even drank the drink. Chapter 25 Because I have the capital. Come on, let's go in. After a while, Cheng Huan brought Nanxi to the presidential suite. Hello, Nanxi. Hello, senior. Guzi, Shinxisi, Zhuo Ran and the other 3 also greeted Nanxi enthusiastically. Hello. Nanxi took off the arrogant and cold appearance she wore at school and greeted Guzi and the others with a smile. While the 3 women were chatting together, Guzi pulled Cheng Huan into the small living room and started smoking. Dude, why do I feel like Nanxi has completely changed into a different person? I think she's crazy now. Cheng Huan covered his face with his hands and rubbed them dryly for a few times, then smiled bitterly and said, she just told me outside that she was wrong, and begged me to give her another chance to reform, and she wanted to chase me. You promised? No. So what are you going to do? I don't know now. Cheng Huan shook his head and also took a puff of his cigarette. Grass. Guzi cursed and said, I think you should stop hesitating. After all, you loved her so much. Cheng Huan exhaled a puff of smoke and said, that was in the past. With the release of the confession system, Cheng Huan's mood also relaxed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Guzi that he wanted to get into a new relationship. Are you ready to pursue Zhuo Ran with all your strength? Guzi asked. Cheng Huan shook his head, do you know what Zhao said to me yesterday? Say what? Guzi glanced at Chung Huan.
Chung Huan chuckled and said, she said that only rich men are qualified to think about beautiful women.
Fuck, this woman's mouth is still so poisonous.
Guzi cursed directly.
Chung Huan smiled and said, what I told her was not entirely true. A man as rich as me doesn't need to think about any beautiful women. It should be those beautiful women who think about me.
Your words are very powerful.
Guzi nodded at Chung Huan with a smile.
Chung Huan put out his cigarette and said, so, I won't pursue anyone easily anymore.
Whoever wants my heart, come and chase me. Guzi said, you are getting too arrogant. Because I have the capital. Cheng Huan smiled. Ding-a-ling.
At this time, Chung Huan and Guzi's cell phones rang at the same time. They took it out and saw that it was a video invitation from Yu Yunfei, the roommate in the dormitory.
The two of them answered the call and saw that Wang Zhangnan was also online.
As soon as he saw Yu Yunfei, Guzi asked, Xiaoxi, why do you look like this now? In the video, Yu Yunfei has long hair, untidy beard, and sunken eyes, as if he had smoked opium. There is no trace of the neat and tidy look he had in school.
Is this a blow from a ruthless society?
Yu Yunfei said in the video, I've been so busy lately that I don't have time to clean myself up. This guy, like Wang Zhangnan, studied electronic information engineering. I currently work in a telecommunications company in my hometown, as a glorious signal tower erector. There is no way, the talent competition is too serious now.
Boss, I heard that you rejected the school beauty's confession today? Soon, Yu Yunfei asked with a smile in the video.
Cheng Huan curled his lips and said, fuck, this is really true that good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. However, this seems to be the first case in the history of Jinggang University where someone bravely rejected the love confession of a campus beauty.
It is not surprising that it can be spread by many people. Guzi laughed and said, our boss is so awesome now.
2 school beauties are accompanying him tonight to celebrate 520.
I'm so jealous. Wang Zhangnan asked in surprise, Guzi, who are they? Guzi's smile looks really ugly in the special effects shot.
Then, he whispered, of course it's Nanxi and Zuoran, the 2 school beauties.
Oh my god. Awesome.
The 2 people in the video exclaimed together.
Chung Huan could only smile bitterly at the camera.
Soon, Guzi said with great joy, by the way, our boss is now a real rich second generation, don't you know that?
The Imperial International Hotel in Jinggang is under his name. We are now sitting in the presidential suite of this hotel, waiting to eat lobster and abalone and drink Maotai. Ah!
Wang Zhangnan was stunned. Yu Yunfei, your chin can't be lowered. 3.14 seconds later, Wang Zhangnan said, boss, when we go back, you have to let us stay in the presidential suite.
Yu Yunfei said, I really want to go back now. I'm not going to work anymore.
I'll just be a bag carrier for the boss from now on. When he heard someone was trying to steal his job, Guzi cursed, get lost.
I'll carry the boss's bag. You can only wash his feet.
Wang Zhangnan chimed in, your face is too long.
It's not suitable for you to carry the boss's bag.
You're more suitable for rubbing his back. Chung Huan smiled and said, you all should go to work honestly first. I will arrange opportunities for you 3 to carry bags, wash feet, and rub backs in the future.
Clear.
The 2 responded. Not long after, Nanxi, Zuoran, and Shinsisi, who were sitting and chatting in the large living room, also heard the laughter in the small living room and all came over. Guzi also turned the camera around and took in all 3 people, saying with a smile, look at these 3 beauties in our boss's harem. Nanxi was happy to hear Guzi's words.
Zuoran is shy.
Shinsisi bit her lip and glared.
Yu Yunfei said, Guzi, isn't Shinsisi your little quail?
Guzi said, she has already betrayed me and hooked up with Huan Huan. These 2 are now openly conspiring in front of me to feed me arsenic so that we can have sex tonight.
You want to die. You keep talking nonsense every day. Shinsisi walked up and hit Guzi, then sat next to him and greeted Wang Zhangnan and Yu Yunfei in the video.
Then, Nanxi also sat next to Chung Huan and waved to Wang Zhangnan and Yu Yunfei in front of the camera.
Love the house and love the dog.
Now, Cheng Huan's friends are her friends.
You have to show your enthusiasm. School beauty, after 4 years, you finally said something to me.
Yu Yunfei was quite excited when he heard Nanxi's greetings. In the past, they could only watch Nanxi from afar and had no chance to talk to her at all.
When will you 2 return to school? I'll treat you two to dinner then. Nan, she said generously again.
If you can deal with the guys around Chung Huan, you're halfway to success. Just like how Chung Huan had controlled her 3 roommates, he fed her sweet talk every day. Wang Zhangnan said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I will be able to go back around the 10th of next month." When Nanshi heard Yu Yunfei calling her sister-in-law, her pretty face was full of joy. She nodded readily. "When you come back, I'll treat you to 2 meals." At this time, Zhuo Ran felt very uncomfortable. There was no comparison before. So she could still maintain her dignity in front of Chang Huan.
Now Nanshi is here. She couldn't hold on any longer.
A boy like Chung Huan who has good looks, talent, and wealth.
She must compete well with Nanshi.
She was seen sitting on the other side of Cheng Huan, leaning her head towards Chung Huan, and greeting Wang Zhangnan and Yu Yunfei in the video.
"Hi. Hello, sister-in-law."
This time, Yu Yunfei learned his lesson and quickly tried to please Zhuo Ran. Now, no matter which one is the real sister-in-law and which one is the fake sister-in-law. In short, they all shouted, and there is no doubt about it. These days, if you were sweet-mouthed, you won't suffer any loss.
Don't offend anyone. Hearing this name, Zhuo Ran blushed.
But he did not refuse and smiled at Yunfei.
"Damn, did you two eat shit tonight? Your mouths are so sweet."
Cheng Huan cursed at the 2 men with a smile. "As soon as I came up, I paid homage to the top of the mountain."
Is this okay? Chapter 26, Things Money Can't Buy.
Not long after, a group of hotel waiters came in pushing a food cart. Various meals began to be delivered to Chung Huan and his friends. It filled a large table in the suite's dining room.
"Boss, it's time to eat."
A beautiful waitress in a red cheongsam entered the small living room and said to Chung Huan.
After hearing this, Chung Huan waved goodbye to Wang Zhangnan and Yu Yunfei and turned off the video. Everyone walked into the restaurant.
The table was filled with lobster, abalone, marbled beef, bluefin tuna sashimi, Spanish ham, white sturgeon caviar, French fried foie gras. Of course, there were also 2 bottles of mutai in ochre bottles and 2 bottles of red wine with the name Romani Conti written on them that he specifically requested. Click, click, click. Before they even started eating, the 3 girls took out their cell phones and started taking photos and videos.
It's time to post on WeChat moments and start showing off again. There's nothing I can do about it, it's a woman's hobby.
After the 3 women finished taking the photos, everyone sat down in their respective seats. On both sides of Cheng Huan, one is Nanshi and the other is Zhuo Ran.
One is cold and noble, the other is gentle and elegant.
"Oh my god, this is Maodai 15 years old." Seeing the 2 bottles of mutai, Arguzi exclaimed.
"This is the top-grade vintage mutai.
A 15-year-old one is worth at least 8,000 renminbi. He knew him because they had drunk together once before.
I'll take care of you tonight, drink." Cheng Huan smiled. "Although they are not alcoholics. But I still yearn for good wine. I feel relieved when you say this."
Arguzi said with a happy look on his face.
"Can you drink?"
Cheng Huan asked Nanshi and Zhuo Ran who were beside him.
"Able." They both nodded. Now is not the time to show weakness? Next, the 5 of them ate and chatted.
With Arguzi, the lively guy, livening up the atmosphere, everyone was in a very happy mood.
When people are happy, drinking becomes a pleasure. 2 bottles of mutai were quickly drunk by the 5 of them.
Of course, it was mainly because Cheng Huan and Arguzi drank too much.
One person can drink more than 6 taels.
The rest were taken by 3 women, Shenxisi, Nanshi, and Zhuo Ran. Then they started drinking the 2 bottles of red wine. After looking at the red wine with foreign words on it, Arguzi asked a nearby waiter what kind of wine it was.
He didn't know French, let alone this wine.
Before the waiter could introduce the wine, Nanshi, with a red face, introduced it to them first. This red wine is called Romane Conti, known as the king of wines, but the production is very small. Wine master Robert Parker said that Romane Conti is a wine that multi-millionaires can afford, but only billionaires can afford to drink. This bottle of 2007 Chateau Conti should cost around 260,000 yuan.
After hearing Nanshi's introduction, Arguzi and the others all widened their eyes.
Even Cheng Huan was slightly surprised. They didn't expect that this bottle of red wine would cost 260,000 yuan.
Poverty limits their imagination.
Damn, if I had known this wine was so expensive, I would not have drunk mutai before. At this time, Arguzi complained.
The face grew longer again. A bottle of mutai costs only over 8,000 yuan.
This bottle of red wine costs 260,000 yuan.
Cheng Huan said to Guzi generously, drink as much as you can tonight.
I will let them serve you as much as you can drink.
Then I won't be polite. Guzi said with a smile.
Because this red wine is so expensive, Guzi really drinks it like crazy. Even Cheng Huan and the three girls didn't hold back and started drinking heavily. Soon, the 2 bottles of Chateau Conti were finished by the 5 of them.
Give us 5 more bottles.
Cheng Huan instructed the waiter nearby.
This wine is really delicious.
The waiter said to Cheng Huan, Boss, Mr. Wang has instructed that we only have 2 bottles of this wine in our hotel.
What is something that is hard to buy even with money? This is it.
No matter how rich Cheng Huan is, he can't drink it now. Nanshi explained, in a good year, we can only produce more than 6,000 bottles of this wine, and in a bad year, we can only produce more than 3,000 bottles. Just think about how many rich people there are in the world waiting to drink this wine. So, we are lucky to be able to drink 2 bottles tonight. After hearing this, Guzi said with a disappointed look on his face, Damn, I thought I could really drink as much as I want tonight, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Upon hearing what he said, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him. He didn't expect that this wine was so scarce.
I spoke out of turn.
Suddenly, Cheng Huan remembered that there seemed to be 51% of the shares of Romane Conti Winery for sale in the System Mall. It's just that the price is too expensive, as high as 30 billion worth of super rich people.
However, there is a 2% chance of winning. As the saying goes, having hair doesn't mean you are bald. This 2% winning rate is also a hope. Moreover, he has now purchased 3 products, Chanel, Basketball King Card, and Singing King Card. There are 9 items left in the mall.
The probability of being selected has increased greatly.
System, I want 10 consecutive draws.
In order to be able to drink this kind of wine every day in the future, he wants to take a chance. What if your luck explodes?
Even if you win other products, that's not bad either. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
After thanking him 9 times in a row, Cheng Huan's face turned black. I secretly prayed in my heart that he wouldn't say thank you for your patronage 10 times.
This is so damn expensive. That's 100 million at a time. This is probably the most generous lottery in the world. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Fuck. Cheng Huan cursed in his heart.
1 billion worth of wealth was just wasted.
System, your lottery is a scam. Cheng Huan was dissatisfied and went to the system to settle the score.
Ding, this system has already given a reminder that there is an 85% chance that the prize will be thank you for your patronage in each draw. Looking at the 700 million godly rich points he still had left, Cheng Huan decided to give it another try.
Slap me 7 more times.
If he doesn't win anything this time, I won't play next time even if I kill him.
Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
After saying thank you for your patronage 6 times in a row, Cheng Huan's face turned very dark. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 2 billion in godly rich value. Finally, on the 7th time, he won the prize. Moreover, it is a grand prize worth 2 billion. This time the 7 consecutive draws were pretty good. He earned back all the money he had lost and made a profit of 300 million. Another 10 draw streak. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the formula for the rejuvenating cream. After the button thank you for your patronage rang 4 times in a row, he finally heard that he had won an item. He took a look at the introduction of the rejuvenating cream. It's nothing more than some chemical formulas to cheat women out of their money.
Now, there are 8 items left in the mall.
The chances of winning the jackpot are greater. Cheng Huan decided to pursue the victory. He just didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to win the Romane Conti winery today.
It would be even better if we could win an oil field. Chapter 27. Today is a good day.
Next, the sound of thank you for your patronage was heard continuously. With the spirit of never giving up, Cheng Huan bought another 10 draw pack.
But, I was disappointed again. In just a dozen seconds, 2 billion worth of wealth was gone. Cheng Huan was furious. Grandma Sheepies. System, exchange 1 billion godly rich points for main. Cheng Huan began to use his savings in RMB to exchange for godly rich points.
Even though he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood.
But his unyielding spirit makes him never tired of it.
If he doesn't win the Chateau Conti today, he would sell all his hotels, villas, and supercars.
Just so stubborn.
Unfortunately, these 1 billion renminbi have gone down the drain again, all just to thank you for your patronage. Another 10 draw streak. This time, out of 10 consecutive draws, he won the set of Song Dynasty Ru Kiln tea set. Although this set of tea set is very valuable.
But Chang Huan only drinks wine and rarely drinks tea.
What tea to drink, young man?
Got to drink. Now, there are only 7 items left in the mall. The probability has increased again. Chang Huan, why are you standing there without saying anything and being so depressed?
Seeing that Chang Huan was distracted and didn't say anything, Erguzi asked. Chang Huan came back to his senses and said, I'm thinking about something, you guys continue.
There's no more wine, what are you continuing? Erguzi said. Keep eating.
After Chang Huan rolled his eyes at Erguzi, he instructed the system to exchange 1 billion godly rich points. He had a conflict with the lottery today. If he can't win the winery, he will never give up. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 billion in godly rich value. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 billion in godly rich value. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 51% of the shares of European Viva Model Agency.
All registration procedures have been completed.
This time, I drew 10 times in a row and finally won 3 grand prizes.
Chang Huan's gloomy face finally lit up a little. System, is this model agency buying back at the original price? Ding, yes.
Sell it, help me buy the shares of Romane Conti Winery, and exchange it for 3 billion renminbi. This useless company is of no use to him.
He doesn't plan to have a harem, so it's better not to have one.
Ding, it is recommended that the host mortgage 51% of the shares of the European Viva Model Agency to this system.
After obtaining enough godly rich value in the future, you can redeem it.
After all, the companies in the mall are carefully selected by this system and will be more valuable in the future.
Is this still possible?
Chang Huan was stunned for a moment.
Of course, this system is fully functional.
Then mortgage it.
Ding successfully mortgaged 51% of the shares of European Viva Model Agency and obtained 28 billion in wealth.
Ding has purchased 51% of the shares of Domain Romane Conti, and all registration procedures have been completed.
Ding, 3 billion renminbi has been exchanged. Ding dong.
A text message came on my mobile phone, reminding me that 3 billion renminbi had arrived in my account.
Yeah.
When Chang Huan heard the system prompt sound, he couldn't help but shout loudly. From then on, he became the largest shareholder of Chateau Conti.
Drink as much as you want. No matter who tries to stop him, it will be useless. Today is definitely a good day.
His loud shout scared Nanshi and the others so much that they almost jumped up,
looking at him with a puzzled expression. There's no more wine to drink, what the hell are you doing?
Coming back to his senses, Erguzi rolled his eyes at Chang Huan. Chang Huan laughed and said, not today, but sooner or later, I will let you drink from the barrel.
Erguzi laughed after hearing this and said, you said that, we all heard it. If you lie, you are a liar. Chang Huan nodded, and then secretly asked the system, can you find the phone number of the manager of Chateau Conti? Yes, it has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Byte.
At this time, Chang Huan's cell phone rang.
The text message came. He clicked on it and saw the contact information of Orland Weiland. Who among you speaks English well? After seeing the contact information, Chang Huan asked Nanshi and the other 3 women. Although he and Erguzi can have a simple conversation in English, it's all in Chinese. I guess only locals can understand it.
Nanshi said, my English is level 6, but I am not good at conversation and I forget words easily.
Shanxisi smiled bitterly and said, I'm level 4.
Zuoran said, I have passed the level 6 exam and can communicate in English.
Wow, you are indeed a top student. Chang Huan asked Zuoran, I am a major shareholder of Chateau Conti, what do you say?
Zuoran translated this sentence to Chang Huan with a puzzled look on her face. After Chang Huan wrote it down, he dialed the number directly. Soon, the phone was connected and a burst of gibberish in French came out. Chang Huan said in his somewhat embarrassing English, hello, Orant Villant, I am Chang Huan, the major shareholder of Chateau Conti. After listening to Chang Huan's Chinese English, everyone in the room was surprised. When did Chang Huan become the major shareholder of Romane Conti Winery? Since he is a major shareholder, how come he doesn't even recognize the wine produced by his own winery? They are now finding it increasingly difficult to understand Chung Huan. When Orland heard it was Chung Huan, he smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Chang, I'm glad to receive your call.
Do you have any instructions?"
Chung Huan could tell that Orlante was probably over 60 years old.
He said, "Wait a minute, I'll let my translator talk to you." Orland said, "Okay."
Chung Huan handed the phone to Zhuo Ran and told her, "Translate according to what I say."
Zhuo Ran nodded. Chung Huan said, "I need some red wine now.
Send some to the Imperial International Hotel in Jingang City, Huaxia, as quickly as possible."
Zhuo Ran translated what Chung Huan said with trepidation.
When the other party heard what Zhuo Ran said, he did not react much. Instead, he spoke a series of English words calmly.
Zhuo Ran said to Chung Huan,
"He said he knew and will arrange for someone to send you 100 boxes of 11 types of wine from the winery right away." When they heard that so much wine was delivered, everyone clicked their tongues.
"Damn it. How much does this cost?" "Wrong. This is not something that money can buy."
After hearing this, Chung Huan said, "Tell him that this amount of wine is not enough for me to drink.
I need at least 200 boxes.
Let him come to Huaxia if he has a chance. I'll treat him to mutai and barbecue.
The wine cellar in my villa is quite large. This little bit of wine can't fill the bottle at all. If even the major shareholders of a winery can't drink the good wine produced by their own winery, then what's the point of having this winery?"
He was so angry that he refused to sell a single bottle and kept it all for himself.
"So arrogant." Zhuo Ran translated it again. Orland continued to talk a lot on the phone. Zhuo Ran said, "He said no problem, he will definitely meet your needs. If he has time, he will definitely come to China. I hope you have time to visit the winery. He will treat you with the best French cuisine." Chapter 28. What a coincidence.
Chung Huan said with a pleased look on his face, "Tell him that I will go to pick grapes in the fall and make a few barrels of red wine myself." Soon, Zhuo Ran translated Chang Huan's words. Then, Orland also said a few more words.
After listening, Zhuo Ran also put down her phone.
After handing it back to Chung Huan, he said that it must be the most delicious wine in the world.
He is looking forward to your coming.
After Chang Huan put away his phone, he smiled and said, "Let him wait and see."
"Huan, when did you become a major shareholder of Chateau Conti?"
At this time, Nanshi asked with a look of surprise.
Cheng Huan shrugged, "It's a long story, so don't ask. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it."
Nanshi pouted her lips. Seeing her delicate and lovely appearance, Chung Huan felt conflicted again.
"I inherited some inheritance."
Chung Huan had no choice but to explain it this way.
"This will be the explanation in the future." Huan, where are we going next?" Guzi asked, still feeling a little unsatisfied. "There is no wine to drink now. Just move on to the next show."
In the past, he was basically the one who arranged everything.
"We have to kill the big guys today." Chung Huan looked at the time.
It was almost 9 o'clock.
He said, "What else can I do? Let's go back to school and sleep." "Don't worry."
When he heard that Cheng Huan was going back to school, Guzi said anxiously, "There is only 1,520 a year, and there are 2 campus beauties accompanying you.
Tomorrow is the weekend, so why are you going to sleep? Huan, why don't we go karaoke?"
Nanshi, who was standing by, suddenly hugged Chung Huan's right arm, rested her head on his shoulder and said, "I want to hear you sing the song, 'A Dream That Can't Awaken.'
I've been listening to it on repeat for the whole afternoon. It's so beautiful." This girl obviously doesn't consider herself an outsider anymore. Even though Cheng Huan pushed it secretly, it didn't move. He really wanted to ask Nanshi, "Are you still the cold and arrogant schoolbelle? Why are you acting like a dog licker now?" Because of so many people involved, he couldn't get angry. Just let her be happy for one night.
"I will continue to be a passerby tomorrow."
Huan, I want to sing, too."
Soon, Shenxisi also said to Chung Huan with shining eyes.
Guzi said, "I have no objection either."
Now, only Zhuo Ran did not express his opinion. She now feels like an outsider and it is not easy for her to express her opinions casually.
"Zhuo Ran, do you want to go?"
Seeing that Zhuo Ran was the only one who hadn't spoken, Chung Huan looked at her. Zhuo Ran hesitated for a moment, then nodded to Chung Huan and said, "If you all go, I'll go too."
After hearing this, Chung Huan asked the Cheongsam waiter nearby, "Is there a KTV in our hotel?" The waiter nodded and said, "The 15th floor of the hotel is the business club, where you can sing." Chang Huan said, "Go and help me arrange it."
We'll go downstairs in a bit and find me a guitar to send in.
Okay. The waiter responded and went out to make arrangements.
At this moment, Erguzi on the opposite side was grinning foolishly at Cheng Huan again. Seeing this smile, Cheng Huan simply picked up a piece of bread and threw it at him.
I can't laugh?
After Erguzi dodged for a while, he looked very indignant.
You're not funny.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him. Erguzi continued to laugh and said, I see that you and the two school beauties look like a couple.
I want to know what you will choose in the future. Puff. Shen Sisi burst into laughter.
Nanshi had a beaming smile on her face. Zhuo Ran lowered her head with a red face.
This guy is really outspoken and dares to say anything. Sisi, where's the arsenic? Just feed it to him.
Cheng Huan said to Shen Sisi.
Delang, take your medicine.
The next moment, Shen Sisi picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it in a lot of mustard sauce, and put it into Erguzi's mouth. After a while, Erguzi started to cry and snot. Seeing him like this, he made all three beauties laugh out loud. This mustard can definitely relax your muscles, invigorate your blood circulation, and open up your brain and spirit. It's enough to wake Ergu up. Not long after, the waitress came back and informed Cheng Huan that a private room had been arranged in the club and he could go downstairs to play now.
Leave. Cheng Huan shouted, then got up and went downstairs. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the business club on the 15th floor.
As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw a pretty female manager, about 30 years old, waiting for me. Boss, the private room has been arranged. Seeing Cheng Huan and others coming down, the female manager said.
Take us there. Cheng Huan nodded indifferently, with the demeanor of a boss.
There was no way, his body had been cleansed by the system. Naturally, he possesses some of the aura of a superior.
Boss, please.
The female manager stretched out her hand and led Cheng Huan and the others towards a private room in the club. This club is decorated luxuriously in golden, with an air of tycoonism everywhere. Just when Cheng Huan had followed the female manager not far, he saw a little girl running out of a private room. She was dressed in a fresh and bright style and was very pretty.
Cheng Huan looked at her.
And she also looked at Cheng Huan. Soon, Cheng Huan stopped and laughed at her.
My great niece, what a coincidence.
The little girl was so beautiful after changing into her new clothes that he almost didn't recognize her. After Erguzi and others heard this, their minds were full of question marks.
When did Cheng Huan get such a beautiful niece? It's really haunting.
Soon, the little girl pouted and looked at Cheng Huan with disapproval. Seeing her like this, Cheng Huan decided to play a good trick on her.
To avenge the trick she gave me this afternoon. He put his hands behind his back, pretending to be mature, and asked the girl with a smile, Didn't your mother call you in the evening? What's it to you? The girl glared at Cheng Huan again.
In the evening, Li Tsuei did call her. He also gave her Cheng Huan's cell phone number and WeChat account and asked her to apologize to Cheng Huan.
But the girl agreed on the surface, and then chose to forget about it.
It was Cheng Huan who was staring at him with a lustful look and not looking at the road.
Who should he look for after falling down? You want her to apologize? Maybe next life. He. Cheng Huan smiled. He guessed that Li Tsuei definitely didn't scold her lightly.
Otherwise there wouldn't be such resistance.
However, he overthought.
At this time, another man walked out of the private room. He is not very old, only about 20 years old. He was wearing a Prada casual suit and had a short crew cut.
He has a face that looks like he's been beaten. Looks so cool.
As soon as he came out, the young man with a flat head gave Cheng Huan a very unfriendly look.
Then, he asked the little girl with a suspicious look on his face, Wang Yuxuan, who is this person?
After hearing what the young man with the flat head said, Cheng Huan finally knew the girl's name.
It sounds pretty nice.
Who he is has nothing to do with you. Soon, Wang Yuxuan spoke to the young man with a flat head in a cold voice. It seems that this young man is even less popular than Cheng Huan.
Chapter 29, Get Them All Out.
Wang Yuxuan, stop making trouble.
Let's go back and continue singing. I promise I won't bully you again.
After the flat-headed young man persuaded her for a while, he even tried to pull Wang Yuxuan's hand.
Don't touch me.
Wang Yuxuan dodged the grasp of the young man with a flat head.
Then he said angrily, Do you think I will believe your lies?
I'm telling you, Yu Qingyun, don't think I'm blind and didn't see you tampering with my drink. Hey, I just won't drink. I'll piss you off to death. Seeing the conspiracy being exposed, the face of the young man with a flat head named Yu Qingyun changed instantly.
Just now, he took advantage of Wang Yuxuan going to the bathroom and secretly put some unclean things in Wang Yuxuan's drink.
But unexpectedly, Wang Yuxuan saw it. This led to Wang Yuxuan leaving the private room in anger.
Soon, Yu Qingyun said sternly, Wang Yuxuan, don't be so shameless. You can't go anywhere tonight. Go back here obediently. Damn it.
I pursued it hard for more than a month. I have to have sex with her tonight no matter what.
Hey, are you getting mad because your conspiracy has been exposed?
Hearing this, Cheng Huan began to speak up for the injustice.
This is his hotel after all. What's more, Wang Yuxuan is Li Tsue's daughter.
For both public and private reasons, he has to stand up at this time. The young man with a flat head looked at Cheng Huan with disdain.
Then he angrily scolded, stop meddling in other people's business. Get out of here if you don't want to be beaten. A bunch of bastards dare to meddle in his business. In this small piece of land of Jingang, how many people dare to mess with him? Don't you even look at who he is. Who the hell are you telling to get out?
Guzi couldn't hold it in any longer, so he walked up to the young man with a flat head and grabbed him by the collar. He is a firecracker and has a very bad temper. In these 4 years, he and Cheng Huan have fought together many times in school. Especially the fight with Gui Chanlong and others who were pursuing Nanxi. At the most intense moment, the two of them teamed up to fight against the 5 people brought by Gui Chanlong. In the end, both were injured and taken to the police station together. Fortunately, they were not looking for trouble and were forced to defend themselves. They were not detained but released after being fined a small amount of money.
Otherwise, this would be a big deal.
Cheng Huan, his father is the chief police chief of Jingang City, don't fight with him. Seeing that Guzi was about to take action, Wang Yuxuan hurried to persuade him and shook his head with a serious expression. If a fight really breaks out, Cheng Huan and his men will definitely be the ones who suffer. Upon hearing that this guy was the son of an official, Guzi quickly let him go. He really can't afford to offend this kind of person. After all, sometimes just an excuse can send you to jail for a few days. Even Cheng Huan frowned. As the saying goes, the people do not fight against the officials. Especially those in the service industry. I can't even afford to offend these officials. They can find any excuse to close your big hotel for a period of time for rectification.
Are you scared now?
Yu Qingyun sneered, in Jingang, few people dare to meddle in my affairs.
Do you know how Li Gang was tricked by his son?
After Cheng Huan looked down on Yu Qingyun, he said to Wang Yuxuan, if you are okay, go home quickly and don't let your mother worry.
Where I go is none of your business.
Wang Yuxuan pouted at Cheng Huan. She really doesn't like the fact that Cheng Huan always brings up her mother.
Did you hear me? It's none of your business. Get out of here now. Yu Qingyun took the opportunity to scold Cheng Huan and the others.
At this time, Cheng Huan could no longer endure it and no longer needed to endure it. He instructed the manager of the nearby club, tell the hotel security to kick out all the people in this room. From now on, never let them enter the door of the Imperial Hotel. If he continued to tolerate being pushed to this point, it would not be his character. After all, he is now a billionaire.
There is another system covering it. Who is afraid of whom? Yes.
After the female manager responded, she also used the intercom to call security. Hearing that Cheng Huan wanted to find someone to throw him out, Yu Qingyun yelled, who the hell are you?
Do you know that I am a VIP member of this hotel? Let's see who dares to kick me out today.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at this idiot, I'm going to get rid of you today.
Go back and call your father if you can.
Then, Guzi also said to this idiot, he is the owner of this hotel.
Wang Yuxuan? Yu Qingyun? Hulala.
Soon, a group of security guards arrived at the business club.
A dozen or so. Absolutely tough.
Then, the female manager said to the security captain, the boss has ordered that everyone in this room be kicked out. These second-generation officials often behave badly here, and she has had enough of them. Now, we can finally drive them all away and put an end to this trouble forever.
Yes.
After hearing this, the security guards rushed into the private room.
Fuck, what are you doing? I'm warning you, let me go. Who gave you the courage to do this to us? Do you guys want to die? Do you know who we are?
There was chaos in the house, and the sound of wine bottles breaking could be heard. After a while, the security guards dragged out 4 people in total, including 2 men and 2 women, from the private room.
With the boss's support, no matter who you are. Yu Qingyun, what's going on?
As soon as he came out, the young man with earrings questioned Yu Qingyun. The 2 men were not very old, about 18 or 19 years old, and were dressed very fashionably.
It seems that they are either rich second generation or official second generation.
The 2 girls were about the same age as them, and were dressed like weirdos.
However, both her figure and appearance are top-notch. What else can we do? The hotel doesn't welcome us. Yu Qingyun said unhappily. You don't welcome us?
The other guy with dyed yellow hair was stunned for a moment. Then, he said to the club manager with an unhappy look on his face, "We are here to spend money, why don't you welcome us?" Without waiting for the female manager to answer, Chung Huan took the lead and said, "Is it okay for me to see you guys upset?"
Who the hell are you?
The yellow-haired man glared at Chung Huan.
Bang! Chung Huan slapped the little yellow-haired boy and said, "I'm your father." Fuck you. Bang!
Before Huang Mao could finish his scolding, Chung Huan slapped him again. Then he said coldly, "If you curse me again, I will slap you again.
If you don't believe me, try it." As a sports student, Chung Huan is never afraid of fighting. I can't remember how many times I played on the court. Don't be a coward. What a man!
Wang Yuxuan laughed beside him. This little girl is really good at seeing things and is not afraid of big troubles.
Man, you're a fucking idiot. Yu Qingyun cursed at Wang Yuxuan with an angry look on his face. Bang!
Soon, Cheng Huan slapped Yu Qingyun again. "Her mother is my sister."
If you scold her mother, you are scolding my sister. Chapter 30 I owe you 99 times of pain.
After being slapped by Cheng Huan, Yu Qingyun looked at him with bloodshot eyes. However, Cheng Huan and his men were outnumbered and did not dare to act rashly.
Not convinced?
Seeing the murderous look, Cheng asked with a smile. Yu Qingyun gnashed his teeth and said to Cheng Huan, "Just wait, I will make you regret it sooner or later."
Now, he couldn't do anything to Cheng Huan. But that doesn't mean he will swallow this. Nowadays, even rich people are afraid of powerful people.
Especially those who hold real power.
Just do some tricks. It is only a matter of time before a company is destroyed. Hearing this, Cheng Huan sneered, "I'll wait and see. If you have the guts, I'll ask your father to close my hotel. Let me see if he's as hard as Li Gang.
I don't even need my dad to intervene to deal with you. Sooner or later, I'll make you cry and kneel down to admit your mistakes." Yu Qingyun snorted and took the lead to leave the club.
How do you stay with these people?
After driving away Yu Qingyun and his people, Cheng Huan frowned and asked Wang Yuxuan.
If I hadn't met her, I guess she might be in trouble tonight. Hearing Cheng Huan's tone of lecture, Wang Yuxuan said unhappily, "My mother doesn't discipline me so strictly. Who do you think you are? Go cool down."
Seeing Cheng Huan being criticized, several people nearby were laughing secretly.
This girl is really not a good person. A bit difficult to deal with. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and had nothing to say. Let's go.
After a moment, Cheng Huan said to the female manager of the club.
Hello, sister. My name is Wang Yuxuan, the Xian in Huashuan.
I'm 19 years old.
How about you? In a blink of an eye, Wang Yuxuan started chatting with Zuoran. Don't consider yourself an outsider at all.
There was no choice. Shen Sisi held Erguzi's arm. Nanshi held Cheng Huan's arm.
Now Zuoran is the only one left alone. My name is Zuoran, I'm 21 years old. Zuoran didn't know what the relationship between Wang Yuxuan and Cheng Huan was, so she quickly gave her name and age. In addition, Wang Yuxuan is of similar age to her sister, which makes them feel more intimate. Sister Zuoran is so beautiful. You're beautiful too.
This girl bought Zuoran over in no time, and they were chatting animatedly. Not long after walking, Cheng Huan and his friends followed the female manager into a luxurious private room. As soon as they came in, they saw that the table was filled with various fruit plates, snacks, and various expensive wines and beverages. When the boss comes to play, of course we have to serve him the best drinks in the club.
Wang Yuxuan did not leave and followed Cheng Huan and the others into the private room.
However, she was already getting along well with Shen Sisi and Zuoran, and they were having a great time chatting.
Cheng Huan had no objection to her coming along. But stay away from her.
The two people's horoscopes are incompatible and their fates conflict with each other.
Meeting her is definitely not a good thing. After everyone sat down,
Guzzi said to a waiter who was ordering songs, "Give me a song called The Man Who Orders Songs." This guy is known as the KTV microphone king. As soon as he comes out to sing, he will definitely grab the microphone. However, he still has some singing skills. At the very least, singing is risking your life. Huan, who is your relative's sister? Seeing Wang Yuxuan and the others chatting enthusiastically there, Nanxi, who had been following Cheng Huan, asked. Since she had been following Cheng Huan closely, she had not had time to talk to Wang Yuxuan.
If Wang Yuxuan was Cheng Huan's relative, she would have to go and try to please him.
Cheng Huan glanced at Wang Yuxuan from the side and shook his head. Her mother is the key account manager of ICBC and is helping me with my finances.
Oh.
Nanxi nodded slightly and leaned her little head on Cheng Huan's shoulder.
Feeling that Nanxi was no longer treating him as an outsider, Cheng Huan said to her, "Nanxi, can you please stop being like this?"
Now, Cheng Huan really couldn't understand why Nanxi changed her personality completely just because he sang a song. Her performance now is really better than mine back then. If other people in the school saw this, their jaws would probably drop. She is the school belle known for her coolness. Nanxi shook her head and hugged Cheng Huan's arm, saying, "No, I'm used to the feeling of leaning on your shoulder now."
Cheng Huan frowned and said, "But I have let you go. There is no place for you in my heart anymore." His heart is still as firm as iron. Never give Nanxi any hope. He now regretted bringing Nanxi upstairs to have dinner together. It also clearly sent a wrong signal to Nanxi.
He also directly ignored Zuoran. Although tonight's dinner is nominally a gathering among friends.
But today is 520 after all. Zuoran agreed to go out for dinner with him. You can figure out what that means even with your heels.
Now, Nanxi has messed up everything.
As a result, Zuoran didn't dare to sit near him.
Hearing Cheng Huan's resolute words, Nanxi said with tears in her eyes, "You lied to me, there must still be a place for me in your heart."
Because your eyes don't lie.
Seeing Nanxi crying again, Cheng Huan had no choice but to stop provoking her.
He sighed and said, "I beg you to stop crying. Women's tears are nuclear weapons."
The damage to him was huge.
"Don't make me sad, and I won't cry."
Nanxi wiped her tears and said. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly. I also picked up a bottle of Corona beer and started drinking it.
He is really at his wit's end now.
Seeing Cheng Huan drinking, Nanxi also picked up a bottle and drank with him.
"Don't drink too much, or I won't be able to take you back at night." Cheng Huan tried to dissuade Nanxi. "I want to get drunk, otherwise I will feel very painful," Nanxi said. Cheng Huan sneered.
He wanted to say to Nanxi, "I have experienced this kind of suffering 999 times, but you have only experienced it once."
After the two of them drank for a while, Nanxi started talking again. Huan, do you think I only remembered to cherish you after you decided to give up? Isn't it?" Cheng Huan asked.
Nanxi shook her head. "In fact, my heart had already quietly fallen in love with you when you confessed to me for the 99th time.
But the more I love you, the less I dare to agree to your confession.
Every time you confess your love to me, my heart aches as if it were being stabbed by a knife. The song you sang this afternoon completely awakened my heart. You've been disappointed and sad with me 999 times, but I've also been hurt 900 times. I owe you 99 disappointments and pains. So, I am willing to compensate you for these 99 confessions. Even if you disappoint me and break my heart 99 times, I will never have any complaints against you.
I will continue to love you as always." After saying this, Nanxi couldn't stop crying anymore. There are too many grievances hidden in her heart. I really can't tell Cheng Huan. Chapter 31, Not Yet Deep. After hearing Nanxi's words, Cheng Huan frowned and asked, "Why?" He really wanted to know the hidden story behind this.
Nanxi shook her head with tears in her eyes and said, "I really can't tell you why now. I'm afraid that once I tell you this, I won't even have the chance to feel heartbroken 99 times in the future." Cheng Huan said impatiently, "But do you know that the more you don't tell me, the further my heart will be from you?" After seeing Cheng Huan's unhappy expression, Nanxi also bit her lips hard. She was having a mental struggle. She wanted to tell Cheng Huan the reason. But she was even more afraid that Cheng Huan would really leave her completely after knowing this. Her heart is so tangled. After hesitating for half a minute, Nanxi still shook her head at Cheng Huan. Huan, I really can't tell you now.
It's enough for you to know that I love you in my heart. You don't love me, you don't trust me.
Cheng Huan said angrily and started drinking sip by sip.
No.
Nanshi quickly shook her head. I am willing to answer you whatever you want to know, but I can't tell you the reason. Tell me if you love me, don't let me have any wild thoughts. Cheng Huan's face turned black and his voice was quite loud.
Not far away, Wang Yuxuan looked at Cheng Huan and Nanshi, and asked Shen Sisi, is that woman his girlfriend? Shen Sisi chuckled, it's hard for me to make a conclusion on this. Why?
Shen Sisi smiled and briefly explained what happened between Cheng Huan and Nanshi. Finally, she pointed at Zhuo Ran and said, maybe in the future, she will be Huan Wan's girlfriend.
Sisi, don't talk nonsense.
Zhuo Ran rolled her eyes at Shen Sisi.
Thinking that I am just an ordinary girl who cannot be more ordinary.
But no one knows how much Cheng Huan is worth. This made her feel a little ashamed of herself.
I feel that I am not worthy of Cheng Huan.
Especially seeing that Cheng Huan and Nanshi seem to still be in touch.
Hearing Zhuo Ran's words, Shen Sisi smiled. Then he continued, if you don't take the initiative to be such a good boy, I don't know how many girls will miss him. The dog told me that Huan has never been kissed in his life. Why don't you take the initiative tonight and get the upper hand to sleep with him? You should take a rest.
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ran rolled her eyes at Shen Sisi and said, how could you come up with such bad ideas? We've only known each other for less than 4 hours. At this time, Wang Yuxuan smiled and said, well, it's just that if you think about it.
There are so many people who have just met each other in the bar and slept together. This guy is so infatuated, what if you two can really fall in love after sleeping together? This girl is a typical person who likes to watch the fun and never mind the trouble. Shen Sisi said with a smile, did you hear that? Yu Xian knows more than you do. You are just a nerd, a big ostrich. Of course. Wang Yuxuan boasted, I have studied these stinky men thoroughly. Tell me the truth, how many stinky men have you studied? Shen Sisi asked with a smile.
Wang Yuxuan stuck out his tongue at her and said with a wry smile, well, I've done some superficial research, but nothing in depth.
Zhuo Ran followed suit and laughed, you don't even have any, and you're still trying to teach me? Wang Yuxuan laughed and said, I haven't met the man I like yet, do you think I'm a spoiled child? This girl, although small in stature, has a very big voice. However, this is also the general mentality of girls of their age. Seeing her like this, Shen Sisi and Zhuo Ran also covered their mouths and laughed. Don't think that Shen Sisi is only 1 year older than Wang Yuxuan and 2 years older than Zhuo Ran. But there is also a generation gap in this 1 or 2 years. After a while, Wang Yuxuan glanced at Guzi who was singing and asked Shen Sisi, yours? Kindness. Shen Sisi nodded. It's ugly. Wang Yuxuan did not mince words. If Guzi heard this, he would definitely go up and fight her to the death. He's a little ugly, but he's a nice guy. Shen Sisi said with a smile. Guzi is indeed a nice person. If it weren't for this, Shen Sisi would not have followed him no matter how rich he was. Of course, she didn't expect to marry Guzi in this life. After all, she is only a sophomore. There are still 2 years until graduation. Guzi will graduate and return to Yinjing to work in more than a month. No matter how good the relationship is, it cannot withstand long-distance relationships. Their future is unpredictable. Wang Yuxuan said, I am obsessed with appearance. If someone is not handsome, no matter how good they are, they will never be in my eyes. What about you, Sister Zhuo Ran? Zhuo Ran smiled and said, I just want to find a talented boyfriend. Whether he is handsome or not is secondary. Wang Yuxuan said to Zhuo Ran, I can tell from the looks of it that you don't mean what you say. Don't you like him because he's handsome? Zhuo Ran shook her head, his talent is so outstanding that it makes people envious. Not only is he good at basketball, but he is also a great singer. This afternoon, he sang a song he wrote called A Dream That Can't Be Wake Up on our school's radio station, which directly shocked many people in the school. In the evening, when we were upstairs, he sang a song he wrote for us, Birds and Cicadas. It was so poetic. Although I got full marks in Chinese in the college entrance examination, I felt ashamed that I couldn't write lyrics with such a poetic feeling. Is this true or false? Wang Yuxuan asked with slight surprise. Shen Sisi smiled and said, just listen to it in a while. I guarantee you'll be surprised. Okay, I'll listen to the songs he wrote later. Wang Yuxuan nodded. While the 3 girls were chatting and Cheng Huan and Nanshi were drinking, the microphone master Guzi finished singing 2 songs.
He held the microphone and shouted to Chung Huan, Prince of Love Songs, it's your turn to sing now. After hearing what Guzi said, Nanshi said to Chung Huan, I want to listen to you sing A Dream That Can't Awaken Again. Chung Huan shook his head and said, I will now sing a song, Me Behind Time, for all of you.
Is this also a song you wrote? Nanshi asked. Right. Chung Huan nodded, took the guitar and tuned it.
Then he began to sing. Meeting was an accident, but my heart was swaying in the wind, and your smile was blurred by the summer. The rehearsal in front of the mirror, I practiced the confession over and over again, and it often lingered in my dreams. If the name of the rose is love, why does it wither into a sea of flowers, oh?
When thousands of thoughts are stirring the strings, who is standing in the split night?
Nearby, Wang Yuxuan was stunned when he heard Cheng Huan singing.
How deeply hurt must this guy have been to be able to write such a brain-burning song? And this voice. It's like being kissed by an angel. It is so magnetic that people are fascinated as soon as they hear it.
Then, she quickly took out her mobile phone and started filming with Shin Sisi and the others.
Chapter 32, Chewing Together. At this time, in a BMW X6 outside the Dihao International Hotel.
Yu Qingyun, the little yellow-haired boy, the man with earrings, and the two seductively dressed little girls were plotting in the car. Sitting in the back seat of the car, the little yellow-haired man hugging two beauties yelled, Damn it, I can't swallow this.
I'm going to kill him. The man with earrings sitting in the driver's seat said, Where did this bastard come from? I've never heard of a rich second generation like him in Jingang.
Yu Qingyun, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said angrily, No matter where he came from, since he has offended us, we will make him pay for it.
The little yellow-haired boy said, Yu Qingyun, didn't you say that the mad dog hanging around at the docks was willing to work for you? Hurry up and call him to bring some people over. I'm going to kill this bastard tonight. The man with the earrings said, What if he doesn't come out tonight? Don't forget, today is May 20th.
He's had enough fun here, so he will definitely go to a hotel with those two women. The little yellow-haired boy said, A rich second generation like him must have a house outside. It's impossible for him to rent a room here.
He will definitely come out.
Yu Qingyun nodded and said, I'll call someone right now. No matter if he comes out tonight or not, we have to stop him. Damn it, I didn't get to sleep with Wang Yuxuan, so I ended up sleeping with the two girls next to him tonight. The little yellow-haired girl said, Those two girls are really good.
I really want to have sex with them too. Snort.
After hearing this, the two girls next to the little yellow-haired boy all snorted angrily.
Grandma sheepies. This obviously means that they are inferior to others. Inside the club.
In 15 minutes, Chung Huan sang 3 songs in a row. In addition to Me Behind Time, he also sang Starry Sea, Late and Boy at everyone's sincere invitation.
These are all songs bought from the system. Absolutely brain-burning. Really.
When Cheng Huan finished singing, Wang Yuxuan was the first to stand up and said, Chung Huan, you should record an album, these songs are so good.
Call me uncle.
Chung Huan took off his guitar and smiled at her. In fact, even without Wang Yuxuan telling him, he would find time to record these 10 songs. After all, he spent 200 million in wealth points to buy it. If the King of Singers card is worth 100 million godly rich points, then these 10 songs are also worth 100 million godly rich value.
10 million for one song. Can you have some shame? Hearing that Chung Huan still wanted to take advantage of him, Wang Yuxuan said angrily, How old are you, you bad guy? Do you want to be my uncle? If it's a kiss, then there's nothing we can do.
But you, who have no relationship with me at all, can forget about it.
I'm your mother's acknowledged younger brother, how can you be so shameless?
Cheng Huan also said without giving in. He has now found a new hobby, which is bickering with Wang Yuxuan. I have to find a way to avenge the fall she caused me.
Bah! Just shameless.
Wang Yuxuan slapped him directly. That pair of eyes looked as if they wanted to kill Chung Huan.
Seeing the two quarreling, everyone else started to snicker. They are really a pair of living enemies. Come on, let me tell you a story about a man and a dog fighting over food this afternoon. Soon, the little girl began to take revenge. She described in vivid detail how Chung Huan fell in front of her in the afternoon, elaborating on the incident.
After he finished speaking, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Even the waiter who was in charge of taking song orders nearby couldn't help himself and secretly lowered his head and covered his mouth. In the afternoon, Chung Huan was really embarrassed. Damn, so that's how you fell this afternoon. After Erguzi learned the truth, he laughed uncontrollably.
Do you think I should have given him $1 or $2 at that time? Otherwise, I would have felt embarrassed when he knelt down to me? Wang Yuxuan asked with a proud smile. It has to be given. Erguzi nodded.
Cheng Huan, add me on WeChat and I'll transfer $1 to you.
Wang Yuxuan took out his cell phone and said. Don't want.
Cheng Huan said with a straight face. This little girl is so clever.
Can't afford to offend. I give up. I'll push it to you.
Shen Sisi took out her cell phone and said.
Shall we add each other on WeChat?
Nanshi also took out her cell phone and said.
Once upon a time, Cheng Huan tried every possible way to add Nanshi's WeChat. But it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Now, she actually took the initiative to add it.
So, the moment Nanshi took out his cell phone, he laughed.
It's a complicated smile. Following that, Zuoran also wanted to add a friend.
Cheng Huan added the WeChat accounts of Nanshi, Zuoran and Wang Yuxuan respectively.
I want to see their circle of friends.
But he found that these 3 girls all restricted him.
Is it so coincidental? Never mind. Apart from the various shows, there isn't much else to see.
Putting away the phone, Nanshi said to Cheng Huan, Huan, I want to sing your song A Dream That Can't Awaken at the graduation ceremony.
Cheng Huan nodded. Sing it, I'll write the lyrics and music for you when we get back. Good.
Nanshi was so happy that she hugged Cheng Huan and kissed him. In an instant, Cheng Huan froze. A pair of eyes were wide open.
It all happened too suddenly. It caught him off guard.
Nanshi closed his eyes tightly, but his eyelids kept blinking, showing his inner nervousness. Even though Cheng Huan drank at least half a pound of liquor tonight, he could still clearly feel the slight chill on Nanshi's thin lips. In a daze, Cheng Huan had another small clove in his mouth.
So fragrant and sweet. It made his soul drift away.
This was the kiss he had longed for the past 4 years. At this moment, he threw away all his worries. He kissed Nanshi madly. There was no way, he was too thirsty. I was so thirsty that I had forgotten my previous persistence.
Damn it! Roar, roar, roar.
After a while, Erguzi was heard shouting and yelling. Moreover, he fired several rogue whistles.
Oh my god, this guy is not polite at all, he's biting my head.
Seeing Cheng Huan and Nanshi kissing each other, Wang Yuxuan muttered softly. Hearing Wang Yuxuan's words, Shen Sisi beside him covered her mouth and laughed.
This is not surprising.
After all, neither Cheng Huan nor Nanshi knows how to kiss.
It's good enough if we can chew them together.
After seeing this scene, Zuoran felt uncomfortable.
My thoughts were also in a state of confusion. My eyes gradually become blurred. Call.
After a long time, Cheng Huan and Nanshi parted their lips. They each took a few deep breaths. Looked at Nanshi, whose face was filled with a happy smile.
She is so beautiful when she smiles. A smile is enough to conquer the city.
At this moment, Cheng Huan was conflicted again. I wanted to end my relationship with her completely. Now it seems that it is not that easy.
This is a forced approach.
But there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that once it was broken, it was broken.
Don't be a bootlicker.
Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate Huan's first kiss.
Erguzi shouted while holding up his wine glass. Everyone followed suit and raised their glasses. However, there was a hint of worry on Zuoran's brow. Chapter 33, Wine Makes a Hero Courageous.
After everyone drank a glass of various drinks, Wang Yuxuan laughed at Cheng Huan and said, Cheng Huan, your posture just now was wrong, you were chewing.
Cheng Huan glared at her and said, how about you teach me? Okay, if you're not afraid of not being able to speak with a tongue in the future, I can teach you. This girl is really cruel.
This is going to cut off Cheng Huan's tongue.
Next. Everyone sang and drank.
Cheng Huan sat together with Erguzi again. Nanshi also joined Shen Sisi and the others and started chatting with Wang Yuxuan. Next, Zuoran and Nanshi seemed to start competing secretly.
They sang, danced, and did everything.
Nanshi studied dance and also learned vocal music when she was young.
So it's no surprise that she sings well and dances beautifully. But Zuoran is an amazing girl. Although I haven't learned these systematically.
But whether in singing or dancing, she is not much inferior to Nanshi.
It's getting intense.
Erguzi was drinking Louis XIII, which cost more than 30,000 yuan a bottle, while nudging Cheng Huan with his leg.
I see. Chang Huan said. How about, I'll let you sleep in the presidential suite tonight?
Guzi smiled maliciously.
The meaning couldn't be more obvious.
Given Nanshi and Zhou Ran's current mindset, it will not be a problem for them to take down one of them. Chang Huan rolled his eyes at him. If I lived here, I would have an office on the 51st floor, so I wouldn't need it.
Come on, I hope you can sell the soy milk tonight. Guzi raised his glass and clinked it with Chang Huan. Whether it is Nanshi or Zhou Ran, can sell soy milk to any one of them. It is definitely what countless men dream of.
When it was almost 11 o'clock, everyone was having a great time eating, drinking, and having fun here.
Guzi left with Shinsisi, drunkenly.
This guy drank another bottle of Louis XIII here and is now completely drunk.
Immediately afterwards, Wang Yuxuan also said hello to Chang Huan and skipped away.
She didn't drink tonight, so Chang Huan didn't have to worry about her. Even if he wanted to worry, he was afraid that this girl would give him a wake-up call.
It's better not to provoke her. Now, there were only Nanshi, Zhou Ran and him left in the private room. Do you two want to go back to school, or stay here for the night? Chang Huan asked them both.
Nanshi said, go back to school.
Zhou Ran also nodded.
Chang Huan did not object and asked someone to arrange a car. After the three of them went downstairs, they got into a Bentley car of the hotel and drove towards Jinggang University. When the Bentley drove to the vicinity of Jinggang University, Nanshi said to Chang Huan, who was sitting in the front, Huan, I'm a little hungry.
Let's go get some midnight snack.
Although there were all kinds of delicacies tonight, they really didn't eat much.
Then let's go eat skewers. Chang Huan nodded. In fact, he was a little hungry too. Zhou Ran said, I want to eat giant squid.
Nanshi said, I want to eat chicken wings.
Good. Chang Huan responded and also told the driver to park near the school gate.
There are some barbecue restaurants that are open all night. Although it is already past 11 o'clock. But tomorrow is the weekend, and now is the peak passenger flow period. Many students sat at the tables in front of the barbecue restaurants, eating skewers, drinking, and bragging. When Chang Huan brought the two school beauties out of the Bentley, all the students were stunned.
Oh my god. There is a school beauty on each side. What is going on? Crack.
Someone took out his cell phone, took a picture of the scene, and uploaded it to the school forum.
The title is terrifying, The Spring of Dog Lickers.
Arrived at the door of a barbecue restaurant. Chang Huan looked at the people here and found that Lu Lei, Wang Yuanshan and Zhang Chang were also eating skewers here.
When the uncle in charge of the barbecue saw Chang Huan, he smiled and asked, Are you out playing?
Chang Huan, Guzi and others often come here to eat skewers.
So, the stall owner also knew him.
Chang Huan nodded with a smile. Uncle Ma, give me 100 skewers, 2 large squids, and 2 skewers of chicken wings.
Senior, wouldn't you like some lamb kidneys?
Another plate of grilled oysters.
Roasted leeks are good too.
Nearby, Wang Yuanshan and the other two were joking with Chang Huan.
Chang Huan turned around and said to the three of them, If you want to eat, I can give you some. Something else. Lu Lei quickly shook his head and said, We have nowhere to consume our food after we finish it, so we won't eat it. Zhang Chang said, Senior, come and have a drink with us.
Chang Huan asked Nanshi and the other two to find a place to sit down first, and then walked to the table of Wang Yuanshan and the other two.
After Zhang Chang poured Chang Huan a glass of beer, he smiled and asked in a low voice, Senior is really amazing.
I told them at noon that you would definitely make peace with Senior Sister Nanshi in the afternoon.
It turned out to be true. Chang Huan smiled and didn't explain. This kind of thing, the more you explain it, the less clear it becomes.
He took out cigarettes and gave one to each of the three men.
Damn, Hitiangxia, these are fake cigarettes, right? Wang Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise. My first reaction was that this was fake cigarettes. After all, this cigarette is too expensive. Even ordinary bosses can't afford it, let alone buy it. Not to mention poor students like Chang Huan. Really? Go ahead. Chang Huan smiled nonchalantly, then raised his glass and clinked it with theirs. Crunch.
At this time, 2 cars stopped near the barbecue stall.
A Toyota Prado and a BMW X6.
Then, a group of people got out of the 2 cars. 4 thugs with big gold chains around their necks and sticks in their hands got out of the Prado. A face full of ferociousness.
Chang Huan knew the 3 people who got out of the BMW X6. It was Yu Qingyun and others who had been beaten up by him.
At this moment, Cheng Huan also knew that these people were here to get back at him.
Revenge never takes overnight. Crash.
As soon as these people got off the car, they went straight up and surrounded Cheng Huan. They stared at him arrogantly. This scene stunned Zhang Chang and others who were drinking with Cheng Huan.
What's going on?
At the same time, Nan Shi and Zuo Ran, who were sitting nearby, were so frightened that they dared not move.
They have met Yu Qingyun.
I know that he is here to seek revenge on Cheng Huan.
Soon, Yu Qingyun and the others came near Cheng Huan.
Then, he sneered at Cheng Huan and said, I told you that I would make you regret it.
Do you feel it now?
At this time, Wang Yuanshan might have been drunk. He stood up and cursed, Who the hell are you?
Do you know how people who come to Jinda to cause trouble leave? This is definitely the courage of a hero given by alcohol.
Lu Lei next to him tried to pull him back but couldn't.
Brother, could you please have some insight? Although we are all tall and strong, there are only 7 people on the other side.
He also held various sticks in his hands. There are only 4 of us, and we're damn drunk.
This fight cannot be won. Teach him a lesson. Yu Qingyun gave an order.
After hearing this, a bald man with a face full of flesh picked up a beer bottle on the table and smashed it on Wang Yuanshan's head.
Chapter 34, The Brutal Jin University Student. Etc.
At this time, Cheng Huan stood up. He blocked the hand that was about to hit him. Then, he smiled at Qingyun and said, You came to me for revenge, don't hurt innocent people.
That's good to know. Yu Qingyun smiled smugly and said, Now I'll give you 2 choices.
First, kneel down and apologize to me, slap yourself 10 times, and give us those 2 girls to play with for 2 days. Second, compensate me 10 million renminbi, and we can even this matter out.
Upon hearing these 2 conditions, Cheng Huan cursed in his heart. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. Do you still want to intercept? What a fucking dream. He sneered and asked, Is there a third way?
While speaking, he also directly clicked on the fight card. Suddenly, some close combat techniques came to mind. In addition, this body had undergone marrow cleansing earlier.
Now even if you meet a professional boxer,
he also has the strength to fight.
Have.
The yellow-haired boy nearby said angrily, Let your mother come and sleep with me.
Court death. Cheng Huan's eyes turned cold.
Anyone who insults his relatives will be killed without mercy. He clenched his 5 fingers, snatched the empty wine bottle from the bald man's hand, and smashed it on the head of the little yellow-haired boy.
Duong.
The wine bottle directly knocked the little yellow-haired boy down. Then he kicked the little yellow-haired boy away.
Cripple all his hands and feet. Seeing his companions being knocked down, Yu Qingyun gave direct orders. Suddenly, the 4 thugs started attacking Cheng Huan, waving sticks. Cheng Huan picked up 2 beer bottles and went out to fight. Duong. Duong.
Cheng Huan held 2 beer bottles in his hands and knocked down a gangster. Then he turned around and kicked the other gangster, sending him flying.
Bang!
Another punch hit a gangster in the face, and his nose immediately bleeds.
Boom! When? Ah! Grab your weapons and beat them.
Seeing that Cheng Huan had the upper hand, Lu Lei and the other 3 also picked up wine bottles and joined the fight.
They just like to have one-sided fights like this.
The hooligans around the school were beaten to death by them and disappeared within 3 miles.
Bite. Ouch. When? Ah.
Cheng Huan was extremely brave and hit these hooligans hard with every punch, making them scream in pain. The stick in his hand was of no use at all. He didn't even touch Cheng Huan's hair.
This guy is really good at fighting. What a cool move.
Nan Shi and Zuo Ran were delighted to see Cheng Huan's agility and the way he beat those hooligans.
As the saying goes, beauty loves heroes. What is a hero?
In the past, a hero was the person who killed the most enemies.
This is the only definition.
The fight here soon attracted a lot of people to watch. Some people even filmed all of this with their cell phones and posted it on campus forums.
Damn, Cheng Huan is too fierce, this is a life-threatening fighting style. Look at those people who were beaten by Cheng Huan.
They all have bruises on their faces.
If we keep fighting like this, won't anyone get killed?
Zhang Chang and the other 2 are too shameless.
They only pick on people that Cheng Huan has beaten. I really want to go up and hit him a few times too. So what are you waiting for? Go up and have some fun. All of a sudden, a group of boys from Jinan University couldn't help but go over to join in the fun. In the blink of an eye, these 4 gangsters were in trouble and were beaten up by a dozen Jinan University students. He cried for his parents and wailed continuously. "Fuck, you dare to come to Jinda to cause trouble, I will beat you bastards to death. If we don't let you guys crawl away from Jinda today, we Jinda boys will be considered incompetent. Take off their clothes and put them on display in the street." After a while, the 4 gangsters were killed. The clothes on his body were torn to shreds. They all turned into white pigs. The wind makes my crotch cold. Seeing them like this, a group of boys burst into laughter. And all the girls covered their faces. There are also many girls who secretly peek through their fingers. So this is how it is. Oh shit. Yu Qingyun and the man with earrings who were standing nearby were completely stunned. Are the students of Jinan University so cruel? Each one of them is as ferocious as if they were injected with chicken blood. This is fucking bullshit. He was so ruthless. Bang! Cheng Huan came in front of Yu Qingyun and slapped him in the face. Ah! Yu Qingyun screamed and fell to the ground. The molars were knocked loose. It's none of my business. I didn't say anything, and I didn't find that person. Seeing Cheng Huan's ferocious face, the man with earrings quickly waved his hands at Cheng Huan, fearing that Cheng Huan would punish him. Cheng Huan thought about it and realized that it was true. This kid has always been very honest. So, he placed all his hatred on Yu Qingyun. A foot stepped on one of the guy's hands. Grind! Grind! Mom ah! Yu Qingyun was in so much pain that he called for his mother. It was wailing like a pig being slaughtered. In this quiet night, this sound is so damn creepy. Yu Qingyun pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Stop crushing me. My hand is almost broken. Do you regret provoking me now?" Chang asked with a smile. "I'm sorry, please let me go," Yu Qingyun said quickly. His mentality has collapsed. "I can let you go." Cheng Huan nodded. "I'll give you 2 options now. First, kneel down and apologize to me, slap yourself 20 times, and give me 4 girls to play with for 4 days. Second, compensate me 20 million renminbi." Upon hearing these 2 conditions, Yu Qingyun's face darkened. "Why don't you go and rob? This is a case of a gang robbing each other." It doubled directly. Cheng Huan grinned. "What do you think I'm doing?" Then he said sternly, "Hurry up and choose, I still have to go eat skewers." During the fight just now, the owner of this barbecue restaurant remained calm and fearless. Continued to be busy with his career. He has seen a lot of fights here. A small fight. Solve it yourself. It got into a big mess. There are police. In short, if the barbecue restaurant's facilities are damaged, compensation must be paid according to the price. Yu Qingyun said with a sad face, "I choose the first one. This is doubled. I should have just given him a slap. Come on, start." Cheng Huan loosened his feet and looked at Yu Qingyun with a smile on his face. Bang! Bang! Yu Qingyun knelt in front of Cheng Huan and slapped himself in the face again and again. After 20 hits, his face was swollen. Damn it! He was so cruel to himself. Cheng Huan admires him. "Brother, can I send you 4 girls tomorrow?" After the fight, Yu Qingyun said to Cheng Huan. "No." Cheng Huan shook his head. "I want it now." Yu Qingyun said sadly, "They are all asleep now." Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "If you can't find it, just slap 40 more mouths to pay it off." "No, I'll find it for you now. I must see it within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll give you 80 slaps in the face." Ah! Yu Qingyun was stunned. How can you ask for a girl? This was obviously a trap for him to continue slapping. "Brother, I'll slap you." Yu Qingyun had a sad face and continued to slap. Chapter 35, Warm Spring in Leap May. Next, Cheng Huan came to the little yellow-haired boy again, carrying a box of empty beer bottles. Just now, a wine bottle had cut his head open and a lot of blood was flowing out. Crash! Cheng Huan placed the beer bottle in front of the little yellow-haired boy. With a joking look on his face, he said, "I'll also give you 2 choices. First, open the bottle 12 times. Second, let your mother come and sleep with me for a while." Is there a third rule? After looking at the box of empty wine bottles, the little yellow-haired boy asked tentatively. Neither of these 2 paths is feasible. If 12 wine bottles hit your head, it will definitely turn into a blood gourd.
It is even more impossible to send my mother to Chung Huan to sleep.
Doesn't that make me his godfather? No. Chung Huan shook his head. This bastard dared to insult his mother. His crime is unforgivable. Brother, I'm not stubborn. My mother is over 40 years old. Please let me go.
The little yellow-haired boy was crying bitterly and was frightened to the point of peeing his pants.
Don't cry in front of me, it's useless.
Chung Huan took out a beer bottle, put it in the little yellow-haired boy's hand and said, "Come on, start your performance."
Holding the beer bottle, the little yellow-haired boy was conflicted. He can't smash this beer bottle. Seeing that the little yellow-haired guy didn't do anything, Chung Huan looked at the man with earrings and said, "You, go over and help him." The man with earrings did not dare to go against Chung Huan's wishes. He walked tremblingly to the little yellow-haired boy, picked up the wine bottle and smashed it down. Bang! The wine bottle is broken. Bang! The wine bottle is broken.
This scene also frightened everyone around.
Damn, this guy is really iron.
After the man with earrings smashed down 4 beer bottles, the little yellow-haired boy finally couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt down in front of Chung Huan and cried, "Brother, I was wrong. The beer bottle was too hard and my head couldn't bear it. Don't call me brother, call me dad." Dad. Will you still be so arrogant in the future? I don't dare. The little yellow-haired boy shook his head vigorously, and the blood on his head flew everywhere. At the moment, Chung Huan felt that it was about enough. If he were to be hit again, he would probably get a concussion. It's better to quit while you're ahead. If you're not convinced, feel free to come and seek revenge on me. I'll keep the remaining 8 bottles for you. I dare not, I dare not. The little yellow-haired boy shook his head vigorously. Go away. Chung Huan waved his hand. After hearing this, the little yellow-haired boy turned around and ran towards the car as if he had been pardoned. This is a plague god. The farther away from him the better. Wait a moment. At this time, Chung Huan stopped Yu Qingyun, who also wanted to run away. This shout scared Yu Qingyun so much that his calves cramped and he almost fell down. You don't want to open the bottle with your head, do you? Chung Huan glanced at Yu Qingyun and said, "Pay compensation for all the losses here, 5,000 yuan. Good. Yu Qingyun did not dare to disobey. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, scanned the QR code, and paid 5,000 yuan. Go away. Hearing that the money had arrived, Chung Huan also waved to Qingyun. Chung Huan, the loss here doesn't need that much, just give me 1,000. The stall owner said to Chung Huan. The fight just now resulted in some wine bottles being destroyed and a few tables being overturned. There's not much to lose. Chung Huan smiled and said, "Then the remaining money will be used as dinner money tonight." No problem. The stall owner nodded. Senior, let's have another drink. At this time, Wang Yuanshan pulled Chung Huan and insisted on having another drink with him. That fight just now was so damn satisfying. Chung Huan was also very grateful to them for coming to his aid. So, I went over and had another drink with them. Your meal tonight is on me. After finishing a glass, Chung Huan said cheerfully. You look down on us, don't you? When Lu Lei heard that Chung Huan was going to pay for them, his face darkened. Okay, I'll treat you guys separately another day. Chung Huan didn't want to argue about this matter, so he had to settle for the next best thing. No, we'll treat you next time. Lu Lei said without any modesty. The 3 of them were obviously drunk. Soon after, the food that Chung Huan ordered was ready. He also returned to Nanshi and Zuoran. You were so brave just now. Nanshi said this with deep affection while eating her wings. Zuoran chewed the squid with her small mouth and asked worriedly, will they come to trouble you again? Chung Huan chewed the skewers and shook his head, I don't know. Although Chung Huan said so. But he knew that these people would never give up. After all, they are different from the rich second generation. It can mobilize some resources that the rich second generation cannot mobilize. The thugs can be beaten away. But how do you beat those public officials? For now we can only deal with it as it happens. Here, I'll feed you a squid claw. Zuoran picked up a squid claw and handed it to Chung Huan. Just as Chung Huan put the food in his mouth, Nanshi brought him a chicken wing. The 2 of them started competing again. Seeing Chung Huan being fed by 2 school beauties one after another, the boys nearby were envious. There is also a spring for licking dogs. It's a warm spring in the leap month of May.
Are you going to let people live? Not long after, Xiaoya and Sun Xiaoman came. How did you know we were here?
Seeing the two of them, Cheng Huan was surprised and also looked at Nanxi. Xiaoya said, "Don't look at her. We saw the video of you guys having a barbecue and fighting on the school forum, so we hurried over to take a look."
Drink something? Cheng Huan asked them both. Then let's have some.
Anyway, we don't have to rehearse tomorrow, so we can sleep in. Sun Xiaoman didn't hesitate and agreed directly.
Just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. Cheng Huan said.
Xiaoya followed with laughter and said, "Of course we won't be polite. Your true colors are now exposed. We must ruthlessly slaughter you, a wealthy man." After Sun Xiaoman sat down, he called out to the owner of the barbecue restaurant, "Madam, 1 box of Yangchuan Tianya, 2 roasted pigeons, 10 skewers of tendons, and 2 eels."
They must have thought about this before they came and said it right away. Do you want to drink yourself to death? You want a case of beer? Cheng Huan said.
Sun Xiaoman said, "There are so many people here, if you can't finish the drink, just leave." Cheng Huan said, "We have already drunk quite a lot in the hotel.
We can't drink anymore."
Xiaoya said, "You guys don't look like this either." Although Cheng Huan and the others had drunk a lot of wine before. But I sweated a lot and consumed a lot of alcohol while singing and dancing in the club.
Sun Xiaoman said, "What do you know? This makes people feel refreshed and happy, and they can drink a lot without getting drunk. Depend on.
When these two guys come, they can cause more trouble than Air Guzi." Fortunately, Dong Wolin, who is best at causing trouble, did not come.
Otherwise, it will be more difficult to serve you. Huan, I'm going to go back first. You guys take your time eating.
After a while, Zuo Ran felt that it was a bit inappropriate to be here, so he got up and wanted to go back.
Why are you in such a hurry? Just sit with us for a while. Nanxi said.
No, I'm a little drunk and want to go back to bed early.
Zuo Ran smiled and shook her head. I'll take you back.
Cheng Huan then stood up and said.
No need, I can go back by myself, you can continue drinking here.
Zuo Ran refused Cheng Huan's offer to see her off.
Then be careful on the road. Cheng Huan nodded. It would take at least 20 minutes to go there and back. Chapter 36. I hope to carry you forever. The emergency room of the city center hospital.
After the yellow-haired boy had more than 10 stitches on his head, he started to curse at the man with the earrings. "Fuck you, Sun Lianjuan.
I'll remember these 4 blows." The man with the earrings frowned and said, "How the hell can you blame me? Did you smash it? You think I want to smash it? Don't be so quibbling. I think you did it on purpose."
Okay, stop arguing, and think carefully about how to take revenge next. Yu Qingyun, who was nearby, glared at the two of them, his face swollen out of shape.
It's so cruel that I could beat myself like this.
If you want revenge, find a way yourself.
I don't want to get involved. The man with earrings shook his head.
He was not beaten today, which was considered a blessing from the star.
But I don't want to provoke Cheng Huan again. It is better to keep yourself safe. You still want to stay out of this?
When the boy with earrings heard what he said, the little yellow-haired boy glared with his big eyes. The man with the earrings said, "Not only is he a good fighter, he's also super rich."
I don't want to continue talking nonsense with you two. What's wrong with having money?
Yu Qingyun said disdainfully, "There are so many rich people who come to my house every day to give gifts to my father, aren't they all like grandsons? I'm telling you, Sun Lianjuan, you have to do this whether you want to or not.
If you want to stay out of it, it's impossible." The man with the earrings curled his lips. "Then tell me what to do. Can you ask your dad to arrest him directly?" Yu Qingyun shook his head and said, "It's not convenient to talk here, let's go back and study it."
After Cheng Huan and his friends had been eating outside for a few minutes, he took Nanxi and the others into a private room in the store.
There are too many mosquitoes outside.
The girls who were bitten all screamed. After eating and drinking for a while, Xiaoya said to Cheng Huan, "Please approve my WeChat friend request as soon as possible."
And mine. Sun Xiaoman followed. Cheng Huanxiao asked, "Who among us is the pig?" "You." The two said in unison. "Sorry, I won't add it." Cheng Huan shook his head.
If they don't change their words, just leave them alone. Anyway, there is no need to obtain any information from them in the future. Just cross the river and destroy the bridge. Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Next, Xiaoya grabbed one of Cheng Huan's arms from behind. Sun Xiaoman directly gave Cheng Huan an invincible chokehold. Oh my god. At this moment, Cheng Huan felt something was wrong. It felt like my head was resting on something soft. This feeling. So comfortable. Will you add it? Sun Xiaoman's arm was still in the invincible chokehold position. It even took a lot of effort. If you don't admit that you are a pig, I won't join. How can I show weakness at this time? As long as you have breath left, you must persevere. If you have the guts, lock me up for life. Hard-mouthed? Sun Xiaoman exerted more strength. This time, the pillow moved and got stuck on Cheng Huan's forehead. So big. The lingering fragrance wafted over. Cheng Huan said without showing any weakness, Sun Xiaoman, strangle me to death if you have the guts. This was definitely the most comfortable pillow he had ever used. That's suffering, it's simply enjoyment. Okay, both of you stop bullying him. In the end, it was Nanshi who spoke up and resolved a breast murder case. After the two women let go, Cheng Huan also took a few deep breaths. Hurry up and drink. I'm a little sleepy. Nanshi fell on Cheng Huan and said. Cheng Huan, send Nanshi back first. We'll wait for you to come back and continue drinking. Xiaoya didn't want to leave. I haven't even had the chance to eat the roasted pigeon, let alone drink to my heart's content. Cheng Huan stood up and said, okay, you two wait, I'm going to get you drunk tonight. Go quickly, we'll be waiting for you. Sun Xiaoman waved. On the way back, Nanshi pouted and said, Huan, I can't walk anymore, carry me on your back. If this woman starts to act coquettishly, the man really can't handle it. Looking at Nanshi's somewhat shaky steps, Cheng Huan also frowned. Finally, he had no choice but to squat down and carry her on his back. Lying on Cheng Huan's back, Nanshi said, your back is so broad. I really hope this road has no end and you can carry me forever. Cheng Huan laughed and said, I thought so before, but now I don't have such thoughts anymore. You should let me go. Nanshi said without getting discouraged, I will remind you of this idea again. Are you that confident? Kindness. Nanshi tapped Cheng Huan's shoulder with her pointed chin, I won't lose to Zoran. Hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled and said, your opponent may not necessarily be Zoran. I can fall in love with other women anytime and anywhere. Nanshi felt a little distressed. She said, I am willing to give you 99 times of disappointment and pain. Cheng Huan shook his head and said, stop torturing yourself for no reason. We really can't go back. Nanshi said, yes, I will. I won't give up. Why? Cheng Huan sighed softly. This stubborn girl. 10 minutes later, Cheng Huan sent Nanshi back to the door of girls' dormitory number 9. Good night. After Nanshi jumped down, she hugged Cheng Huan and staggered into the building. Looking at Nanshi's back, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly. When he returned to the barbecue restaurant, Cheng Huan saw Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya each drank 2 bottles of beer and were feasting on the roasted pigeon. Can these two girls drink so much? How could he know that these two girls, like Shen Sisi, could drink a lot? It's no problem for one person to drink 6 or 7 bottles. Cheng Huan, next time you drink Romane Conti, take us with you. As soon as Cheng Huan sat down, Xiaoya sat next to him and said something. No need to think about it. This must have been told to them by Nanshi. No problem. Cheng Huan picked up a handful of lamb skewers and started eating them. How come you are the majority shareholder of Domaine Romane Conti? Sun Xiaoman also sat down in the seat where Nanshi had originally sat and asked curiously. I wanted to drink the best wine in the world, so I just bought it. Cheng Huan said while eating. This is the truth. He really thought so. As for how the system was purchased from the original shareholders, he doesn't know. Anyway, the system is very powerful. How much money do you have? Xiaoya asked. Don't ask. You'll be shocked if you find out. Cheng Huan continued to eat the skewers. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he is not sure now. Forget it, I don't even want to know. Xiaoya pouted, looking unhappy. Come on, let's go. After a while, Sun Xiaoman raised her glass and asked Cheng Huan to drink with them. You two drink first, I'll drink after I'm full. Cheng Huan shook his head and refused. He drank 3 kinds of wine tonight: white wine, red wine, and beer.
My stomach is churning now. I have to eat something to calm down.
Xiaoya said, what's the point of just 2 girls drinking?
Sun Xiaoman nodded and said, eat quickly.
If you don't keep us company tonight, you'll have to bear the consequences in the future.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, if I don't eat enough, what should I do if I get hungry at night? Can you two go and bring me some food? Sun Xiaoman said with a smile, you can find Nanxi, she will definitely go. By the way, you can also keep her here.
You should take a break. She is not my girlfriend.
If you go and bring me food, I will definitely keep you.
Cheng Huan smiled at Sun Xiaoman.
Thinking about the brainwaves before, my heart was filled with waves. I have to find another chance. Chapter 37, Overturned Bentley.
Seeing Cheng Huan's malicious smile, Sun Xiaoman also smiled and hit him.
Xiaoya, who was standing next to him, was a little surprised and asked, didn't you two kiss tonight? Doesn't that count as reconciliation?
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at Sun Xiaoman and said, it's just a kiss, it doesn't represent love.
In today's society, let alone a kiss. Even if I take a nap, what's the big deal? Emotions are diverse.
It can't be represented by a kiss or a nap.
After being hurt for 4 years, you want to redeem yourself with a kiss? His love is not that cheap. So are you planning to date Zoran? Sun Xiaoman asked again. Uncertain.
Cheng Huan shook his head, looked at the dark night sky and said, my future goal is the sea of stars.
TSK. You've revealed your true colors.
Xiaoya said with disdain. Sun Xiaoman snorted, you only have the sea, not the stars. It will be cloudy tonight, and the weather forecast calls for heavy to torrential rain with isolated thunderstorms.
Be careful.
A bolt of lightning will strike you dead, you scumbag. This girl's character is extremely straightforward.
If you two keep calling me a scumbag, I won't drink with you. Cheng Huan threatened. Then you should eat quickly.
Sun Xiaoman urged. After a while, Cheng Huan finished eating the lamb skewers in front of him and his stomach was filled with satisfaction.
Come on, I'm going to start getting you two drunk.
I have to make it clear in advance that if you two get drunk, I will take you back to my dormitory.
I will sleep alone tonight anyway.
After Cheng Huan laughed twice, he opened a bottle of Yangchuang Tianya and started drinking.
If you are not afraid of lightning, then wear it. I don't mind.
Sun Xiaoman said without fear.
Xiaoya smiled and said, you must treat everyone equally.
Hearing what the 2 girls said, Cheng Huan frowned.
Who is teasing whom? Why didn't Dong Roland come with you two tonight?
After the 3 of them drank for a while, Cheng Huan asked. They have a very good relationship and are almost inseparable.
It's really rare to not see Dong Roland when going out for a drink.
Xiaoya burped and said, she is video chatting with her family in the house. It seems something happened to her father.
What happened? Cheng Huan asked in surprise.
Sun Xiaoman said, I heard that her father had a car accident and crashed a luxury car worth several million into a ditch.
He needs to pay a lot of money.
It seems that the family has to sell the house to pay off the debt. He is worried in the house.
Oh my God. Cheng Huan was surprised and asked, when did it happen? Sun Xiaoman shook her head, I don't know. Don't you have a very good relationship? How come you don't know anything?
Cheng Huan said with a pout. Xiaoya said aggrievely, we both left without even listening to a few words, so who would have the nerve to continue listening?
After hearing this, Cheng Huan took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Dong Roland, are you asleep?
He is just talking nonsense. How can Dong Roland sleep well when such a big thing happened at home?
After a while, Dong Roland replied, not asleep, what are you doing? Cheng Huan, come out for a drink. Dong Roland, I'm not in the mood, you guys drink.
Cheng Huan, come out and drink with me, I'll help you get rid of your troubles. This girl helped him for 4 years. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work.
She is in trouble. Cheng Huan must help. It's just money. I'm not short of money. Dong Roland, you know everything? Cheng Huan, I just heard Sun Xiaoman and the others say something, but they don't know anything. I want to hear what you have to say about it. Dong Roland, then wait for me for a while. Cheng Huan, okay. Seeing Cheng Huan put down his phone, Sun Xiaoman asked, is she coming? Cheng Huan nodded, she said she would come later. Cheng Huan, you are so rich, why don't you help her? Xiaoya said.
Cheng Huan nodded. Well, I'll ask her how much money she needs later, and I'll pay her.
Sun Xiaoman laughed and said, you have a conscience. Xiaoya asked Cheng Huan, if something happens to my family in the future, will you help me?
Help.
Cheng Huan nodded. What about me? Sun Xiaoman followed up with a question.
Cheng Huan chuckled at her and said, more help is needed.
You have some conscience.
Sun Xiaoman smiled with satisfaction.
Their families are all good. I don't want anything to happen at home either.
What is needed is Cheng Huan's attitude. Don't talk about helping us yet, just approve our WeChat friend requests as soon as possible.
Xiaoya followed. Why do you keep dwelling on this?
Cheng Huan curled his lips and took out his cell phone to pass them both.
I've been in college for 4 years, and you're still the first guy to delete me. How can I not feel conflicted? You're insulting me.
Xiaoya said with a frown on her face.
When did I insult you? Cheng Huan looked at Xiaoya with a smile.
This word has so much meaning. They have been in a good relationship for 4 years.
How good is it? Not enough love. Too ambiguous. If there was no Nanxi, they will really pursue Cheng Huan. Go to hell.
Xiaoya realized that she had said the wrong thing again and hit Cheng Huan directly. More than 20 minutes later, Dong Roland arrived.
Is Nanxi asleep? Sun Xiaoman asked. Kindness.
Dong Roland nodded. I vomited on the way back, and I fell asleep before I came here.
Cheng Huan asked, is your father okay?
Dong Roland shook her head. He is fine, he was just detained this afternoon. He was speeding the day before yesterday and crashed a Bentley into a ditch, which was scrapped. The other party is claiming 5 million yuan in compensation. My car's insurance only covers 2 million, and I have to pay 3 million myself.
My mom is preparing to sell the house.
What kind of car does your dad drive?
Cheng Huan asked with eyes wide open.
To be able to knock a Bentley into a ditch, the power must be quite powerful.
Dump truck. Dong Roland said.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan nodded.
It's no problem for the truck to overturn and hit the Bentley.
He took out his phone and said, give me your bank card number and I'll help you solve your urgent problem.
If your mother sells the house, where will you live when you return home? Cheng Huan, this is too much money,
Dong Roland was so moved that tears came to her eyes.
This is 3 million, not a small number. Even if they are siblings, they may not help each other in this way. Hurry up, don't waste time.
You've helped me a lot in the past 4 years, so it's only right that I help you. After all, I'm not short of money, so I have some left.
Cheng Huan quickly comforted Dong Roland. Roland, Cheng Huan wants to help you, just accept it.
Yeah, don't hesitate. Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya advised. Dong Roland sobbed with emotion and said, Cheng Huan, when our family makes money in the future, we will return it to you with interest.
Okay. Cheng Huan nodded. After giving the money away, he didn't expect to get it back.
I just said that casually.
The friendship between them can no longer be measured by money. Friendship is priceless. Chapter 38. Two school beauties came to deliver food in the rain.
Not long after, Dong Roland found the photo of the bank card on her mobile phone and told Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan also transferred 3 million RMB to this account. After receiving the money, Dong Roland picked up a glass of wine and said, Cheng Huan, thank you for helping my family through this difficult time.
I toast you.
Cheng Huan waved his hand and said, we are friends, so don't mention this matter in the future.
Okay, let's not talk about it. Dong Roland smiled and drank a glass of wine with Cheng Huan. All gratitude is in the wine. After everyone had a few drinks, Dong Roland asked Cheng Huan, we are not strangers. Tell me honestly, do you still love Nanxi? Cheng Huan sighed and said, it's faded.
Dong Roland said, I wanted to tell you last night in the supermarket that I saw a torn piece of paper in the trash can of the rehearsal room. The paper was covered with the words Cheng Huan.
I recognize the handwriting. It's Nanxi's.
The bad news is that Nanxi is going to the United States for graduate studies in July. After listening to it, Cheng Huan nodded calmly.
After a moment's silence,
he raised his glass with a smile on his face and said, come on, the stars are shining brightly tonight, let's continue drinking.
You're talking nonsense. Where are the stars tonight? Xiaoya said.
Fool. Cheng Huan said contemptuously, you three are just stars in my heart. Why didn't I realize you had such a sweet mouth before? Sun Xiaoman said with a happy look on her face.
Come, I'll let you taste it for free.
Cheng Huan chuckled, pursed his lips and moved forward. It was because of Nan Shi before.
Cheng Huan didn't dare to make such a joke. But it doesn't matter now. I won't taste it.
Sun Xiaoman covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, dodging a bit.
No, I have to try it. If Sun Xiaoman doesn't want to be close to him, Cheng Huan won't do it.
He stood up, hugged her face and kissed her.
Immediately afterwards, he treated everyone equally. He kissed Xiaoya and Dong Wolin as well. Beat him together. With the trouble solved, Dong Wolin was in a good mood.
Take the lead in calling out numbers and beat Cheng Huan together.
Soon, Cheng Huan was beaten up by a group of people. However, while being beaten,
he also took advantage of the situation and was very excited. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning and it started raining heavily outside.
Those who were still eating skewers in the barbecue restaurant were all running back drunk.
However, everyone got soaked before they ran far. After Cheng Huan sent Dong Wolin and the other 3 to the door of girls' dormitory number 9, he returned to his own dormitory.
At around 9 o'clock the next morning, Cheng Huan was awakened by a ringing phone.
He looked at the incoming call number and saw that it was from Erguzi.
After the call was connected, Cheng Huan asked, "What's the matter? It's already past 9 o'clock, why are you not moving?" "I'm still fucking sleeping, what do you want?" "What the hell did you do last night? Why are you still sleeping now?"
"I drank with Dong Wolin, Sun Xiaoman, and Xiaoya until about 2 a.m.
"Damn, you're always popular with women. Are you jealous?" "That is quite envious." "That's right. Are you going to have lunch at school?" "Kindness. Then Cici and I will eat at the hotel. It's raining outside and we don't want to go back in the rain." "Whatever you want. There's a video of you fighting last night on the campus forum. Did you see it?" "No. When did you become so good at kung fu? Why did you always let me rush in front when we fought before?" "You're stupid." "Fuck, you're obviously using me as a gun." "Yes. Don't you feel guilty? Just tell me what you want to do, don't do those useless things."
"I want to go to the luxury store downstairs with Cici and buy each of us a set of clothes."
"Didn't I tell you that your long face has a credit limit of 500,000 in my hotel? Spend it as you wish." "Oh, go back to sleep."
After hanging up the phone, Cheng Huan also looked at the unread WeChat messages displayed.
"Today at 7:10 a.m. Nanshi, Huan, are you awake? I prepared Zhou Jie treasure porridge for you. Today at 7:15. Zuoran, Huan, are you hungry? I bought you soy milk and fried dough sticks. Today at 8 o'clock. Nanshi, Huan, you haven't woken up yet? Today at 8:15.
Zuoran, Huan, Ji Shixin just called me and said he will come to the school to see you at noon.
What should I do?"
Seeing this message, Cheng Huan smiled.
He replied, "If he dares to come, I will kill him."
Not long after, Zuoran replied, "You finally woke up.
I almost went to the boys' dormitory to look for you."
In order to bring breakfast to Cheng Huan, she didn't go home today. "Cheng Huan, come here, bring me some soy milk and fried dough sticks, I'm hungry. I ended up throwing up everything I ate last night. My stomach is churning right now." Zuoran, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Then, Cheng Huan also replied to Nanshi's WeChat message. Soon, his cell phone started to ring.
"Nanshi, are you hungry?"
"Cheng Huan, Zuoran will bring me soy milk and fried dough sticks in a while."
"It's raining outside, so don't come."
"Nanshi, no, if you like soy milk and fried dough sticks, I'll go buy them for you now."
Cheng Huan frowned and asked, "Can't you see what I mean?"
"Nanshi, I told you last night that no matter how you treat me in the future, I will never give up on you."
Crying. "Cheng Huan, come if you want to."
"No need to buy fried dough sticks and soy milk.
I can only eat one portion."
"Nanshi, okay, I'll bring you 8 treasure porridge, you can change the taste." Seeing this news, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
Next, Cheng Huan got up and washed,
waiting for the 2 school beauties to bring him food.
Not long after, the 2 little flower umbrellas met under the boys' dormitory number 28.
They both smiled at each other. But this kind of smile is more or less unnatural.
"Senior, how long did you drink last night?" Zuoran took the lead in breaking the awkwardness and asked. Nancy shook her head and said, "Not long after you left last night, I went back too. I guess he drank until midnight."
When the two men walked into apartment number 28, the whole building was in an uproar.
The boys who came in and out all had blue eyes.
The two most beautiful girls from the main campus came in the rain, carrying lunchboxes.
"Are you here to deliver breakfast to Chung Hwan? What kind of magic did Chung Hwan cast to make the two school beauties go insane? Fuck, I'm starting to feel jealous. If one of them could bring me breakfast once, I would be willing to shave 10 years off my life. After 4 years of being a bootlicker, I finally became an immortal." The arrival of the two campus beauties shocked all the boys in the apartment building.
At the same time, he began to feel envious and jealous of Chang Hwan. After all, they all knew that Chung Hwan had been Nanshi's big bootlicker for 4 years. Then, starting from yesterday, the plot turned around and Nanshi began to lick Chang Hwan.
Even Zor Ran became Chang Hwan's bootlicker. This is undoubtedly a skill of Chang Hwan. Chapter 39, The Wronged Nanshi.
In fact, ever since they knew that Nanshi announced publicly yesterday that she wanted to pursue Chang Hwan, most of the boys in the school have begun to imitate him.
Who the hell dares to look down on a bootlicker? Who doesn't want to have a spring like a dog?
Suddenly, a boy rushed out of the building, stood in the rain and looked up to the sky and asked, "Oh my god, how am I not as good as Chung Hwan?
Why is there no school beauty who loves me?" Boom! There was suddenly lightning and thunder in the sky. A bolt of thunder exploded. Thank God for giving me enlightenment. I'm going to be a bootlicker now. After the thunder, he had an epiphany. I went in the rain to confess my love to the girl I liked. Not long after, downstairs of girls' dormitory number 10. A boy shouted towards the building, "Wine shall we? I love you, I want to confess my love to you." Soon after, the door of room 709 was pushed open. Then Zor Ran and Nanshi walked in together with their long legs. "Hwan, the soy milk and fried dough sticks are still hot, eat them while they're hot." Zor Ran placed the food box in her hand on Chang Hwan's bedside table. "Hwan, if the soy milk and fried dough sticks don't taste good, you can drink some of this 8 treasure porridge. It's from Joji. I queued up to buy it this morning." Nanshi also placed the food box on the bedside table. Chung Hwan looked at the two men and smiled. Then he sat at the bedside table and started eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk. His stomach is very empty now, so everything tastes delicious. "Hwan, try this Joji 8 treasure porridge and see if the taste has changed." Seeing that Chung Hwan was eating fried dough sticks and soy milk all the time, Nanshi, who was nearby, became a little anxious. "No, this fried dough stick and soy milk is delicious. If it's not enough, I'll have this 8 treasure porridge." Chang Hwan smiled and shook his head. After a while, Chang Hwan drank up the soy milk, ate the fried dough sticks, and didn't drink a single sip of the 8 treasure porridge. Seeing this, Nanshi felt extremely sad. Zor Ran walked forward with a smile and packed up her lunchbox. In this silent war, she took the lead. "Do you have anything else to do?" Chung Hwan looked at Nanshi. Nanshi said, "You promised to write me the song A Dream That Can't Awaken last night." Chang Hwan nodded, found a piece of paper and a pen, quickly wrote out the lyrics and music, and handed them to Nanshi. "You go back first, Zor Ran and I have something else to discuss. I want to sit with you a little longer," Nanshi said with red eyes, feeling so aggrieved. "We both really have something going on. Can you give us some time and space?" Chung Hwan said unhappily, his voice icy cold. "If I can't give Nanshi love, then I will give her despair. Please don't chase me away, okay?" Nanshi said with tears in her eyes, looking extremely pitiful. "Then you stay here. Zor Ran and I will go talk somewhere else." Chung Hwan stood up, took Zor Ran's hand and walked out of the room. Nanshi just needs to feel a little pain now, so she won't be in excruciating pain in the future. After coming out, Chang Hwan took Zor Ran to room 810 upstairs. This is the dormitory of their classmates. Several people in the room are going for internship. After coming in, Chung Hwan sat on the empty bed, lit a cigarette and started smoking. In fact, he was quite depressed. "I really don't want to see Nanshi like this. But I don't know how to reject her completely." Zor Ran sat next to Chung Hwan and said, "Ji Shirshin called me around 8 in the morning and said he would come to see you at noon." Chung Hwan chuckled and said, "Tell me something about him." "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. The opponent is coming to cause trouble. Need to find out." "Good." Zor Ran nodded. She also began to briefly tell Chung Hwan what she knew. Bite.
Just as Zhuo Ran was introducing Ji Shirshin's various situations to Cheng Huan's cell phone rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was a voice message from Wang Zhangnan. "Click on it, boss, did you get it done last night? Was it with Nanxi or Zhuo Ran?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned. Zhuo Ran blushed. He replied directly, "Fuck you." This bastard, it was a voice chat, Zhuo Ran heard it all. "Wang Zhangnan, what's the matter? Didn't you get it done? Fuck, you're such a loser, didn't Air Guzzi teach you a few moves? Cheng Huan, get as far away as you can and stop talking. It will easily expose your scumbag nature. Wang Zhangnan, don't take it out on me if you haven't gotten the plastic surgery done. I'm just anxious for you to get rid of your bald identity. Being self-reliant may feel good for a while, but it hurts your body. Damn, this bastard is getting more and more outrageous." So, Cheng Huan didn't reply. It's so fucking embarrassing. After that, the room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Neither of them knew what to say. Only the cell phone beeped from time to time. This bastard keeps talking nonsense every day. When he comes back, I will teach him a lesson. Finally, Cheng Huan broke the awkward atmosphere and gave Zhuo Ran a bitter smile. He is thirsty. But he wasn't thirsty enough to attack Zhuo Ran now. Zhuo Ran also smiled at Cheng Huan. "Zhuo Ran, who else is in your family?" Cheng Huan began to want to know more about Zhuo Ran. "I have a mother and a sister at home." Zhuo Ran talked about the situation at home. At this time, Nanxi was in the bathroom inside Cheng Huan's room, crying while helping him wash clothes. Even Cheng Huan's trousers and socks were washed. Although I felt extremely aggrieved. But she also told herself never to give up. Cheng Huan has loved her for 4 years. As long as she can keep giving her love, she will be able to move him to change his mind. Not long after, her cell phone rang. She looked at the number and sobbed. After calming down, he answered the call and asked, "Mom, what's the matter?" On the other end of the phone, there was an extremely gentle female voice. Said, "Cici, why didn't you call your mother this morning?" Nanxi said, "I was busy with something, so I forgot about it." This morning, her mind was full of thoughts about Cheng Huan. How could she even think of calling her mother? "Cici, your voice is a little strange, are you sick?" I have to say, her mother is really thoughtful, she can hear it from this. "Well, I had a slight fever yesterday." "Cici, you will be going to the United States to study in just over a month, so you must take good care of yourself." "Mom, I don't want to study in the United States anymore. I want to stay in China. I want to be a real woman." Suddenly, Nanxi burst into tears, feeling extremely aggrieved. If she wasn't sick, she would have agreed to Cheng Huan long ago. Why should I endure this kind of pain? Moreover, this kind of pain cannot be expressed in words. She really has it hard. Hearing Nanxi's crying, the woman on the other end of the phone also sobbed a few times. She asked, "Cici, tell Mom, are you in love?" "Mom, I've loved a boy for 4 years, but I can't be with him. I'm so miserable." Nanxi sobbed. "Don't cry, talk to Mom and ask her if the boy is good to you and if he loves you." Chapter 40. Are you worried about me? Cheng Huan and Zhuo Ran chatted in room 810 upstairs until about 11 o'clock in the morning before returning to room 709 downstairs together. As soon as they came in, they saw that Nanxi had not left yet and had already helped Cheng Huan clean up the house. Cheng Huan walked into the bathroom and took a look. Good job. This not only washed all his clothes, but also cleaned his sneakers. Even pants and socks were not spared. This girl must be crazy. Huan, shall we go have lunch together later?" Nanxi asked with a smile on her face. Cheng Huan said indifferently, "I will have lunch with Zhuo Ran at noon, you should go back and have lunch with Dong Wolin and the others." He didn't intend to drive Nanxi away. Instead, we have to wait for Jishixin to come at noon. From Yu Qingyun's words last night, he figured out one thing. If you offend someone, it is very likely that some people around you will be implicated. So, he wanted to drive Nanxi away. Nanxi glanced at Zhuo Ran and asked, "Zhuo Ran, do you mind if the 3 of us have lunch together?" Zhuo Ran gave Nanxi a bitter smile and said, "Then let's eat together." "It's okay. Thanks." Nanxi smiled humbly. "I do." Cheng Huan said coldly, "I have already told you that I don't love you anymore, can you please give me some freedom?" He really had a headache. We can't give Nanxi any more chances. Nancy shed tears and shook her head. No, you must still love me in your heart. It's just that I hurt you too deeply before, and you have a feeling of revenge in your heart.
Go ahead and get mad if you want. I won't blame you. Once you have vented all your anger, you will accept me. Hearing this, Chung Hwan was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, Nancy, I suggest you go see a psychiatrist. You must be sick. He was impressed that such a beautiful schoolgirl could be like this. This is really better than what I licked before. Nancy's body trembled as she cried, I am sick. I am sick because I cannot get the love I want.
When you fall in love with me again, this disease will be cured without treatment.
Chung Hwan frowned and asked, What exactly do you love about me? Can't I change it?
Nancy shook her head and said, You have been engraved in my heart. Even if you change beyond recognition, you are still perfect in my heart.
Wipe.
Cheng Huan was completely speechless.
It was still raining at 11:30 a.m. Inside the school cafeteria number 5.
Cheng Huan was sitting here eating. On his left and right sat Zuoran and Nancy. Nancy put the 2 braised lion heads from her own plate into Cheng Huan's plate.
Said, You are very tired from training every day, eat more meat to supplement your nutrition.
Zuoran also placed a bowl of spinach soup in front of Cheng Huan.
Said, Eating more spinach is good for your health. The boys who were eating around were so jealous. Damn it. Could you guys stop showing off your affection here? I played a bit of hard to get here yesterday. Today, 2 school beauties are showing their affection here again. Who are you trying to kill with jealousy? That's too much. Outrageous. Fortunately, today is the weekend and it is raining. Besides, most of the students went out to get a room last night and haven't come back yet. There aren't many people in this cafeteria. Otherwise, the situation will get out of hand again.
At this moment, Chung Hwan just wanted to eat quickly and leave here. So, when Nancy put 2 braised lion heads on his plate, he ate them without hesitation. Nancy smiled when she saw Cheng Huan finally eat the lion head that she gave him.
This smile caused countless boys to sigh. The ice beauty looks so beautiful when she smiles. A smile is enough to conquer the city. It's really beautiful.
After taking a few mouthfuls of rice, Chung Hwan drank a few more sips of the bowl of spinach soup.
Immediately afterwards, Zuoran also laughed.
The boys were drunk again. Some boys even forgot to chew and their eyes were blank.
Ding-a-ling.
At this time, Zuoran's cell phone rang. She looked at the name on the caller's note and her face changed.
Chung Hwan caught a glimpse of Zuoran's expression and asked slowly, Is it Ji Shishin's call? Kindness. Zuoran nodded. Let him come. This side must be seen. There's no way to avoid it. Besides, Cheng Huan didn't even want to hide. Zuoran got up and went to a deserted place to answer the phone.
At this time, Chung Hwan also said to Nancy, You should leave first.
I have some troubles to deal with. I'm not leaving.
Nancy shook her head. No matter what trouble you get into, I will be with you.
I am not afraid of death. At this time, I must not leave Cheng Huan.
No matter what kind of trouble she faces, she will stand firmly with Cheng Huan. Upon hearing this, Chung Hwan got a little upset. He rubbed his forehead and said, It's not a matter of whether I'm afraid of death or not, but I don't want to drag you down with me.
Just like what happened last night, if I wasn't more capable, those bastards would have definitely taken you and Zuoran away by force. This Jishixin is not a good guy either.
I can hardly guarantee that he won't cause trouble for you in the future. You go first, and come back to me after I have solved this problem.
Nancy asked, Are you worried about me? Your mind jumps really fast.
Cheng Huan curled his lips.
You know what, it seems to be true. Just say yes quickly. Nancy shook Cheng Huan's arm. If I say yes, you'll leave? Kindness. Nancy nodded. Helplessly, Cheng Huan nodded, That's it. Boo.
The next moment, Nancy kissed Cheng Huan on the face in front of hundreds of people and left happily.
Damn it.
Seeing this, some boys were stunned. Next, they beat their chests, gnashed their teeth, and were filled with resentment.
My goddess actually kissed the dog. Ah. I'm so mad. Cheng Huan, you'll be struck by lightning if you go out. After a while, Zuoran came back.
She said solemnly, Jizan is already here, downstairs of your apartment. After Cheng Huan finished eating all the food on the plate, he also drank the spinach soup in the bowl. He stood up and said, "Let's go and meet this young Master G. It's still raining heavily outside.
There is no intention of stopping at all.
These may be the tears of the cuckolded men last night.
Bitterness and deep hatred. There is nothing I can do. Zhao Han is right. If you don't have money, don't think about those beautiful women. In the end, you are the one who gets hurt.
Even if she married you out of love at first. Eventually, ordinary life will shatter the love that you once held on to little by little.
People are all snobbish. Especially those beautiful women. Just like those rich men. Never content with mediocrity.
In the end, beautiful women will be knocked down by RMB.
Rich men can also be seduced by beauty. Chapter 41 Bragging is not taxable.
After leaving the cafeteria, Chung Huan saw a few cement bricks for paving the road at the door. So he came up with a plan and picked up 2 pieces and hid them in his sleeves.
Maybe it will be useful soon.
If this hits them in the face, they will be in big trouble. Seeing this, Zuoran also covered her mouth and laughed.
Chung Huan explained, "If they try to attack me later, I will use this brick to kill them."
Zuoran said with a worried look on her face, "Don't hurt anyone.
I don't want to see you get arrested."
Cheng Huan smiled harmlessly.
He wouldn't be that stupid. The world outside is so good, why should we go in there?
Then he asked, "If I really get arrested, will you wait for me?"
"What are you waiting for?" Zuoran asked with a blushing face. This girl is obviously pretending to be ignorant even though she knows the truth.
Of course.
He.
Chung Huan started laughing halfway through his speech.
He didn't say anything anymore. I'll keep it a secret. If you pretend to be confused, I will keep you in suspense. Same thing. Come on, what is it? Zuoran asked anxiously. She wanted to know the answer. Want Chung Huan's promise. Of course I want compensation from you.
Cheng Huan said with a smile. Zuoran shook her head and said, "My family has no money and cannot afford to pay."
Cheng Huan said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can give me the person as compensation. Would you like it?"
Zuoran blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Chung Huan.
Of course.
Chung Huan nodded with a smile. "My family is in need of someone to do the laundry and cooking."
He. Zuoran chuckled a few times. This guy is looking for a babysitter. Ding-a-ling.
At this time, Zuoran's cell phone rang again. This time it was not Jishixin who called, but her sister. Zuoran's sister is Zuotong, who is 18 years old and also a top student. However, this girl gave up the opportunity to be admitted to Jinan University and will make a full effort to take the entrance exam to Yenjing University this year to make up for the regret of Zuoran not being able to go.
As soon as the call was connected, Zuoran asked, "Tong, what's the matter?"
On the other end of the phone, Zuoran's sister Zuotong said anxiously, "Sister, our house is leaking, and our mother is still at work and can't come back.
I can't handle it alone. What should I do?"
Zuoran heard this and quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, I'll take the bus back soon." Zuotong said, "Then you should come back soon, otherwise I'm afraid our house will be flooded."
No. Zuoran responded and hung up the phone. Is there something going on at home? Cheng Huan asked. Zuoran nodded and said, "Well, the house is leaking, Tong can't handle it alone at home, so let me go back."
Cheng Huan said, "If we go back this day, it will be dark when we get home." Her home is at least 50 kilometers away from the school, and it usually takes more than an hour to drive there. I'm afraid this rainy day will last longer.
Zuoran smiled bitterly and said, "Even if it's dark, I have to go back." Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, "After we deal with Ji Shixin, I'll drive you back." Good. Zuoran nodded.
Then, the two of them held an umbrella together and walked around the campus like a young couple.
However, Zuoran's little flower umbrella is really too small.
Even if Zuoran held his arm, it still couldn't cover him completely. In order to prevent Zuoran from getting sick from the rain, Chung Huan was willing to expose half of his body to the rain.
Some students were extremely envious when they saw this scene. The dog has entered the sweet stage.
When Cheng Huan arrived near the number 28 boys' dormitory, he saw 2 luxury cars parked in front of the building. In the front is a yellow Ferrari A12.
The color of this sports car is really sexy.
Behind it was a black Range Rover. Seeing Cheng Huan and Zuoran coming back together, a man got out of the Ferrari. He is estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall.
Square face, small eyes, and thick lips.
He has a broad back and strong arms, and is extremely dark and strong.
With this rich and handsome appearance, you still want to pursue Zoran?
Chunghwan feels that Ergu is 100 times more handsome than him. Immediately afterwards, 3 burly bodyguards in black suits got out of the Land Rover, holding umbrellas and covering the young man's head. This posture is quite similar to that of a gangster boss on TV. At this moment, some younger students in apartment 28 also started filming with their mobile phones.
Some people even started live broadcasts. Thousands of male and female students from Jingang University flocked into the live broadcast room. Damn, I know that man.
He's Ji Shixin, the provincial 70-kilogram Sanda champion last year. His father is the boss of Haichang Group, and his family is in the seafood farming business.
He's damn rich. Chang Huan is really tough.
He is not afraid to stand in front of the provincial Sanda champion.
He looks neither humble nor arrogant. That's right.
Last night, Chung Huan beat down 4 hooligans by himself.
I even helped him. It was so satisfying.
Yesterday's guys were just hooligans at best, but today this guy is a martial artist.
I think if we fight, Chung Huan will definitely suffer.
In a dormitory, a boy took out 100 RMB and said, I bet 100 RMB that Cheng Huan wins.
Who among you will bet with me? I took the bet. I bet too. Downstairs, I saw Cheng Huan and Zoran holding an umbrella together. Moreover, Zoran was holding Cheng Huan's arm.
This made Jishixin's eyes red.
Soon, he yelled at Cheng Huan, "You poor bastard, you dare to snatch my girlfriend from me? Do you know who I am?
If you really want to die, I'll help you." As soon as they met, this Jishixin started to curse and swear, with no morals at all. There was a gleam of resentment in those little eyes.
Before coming, they had already briefly inquired about Cheng Huan's information.
This is just a poor outsider, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Did you eat shit in the toilet at noon? Why does your mouth stink so bad?
Cheng Huan didn't tolerate his bad habits and just cursed back at him.
You just ate shit at noon.
Veins popped out on Jishixin's face. He is just a rough guy.
There is no cunning at all. I have believed in the way of money since I was a child. Believe that money can solve everything. Everything can be achieved with fists.
The name idiot is not unfair to him at all. At this time, Zoran also said coldly, Ji Shixin, I never agreed to be your girlfriend, please don't make trouble here, otherwise I will call the police.
The bodyguard holding the umbrella sneered, go ahead and report it. The police officers in Jingang are all friends of Master Ji. Is it so awesome? Cheng Huan smiled.
Last night, even the son of the chief police officer of Jingang didn't dare to say such a thing.
These idiots really dare to brag. What? Bragging is not taxable? Soon, Ji Shixin said in a smug voice, did you hear that, dog? If you know what's best for you, get the hell away from Zoran. Don't force me to deprive you of your right to mate for the rest of your life. Damn it. This bastard is really cruel.
He also wanted to deprive Cheng Huan of his basic rights.
But does he have this ability? Chapter 42 Big Brick. The next second, Cheng Huan asked with a smile on his face, does your mother know that you are so arrogant? He felt that Jishixin was like a fool. Not only is his mouth full of shit. What's more, he has no legal knowledge at all. Fighting will result in detention. Injuring someone is a criminal offense. No matter how rich his family is, can he really cover the sky with one hand?
At this time, the bodyguard of Qingsan interrupted and said, our Master Ji's family assets are at least 300 million, with luxury houses and sports cars.
What can you, a country boy who can't even afford a toilet, give to Zoran?
If you're smart, stay away from Zoran and don't make yourself uncomfortable.
The master is speaking, why are you a pug barking? Cheng Huan blared at the bodyguard.
There is no respect for elders or younger ones.
Seriously unqualified.
He is so crazy with a net worth of 300 million.
If he were given 30 billion, would he dare to change the portrait on the city gate tower? Don't you know that being low-key is the coolest way to show off? Fuck you, do you want to die?
The bodyguard holding the umbrella was furious and looked like he wanted to beat Cheng Huan to death.
They are really wild dogs that grew up eating shit. They have no manners at all. Cheng Huan sneered and teased. Do you expect a rough man like Ji Shixin to have civilized people around him? That's impossible. Birds of a feather flock together. They are a nest of snakes and rats. Ji Shixin waved his hands at his three bodyguards with an angry face and said, "Go and beat up his dishonest mouth first. I want to make him unable to speak for 3 days." In a moment, the two bodyguards threw away their umbrellas and rushed directly towards Cheng Huan. These people have all practiced Sanda. The aura he exudes is quite intimidating. One of them swung his fist from the left, trying to blow up Cheng Huan's handsome face. He attacked with a right kick, trying to take away Cheng Huan's mating rights. A two-pronged approach with insidious means. A fight has broken out. The outcome will be clear soon. Although I also have a crush on Zoran, I definitely don't want her to be Ji Shixin's girlfriend. She's too damn ugly. Come on, Cheng Huan, you are my superhero. Even though you don't love me, I support you across the screen. In the live broadcast room, those who were watching the live broadcast kept swiping the screen. In room 1303 of the number 9 girls' dormitory, Nan Shi and the other three were also watching the live broadcast. Sun Xiaoman angrily said, "These two people are so hateful. Why did they attack Cheng Huan's vital part?" Nan Shi said angrily, "If they dare to destroy Huan's place, I will scratch them to death." Upon hearing Nan Shi's words, Sun Xiaoman, Xiaoya, and Dong Roland all looked at Nan Shi. "Why are you looking at me?" Seeing the looks from the three people, Nan Shi asked in confusion. Dong Roland said jokingly, "Are you thinking about love?" Xiaoya said, "Nanshi, I suggest you find an opportunity to make it a done deal with him, and let him pretend to be with you all day long." Sun Xiaoman laughed, "Do you want the data? I have a high-definition version on my phone." "Where did you get it?" Dong Roland looked surprised. "It was sent by a high school girl of mine," said Sun Xiaoman. "Send it to me quickly." Xiaoya couldn't hold it anymore and took out her cell phone with a smile. "Send it to me too." Dong Roland also said with a smile. Human civilization has developed to this day. It is because of the strong desire for knowledge. They all want to learn. Soon, Nanshi said, "Stop arguing, they are fighting." In the scene, when the two bodyguards attacked, Cheng Huan suddenly had two bricks in his hands and rushed forward. Bang! A brick hit a bodyguard's fist. Oh! The bodyguard's fist was instantly covered in blood. Follow closely. Another brick fell on the toes of another bodyguard. Oh! Another shrill scream. I guess my big toe is definitely broken. One encounter, two bricks. Hurt. Boom. Bang. As the two men screamed for their mothers, Cheng Huan waved two large bricks. With a fierce smash, he knocked down two people. The king of weapons is the brick. It's very useful. People in the live broadcast room saw Cheng Huan playing with the brick in various ways. Moreover, he defeated the two men in just a few moves, and the word awesome dominated the screen. Yeah. When Nanshi and the other three saw Cheng Huan's great victory, they all screamed loudly. Sun Xiaoman said with a sweet smile, "Cheng Huan is really amazing. Last night he was the king of wine bottles, and today he is the king of bricks." Ha 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 ha. Xiaoya said, "Being with such a strong man definitely makes me feel safe. I am a little envious of Nanshi." Dong Roland said, "Nanshi, how about the three of us invite Cheng Huan out tonight and get him drunk, and then you can kill him?" Sun Xiaoman nodded and said, "I think it's okay. As long as the two of you have established the facts, if he dares not take responsibility for you, we will help you kill him." Xiaoya nodded, "Good idea, I agree." "No, don't." Nanshi shook her head in panic. The idea was totally different to her. That's it. Downstairs, Cheng Huan weighed the two bricks in his hand and looked at Ji Shixin with a smile on his face. "How dare you play dirty?" Seeing the brick in Cheng Huan's hand, Ji Shixin's face became gloomy. These three people were once his senior brothers. He naturally knew how hard the fists and feet were. "I didn't expect to be defeated by a brick. You two are beating me up, and you won't let me move anything? Can you please be reasonable?" Cheng Huan was smiling happily. These few hits are enough to give those two pugs a hard time. It hurts so much to see these two idiots die. Okay, I'll let you succeed once. I'll see how you succeed next time. Please believe me, I will beat the shit out of you. Ji Shixin rolled up his sleeves and wanted to demonstrate with Cheng Huan in person. Cheng Huan laughed and said, "We have a saying in my family that a barking dog is not powerful. It will run away as soon as you raise your hand." As he spoke, Cheng Huan also raised his arm. The tiles are shiny. Hey, this is a husky, and it didn't run away.
Soon, Cheng Huan smiled. At this moment, Ji Shixin's face turned extremely dark.
Talk nonsense. He really can't. Fuck you.
Soon, Ji Shixin rushed up like a mad dog and started punching.
Bang. Bang.
Cheng Huan was not polite either, he just swung a brick and started smashing. Even though he bought a fighting card last night and learned a lot of fighting techniques.
But he doesn't want to show it yet. Various ways of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. One side gives in.
While holding a big brick hyo. In the live broadcast room, the students watching were so excited. Although Cheng Huan seemed to be at a disadvantage and was chased and beaten by Ji Shixin. But his powerful fist didn't hit Cheng Huan at all. However, Cheng Huan would hit back with a brick from time to time.
He can almost use this brick in all kinds of ways. Bang! A brick hit Ji Shixin in the face. My nose started to hurt and tears came out. Ha, Cheng Huan is playing guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. I've learned it. I'll do it this way next time we fight. Damn it, Ji Shixin was hit by a brick again. In the midst of wind and rain, this little pain is nothing. Dry your tears, don't be afraid, and keep going. Haha, the boys from Jinan University have never lost a fight. We are not cowards. In the live broadcast room, the students were excited again. Chapter 43, Turtle is also puzzled. What are you doing? Just when Ji Shixin was chasing Cheng Huan everywhere, a man in his 50s happened to pass by nearby. When he saw someone fighting here, he just shouted. When the people in the live broadcast room saw this man appear, they all filled the screen with regret. Oh no! Vice Principal Zhang is here. Why is Vice Principal Zhang out for a stroll when it's raining so hard? It's over. I'm afraid we won't be able to watch this excitement anymore. Ji Shixin glanced at the man who was probably in his 50s, and didn't care at all. He continued to punch Cheng Huan. At this moment, he was already furious. Not only did he fail to hit Cheng Huan, he was also hit by several bricks. I'm so angry. I'm asking you a question. What's it for? The man questioned Ji Shixin again. Stop meddling in other people's business, or I'll beat you up too. Get the hell out of here. The bodyguard holding the umbrella seemed to have lost a nerve and cursed the man angrily. This man is not going to stand being threatened. He took out his cell phone and said, "Hello, is this the security department? This is Vice President Zhang Wei. Send a few people to the entrance of boys' dormitory number 28 immediately. There is a fight going on here." When I heard that this man was the vice president of Jin University, Ji Shixin knew that he might not be able to teach Cheng Huan a good lesson today. He stopped and rubbed his nose, which was almost collapsed by the brick. Then he looked at Cheng Huan with murderous eyes and said coldly, "If you have the guts, come to the boxing gym in the city gymnasium tomorrow night to fight me. If you win, I'm gonna quit the fucking hell. If you lose, I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Cheng Huan shrugged and shook his head. "You're comparing your strengths with mine. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" He is not afraid of going on stage. But he didn't want to use Zuo Ran as a bargaining chip. This is disrespectful to Zuo Ran. Ji Shixin's face darkened as he asked, "Then how do you want to compete?" Cheng Huan said, "Well, let me give you a brain teaser. If you can answer it, I might consider playing with you in the ring. If you can't answer, get out of here as soon as possible and don't embarrass yourself here." Ji Shixin said with a dark face, "You say. Please listen to the question." Cheng Huan smiled, "Excuse me, what does Xiaobai plus Xiaobai equal?" Although this brain teaser is very simple, but for a semi-illiterate person like Ji Shixin, it might be difficult. Sure enough, Ji Shixin racked his brains but couldn't come up with an answer. Even the three bodyguards looked confused. Soon, Cheng Huan laughed and said, "You can't even answer this question, so don't chase Zuo Ran. Your IQ is not enough." "What did you say it was called?" Ji Shixin asked with a dark face. "Little White Rabbit. Isn't her the same as two?" Cheng Huan said with a smile. Hearing this answer, Zuo Ran covered her mouth and laughed. Even the people in the live broadcast room started laughing. Soon, Ji Shixin glared at me and said, "Don't play English with me. I don't know it. Try something else."
For this kind of idiot, even if Cheng Huan gave him 100 brain teasers, he would hardly be able to answer them.
So Cheng Huan asked again, why do whales look stupid? The four people thought for a while, shook their heads and asked, why?
Seeing their eagerness for knowledge, Cheng Huan laughed and said, because its brain is full of water.
Are you scolding me?
Ji Shixin felt that these words were a bit strange, and his face was as gloomy as the weather.
Cheng Huan shrugged and said, I'm just giving you a brain teaser.
If you insist on applying it to yourself, then I can't help it.
You, have another one. The bodyguard holding the umbrella seemed to have not had enough fun and said something to Cheng Huan again. Cheng Huan asked, have you ever seen a turtle shaking its head?
The bodyguard thought about it, shook his head and said to Cheng Huan, I have eaten a lot, but I have never seen a turtle shake its head. This scene almost made everyone in the live broadcast room laugh to death. Even Vice Principal Zhang, who was always serious, was amused by this idiot. Cheng Huan also laughed and said, I haven't seen it before, but I saw it today.
Fuck, are you trying to trick me? After a puzzled moment, the bodyguard holding the umbrella finally reacted and stared at Cheng Huan viciously.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, your IQ is really not suitable for chasing girls, so just go home and play in the mud.
Can you come up with another one? Being humiliated for having a low IQ made Ji Shixin very unhappy.
As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang.
He just didn't believe that the 4 of them couldn't answer a single question.
Cheng Huan smiled and said, since you want to prove your IQ, I'll give you another question.
You say.
Ji Shixin listened attentively. Cheng Huan thought for a moment and asked, the goldfish and the turtle were put into the fish tank together. Why did the goldfish die, but the turtle was fine? Ji Shixin said, he was bitten to death by a turtle.
No. Cheng Huan shook his head. Bodyguard holding an umbrella, drowned. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, can your fish drown? Ji Shixin asked, why?
Cheng Huan smiled and said, the turtle is also puzzled. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter.
This Cheng Huan is really good at playing tricks on people.
No, it should be that Ji Shixin and the others are too stupid.
Fuck it, you are the bastard. Your whole family is a bastard.
Ji Shixin cursed, saying that the person was mean and vulgar. At this moment, Cheng Huan's face also darkened. If the vice principal had not been nearby, he would have gone up and slapped Ji Shixin hard several times. I won't stop until I smash all his dirty teeth. At this time, people from the school security department drove over. Several security guards and a middle-aged man in plain clothes got out of the car.
Principal Zhang, what's going on?
The man in plain clothes ran up to Vice Principal Zhang and asked. These guys came to school to cause trouble, chase them away immediately, or call the police.
Vice Principal Zhang pointed at Ji Shixin and the other 3 people. Clear.
The school security officer in plain clothes nodded. Then, he walked up to Ji Shixin and the others and asked, where are you from and what are you doing here? This is Ji Shixin, the young master of Haichang Group. He was also the provincial Sanda champion last year. He came to your school to challenge Cheng Huan to a duel.
The bodyguard holding the umbrella was a little stunned and said with an arrogant look on his face.
In his eyes, Ji Shixin is the sun, shining brightly. Wherever I go, I will introduce it proudly.
A fight? What kind of fight?
The security officer looked confused. Cheng Huan from your school stole my girlfriend, so I came to challenge him to a duel in the ring. Ji Shixin said calmly.
Not afraid of these people coming. Chapter 44 I don't dislike.
Soon, Zoran frowned and said, Ji Shixin, let me tell you again.
I never promised you to be your girlfriend, and I never made any agreement with you. Please stop telling others that I'm your girlfriend. She must correct Ji Shixin's wrong remarks.
Otherwise, the vice principal and others would think that she was not doing the right thing. She would not bear this kind of injustice. After hearing what Zoran said, the security officer said to Ji Shixin in a cold voice, did you hear that? Don't make trouble in our school. Our school doesn't welcome you. Leave now. These second-generation rich people are really lawless. They even dared to break into the school and cause trouble. He was also caught by the vice principal. Isn't this just putting on an act of deceit for yourself? Ji Shixin looked at Cheng Huan and Zoran with indignant eyes, and said coldly, Cheng Huan, you can't escape this battle. Don't think you'll be alright if you get away with it today. I'll come to see you again. Until you agree to fight me. Cheng Huan's face darkened and he sneered, I'm also warning you, don't provoke me, or I'll really make you eat shit.
I'll wait.
Ji Shixin said hatefully. Finally, he also looked at Zuo Ran and cursed, you stinky bitch, I will make you regret it.
Bang!
Just as he finished speaking, the brick in Cheng Huan's hand flew out and hit him directly in the mouth.
Next second,
Ji Shixin felt a pain in his gums.
several front teeth are loose.
Soon, Cheng Huan said with cold eyes, if you dare to insult Zuo Ran again, I will beat you to a pulp. Seeing Cheng Huan's eyes, Ji Shixin also felt resentful. Finally, he got into the car and left with 3 bodyguards in disgrace. If they still want to cause trouble for you, call the police immediately.
Otherwise, the school won't be blamed if anything happens.
After the security officer gave some instructions to Cheng Huan, he left with the security guards.
Disperse, disperse, the following is a picture showing off their affection, the live broadcast is over.
The guy who was doing the live broadcast said to the students in the room.
Sure enough, after everyone left, Zuo Ran walked near Cheng Huan.
She saw that Cheng Huan was soaked all over and said, go upstairs and change your clothes quickly.
You are soaked through. Don't catch a cold.
Cheng Huan smiled and said, my body is strong, and the cold virus will stay away from me.
Zuo Ran said, I'll go back and pack my things and come find you later. Cheng Huan nodded, okay.
When he returned to the building, some of his junior classmates on the 7th floor welcomed him back by banging pots and plates.
Senior, you are really good at playing with bricks.
Why don't you start a class?
As long as you can learn real skills, you can name the tuition fee, we don't bargain.
With a brick in hand, the world is mine. Hearing their words, Cheng Huan smiled and said, my brick-making skills are inherited from my ancestors and will not be passed on to anyone else.
Otherwise, we will definitely promote this brick kung fu. Senior, we'll prepare whatever wine you want to drink tonight. Just ask for a few tricks.
I can kneel down and learn from you, just for one move. After chatting with these people for a while, Cheng Huan returned to the house and changed his clothes. As soon as I put on my clothes, I heard my cell phone ring.
Nanshi, Huan, you were so smart. You fooled those people around. We were so amused.
Cheng Huan, they are just a few clowns.
You can't kill them. Nanshi, can I come to you now?
Cheng Huan, don't come, I'm going to take Zuo Ran home later.
Nanshi, I want to go too. Cheng Huan, no. This girl is like a follower now, wanting to go everywhere.
Cheng Huan couldn't stand this licking.
Nanshi, when will you come back? Cheng Huan, if nothing else, I'll be back in the afternoon.
Nanshi, okay, I'll practice the song you wrote with my roommate.
When you come back, we'll have dinner together.
Seeing this message, Cheng Huan frowned again. After quitting WeChat, Cheng Huan called Wang Lidong and asked him to send him an SUV.
Zuo Ran's home is in a rural area in the suburbs.
With the heavy rain, the roads must be difficult to travel on, so he couldn't drive his supercar. More than 10 minutes later, Zuo Ran came back. He changed into an ordinary set of long clothes and trousers and carried a backpack.
That skirt looks good on you, why did you change it? Cheng Huan asked.
This morning, Zuo Ran wore a red short-sleeved halter dress, revealing her beautiful collarbone and straight long legs.
Cheng Huan's eyes almost pierced into his chest.
Now, once she changes her clothes, she turns into a country girl in seconds.
Zuo Ran chuckled and said, my family lives in the countryside.
If I go back dressed like that, the villagers will point fingers at me.
It's better to be conservative.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes, uncivilized.
Zuo Ran smiled gently and asked, where is your car? It will be delivered to me in a while. Cheng Huan answered, and then asked, by the way, can you drive?
Zuo Ran shook her head, most of my living expenses come from various scholarships.
How can I have the spare money to learn how to drive? Cheng Huan nodded and said, wait until Monday to sign up for a class.
I'll pay for the tuition. Zuo Ran smiled and shook her head, if I want to learn, I can still save some living expenses, so I won't take your money.
My money is poisonous?
Cheng Huan said with a laugh. No, I just want to achieve everything through my own efforts and don't want to rely on outsiders.
Zuo Ran said with a chuckle.
This smile revealed a row of neatly arranged white teeth, which made Cheng Huan want to go up and kiss her.
All right. Cheng Huan didn't force it anymore.
Although he knew that as long as he persisted for a while, Zuo Ran would definitely compromise. But he didn't want to ruin Zuo Ran's strong character. If Zuo Ran was a snobbish girl, she might have agreed to Ji Shixin long ago.
Even though that guy is ugly. But he is a rich second generation after all. A fortune of several hundred million is really not a small amount.
Before the car comes, I'll go wash your wet clothes. Zhuo Ran put down her backpack and said.
No need. Cheng Huan quickly shook his head. I just changed those clothes this morning. They are not dirty. I can wear them after they are dry. This is the casualness of boys. Rainwater is also dirty. I'd better go and help you wash it.
Zhuo Ran smiled and said this, then turned around and walked into the bathroom. Soon after, Cheng Huan also walked into the bathroom. I quickly took away my socks and trousers and prepared to wash them myself.
Put it down. I don't mind. Zhuo Ran said.
She can do whatever Nanshi can do.
She was really excited in her heart.
Cheng Huan laughed awkwardly and said, Zhuo Ran, there's no need for you to compare yourself with Nanshi.
You are you. I don't need you to be like her in everything. I know.
Zhuo Ran chuckled and nodded, but still snatched the socks and pants from Cheng Huan's hand. Watching her washing clothes, Cheng Huan also smiled bitterly. Not long after, Zhuo Ran finished washing Cheng Huan's wet clothes and hung them in the bathroom. After coming out, she took out hand cream from her backpack and protected her hands. Seeing her pair of fair and slender hands, Cheng Huan was moved.
This girl is really virtuous. Chapter 45. Be polite to me next time you see me. More than half an hour later, Wang Lidong arrived.
Cheng Huan and Zhuo Ran went downstairs and saw two cars parked on the side of the road, one of which was a Bentley Mulsanne. The other was a large black Jeep.
Quite new.
The license plate is also pretty impressive, East BC 9999. Wang Lidong said, Boss, our hotel mostly has sedans and business cars, we don't have any good SUVs. So I went to Zhongqing Auto Trade and snatched this Brabus G900 Rocket Edition that their prince just customized for you.
If you like it, you don't have to return it to him.
I can just transfer the money to him directly. Cheng Huan was also surprised to hear that this big Jeep was the Brabus G900 Rocket Edition.
This car is an upgraded version of the Mercedes-Benz AMG G63.
It is the most powerful G-Class car to date. Just by looking at its rugged appearance, Cheng Huan fell in love with it.
The visual impact is too strong.
Soon, he nodded to Wang Lidong and said, I like it very much. Just go back and transfer the money to him directly. By the way, my friends are in the hotel, I'll try to meet their needs if they have any.
Clear. Wang Lidong nodded, got into the Bentley and left.
Soon after, Cheng Huan and Zhuo Ran also got into the brand new Brabus Jeep. Upstairs, many students were stunned when they saw this scene.
What is going on? Could it be that Cheng Huan is a rich second generation?
After fastening her seatbelt, Zhuo Ran smiled bitterly at Cheng Huan and said, You bought a car just to take me home.
How extravagant.
The key is that I'm afraid the road will be bad on rainy days and other cars won't be able to drive to your house. Cheng Huan smiled and also shifted gears and drove forward. If it didn't rain, he would take out the Hongqi S18. That's a custom-made car, and you can buy dozens of them.
Zhuo Ran chuckled and said, You are right. The road conditions to our town are pretty good, they are all national highways. But the road from the town to our village is a bit difficult to travel on.
It's full of ditches due to the sand trucks. The village where Zhuo Ran lives is called Sheikh Village, which is rich in sand used for construction.
Those trucks carrying sand dare not go out during the day and all operate at night.
A truck fully loaded with 60 tons can pull 100 tons for you. It would be strange if the road was good.
The drive for profit can always make people do evil.
Not far from the school, Cheng Huan parked the car on the side of the road in front of a nearby large shopping mall. It was his first visit and he needed to buy some gifts.
What do your mother and sister like?
Zhuo Ran shook her head and said, You'd better not waste your money.
You don't need to buy anything. Let's go quickly.
Seeing her refusal, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly. He said, Zhuo Ran, I know you are a self-loving girl, but don't forget that this is my first time visiting your home.
Even if we are just ordinary friends, we still have to buy some gifts, right? If I go to your house empty-handed, won't that reflect on my character? After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Zhuo Ran blushed and lowered her head and said, You are right, okay?
Hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled.
This girl has become obedient.
He stopped the car and turned off the engine.
Open the door and get out. Next, the two of them walked around the mall. In addition to buying some gifts, Chung Hwan also bought a 12 Pro Max mobile phone for each of the Zuo Ran sisters.
He also bought a large gold bracelet weighing 57.6 grams for Zuo Ran's mother. Originally Zuo Ran wanted to refuse, but Chung Hwan just gave her a look and glared back at her what she was about to say.
Chung Hwan said to Zuo Ran, "I just want you to use better equipment to record the road we have walked together. As for buying one for your sister, it's because I'm afraid that if you bully me in the future, maybe she can help me.
I bought your mother a big gold bracelet because I wanted to bribe her. I'm afraid she wouldn't agree to our relationship."
Look. What is emotional intelligence? That's it. Chang Hwan didn't give me a mobile phone.
Instead, he asked Zuo Ran to use this advanced equipment to record the process of their interaction.
Giving my sister-in-law a mobile phone is just a way to prepare for a rainy day. Who says the sister-in-law is half the brother-in-law? Gold is hard currency and my mother-in-law's favorite. Such a big gold bracelet can definitely be bribed. These are the methods that Erguzi once told Chang Hwan.
Hearing Chang Hwan's long speech, Zuo Ran was naturally overjoyed.
What else could she object to? After leaving the mall, the two continued on their way.
On the way, Zuo Ran turned on the car stereo, connected it to her new mobile phone via Bluetooth, and started playing the songs that Chung Hwan sang last night.
After a while, Zuo Ran asked, "Hwan, when are you going to record an album?" Chung Hwan said, "Wait until I have time."
Private recording studios are everywhere these days.
As long as you are not mute, you can synthesize the song you sing to sound like the one sung by the singer.
Since it was raining heavily, the visibility was not very good. Therefore, Chang Hwan was not driving very fast, with a constant speed of over 80 miles per hour. An hour and a half later, Chang Hwan drove the car to Sheikh Village where Zuo Ran lived. The village is not very big, but it has mountains, water and forests. As for whether the old and young masters get along well with each other, it is unknown.
After entering the village, Chang Hwan, under Zuo Ran's instructions, drove the car to an open space and parked it.
Fortunately, he drove in today in a bus. Otherwise, the road here is really difficult to walk on, it is too muddy. After getting off the car, the two of them carried some gift boxes and held an umbrella together, walking along the path towards Zuo Ran's house.
Zuo Ran's home is a typical farmhouse.
The yard is quite spacious and deep. There are 2 plum trees planted on both sides of the yard. They are full of fruits but not ripe yet. A cement road leads directly from the gate of the courtyard to the 4 tiled houses in front. These 4 tiled houses are sandwiched between the tall tiled houses of the neighbors on both sides, looking old, low and cramped. Zuo Ran pointed to the yard and said, "This is where I grew up. The yard is filled with the joy of my childhood. These 2 plum trees were specially planted by my father after my sister and I were born. After he passed away, my sister and I would look at the 2 plum trees whenever we thought of him." Hearing these sad words, Chang Hwan felt a little distressed.
It is indeed unfortunate that the 2 sisters lost their father at a young age. Woof woof woof.
At this time, an old yellow dog in the yard ran out of the kennel, barked at Zuo Ran and Chang Hwan twice, and kept wagging its almost bald tail.
"This is Da Huang.
He has been with our family for 8 years and is very sensible,"
Zuo Ran introduced. "Hello, De Huang, please be polite when you see me next time." Chang Hwan greeted De Huang. Woof woof. De Huang was polite and called him twice. These 2 sounds made Zuo Ran laugh. This guy can actually talk to a dog. What a talent. Chapter 46, Climbing the roof and removing the tiles is our job.
After entering the house, Chung Hwan saw a girl who was about the same height as Zuo Ran and equally beautiful walking out of the inner room.
Who would have thought? In such a family, there are 2 beautiful women.
Their parents' genes are really strong. When the little girl saw Chang Hwan, her big eyes froze in place without blinking.
"Sister, is this your boyfriend? When did you find a boyfriend? How come I don't know?" Zuo Tong asked 3 questions in a row. Upon hearing these questions, Zuo Ran didn't know how to answer.
Although they are boyfriends, the 2 have not officially confirmed their relationship.
Even if you say no, you can't bring it home.
Just when she was in a dilemma, Chung Hwan smiled at Zuo Tong. "My name is Chung Hwan, I am pursuing your sister, and I am still in her probation period."
"Oh."
Zuo Tong smiled and nodded, and said to Chung Hwan, "Now I'll give you a chance to show off.
Hurry up and help me pour some water. The wash basin in the room is almost full again. This little girl is really good at ordering people around." However, Chang Hwan didn't care.
After he put down the gifts in his hands, he nodded with a smile and said, "No problem, I have plenty of strength." "You must be tired after driving for so long, let me do it." Zhuo Ran smiled sweetly at Cheng Huan and walked into the inner room first. Crack. At this time, Zhuo Tong took a photo of Cheng Huan with his mobile phone and said with a smile, "I'll send it to my mother. If she is not satisfied, there is no hope for you too." Hearing this, Cheng Huan also smiled bitterly. "If I have no chance. So what kind of son-in-law does her mother want to choose?" At this moment, Zhuo Ran also came out carrying a large basin of rainwater. "Give me." Cheng Huan took the basin of water, walked out of the house and poured it in the yard. Then he went into the inner room and took a look. This room might be her mother's room. It was a little shabby but clean. There is a large Kong on the south side. There is a black and white photo hanging on the north wall. It is a posthumous photo of Zhuo Ran's father. He is really handsome. On the table below, there was an incense burner and some offerings. There were several plastic stools on the floor in the room, with a few basins on them to collect the rainwater leaking from the roof. It's dripping and flowing very fast. Cheng Huan looked up and found that the leaking areas were concentrated within 1 square meter. This may be a broken tile on the roof. It's not okay to collect rainwater like this. We have to find the source. I'll go to the roof and take a look. Cheng Huan said. The weather forecast said it would rain for 2 days, but it's only been 1 day. If this matter is not resolved, I'm afraid her family won't be able to sleep all night. It's better not to go up. It's too dangerous in the rain. Zhuo Ran said worriedly. Fine. Cheng Huan shook his head and smiled. Don't forget that I am a sports person. Climbing up the roof and removing the tiles is my job. Do you have a raincoat at home? I really don't have this at home. Zhuo Tong shook his head. Cheng Huan thought about it. He took off his sportswear immediately. This action scared Zhuo Tong so much that he almost shouted hooligan. Fortunately, this guy didn't take off his pants, he just pulled up his trouser legs. Find me a big piece of plastic so I can cover my pants. If they get wet again, I really won't have anything to change into. Cheng Huan said after handing the clothes to Zhuo Ran. From last night till now, he has changed 3 sets of clothes. What is more, we are still at Zhuo Ran's house. If this gets wet again, there's no way to replace it. You can't wear a skirt, right? Good. Zhuo Ran nodded and went into the house to look for it. Bite. At this time, Zhuo Tong's cell phone rang. She clicked it and took a look, then said with a grin, "My mom said you're quite handsome." Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled. You are so tall, are you a basketball player? Zhuo Tong asked. Kindness. How old are you? I'm a senior and will graduate soon. What are you going to do after graduation? There are so many things to do. Where is home? Dongjiang. This girl started checking the household registration. Obviously, this was instructed by her mother. With an honest and sincere attitude, Cheng Huan answered one by one. After Zhuo Tong finished asking the questions, she also sent the recorded conversation to her mother. I haven't even met my mother-in-law yet, and there are already so many things to do. If we meet, there be more trouble? Thinking about this, Cheng Huan felt a headache. So, he decided to go back to school as soon as he fixed the leak. Never meet Zhuo Ran's mother. Out of boredom, Cheng Huan asked Zhuo Tong, I heard from your sister that you are going to apply for Yanda this year? Kindness. Zhuo Tong nodded. She didn't go because she wanted to stay near home to take care of me and my mother, so I have to help her fulfill this wish. I wish you success in the exam. Cheng Huan smiled at the pretty little girl. It's a must. Zhuo Tong smiled confidently. After a while, Zhuo Ran found a plastic bag for covering clothes, made 3 holes in it, and put it on Cheng Huan. I climbed up the roof and took off the tiles. Cheng Huan smiled, walked out of the house, climbed up the wall, and climbed onto the roof in no time. Zhuo Ran stood in the yard holding a small flower umbrella, watching him and reminding him to be careful from time to time. The heavy rain soon wet Cheng Huan's hair. Soon after, he found the location of the leak. I saw that there were really 2 pieces of tiles broken. If there was a man in the family, these broken tiles would have been replaced long ago. But there are 3 women in Zhuo Ran's family, one has to get up early and go to work late, and the other 2 have to go to school. There is simply no time to change. If it's just a light rain, it can be fooled.
But if it rains heavily, it will be a disaster. Do you have any extra tiles? Cheng Huan asked. No.
Zhuo Ran shook her head. Her house was built 40 or 50 years ago.
The tiles are all black. If one piece is broken, there will be one less piece. Hard to find.
So, Cheng Huan decided to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, and to take tiles from other places to repair the one here. The only place on the roof where the tiles can be removed is the eaves. So Cheng Huan jumped onto a high wall and started removing the tiles.
At this time, an old woman from Zhuo Ran's neighbor's house saw Cheng Huan and asked curiously, "Young man, are you Ran's boyfriend?" Rural people are just so curious. Especially some old women. If someone comes to someone's house, you must ask.
This is a topic they often chat about when they have nothing to do.
I have to ask for more details. Cheng Huan turned around and gave the middle-aged woman a simple smile. No. Don't lie to me. The middle-aged woman didn't believe it. Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled. I am pursuing Zhuo Ran, and she hasn't agreed yet. I really didn't lie to you.
Oh. The middle-aged woman said oh and hurried back to the house.
Not long after.
Cheng Huan peeled off 2 intact black tiles from the eaves, then jumped back onto the roof to replace them. Afterwards, he installed the 2 broken black tiles on the eaves of the house, which did not affect the appearance at all. After finishing all these things, more than 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, Cheng Huan's body was wet again.
Even though he was covered in plastic.
But after standing in the rain for a long time, the rain flowed down my neck and onto my body.
Over time, it would be strange if it wasn't soaked. Chapter 47, Richer Than the Village Chief.
After jumping to the ground, Zhuo Ran pulled Cheng Huan into the house and helped him take down the plastic bag.
Then, she blushed and said, "How about, you go lie down on my bed for a while, and I'll iron your pants dry. Is this okay?"
Cheng Huan was also a little embarrassed. "There's nothing good or bad about it, unless you dislike my hard bed and thin quilt,"
Zhuo Ran said. Now that people have said this, how can Cheng Huan refuse? So he nodded readily and said, "Okay."
Then, Zhuo Ran took a dry towel to wipe the rain off Cheng Huan's body and took him to an inner room. The room was very simple.
A bed, a cabinet, and a desk.
However, Zhuo Ran cleaned it up very well.
"After you take off your clothes, lie down in bed first. I'll go out and wait for you."
Zhuo Ran made the quilt and turned on the electric blanket before walking out.
Cheng Huan didn't act pretentiously and took off all his pants in one go. Slurp.
He crawled into the bed and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose.
Cheng Huan thought, maybe he was the first man to lie naked in this bed? Hey. Does this count as sleeping in the same bed with Zhuo Ran? All right. Cheng Huan shouted happily. After a while, Zhuo Ran walked in with a blushing face. She didn't dare to look Cheng Huan in the face.
After picking up the shoes, socks, and pants that Cheng Huan had taken off, she walked out silently. Next, Cheng Huan had nothing to do, so he lay in bed and took out his cell phone to play.
He sent a voice message to Guzi, "Son, what are you doing? Do you miss your dad?"
It took about half a minute for Guzi to reply, "Exercise with your Jin Lian." After listening to Guzi's voice, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
There is also the sound of Shin Cici humming. However, he often heard this sound. He replied, "It's broad daylight, aren't you too idle? Guzi, it's raining heavily outside, what are you doing? Find some fun for yourself." "Cheng Huan, I'm really starting to envy you. Guzi, grin, don't you have Zhuo Ran and Nanshi? They are both 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing strange stories from a Chinese studio with me? Cheng Huan, I can't do it. Guzi, then you can be envious. Is there anything else? If I continue without you, your Jinlian will not be happy. Cheng Huan, you're so tired. Guzi, I am tired but happy. What do you, a bald man, know?"
Cheng Huan directly sent him a photo of Teddy. In another room, Zhuo Ran was ironing Cheng Huan's pants. But Zhuo Tong was playing with the mobile phone that Cheng Huan gave her. After playing for a while, she smiled and said to Zhuo Ran, "Sister, Cheng Huan is quite knowledgeable and knows how important I am to your relationship. When Mom comes back, I will definitely say something good for him and try to get Mom to agree to your relationship." Zhuo Ran glanced at Zhuo Tong and said with a wry smile, "To tell you the truth, it was my sister who was pursuing him."
Zhuo Tong was surprised and said, "He's just a little more handsome, you shouldn't be like this, right?"
Zhuo Ran shook her head and said, it's not his appearance that attracts me, but his talent.
Let me play you a song he wrote and sang last night.
As she spoke, Zhuo Ran also took out her new mobile phone and played the short video of Chang Huan singing A Dream That Can't Awaken in the presidential suite last night. After watching this short video, Zhuo Tong widened his eyes and said, I didn't expect this guy to sing so well.
This song is mind-blowing.
Zhuo Ran nodded. The most surprising thing is that he is still a very low-key rich man.
How much money? Zhuo Tong asked in surprise. More money than our village chief's family?
Their village chief's family contracted the village's sand field and also had a lot of businesses in the county town.
He is definitely the richest man in their town.
This is also the richest person Zhuo Tong has ever seen. Zhuo Ran nodded. He owns a 5-star hotel in the city worth at least 5 billion, and is also a major shareholder of the French Romanée Conti winery. I once asked him how much money he had, and he said he didn't know, but it was a lot anyway.
After hearing this, Zhuo Tong was completely shocked. She sat up and said, Oh my god, he is so rich?
Now, she would never have thought that Cheng Huan, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and could climb up the roof to steal the tiles, was actually such a rich man.
It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth.
Zhuo Ran nodded and said, To be honest, I feel like I'm not worthy of him.
Think about it, you have a strong rival in love.
Zhuo Ran was not sure whether she could win Cheng Huan's heart.
Sister, don't be discouraged.
Zhuo Tong comforted her, you are the school beauty and the top student.
This is your greatest asset. Don't be timid.
From childhood to adulthood, Zhuo Ran has been the pride of their village.
Is it possible that he still cannot win Cheng Huan's heart? Zhuo Ran gave Zhuo Tong a bitter smile.
She really wanted to tell her sister that she had a strong opponent. Moreover, she was the school beauty whom Cheng Huan had loved for 4 years and had confessed his love to 999 times. Just as the sisters Zhuo Ran and Zhuo Tong were whispering to each other, Cheng Huan also received a strange call from Xinghai.
He answered, Hello, who is this?
A sweet female voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Chang, I am Wan Hong, the Chinese translator of Chanel. Upon hearing the other party's introduction, Cheng Huan guessed that it must be someone from Chanel headquarters.
Cheng Huan asked, Is it someone from the French headquarters who wants to see me?
Wan Hong said, Yes, it's the CEO of Chanel headquarters, Kate Mulan, and the creative director, Virginie. They want to report to you about their work.
When is it convenient for you?
Cheng Huan asked, Where are they? Wan Hong said, They just flew from Paris to Shanghai, and plan to fly to Jingang to meet you soon.
They will probably arrive in Jingang around 6 in the evening.
Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, How about this, when you arrive at Jingang, just check into the Dihao International Hotel.
If I had time tonight, I would meet with them.
If you don't have time, just wait until tomorrow afternoon to see them.
Wan Hong said, Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Cheng Huan's WeChat also rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was a short video sent by Dong Roland. Inside, Nancy was sitting in front of the electronic piano and singing A Dream That Can't Awaken seriously.
Cheng Huan replied, Do you want to sing too? I have several original songs here, I can give you one to sing.
Soon, Dong Roland sent a gif of the two of them running and hugging, and wrote, Miss you.
Cheng Huan, your picture is poisonous.
It immediately brought to my mind the scene of us hugging and kissing.
Dong Roland replied, Go to hell.
I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last night.
Chapter 48 It doesn't matter who you are.
Seeing this news, Cheng Huan also smiled silently. It was so enjoyable last night when it was dark under the lights.
He replied, Wouldn't you be sad if I died? Dong Roland, I will be very happy because I don't have to pay back the 3 million I owe you. Cheng Huan, as long as I'm alive, you don't have to pay it back. Dong Roland, are you coming back tonight? Cheng Huan, can I still kiss you when I go back? Dong Roland, don't even think about it happening again. Cheng Huan, then I won't go back. Dong Roland, do you still want to stay at Zhuo Ran's house?
Cheng Huan, I didn't want to go back, but God wouldn't let me go back.
Dong Roland, what do you mean? Cheng Huan, I have nothing to wear. Dong Roland, where are your clothes? Cheng Huan, it's all wet. Dong Roland? Horror.
Cheng Huan, you guessed right, she is lying in Zhuo Ran's bed. After saying that, he also sent a selfie of himself lying down to Dong Roland.
Dong Roland, angry you actually lay in Zhuo Ran's bed. Cheng Huan, you are not cute anymore. Cheng Huan, what? Am I cute just because I'm lying in Nanxi's bed?
What she said was not very decent at all.
Isn't this something I have no choice but to do? Dong Wolin, if Nanshi knew about this, she would be so sad.
Cheng Huan, how tingets my freedom to sleep in anyone's bed?
What does it have to do with her?
I haven't admitted that she is my girlfriend.
Nanshi was mentioned again. It really gives Cheng Huan a headache.
I have already explained it very clearly to Nanshi. What else do you want him to do?
Dong Wolin, angry, I won't talk to you anymore.
Cheng Huan, anything else, just chat with me for $5 more.
Dong Wolin, go talk to Zoran. Bad news.
No one was chatting, so Cheng Huan opened the headlines and read the sports news.
At the school. After Dong Wolin closed WeChat, she also gave a wink to Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya. The two of them understood and followed her out of the dormitory.
As soon as they went out, Dong Wolin whispered to the two of them that bastard Cheng Huan actually lay in Zoran's bed.
Ah!
They both exclaimed in surprise.
Then, Xiaoya asked with a smile, how did you know?
Dong Wolin rolled her eyes at her and said, I just asked him on WeChat if he would come back tonight, and he told me that he couldn't come back because his clothes were all wet and he was lying in Zoran's bed.
Sun Xiaoman said angrily, this big bad guy is going to cause trouble. Dong Wolin frowned and said, we have to find a way to call him back quickly.
We can't let him stay at Zoran's house tonight. Otherwise, if this gets out of hand, Nanshi will be in a more passive position.
Soon, the three of them fell into deep thought.
After a while, Sun Xiaoman suggested, why don't we send him a message and say we'd like to treat him to dinner tonight?
Upon hearing this suggestion, Dong Wolin rolled her eyes at her, are you stupid? If it were you, would you come back just for a meal? That is.
Xiaoya followed up by saying, when these stinky men encounter something like this, even if you give them a magic pill, they won't bring it back.
Sun Xiaoman pouted and quickly suggested, why don't we encourage Nanshi to start a fight with him? It's just a mess anyway, it doesn't matter who we mess with. Hearing this, Dong Wolin frowned and said, stop talking. You're exposing your IQ. You two have high IQs, so come up with a solution.
Sun Xiaoman pouted in anger.
Isn't this just a suggestion? Why the personal attack? Dong Wolin's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, I have an idea. Come back to the house with me. Zoran's home.
10 minutes later, Zoran had ironed Cheng Huan's pants, shorts and socks dry and brought them to her room. Seeing Zoran coming in, Cheng Huan put down his phone and smiled at her.
Zoran said to Cheng Huan, these are all dry, except for the sneakers. Tong Tong is drying them with a hairdryer. Cheng Huan smiled and said, it's really hard for her. Zoran smiled.
She wanted to say, it's the cell phone you bought that's working.
Otherwise, even if you kill Tong Tong, you would never do such a thing. After placing the clothes on the nearby desk, Zoran approached the bed and asked, is the quilt warm? Yeah, it's hot. Cheng Huan nodded with a smile.
It is really a pleasure to lie in a warm bed in this kind of weather.
It would be even more wonderful if I could lie down with Zoran again.
But this was just his inner thought and he dared not say it out loud.
If you're hot, just lie down for a while.
I'll make you something delicious to comfort you in the evening.
Zoran said with a smile.
Cheng Huan shook his head and said, it's something else. I'll go back when my shoes are dry. After hearing this, Zoran had a look of disappointment on her face. Immediately afterwards, she lay down next to Cheng Huan. However, one is inside the quilt and the other is outside the quilt.
Zoran said, whenever you want to eat, just tell me and I'll make it for you anytime. This statement has many meanings.
Cheng Huan, who has always been excellent in both character and academic performance, immediately understood the meaning.
Good. Cheng Huan nodded happily. There is nothing to be embarrassed about between men and women. It's just a matter of timing. Next.
The room fell into silence, and the two looked at each other.
Each of them is looking at themselves in the other's eyes.
Gradually, their mouths moved closer together.
10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 1 centimeter. Ding-a-ling. What a coincidence. Just as their lips touched, Zoran's cell phone rang.
The ringing sound startled her. Like a frightened little rabbit, it jumped to the ground. Of course, the ringing also startled Cheng Huan. After all, both of them were too focused just now. Plus, Zoran had just changed her cell phone, so the ringtone was a bit loud.
She's not used to it yet.
Soon, Zoran took out her cell phone, looked at it, answered the call and said, Mom.
On the other end of the phone, Zoran's mother asked, Ran, what does Chung Huan like to eat? Mom will go to the vegetable market to buy some for you later.
Zhuo Ran glanced at Cheng Huan and said, he will be back to school soon and won't be having dinner at home tonight.
Zhuo Ran's mother said, Mom hasn't seen him yet, why are you going back now? Besides, it's raining so hard, where can we find a car?
Hearing this, Zhuo Ran also smiled bitterly. She said to her mother, Mom, Chung Huan and I are just classmates now, we haven't become boyfriend and girlfriend yet, you're overthinking it.
You don't have to worry about him going back.
He drove here by himself. Zhuo Ran's mother said, but Tong Tong told me that Cheng Huan is pursuing you.
Are you still testing him?
Zhuo Ran looked at Cheng Huan sweetly and responded, yes, I still need to test him for a while.
Chapter 49, Aunts and Uncles.
Zhuo Ran's mother said, since he won't stay for dinner, I don't need to ask for leave to go back.
You and Tong Tong can just make something to eat in the evening. Her mother works in a garment factory in town.
Basically, I have to work overtime until 10 o'clock every night, it's very hard. Fortunately, the factory has a shuttle bus for commuting, so there is no need to worry about the wind and rain going back and forth. After hanging up the phone, Zhuo Ran stuck out her tongue at Cheng Huan and said, I'll go check out your shoes first.
Bite.
After a while, Cheng Huan's WeChat phone rang.
This is a short video sent by Dong Wolin.
He clicked it and took a look, and his nose almost bled. The video actually shows Chaoya and Sun Xiaoman wearing tube tops, short shorts, and black S-tops, twisting their waists and sticking out their chests to the music.
If that's all, then it's okay.
After all, 80% of the female anchors on Douyin have shot this way. The worst thing is that at the very end, these two people actually used the dancer's ultimate move, the splits.
This is a life-threatening situation. Bite. After a while, Dong Wolin sent another smirking emoticon. Chung Huan asked, what do you want to do? Dong Wolin replied, if you come back tonight, we will dance for you in person. Cheng Huan looked overjoyed and replied, really?
Dong Wolin, really, a gentleman's word is as good as his word.
Hooking finger. Cheng Huan, does this count as a change of heart? Dong Wolin, we are afraid that you will be blinded by greed and sacrifice yourself for justice.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan almost laughed out loud.
He is not stupid. Of course I understand what these three girls mean.
But these three silly girls didn't know that he had been planning to go back.
Humph. It's a shame not to watch it. Cheng Huan, okay, I'll be back soon.
On the other side of the school, when Dong Wolin and the other two saw this reply, they all cheered loudly and high-fived each other.
Finally, I managed to lure this guy back. As for whether to jump or not, it depends on whether they are happy or not. A gentleman's word? Snort. They can act like villains anytime and anywhere.
At this time, Cheng Huan forgot the previous lesson.
Never trust everything a beautiful woman says. Just when Cheng Huan was secretly happy, three people suddenly came to Zhuo Ran's house.
They are all old ladies in their 40s or 50s.
Obviously, they came to see Cheng Huan.
As soon as she entered the house, a plump old woman asked Zhuo Ran, I heard from Zhang Sufan that you brought your boyfriend back.
Where are the people? Call it out quickly and show it to us.
Zhang Sufan is the neighbor lady that Cheng Huan saw before. She also posted the news about Cheng Huanlai in the WeChat group.
After all, nowadays rural old ladies are keeping up with the times and no longer need to sit in the yard and chat about a few dollars.
They can chat individually or in groups on WeChat as they please, regardless of time and place.
Rural people are good people. In addition, there are even more idle beasts.
So they made an appointment to come together to have Cheng Huan tried in court.
Zhuo Ran said to the plump old woman, Auntie, it's not convenient for him to see you now. Cheng Huan was lying naked on his bed, how could he meet these people? What's the inconvenience? I am your biological mother, not an outsider. Another dark-skinned old woman followed up and said, that's right. I'm your third aunt, not a stranger. What is there to be afraid of? Another tall, thin, long-haired, and rather pretty old woman said, you are the pride of our Zhuo family. If a man wants to marry you, he must pass the test of the old aunt. Hurry up and call that boy out for us to see. Hearing these words, Zhuo Ran smiled bitterly. It's not that I want to show it to you. But it's not convenient to watch. The plump old woman asked Zhuo Tong, where is your sister's boyfriend hiding?
He is lying in my sister's room. After Zhuo Tong finished speaking, he pointed to the room next door. At this time, Cheng Huan, who was still lying happily in bed, also heard that someone seemed to be coming to Zhuo Ran's house.
He guessed that these people must be coming for him. Otherwise, who would come to visit when it's raining so heavily? To avoid embarrassment, he got up quickly. Just when he had put on his pants but hadn't put on his clothes, he heard the door creak. Soon after, a group of people walked in.
"What's your name, young man? Where are you from? Who else is home? What do your parents do?" Soon, the three women came near Cheng Huan and started a three-court trial. They spoke very quickly, and spit began to fly all over the place. Cheng Huan was asked so many questions that sweat started to form on the tip of his nose. He felt like he had fallen into a wolf's den.
"Answer honestly quickly." After everyone chatted for a while, Zhuo Ran came forward with a red face to persuade the three people.
"Auntie, third aunt, old aunt, you have already seen someone, so you should go out first."
These three people really ask everything.
She was sweating when she saw Cheng Huan.
"Okay, we won't ask anymore. Look how distressed you are," the tall and thin old woman said with a laugh.
Not long after, the three old women also left with laughter.
"Call." Cheng Huan breathed a sigh of relief. This old woman from the countryside is really tough. "Zhuo Ran, are my shoes dry?"
Not long after, Cheng Huan shouted.
After a while, Zhuo Ran walked in with Cheng Huan's pair of sneakers.
After putting the shoes on the ground, she blushed and said to Cheng Huan, "Huan, we rural people are like this, we speak our minds, don't take it to heart."
Cheng Huan smiled.
While putting on his shoes, he said, "They are all your relatives, it's nothing."
Zhuo Ran smiled. "I was thinking, just say it's okay. I don't know who was sweating just now."
After putting on his shoes, Cheng Huan said to Zhuo Ran, "I have to go back."
"I'll take you there." Zhuo Ran nodded. Cheng Huan insisted on leaving.
And she had no strong reason to stay.
"Brother Cheng Huan, are you going back?"
Seeing Cheng Huan was about to leave, Zuotong also walked out from another room to see him off. Cheng Huan smiled at Zhuo Ran and said, "I have something to deal with in the evening."
"Thank you for helping me bake my shoes."
Zuotong raised his face and said with a smile, "I have to thank you for giving me the phone. It helped me realize a little dream."
"If you have any dreams in the future, just tell me and I will definitely help you realize them," Cheng Huan said generously.
There's no way, the sister-in-law is half of her brother-in-law.
He has to be coaxed. "Come on, let's add some friends."
Zuotong didn't hesitate to take out his cell phone and added Cheng Huan as a friend. With such a rich brother-in-law, she wouldn't be polite.
"I'm leaving now. You should study hard and go to Yanda University."
After Cheng Huan smiled at Zuotong, he walked out of the house with Zhuo Ran.
"I'll be back tomorrow evening."
On the way, Zhuo Ran said to Cheng Huan.
"Yes."
Cheng Huan nodded. "If you have anything, just send me a WeChat message or call me."
Chapter 50, So Arrogant? Not long after, Cheng Huan drove away from Shake Village and returned to the city.
On the way, I was bored, so I turned on the speakerphone of my cell phone and called Erguzi.
"Dog, are you still exercising?" Cheng Huan asked with a smile.
With the limited time he has for exercise, he would have finished it long ago.
Erguzi said, "It's time to lie down, what are you doing?"
Obviously, Zhuo Ran did not tell Shen Sisi that Cheng Huan went to her house. Otherwise, Erguzi wouldn't have asked this question.
Cheng Huan said, "I'm walking from Zhuo Ran's house to school." "You went to see your mother-in-law?"
Erguzi was a little surprised.
"This guy is too fast."
Cheng Huan smiled and said, "I didn't see my mother-in-law, but I did see her aunts and uncles."
Erguzi asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with your son-in-law?" Cheng Huan said proudly, "I'm not bragging.
I have to pass the test with my handsome appearance. Her aunts and uncles are so fond of me."
"Fuck."
Erguzi said indignantly, "I told you were fat, and you're still panting."
Cheng Huan chuckled and said, "I'll take you to a big event tonight." "With whom?" "Some people from France." "Someone from Chateau Conti is here?"
The first thing Erguzi thought of was that he had wine to drink again.
"No, someone from Chanel headquarters is here." "Don't tell me you are still a major shareholder of Chanel." Erguzi obviously couldn't hold on any longer.
His voice vibrates when he speaks.
Moreover, Shen Sisi's surprised voice also appeared in the microphone. "If you tell this to anyone around you, there will be such a big reaction."
That's why Cheng Huan told him about this little by little.
"Hold on, brother,"
Cheng Huan said with a laugh. Erguzi panted heavily on the phone and said, "No, I need to take some quick-acting heart pills.
No, I need to go to the hospital and get an electric shock. I can't hold it anymore. Cheng Huan, you scared me. You are so rich. No, I have to claim compensation from you.
You have to at least compensate me with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, otherwise I will never be cured.
Cheng Huan laughed and cursed. Damn it, you're just going to blame me now? Erguzi said, give me a reason why I can't rely on you? You have so much money that you can't spend it all. What's wrong with me spending some for you? What's wrong? Do you have any objection? Cheng Huan laughed twice.
They ate from the same trough for 4 years.
He even had a jail term in the police station because of fighting.
The 4 irons of life: carrying guns together, studying in the same classroom together, sharing dirty things together, and having sex with prostitutes together. He and Erguzi are not blood brothers, but they are better than blood brothers.
Not to mention that Erguzi wanted to ask him for a G-Class. Even if it takes a plane.
He would also buy it and give it to him without hesitation. Anyway, he has more money than he can spend. Of course, he would not let Erguzi become a parasite that depends on him.
I can't refute it. Hey, that's right. When will you compensate me?
I'm going to give you a very important task now, which is to pretend to be my personal male secretary at night.
If you serve me well tonight, I will give you the car tomorrow. If it's not in place, you can't even see the wheels. Personal male secretary? You don't like that, do you? Erguzi's anus tightened in shock. Cheng Huan said disdainfully, even if I like that, it won't be your turn. You're so ugly that I can't stand it. Puff. Ha ha ha. The sound of Shinsisi's laughter came from the microphone. Obviously, Erguzi was using the hands-free mode.
After the two chatted for a while, Cheng Huan also hung up the phone.
Half an hour later, Cheng Huan took a shortcut and drove to the coastal road outside Jingang. In another 20 minutes, he would be able to bypass the city center and drive smoothly to the Imperial Hotel. Boom boom. Just as he was driving normally, a black Maserati sedan rushed out directly from a side road on the right. And it turned left. The car was going very fast, at least 100 plus. Seeing that the two cars were about to collide, Cheng Huan could only turn the steering wheel to the right and step on the brakes a few times. After a puff of white smoke, Brabus turned around on the spot and successfully avoided the danger of a collision between the two cars. If this is given to someone else, it will definitely hit you right now. The Maserati sedan had no intention of stopping to apologize and continued to speed away with its foot on the accelerator. Damn! Are you so arrogant? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Cheng Huan also got angry. He stepped on the accelerator, turned around and chased after him. He wanted to see who was so arrogant. Do you have to pay for a driver's license? Boom! The power of the Brabus G900 is unmatched. It didn't take him long to catch up with the car. I also honked the horn several times to signal the other party to stop. However, the driver of the car had no intention of stopping and even accelerated. This time, it is estimated that it can reach 140. Serious speeding. Fuck you. Seeing that the other party not only ignored him but was also speeding away, Cheng Huan became even angrier. Although Cheng Huan's driving skills are quite good. But you can't force the other party into a ditch. You can only follow behind this car. He just didn't believe that the other party could drive out of the country. As long as he stops the car, he will go up to this person and have a good talk with him. At least give him 2 slaps. This kind of person is so hateful. Most of the car accidents are caused by such people driving recklessly. Cheng Huan vowed to teach him a profound lesson today. Maybe if you remember this, you can avoid a few car accidents in the future. The two cars drove one after the other on this coastal road for more than half an hour. Then, the Maserati sedan turned directly onto a dirt road leading to a deserted island by the sea. And Cheng Huan followed in without any hesitation. Entering this bumpy dirt road, the Maserati sedan was obviously no match for the Brabus and its speed began to slow down. However, no matter how fast he drove, he could not get rid of Cheng Huan. Finally, the two cars drove to a deserted island near the sea. Cheng Huan stepped on the accelerator several times and overtook the Maserati. Then, he made a beautiful U-turn on the spot in front and forced the other car to stop. Immediately afterwards, Cheng Huan got out of the car holding an umbrella and knocked on the car's glass. Get off! He shouted loudly, extremely angry. Damn it, I don't believe I can't catch up with you. Sizzle. When the car window was lowered, a man in his 40s asked Cheng Huan indifferently, "You followed me all the way, what on earth do you want to do?" Upon hearing such a question, Cheng Huan felt like he had met a fool. "You almost had a close encounter with my car more than half an hour ago. Now you're pretending you know nothing?" Chapter 51. Sure enough, he is not a good bird. Soon, Cheng Huan said angrily, "Get out of here quickly, I'll tell you why I'm following your car." Boom boom boom. At this moment, Cheng Huan suddenly heard a muffled sound coming from inside the car. He wanted to take a look, but the man blocked it with his body. "What's that noise in your car?" Cheng Huan asked in a nosy tone. The man looked a little panicked and shook his head. "Nothing." "Impossible, there must be something," Cheng Huan said with some disbelief. "What do you want to do?" the man asked coldly. His face looked quite bad. There was a fierce gleam in his eyes. Seeing this look, Cheng Huan's face also turned gloomy. He shouted angrily, "Do you know that you almost collided with my car before? You didn't even stop your car, and you accelerated away. Do you feel like everyone spoils you like your mother?" Upon hearing this, the man's nervous expression relaxed. He quickly smiled and said, "I was in a hurry to get on the road just now. I'm really sorry." Boom boom boom. Soon, Cheng Huan heard that strange thudding sound again. This time, Cheng Huan became even more suspicious. So he said to the man coldly, "What's in your car?" The man pretended to be calm and said, "I asked someone for a puppy, but it's a little naughty." After hearing this, Cheng Huan no longer cared about it. Instead, he said in a cold voice, "Just say sorry to me now and that's it? Do you know how much fuel my car consumes per 100 kilometers? I have been chasing you for at least 50 kilometers, right? He must teach this guy a good lesson today. Little brother, what do you want?" The man's face changed again. There was also a sinister light in his eyes. They seemed to be ready to fight if they disagree. "Pay compensation," Cheng Huan said bluntly. The man said unhappily, "I didn't hit your car. You were the one who wanted to chase me. Why should I pay you? Are you trying to scam me?" Cheng Huan said angrily, "Have you ever seen someone driving a car worth more than 10 million yuan and trying to scam people? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either you pay me 10,000 yuan for gas, or you don't want to go anywhere today. We'll just wait for the traffic police to handle it. Anyway, my car has a dashcam." The man looked at Cheng Huan, his eyes moving back and forth. Finally, he compromised and said, "I don't have that much money right now. Can I give you 1,000? "No, not even a cent less," Cheng Huan said in a firm tone. Seeing Cheng Huan's toughness, the man's expression turned gloomy again. Darker than the sky. He said in a cold voice, "Little brother, just give me 1,000 and add some oil, don't ask for so much, it will easily bring trouble to yourself." "Hey!" Cheng Huan shouted, and pulled the car door, saying, "If you want to fight me, let's get out of the car and fight." He is not even afraid of the provincial Sanda champion Ji Shixin, so how could he be afraid of this old man? However, at the moment when Cheng Huan pulled the car door open, he also saw a black muzzle of a gun pointing at him. Damn it! He never expected this even if he was beaten to death. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. This is not a good bird. "Uncle, it's a misunderstanding. I don't want this money." Cheng Huan smiled apologetically and took a few steps back. Those who can fight will meet those who don't care about their lives. Soon, the man got out of the car and kicked Cheng Huan in the stomach. Boom! Cheng Huan staggered and fell to the ground. The umbrella in his hand was thrown aside. My clothes were wet again and covered in mud. Boom boom! Afterwards, the man picked up Cheng Huan's umbrella and held it himself, then kicked him a few more times, kicking him into a nearby ditch. Okay. Cheng Huan took a thorough bath this time. However, he also found a stone in the ditch and held it in his hand. If he gets a chance, he throws it. "I didn't want to kill you, but you're so tactless and so damn annoying. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. Remember, don't be so aggressive in your next life. It will only bring disaster to yourself." The man said this in a cold voice and pointed the gun at Cheng Huan. Due to heavy rain. Plus, this place is quite remote. No one comes here at all. Even if Cheng Huan was killed now, no one would probably know who did it. "Uncle, let's talk it over. Don't kill me. I'll give you money. You name your price." Cheng Huan said in a panic. He wasn't pretending, he was really scared. Not false at all. You have to know that the other party is holding a gun.
No matter how good his martial arts skills are, he is afraid of a kitchen knife.
What's more, it's a gun. As long as the other party pulls the trigger, a ball of flame would burst out from the dark iron pipe. There will be a peanut in the flame. The difference is, this peanut has a copper skin. If you eat one, you will die immediately. You brought this upon yourself. I have no choice but to kill you now. Remember, don't be so arrogant in your next life. Let's get going.
The man sneered and pointed the gun at Cheng Huan's head.
Bang! A gunshot rang out.
A ball of brilliant flame spurted out from the cold barrel of the gun.
Bullet.
He shot mercilessly towards Cheng Huan's head.
Wow.
At the moment the gun went off, a stream of yellow water rose up in the ditch.
Cheng Huan was scared to death. At the same time, he was so regretful in his heart. I secretly swore that if there is a next life, I will never be angry again. Even if someone hits his car and runs away, he will not chase after them. This is fucking shit, I'm gonna lose my life right away. The most important thing. I just bought a luxurious villa, but I haven't lived in it once. There are so many beautiful women around me, but I am still a bald man. He is worth hundreds of billions, but he hasn't spent it well. He is a super rich man. It's so miserable. So cruel. So sad. The sky is gloomy and the earth is miserable. Call out. Next second. The bullet seemed to be able to turn a corner and flew past Cheng Huan's ear. He was unharmed. Seeing that he missed, the man fired a second shot at Cheng Huan. Crack. Maybe this gun is a low-quality product. It jammed during the second shot. Ding, don't just stand there, throw a stone at him. At the critical moment, the system spoke. Cheng Huan's frightened soul was called back by the voice of the system at this time. He grabbed the stone that was in the water and threw it. Call out. A dark shadow hit the man in the face. Bang! Just as the man was reloading his broken gun, he was hit on the forehead. Oh my god. When he felt the pain, he used his free hand to rub it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cheng Huan jumped out of the ditch and used the Foshan Shadowless Kick. Chapter 52, Go to Thailand for a Knife. Duong. Kick out. The man was kicked flying and crashed into the hood of the car behind him. The gun also fell to the ground. However, when Cheng Huan stepped forward, the man quickly stood up from the ground and started fighting with Cheng Huan. Although he is a little older. But in order to survive, he still tried his best. But even if he tried his best, he could not be a match for Cheng Huan. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he was knocked down by Cheng Huan. However, when he fell to the ground, he even wanted to touch the gun on the ground. Duong. In desperation, Cheng Huan stomped on his hand. Ah! The man screamed miserably. Damn it! How dare you shoot me? Cheng Huan glared angrily and started to crush the man's hand. Ah! The man also continued to wail. The fingers are connected to the heart. He screamed so miserably. Cheng Huan shuddered when he heard this. But he showed no mercy. To be merciful to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. After crushing this hand, Cheng Huan still felt uneasy. Then he crushed the other hand. He didn't stop until he had crushed both of the man's hands into a bloody mess and thought he could no longer shoot. You little bastard, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future, or I will definitely blow your head off. The man said with vicious eyes. He now really regretted buying a gun that was 1 round older than his age in order to save money. This is really a cheap but bad product. Otherwise, how could it have fallen to this point? Bang! You're already in this state, and you still dare to act tough with me? Bang! I'm squatting in front of you, come and blow my head off if you dare. Bang! Cheng Huan slapped him one after another. Every slap was filled with his endless hatred. After a while, the unfortunate man was beaten by Cheng Huan until his face was bruised and his mouth and nose were bleeding. If Cheng Huan hadn't been lucky, he would have encountered a tough guy again. No, it should be a low-quality pistol. His life is over now. What's even sadder is, I was so scared that I peed my pants.
I don't know whether Xiao Chung Huan will be able to be turned on in the future.
This would scare me to death. That's a huge loss. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. I'll give you money.
If you let me go, I'll give you 100,000. After a while, the man began to beg for mercy with tears and snot.
He can't bear it anymore. Want to spend money to avoid disaster. It's too late.
Chung Huan glared and said, even if you give me 1 billion now, I don't want it.
You will spend the rest of your life in prison.
Upon hearing this, the man yelled angrily, fuck you, if you dare to report this to the police, I will kill your whole family when I get out. He knew exactly how serious a crime he had committed. If I go in, it will take at least 20 years.
Bang!
Chung Huan slapped him hard in the face.
Do you still want to have a future?
By the time you get out, you'll probably be on crutches.
And you still want revenge on me?
The man said hatefully, even if I come out on crutches, I will kill your whole family.
Kill my whole family? Chung Huan snorted disdainfully, then knocked him unconscious with a punch and said, don't you think you have what it takes?
Then he untied his 2 shoelaces and tied the man's hands and feet. Then he used a man's belt to tie him to the wheel of the Maserati.
Call.
After doing all this, Chung Huan also let out a breath of air.
Damn it.
He never thought that he would encounter such a thing.
It's so dangerous.
Next, Chung Huan took off all his clothes and found a clean ditch nearby to wash them.
Damn it.
Not only is it covered in mud, but it's also covered in my own urine. If you don't wash and dry it, you really can't wear it. Fortunately, this is a secluded deserted island seaside. In this kind of weather, no one comes. He can go naked here without any worries. After washing the clothes, he wrung them out and hung them in Brabus's car, and turned on the heater to dry them. His clothes had been wet 3 times that day. Out of boredom, Chung Huan also checked on little Chung Huan.
Pa pa pa. No response.
His face looked slightly solemn.
Damn it. Could it be that the system has really crashed? Check again and again. There was really no reaction at all. He was about to cry. I secretly asked the system, didn't you cleanse my body? How come this Xiao Chung Huan can still crash? Ding marrow cleansing only changed its form, it didn't mean it was bad. Fuck.
As soon as Chang Huan heard what the system said, he started swearing.
What if this fucking system really crashes? What's the use of being bigger? Cannot turn on the computer. Will there be any fun in life in the future? Or just go to Thailand for a bargain.
Then she became good sisters with Nanshi, Zhuaran and others.
This moment.
Chung Huan was really about to die of depression.
I regret it so much. What are you chasing for? System, can you cure it?
This system cannot do that, but there are miracle doctor cards for sale in the system mall. Once the host has learned how to do it, he can be autonomous.
Will it appear next month? Uncertain. Depend on. Chang Huan cursed.
Then he jumped out of the car. Before calling the police, I plan to find the culprit and settle the score.
Destroy his happiness. Irreconcilable. However, just as he walked near the Maserati, he heard the dong 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 sound coming from inside the car again. After hearing this sound again, Chung Huan was confused. This doesn't sound like the kind of noise a puppy would make. Could there be any accomplices? That's not right either.
If there was an accomplice, he would have rushed out just now.
Did he kidnap someone else?
Confused, he picked up another stone from the ground and approached the Maserati cautiously. Then he slowly opened the back door of the car. He also raised the stone in his hand high. It's better to be careful.
If anything goes wrong, this stone will fly first.
The car door opened and there was nothing inside.
Boom boom boom. The sound rang again.
This time, he finally heard that the sound came from the trunk. Then he came to the back of the car and slowly opened the trunk. The next second, Chung Huan was completely stunned. There was a large snakeskin bag in the trunk. There was movement inside the bag. I don't know what method was used to hit the car body. Makes a dong 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 sound.
Soon, Chung Huan boldly opened the snakeskin bag. I saw a person lying inside.
His hands, feet and mouth were all wrapped up with yellow tape.
It's a bit like Zongzi. But it is not difficult to see that this is a woman. Because I have the same body as him.
All are vacuum packed.
Nest grass. It really is kidnapping. Chapter 53. This is too honest.
After taking a look, Chung Hwan quickly and carefully took the woman out of the snakeskin bag and put her in the back seat of his Brabus. He found a screwdriver in the car, sat on the ground between the two seats, and began to crackle and tear apart the tape. When he untied the tape on the woman's face, he saw that she didn't seem to be very old. Probably around 22 or 23 years old. Although her hair was a little disheveled and her cheeks were red and swollen. But it still can't hide the fact that she is a super beauty. Willow leaf curved eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a small cherry mouth.
Woo woo woo. The next second, the woman started crying.
Hearing her crying of grievance, Chung Hwan quickly removed the tapes on her body. When Cheng Hwan untied all the tapes on her body, the girl threw herself on him and burst into tears.
That sorrow. That grievance. That's pitiful.
The voice trembled. And Cheng Huan's body also trembled.
Boom. He fell with honor. Girl, can you stop crying while hugging me?
Even Xiao Cheng Huan crashed.
But it's still a bit overwhelming. He also reached out and pushed the girl. Who the hell can stand this kind of pressure?
But he pushed harder. The girl hugged him tighter.
For now. Cheng Huan is her life-saving straw.
She must hold Cheng Huan tightly. Afraid of being abandoned by Cheng Huan. Fall into the devil's clutches again. Completely forget myself.
Ignore everything. Not fussy about details.
In the end, Cheng Huan was helpless. He had no choice but to let the girl lie in his arms and cry loudly. The big hands also hugged her with pity. Give her some silent comfort. It feels so good to have this beauty in my arms.
It's a pity that nothing can be done. After a few minutes, the girl had almost stopped crying. Cheng Huan asked her, "What's your name? Why did he kidnap you?" The girl put her face on Cheng Huan's chest and said with a choked voice, "My name is Sophia. He is my father's business partner. Maybe because of a business dispute, he tricked me out and kidnapped me." Sophia?
When he heard her name, Cheng Huan was surprised.
Try asking, "Are you a student at Jinda Medical School?"
The three beauties of Jin University, Nanxi, Zuoran, and Sophia. Because the medical school is not on the same campus as them. Therefore, Cheng Huan has never met Sophia in person.
However, there are several photos of Sophia on the school forum. Cheng Huan had seen it once before. But the impression was not deep. Looking at the girl in front of me now, I feel a bit like her. But I'm still not sure. After all, there are so many people with the same name.
Moreover, Sophia now has disheveled hair, red and swollen cheeks, and is crying.
This is a little hard to identify.
After hearing this, Sophia quickly raised her head.
He looked at Cheng Huan with tear-stained eyes and nodded. "Well, are you also a student of Jin University?" Cheng Huan didn't expect that he and Sophia would meet in this way. This is too special, isn't it? So candid. He nodded and said, "I'm from the sports college."
Hearing this, Sophia wiped away her tears. I also took a good look at Cheng Huan.
Maybe Sophia is short-sighted.
She put her pretty face directly in front of Cheng Huan.
Finally, she said, "I know who you are. Your name is Cheng Huan, right?" I don't know why.
She suddenly felt a little secretly happy in her heart. Although Cheng Huan had never seen her. But she had seen Cheng Huan several times in the school gymnasium.
I went there on purpose to see it. Encounters in life are so wonderful. Although it is very accidental. But there are also inevitable factors. Hearing Sophia calling out his name, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, "Has my name spread to your medical school?" Sophia nodded and said, "I've watched you play basketball at the school headquarters, and I've also heard about your pursuit of Nanxi. I admire your persistence." Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly. It seems that almost all students at Jinan University know about this matter. There's no way, he's too persistent. Unprecedented. Few people come later. "You get up first, I'm going to report a case," said Cheng Huan. Kindness. Sophia blushed. I actually felt a little reluctant. After the two stood up, Cheng Huan divided the clothes and pants that had not yet dried equally. He was wearing only a pair of trousers and a hurdle vest. I gave the boxer briefs and sportswear to Sophia. Then he took out his cell phone and started reporting the case. This kind of thing must be reported.
Possession of a gun and kidnapping are both felonies.
This bastard must not be allowed to get away with it. Hey, Yaoling, I want to report a crime. Cheng Huan began to tell the Yaoling operator what had happened before. After seeing Cheng Huan finish the call, Sophia said to him, "Can you lend me your phone?" "Can." Cheng Huan nodded and handed the phone to Sophia.
While Sophia was on the phone, Cheng Huan also got out of the car to see the kidnapper. At this time, the kidnapper had woken up. After seeing Cheng Huan, he started cursing again.
Bang!
Cheng Huan was not polite at all and kicked him unconscious again. After checking the tightness of the rope on the kidnapper, he returned to the car. After a while, Sophia finished the call and returned the phone to Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan took the phone and quickly downloaded the dashcam app, importing the previous videos into the phone.
This is strong evidence.
Not long after, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Zhuo Ran calling, asking him if he had returned to school. In order to prevent her from worrying, Cheng Huan told her that he was delayed on the road because of some things and would go to the Dihao Hotel soon. After Zhuo Ran told him to be careful, she hung up the phone.
Is this Nanxi's call?
Seeing Cheng Huan hang up the phone, Sophia, who was sitting in the back of the car, asked.
Cheng Huan shook his head. It's Zhuo Ran. Sophia asked in surprise, is it Zhuo Ran, the top student from the School of Finance? Although Sophia didn't know Nanxi and Zhuo Ran either.
But as the three most beautiful girls in the school, they had long heard of each other's fame.
Cheng Huan nodded, yes. Sophia asked in surprise, haven't you always been pursuing Nanxi?
Upon hearing this question, Cheng Huan turned around and smiled at her.
Then he asked, have you not been to the school forum these days?
These days, the forum has been dominated by his affairs. Anyone who reads the forum will know something about him. Sophia shook her head and said, I have been interning in the hospital this year and have not been to the school forum for a long time.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan also nodded and said, I have given up pursuing Nanxi. Then Zhuo Ran is your girlfriend? We just met yesterday, so it's not the case yet. Oh. Sophia nodded slightly. Then, Cheng Huan asked curiously, what does your father do? It can turn partners into enemies. I'm afraid it's not a good industry. Chapter 54, the boat is small and easy to capsize.
Sophia said, he is in the jade business.
Gambling on stones?
When he heard the word jade, Cheng Huan's eyes lit up. This word comes to mind immediately.
People say that gambling on stones is a magical business.
But Cheng Huan had only heard of it.
Never had any contact.
No wonder that man kidnapped her for money.
This is definitely like losing all your wealth in a gamble.
After all, in the gambling stone industry, there is one way to be poor, one way to be rich, and one way to be covered in sackcloth.
Sophia nodded to Cheng Huan, it seems so.
But I only know that he sells all kinds of jade jewelry and often goes to Lao Myanmar. Cheng Huan smiled and nodded, when I have the chance, I want to learn the skills of gambling on stones from your father.
Let's see if there is a chance to bet on the Imperial Green. Human nature is to gamble. Cheng Huan is no exception.
Before, he liked to make bets with others frequently. But he has a very good character and always loses less and wins more.
Gambling is not allowed in the country. But you can gamble on stones.
If I could win a piece of Imperial Green, I would make a bracelet for my mom. Because his mother had asked him this more than once while watching TV, son, when can you make a lot of money and buy me a jade bracelet? This time, he will definitely fulfill his mother's wish and get her a pair of Imperial Green bracelets to wear. Sophia nodded and said in a tone that it was up to me, okay, I will ask him to teach you all his skills when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan also smiled and said, teaching the apprentice will starve the master to death. But tell your dad that I'm just doing this for fun and I won't make a living from it.
Just teach me the basics. Sophia also smiled. Then she asked, after you graduate, are you planning to join a professional team? Cheng Huan shook his head, I have already rejected the trial invitations from 2 professional clubs. I am afraid no one wants me anymore. Why do you refuse? Sophia looked at Cheng Huan with confusion.
Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled, I want to stay and chase Nanxi.
There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Most of the students in this department know about this.
Sophia said with regret, it would be a shame if you don't play basketball with all your skills. She had watched several basketball games at the school headquarters and was impressed by Cheng Huan's skills. If she watched it now, she would probably be even more surprised.
Cheng Huan smiled and didn't explain. Many people have said this. But what can we do?
Before, he really put all his attention on Nanxi.
Although it's mainly because of completing system tasks.
But in his heart, he really loves Nanxi. Fortunately, he has bound himself to a super-rich system.
Otherwise it would be a complete failure. Nothing was caught. Sophia asked again, do you regret it? Cheng Huan shook his head, there is nothing to regret.
After all the decisions are made by myself.
Sophia bit her lip and asked tentatively, how about? I asked my dad to find some connections and get you into a professional team? Now, she's going to return the favor.
Cheng Huan saved her life. She also wanted to repay Cheng Huan for his kindness. Even this favor is insignificant compared to the life-saving grace. What's more, she also wants to see things through to the end.
Need not.
Cheng Huan smiled at Sophia, I have found a satisfactory job.
Is it in Jingang? Sophia asked again, blinking her big eyes.
There was anticipation in his eyes.
Yes. Cheng Huan nodded. Great, this way we can meet more often in the future. Sophia said with a happy face.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan's eyes widened.
Damn. Doesn't this woman want to take responsibility? You can't blame yourself for that. Why are your eyes so wide?
Seeing Cheng Huan's look, Sophia frowned and asked. Cheng Huan scratched his nose, smiled and shook his head, nothing.
Don't you want to see me again? Sophia pouted.
She looks so delicate and lovely.
It makes people feel distressed and compassionate.
I have to say that the three beauties of Jin University really have their own merits.
Nanxi is cold and arrogant. Zhuo Ran is well-educated and well-mannered.
Sophia is delicate and gentle.
It's hard to imagine that with her personality. Is she suitable to be a doctor? Cheng Huan quickly shook his head and said, of course not. Sophia smiled and said, we will be friends from now on, right? Kindness. Cheng Huan nodded. It's okay to be friends. But don't ask to be a girlfriend. The boat is small and can easily capsize.
Next, the two began to chat about this and that. When Sophia asked, Cheng Huan also told her about his family situation. He even told her that he worked at the Emperor Hotel.
But the specific position was not disclosed.
However, it gave Sophia the illusion that he was the driver.
Cheng Huan just laughed it off regarding this job assignment. No explanation.
At this time, his cell phone rang again.
It was the police calling, asking for his exact location.
Cheng Huan sent the location of this place to the police via text message.
More than 10 minutes later, 3 police cars drove in.
After the car stopped, several fully armed police officers jumped out of the car. Cheng Huan also jumped out of the car.
Put your hands up.
The police pointed their guns at Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan raised his hands and said, I am Cheng Huan, the reporter.
The one on the ground is the criminal.
Soon, 2 policemen came forward and handcuffed the man. Click, click, click. Next, some police officers began taking photos for evidence and also took away the old gun.
A female police officer also took Sophia to a police car.
Finally, the old policeman who led the team checked with Cheng Huan and said, young man, please come back with us to the police station to take a statement.
Cheng Huan nodded and said, no problem.
Not long after, Cheng Huan got into another police car. The old policeman drove his brabus to the nearby police station. After arriving at the police station, Cheng Huan was taken to an interrogation room by 2 police officers and began to take a statement. Cheng Huan did not hide anything and explained the whole cause and effect of the matter one by one. Moreover, he also provided the video footage from the dashcam. Because when the incident happened, the 2 cars were face to face. Therefore, the entire process was recorded. With this strong evidence, that man could be charged with a serious crime.
By the time I finished recording my statement, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
When Cheng Huan walked out of the interrogation room, he saw 4 middle-aged men and women hurriedly walking into the police station.
Probably Sophia's family. Everyone looked solemn. One of the middle-aged ladies even glanced at Cheng Huan on purpose.
This gentle look made Cheng Huan feel a little embarrassed. He also quickly smiled at the woman.
He thought to himself, is this the legendary look that a mother-in-law gives her son-in-law?
I went to Zhuo Ran's house, but didn't see her mother. I unexpectedly saw Sophia's mother. However, judging from Sophia's mother's appearance, she should be a gentle person. I hope Zhuo Ran's mother will look at me with this kind of eyes. Chapter 55 Tai SPA. When he returned to the Emperor Hotel, the beautiful female lobby manager came towards him. When she walked in and saw Cheng Huan's behavior, she asked in surprise, "Boss, why are you wearing a vest?" Cheng Huan gave her a wry smile, shrugged and said, "There was an emergency."
Do you need a change of clothes? The female lobby manager asked again with concern. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I don't need it?" The female lobby manager smiled.
Cheng Huan said, "Go to those luxury stores and pick out a few 4XL clothes for me and send them to the 51st floor.
I want everything from inner to outer. The shoes must be size 45.
By the way, get 2 better pairs of sunglasses. Now that I have a car, I have to get some sunglasses to wear on my face."
That's cool. Good.
After the female lobby manager took note, she walked towards the luxury stores. Arriving at the 51st floor, Cheng Huan entered the shower room and took a comfortable hot bath. Then he lay dead on the bed. Cheng Huan fiddled with the frozen computer for a while.
Still no improvement. This is fucking infuriating. Not long after, the female lobby manager came to the 51st floor carrying more than a dozen shopping bags.
After entering Cheng Huan's lounge, she said, "Boss, I have picked out the clothes you want and put them on the sofa outside."
Got it. Thank you. Cheng Huan responded in a somewhat lazy voice.
I saw that Cheng Huan's face looked a little strange.
The female lobby manager asked with some concern, "Boss, you don't look well, are you cold? Do you want me to find you some medicine?" Need not. Cheng Huan shook his head. Maybe I was a little tired after driving all afternoon.
After taking a hot shower, he felt sore and tired all over.
It's more tiring than playing a game of basketball.
He always thought it was because he was tired from driving.
Actually, it is not. This is because I was scared by the kidnapper. You think?
I was so scared that I peed myself.
Is it possible that he would not have some other symptoms of discomfort? It's just that he doesn't know it yet. The female lobby manager asked, "How about I give you a SPA to relieve your fatigue? Do you also know how to use a spa?" Cheng Huan looked at the female lobby manager.
The female lobby manager nodded and said, "Before I became the lobby manager, I was in charge of our hotel's bathing center. I learned a little from some Thai SPA technicians there."
Come on then. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan didn't hesitate. He turned over and lay down on the bed. Start closing your eyes and enjoying it. Soon, the female lobby manager took off her professional coat and went into battle dressed lightly.
Then, she crossed her legs and sat directly on Cheng Huan. In an instant, Cheng Huan felt a strong pressure coming from high altitude.
Damn! He cried out secretly. This woman. So tough.
Are you treating yourself like a horse? Fortunately, Cheng Huan is in a frozen state.
Otherwise, there will definitely be a special battle.
Soon, a pair of small hands grabbed his arms, and with a pair of knees on his back, Cheng Huan was pulled up.
Took a homemade plane.
Click, click, click. Cheng Huan heard the sound of his bones.
The female lobby manager asked, "Is this kind of force okay?" "Can." Cheng Huan responded. "The force is just right. Feeling very comfortable. Definitely more professional than those bath scrubbers in the bathhouse."
As for whether there are professional Thai SPA technicians, Cheng Huan has no idea.
Because he had never enjoyed this kind of Thai SPA before. At most, you will spend $a dozen more in the bathhouse and be beaten up by the bath attendant. What's your name? Sui Tang. Tang as in Hai Tang. How old? 28. Are you married? Not yet. You are an older leftover woman. Boss, you can't make fun of your employees like that. Ha ha. Cheng Huan laughed, "I'm just concerned about my employees. I don't believe it. You're just making fun of me for not being able to get married." Ah.
After a while, Cheng Huan cried out in pain.
Are you seeking revenge? I'm giving you a SPA to relax you. I don't believe it, you are just retaliating. He. Then just bear with it.
The next moment, Sui Tang helped Cheng Huan sit up.
The whole person also hugged him from behind.
Then, he pushed with his legs and bent over Cheng Huan. His face and legs were pressed against each other.
Nest grass. It feels like a mountain is pressing down on you. It's hard to put into words. Are you comfortable? Comfortable.
Next, Sui Tang used both her hands and feet. He treated Cheng Huan as a toy and manipulated him at will.
After all the trouble,
Cheng Huan was almost torn apart by her. But it is indeed comfortable. And Sui Tang was also very tired. He was sitting on Cheng Huan's body, breathing heavily.
All covered in sweat. She really works so hard. How is your English? Cheng Huan asked. Simple terms are fine. Sui Tang said. Cheng Huan nodded and said, Tonight, Chanel CEO, Kate Mullen, will come to our hotel.
When you go downstairs, please pay attention and arrange the best room for them.
Sui Tang asked in surprise, Boss, do you want to discuss with them about opening a Chanel store in our hotel? There are many luxury stores in Dihao International Hotel. But no Chanel yet. No. Cheng Huan shook his head. They are here to report their work to me. Reporting work? Sui Tang was a little confused. What do Chanel's CEO and creative director report to you about? Is it a misnomer? Cheng Huan smiled and said, I am the largest shareholder of Chanel. If they don't come to report to me, who will they report to? I'll go.
In an instant, Sui Tang was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out.
She definitely didn't expect it.
I am now riding on the back of a world-class tycoon. Next, the little hands pressed harder.
After SPA is completed. Sui Tang also wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, Boss, do you need a cup of coffee? Add sugar. Cheng Huan said. Okay. Sui Tang responded and went out twisting her body. Bite. After a while, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang. I saw that it was Dong Roland who sent a WeChat message, Are you back? Cheng Huan replied, I'm already at the Dihao Hotel. You all can come over in the evening. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Dong Roland, okay, we'll pack up and we'll be there in an hour. Good things like this must be done quickly.
Cheng Huan said, Okay, dress up nicely.
I'll take you to meet some celebrities tonight. Dong Roland, who? Cheng Huan, don't ask yet, we'll know tonight.
When you get to the hotel, ask the lobby manager downstairs to take you to the 51st floor.
Dong Roland, oh.
Cheng Huan, don't forget to wear black color. However, after sending this message, there was no reply for a long time.
Damn it. She actually ignored him. Wait till evening. Give her another chance to be in the dark. Chapter 56 When did you two meet? Bite. Not long after, Cheng Huan's WeChat rang again. It was a message from Nanxi, asking, Dear, who are you going to take us to see tonight?
As soon as Cheng Huan saw the 3 words dear, he felt overwhelmed. He wanted to make it clear to Nanxi that we are just friends now, not lovers.
After thinking about it, I decided to wait until the time is right.
If I tell her now, I don't know how long those tears will stop flowing.
Cheng Huan, a few big names in the fashion industry. Nanxi, do you think I should dress more casually or formally? I'm afraid I'll embarrass you if I don't dress properly. Cheng Huan, you can wear whatever you like, just be decent, not too formal. Nanxi, I know. I won't embarrass you. See you later. Hug, kiss. Ah. After closing WeChat, Cheng Huan wailed weakly. He was almost driven crazy by Nanxi. Hearing Cheng Huan's wailing, Sui Tang also ran in quickly. He asked in a panic, Boss, what's wrong with you? Cheng Huan shook his head and said to her, It's okay, I just want to yell and vent. You scared me to death.
Sui Tang patted her chest and trembled.
Cheng Huan smiled.
This woman is such a treasure.
He has a carefree personality and is quite interesting.
After a while, Sui Tang prepared the Blue Mountain coffee and brought it to Cheng Huan.
With a sugar cube. After putting it down, Sui Tang said. After Cheng Huan drank a few sips of the hot coffee, he said to Sui Tang, Go and bring in my clothes. After a while, Sui Tang came in with some bags. Then, she took out a sky blue suit and a white round neck sweater from the bags and said, I think you will look good in this Armani suit tonight, paired with this dark patterned round neck sweater. Okay, I'll wear it tonight. Cheng Huan nodded. He had never been particular about what he wore. I have never worn a suit in my life. He always listens to Sui Tang's opinions. After a while, Cheng Huan put on the suit and walked out of the lounge. So cool.
At this moment, Sui Tang was completely stunned. Cheng Huan is definitely 100 times more handsome in a suit than in sportswear. Even if you become a male model, you can still make a name for yourself.
Invincible handsomeness.
Stop praising me and help me pick out a pair of leather shoes. Cheng Huan smiled, took a pair of socks and sat on the nearby sofa.
No one doesn't like to hear nice words.
Of course, Cheng Huan was delighted by such praise.
Immediately, Sui Tang said.
After a while, she took out a pair of Hermes crocodile leather shoes, squatted in front of Cheng Huan, and put on the shoes for Cheng Huan herself.
Look at this treatment. It's just different.
Seeing Sui Tang putting shoes on him, Cheng Huan was touched again. To express his gratitude, he said to Sui Tang, "Go downstairs later and go to your favorite brand store to pick out a bag. Also, go and arrange dinner for tonight, tentatively for about 10 people. Keep an eye on whether Chanel CEO Mulan Kate and creative director Virginie have arrived. If they arrive, arrange for them to stay first, and then bring them to my office."
Good.
Sui Tang responded excitedly. After writing down Cheng Huan's cell phone number, she walked away with her slender waist twisted.
This time I took the initiative to provide service and I definitely made money. When you have nothing to do in the future, you should come and give your boss SPA more often. No, you can do anything.
After Sui Tang left, Cheng Huan also took out his cell phone and called Guzi, asking him to bring Shin Sisi to the 51st floor. After hanging up the phone, he also put all the remaining clothes into the system space.
This needs to be prepared. This will avoid the embarrassment of having no clothes to wear in the future.
After a while, Guzi and Shin Sisi came. Now both of them have changed into a set of high-end clothes, and their temperament has improved a lot.
Damn, you're so handsome.
As soon as they met, Guzi flattered him.
Shin Sisi also laughed and said,
Huan, I want to fall in love with someone else.
Do you still have a place for me in your heart?
Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, no one can take your place in my heart.
I've always kept it for you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Guzi rolled his eyes and said, if you two have thought it through, can you do it behind my back? How can I feel embarrassed when you are always so blatant? Cheng Huan smiled at Guzi, what's the point of doing it behind your back? This kind of blatant behavior is what we want.
Making him angry is Cheng Huan's greatest joy every day.
What a pair of bastards.
After Guzi cursed, he also looked around the huge office. Then, he said to Cheng Huan angrily, you don't come here to do business all day long, why do you need such a big office? Cheng Huan shrugged and said, this is called appearance, you know nothing.
Guzi rolled his eyes again. It's not that he doesn't understand. It's a tease.
It was Cheng Huan who didn't understand.
Sisi, take some pictures for me.
Guzi sat in the boss's chair and asked Shin Sisi to take a picture of him.
This is the mentality of ordinary people.
If Cheng Huan hadn't become the boss here, he would have been the same as Guzi if he encountered this environment. While Guzi was taking pictures, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang.
Local unknown number. After the call was connected, Cheng Huan heard a familiar voice, Cheng Huan, this is Sophia, where are you? Cheng Huan said, I'm at the Dihao Hotel. Have you finished recording your statement? Sophia said, well, it's already been recorded.
I want to treat you to a meal, and my parents also want to thank you in person.
Do you have time?
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan quickly refused and said, I really don't have time today.
Can we do it another day? Sophia still didn't give up and asked, are you going to have dinner at the Imperial Hotel tonight?
Yes, Cheng Huan nodded and said, I have a few friends coming over, and I want to entertain them here.
Sophia said, then let's go to the Imperial Hotel for dinner tonight. You can take some time to meet my parents then. Don't you want to learn gambling on stones from my father?
He has agreed to teach you. Hearing this, Cheng Huan scratched his head.
Such an arrangement.
It was hard for him to refuse. After thinking about it for a while, Cheng Huan had to agree, okay, I'll take some time to toast uncle and auntie. Sophia said pleasantly, okay, I'll call you after we get to the Dihao Hotel and arrange a private room.
No.
After Cheng Huan said that, he also hung up the phone.
Whose phone call is this? Why are you still recording a statement? Guzi looked at Cheng Huan with curiosity. Cheng Huan said, it's Sophia from the medical school. Fuck, when did you two meet?
Guzi and Shin Sisi both looked at Cheng Huan in a daze. As a close friend, Guzi knows how many white hairs Cheng Huan has.
I didn't know Cheng Huan and Sophia also knew each other. Damn, how many things are you hiding from him? Chapter 57, Get Away from Dad.
Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled bitterly. You may not believe me if I tell you this, but she was kidnapped this afternoon, and I happened to rescue her on my way back. Upon hearing this, Guzi and Shinxisi were both shocked.
Tell me about it.
Soon, Guzi stood up from the boss chair, pulled Cheng Huan to sit on the nearby sofa and talked.
This is definitely a big event. Curiosity prompted him to dig deeper.
So Cheng Huan started talking about how he was almost hit by a car in the afternoon.
Of course, some plots were also deleted. Some things should not be spread outside.
After Guzi and Shinxisi heard this, they looked at each other. They couldn't have imagined that Cheng Huan would encounter such a thing.
This is simply an opportunity given to him by God to save the beauty.
Soon, Guzi took out a box of cigarettes, lit one and started smoking. He was smoking and sighing. You must have had a lot of luck with romance this year. Now all three hotties in school have hooked up with you. No, there is also Zhaoyihan, the most beautiful girl in the previous term.
You are now a pair of 4 lotus flowers. After hearing this, Cheng Huan shrugged and said with a smile, is it abnormal for people to interact with each other?
I just saved her, not married her.
You think too much.
Shinxisi pouted and said, Huan, you can't let Zoran down.
Haven't you noticed that she has fallen in love with you? Cheng Huan smiled and nodded, I know.
In fact, he has not made any promises to any woman yet. He also did not admit who his girlfriend was.
Just as he had said to Guzi before. If you want to win his heart, you have to show your ability. Feeling melancholy, he also lit a cigarette. By the way, how much of Chanel's shares do you own?
After Guzi finished smoking a cigarette, he asked Cheng Huan.
51%. Cheng Huan said. Oh my God. Guzi cursed and said, I checked Chanel's market value this afternoon.
Someone conservatively estimated it to be $50 billion.
Your 51% is $25.5 billion, which is more than 160 billion renminbi. You really scared me to death. Although this 160 billion renminbi is just a virtual number. Moreover, it is not the largest number in the country. But for Guzi, it is really an astronomical figure.
Cheng Huan smiled and said, didn't I tell you last night not to ask me how much money I have, or else it would be all tears? Guzi smiled flatteringly and said, since you have so much money, you will definitely not be able to spend it all in several lifetimes.
Can you spare some money to buy me a G-class? Cheng Huan patted Guzi on the shoulder and asked, have you washed your buttocks clean? Puff. Shinxisi burst out laughing again. It's clean and you can enjoy it any time. Guzi nodded quickly. Cheng Huan asked Shinxisi again, what do you want? Shinxisi smiled and shook her head, I don't need anything for now. Although Shinxisi's family background is average. But she's really not greedy. This is also what Cheng Huan admires most about her.
Cheng Huan nodded slightly, took out his cell phone and called Wang Lidong, asking him to pick up a Mercedes-Benz G63 tomorrow.
Yeah.
After hearing this, Guzi was about to hug Cheng Huan.
Get away from daddy. Cheng Huan raised his long legs, ready for battle.
If Guzi dares to pounce on him, he will kick him away.
Don't you like this? Guzi laughed. Didn't I tell you that you're ugly and can't stand in line?
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him.
This is for you.
After a while, Cheng Huan took out a pair of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses and threw them to Guzi.
Damn, this is good stuff.
Guzi was happy again and put it on his face directly. You know what, this guy looks really decent when he puts on sunglasses.
The long face looks much smaller. Ding ling ling.
Not long after, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang again.
A strange number from Yanjing. Hello, who is this? Cheng Huan answered.
A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Chang, I am Mina, the sales representative of Romane Conti Winery in China. I'm here to bring you some wine on behalf of Mr. Orlante.
Are you at the Imperial Hotel?
When Cheng Huan heard that someone was bringing him some wine, he was a little overjoyed. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon.
Yes, where are you? Cheng Huan asked in a slightly excited voice. Tonight, I drank Conti wine again. Mina said, I'm in the lobby of the Imperial Hotel. Cheng Huan quickly asked, how much wine did you send this time?
Mina said, because Mr. Orlante was afraid that you would be anxious to drink the red wine, he asked me to send you 12 boxes of red wine first, a total of 12 bottles of Conti, 24 bottles of Latach, and 36 bottles of Richbourg. After listening, Chung Huan said, "Go find the lobby manager Sui Tang downstairs and ask her to send you and the wine to my office."
Seeing Chung Huan put down his phone, Guzi asked with a smile, "Are you sending Conti wine?" "Kindness." Shang Huan nodded. "Hey, we can drink to our heart's content tonight," Guzi shouted.
Seeing him like this, Chung Huan smiled speechlessly. However, even he was very excited, let alone Guzi.
Not long after, Sui Tang walked into Cheng Huan's office with a long-haired beauty.
Judging from his face, he should be around 24 or 25 years old, and looks like a mixed-race child. High nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and eyes that are a little blue. She has fair skin, beautiful looks and elegant temperament. Behind the two of them, there were several hotel security guards moving boxes into the office.
Each one is half a meter square. "Boss, Miss Mina is here."
After coming in, Sui Tang said to Chung Huan. In front of outsiders, this woman is absolutely well behaved and does not show any signs of overstepping her boundaries. Chung Huan stepped forward, stretched out his big hand with a smile on his face and said, "Hello, Miss Mina." Mina also smiled and stretched out her hand, shaking hands with Chung Huan. "Hello, Mr. Chang." After releasing his hand, Chung Huan said to Sui Tang, "Tell him to open all the boxes, take out 3 bottles of Conti, 5 bottles of Latach, and 10 bottles of Richbourg and put them in the private room where I'm having dinner tonight.
Put the rest on the wine cabinet here."
"Okay." Sui Tang nodded and began to direct the security guards to work.
"Let's go sit over there." Cheng Huan smiled and brought Mina to the tea house. "These are my friends Li Liang and Shen Sisi." Cheng Huan introduced Guzi and Shen Sisi to Mina. "Hello, my name is Mina, and I'm glad to meet you." Mina enthusiastically got to know the two of them. Guzi stared at Mina for a while. I asked without caring, "Are you mixed race?" "Yes." Mina nodded to Guzi generously, "My father is Chinese, and my mother is French." "That's what I said." Guzi laughed foolishly. That look was like Columbus discovering the New World. Chapter 58. This person is no longer reliable. After the four of them sat down, Shen Sisi took on the duties of a waiter and started to boil water and make tea. Chung Huan asked Mina, "Did Orland say when the wine will arrive at Jingang?" "Next weekend is his cousin's wedding. He wanted to bring back some good wine to liven up the party." After all, most of the people at the wedding were his relatives. Mina said, "Mr. Orland entrusted Yinjing Disheng Wine Company to do the customs clearance, a total of 200 boxes. According to the normal import and export procedures, customs clearance will be completed around next Thursday. As long as it clears customs, I can send it to Jingang for you at any time." When he heard it was this time, Cheng Huan felt relieved. "Just make it in time for next weekend." Mina added, "Mr. Chang, you have to pay the customs duty for these wines yourself." "It's a lot." Cheng Huan nodded, "That's for sure. The tariff on red wine is not cheap. A bottle of wine has a landed price of 100 yuan. After paying various taxes, it will basically be around 148 yuan. This time, Cheng Huan asked Orlante for 200 boxes of wine. "I'm afraid the tariff will be more than 30 million. At this time, Shen Sisi had prepared the pre-rain Longjing tea. I also poured 3 cups for the 3 of them. After taking a sip of tea, Cheng Huan asked, "Your French should be very good, right? I'm going to meet Mullen Kate and the others in the evening, so I have to put on some show." Even though the other party also brought an interpreter. But Cheng Huan still wanted to have his own translator. Even without saying much. It can also prevent Mullen Kate and Virginie from making any small moves. This is a strategy, just like the negotiations between the two countries' delegations. Although he is a major shareholder of Chanel. But he hasn't taken control of the entire company yet. All the senior executives there are brothers Alan and Gerard. But Cheng Huan will slowly look for one of his own to get in. Never let others have the final say. The big and small kings must be distinguished. Mina nodded to Cheng Huan and said, "I went to live in France when I was 6 years old. I only came back to China to work 2 years ago. I have lived in France for 16 years. Cheng Huan nodded and said, "That's great. I have some people from France who want to have dinner with us tonight. You can be my interpreter then." After thinking about it, Mina smiled and nodded, "Since Mr. Cheng thinks highly of me, I will stay for one night and serve as your translator." "Thanks." Cheng Huan smiled and nodded.
After chatting for a while, Sui Tang and the others had finished unpacking the boxes and placed all the wine in a wine cabinet in the house, which was full. "Boss, the wines are all ready," Sui Tang came to report. Hearing this, Chun Huan nodded to her and said, "Go down and wait for Mullen Kate and the others." After Sui Tang and the others left, Guzi went to the wine cabinet and looked at the wines. His eyes turned blue. He said with emotion, "If I could drink a bottle of this wine every day, I would be willing to drink myself to death." Chun Huan asked, "When did you become an alcoholic?" "Last night." Guzi said with a look of despair, "After I finished drinking all this nectar last night, I decided to become an alcoholic from now on. I want to get drunk on these fine wines, and I hope my brother will support me." Seeing Guzi's reluctant look, Chung Huan said, "If you want to drink, bring a bottle of latte sai over. It's a good opportunity for us all to taste the taste of this wine. The La Tach and Chateau Conti are only a stone's throw away from each other. Even the vines are the same. However, the taste of the wine produced is completely different. It's amazing. It's settled." Guzi chuckled and took a bottle of Latashi from the wine cabinet. Next, Mina took the wine opener and helped everyone open the wine. Guzi went to get a few cups. When Mina opened the bottle and poured some wine for everyone, Guzi was about to drink. However, Mina stopped him. Soon, Mina said to Guzi, "It's best to let the wine sit for a while to soften the tannins in the wine. This way it will taste better." "Are there so many particulars?" Guzi asked in surprise. "Yes." Mina nodded. "Red wine is made from grapes. The sugar in the grape pulp is fermented and turned into alcohol. And the acid in the grape skin becomes the sourness and astringency in the wine. This is called tannin. We decant wine to allow the tannins to combine with air and oxidize, making them softer and allowing their floral and fruity aromas to fully exude. Only in this way can we enjoy the freshness and sweetness of the wine to the greatest extent." After listening to this, the three of them all learned a little common sense. Next, they all followed Mina's example. She shook the cup, and the three of them followed suit. She took a sip, and the other three followed suit. Even before drinking it, I would follow her lip movements. There's no way around it, there are so many things to pay attention to when drinking red wine. After all, people's taste buds are distributed differently. After taking a few sips, Guzi said to Chung Huan, "Brother, I will leave Sisi to you from now on. Just give me all the wine." Upon hearing what Wang Ergo said, Chung Huan said to Shin Sisi, "Sisi, let's change our home. This guy is no longer reliable." Shin Sisi looked at Ergo and laughed, "I think so too. He is out of his mind now." Chung Huan nodded slightly and said, "I think I must have drunk fake wine last night." Hearing what the three of them said, Mina also smiled secretly. "I think these three people are really funny." Not long after, Chang Huan received a call from Sui Tang, informing him that Chanel CEO Kate Mulan and creative director Virginie had arrived. There are 4 people in total. After hearing this, Chang Huan asked Sui Tang to help these people complete the check-in procedures first, and then bring them to the office to see him. "Have they arrived?" Guzi, who was tasting wine, asked a little nervously. After all, Chang Huan had said before that he would be his assistant tonight. For this purpose, he and Shin Sisi practiced several times before coming down. Let Shin Sisi help him point out some shortcomings. "I really care about this opportunity." Chang Huan nodded and said, "I don't need a male assistant tonight. You are now gloriously dismissed." "Fuck, how come I'm laid off when I haven't even started work yet?" Guzi curled his lips. Before, all the practice was in vain. Shin Sisi laughed nearby and said, "He practiced being your assistant several times before, but this time it was all in vain." "So attentive?" After hearing this, Chun Huan also looked at Guzi and smiled. In his impression, Guzi has never been so attentive in doing things. "Do everything with a normal mind and live day by day." Guzi laughed and said, "I am here to serve as your assistant. You can't fool your own brothers. Look at this guy's mouth now, it's like he's eaten bee poop. He definitely knows how to flatter someone." Chapter 59. This is incredible. "Mr. Chang, who are these French people?" Mina couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Chang Huan said, "It's Chanel CEO Mulan Kate and creative director Virginie." When she heard that it was these 2 people, Mina was surprised and asked, "Mr. Chang's hotel has business dealings with them?" She has lived in France for many years and naturally knows how famous these people are in France. He is not only a household name in France. He is also a leader in the fashion industry. I didn't expect them to come to China to see Cheng Huan in person. Of course, Mina doesn't know yet that Cheng Huan is the major shareholder of Chateau de la Conti. I just thought he was Orlante's good friend. After all, she was just an outsourced salesperson for the winery, and her position was too low.
Still can't understand some big things about Chateau Conti. Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head. I am the largest shareholder of Chanel. They are here to report to me. After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Mina couldn't sit still anymore. It was a close call, but I wasn't scared to death. Chanel's major shareholder. This is definitely someone who should be on the Forbes list of the world's richest people. She didn't expect that Cheng Huan was so young and yet so rich. How do you make money? How did you buy Chanel shares? She knows some interesting anecdotes about the fashion world. Even LVMH, the world's largest luxury goods group, was rejected when it wanted to buy some shares of Chanel Group. But I didn't expect Cheng Huan to become the largest shareholder. This is absolutely not something that ordinary people can do. After a while, Nan Shi and the others also arrived. Tonight, the four of them are dressed so beautifully. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan was overwhelmed by the stares he received. Especially Nan Shi. She was wearing a blue and white sleeveless, stand-up collar, short hem silk cheongsam. She is tall and has a great figure. Wearing this cheongsam, her beautiful figure is further highlighted. Moreover, she, who seldom wears makeup on weekdays, put on some makeup tonight. It is so beautiful. Dong Roland, Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya were all wearing their most beautiful dresses, looking gorgeous. Oh my god, the four of you are dressed so beautifully tonight. I think someone might not be able to sleep tonight. Air Guzi said to the four people in amazement. Huan, you look so handsome in a suit. After Nan Shi glanced at Mina in the room, she walked straight to Cheng Huan and threw herself into his arms. Here we go again. Cheng Huan pushed but failed. This girl is now possessed. After Cheng Huan let Nan Shi hug him for a while, he said to her in a gentle voice, "Come, let me introduce you to a new friend. This is Miss Mina, the business manager of Chateau Conti in China." After listening to this, Nan Shi let go of Cheng Huan and reached out to shake hands with Mina. "Hello Miss Mina, my name is Nan Shi, and I'm Cheng Huan's girlfriend." When Cheng Huan heard Nan Shi claiming to be his girlfriend, he got excited. This will continue. Even if it isn't, it will become so. Rumors can melt metal. 3 people make a tiger. After dinner tonight. He wanted to have a good talk with Nan Shi. "Hello." Mina smiled at Nan Shi and said, "You look really elegant in a cheongsam. Mr. Chang, many men must envy you for having a girlfriend like you." This is Cheng Huan's girlfriend, she dare not fail to compliment her. Upon hearing this, Nan Shi was very happy. She smiled and asked Mina, "Are you mixed race?" "Yes, a Chinese-French hybrid." Mina nodded with a smile. "You are the most beautiful half-blood I have ever seen." Nan Shi smiled coquettishly. Although what she said may sound a bit exaggerated. But, it seems to be true. At the very least, Mina is the most beautiful mixed-race girl Cheng Huan has ever seen. Soon after, Dong Roland and the other two also came forward to get to know Mina. After they chatted for a while, Sun Xiaoman walked over to Cheng Huan and asked, Huan, you asked us to dress up nicely tonight. Who are you going to take us to meet?" If they were just meeting Mina, Cheng Huan wouldn't let them dress up. There will surely be others. Cheng Huan said, "It's Chanel's CEO Mulan Kate and creative director Virginie." Dong Roland said jokingly, "You're taking us to meet them. Are you planning to send us to Chanel to be models?" Cheng Huan shook his head and said, "I do have the ability, but you 3 are not big enough." Although the height of the 3 of them is around 168 centimeters. But this doesn't even meet the standards of being a model. Even Nan Shi's height of 1.72 meters was not enough. Those world-famous models are at least 1.78 meters tall. Moreover, the requirements for body proportions are more stringent. Sun Xiaoman said, "Then what's the point of you bringing us to see them? This girl is really more honest than Cheng Huan." Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "You don't have to see me. I won't force you." In fact, Cheng Huan asked them to meet Mulan Kate and Virginie just to broaden their horizons. There is no special meaning. In fact, these 3 people had already found jobs. After graduation, Dong Roland will return to her hometown TV station to be a dancer. Joya will become a stewardess. Sun Xiaoman will go to a dance school in her hometown to be a teacher. As for Nan Shi, she will go to the United States to continue her studies.
Soon, Xiaoya said, besides, it won't hurt to meet such a big shot in the fashion world.
Maybe I can learn some fashion concepts. Do you like fashion? Cheng Huan looked at Xiaoya. Xiaoya pouted and said, what woman doesn't like it? Cheng Huan asked with a smile, how about I send all three of you to Chanel to learn about fashion? Okay, do you have this ability?
Dong Roland stared at Cheng Huan with her big, round eyes. This is much better than her going home to be a dancer.
Remove the question mark.
Guzi introduced with a smile. Now let me introduce to you solemnly, this Mr. Cheng Huan is the major shareholder of Chanel Company that you have been thinking about so much, and he owns 51% of Chanel's shares.
Wow!
Upon hearing Guzi's words, the four of them all screamed in surprise.
This is incredible.
It was so unbelievable that they were all speechless and stunned.
Especially Nan Shi.
It was even more surprising that my body and mind trembled. Soon, Sun Xiaoman twisted her body, stamped her feet, and said to Cheng Huan coquettishly, Cheng Huan, I want to go to work at Chanel.
Dong Roland also said, I want to go too. Xiaoya also said, I won't go back to being a flight attendant. My mother said this job is too dangerous. She is worried every day. Huan, just agree to them.
Nanshi, who was still holding Cheng Huan, tried to speak well of him. Cheng Huan smiled and nodded at the three of them, saying, since you all want to go, I will send you all to France after graduation.
Study hard in the future. Maybe one of you three will be the next creative director of Chanel. Oh! All three of them nodded excitedly. Chapter 60. Please start your show. Wow, is that Conti red wine you guys are drinking?
At this time, Dong Roland exclaimed when she saw the bottle of red wine on the coffee table.
This is Conti's cousin, Ritashi. Guzi asked Dong Roland with a grin. Is it expensive too? Xiaoya asked. At least 50,000 yuan.
Guzi learns and applies what he has learned.
I just heard this from Mina. Then we have to drink some.
Dong Roland stepped forward, poured some wine into the glass that Cheng Huan had drunk from, and drank it all in one gulp.
Nice.
After drinking it, Dong Roland nodded in praise.
Give me a drink. Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya couldn't bear it anymore.
They all turned their backs and walked over, each drinking a cup. This sip of wine, which costs at least $1,000, is delicious. After they finished drinking, they all laughed. Cheng Huan said with a wicked smile, I've prepared 3 bottles of Conti, 5 bottles of Latache, and 10 bottles of Richbourg for you tonight.
You can drink as much as you want.
He always remembered the dance of these 3 people. If they were happy after drinking this, they would probably dance harder.
Terrific. Dong Roland said with a smile. Hearing this, Cheng Huan also gave Dong Roland a look. He was asking, when will you fulfill your promise to me? Soon, Dong Roland also gave Cheng Huan a puzzled look. Pretend you know nothing. Holy shit?
Seeing her eyes, Cheng Huan suddenly felt as if he had been cheated.
Is she denying it?
Soon, Cheng Huan cast his gentle little eyes on Xiaoya again.
He winked at her.
This scene made Xiaoya stunned. She looked puzzled and asked Cheng Huan, why are you winking at me?
When did I wink at you?
Cheng Huan said a little panicked.
Then why were you looking at me like that just now? Xiaoya blinked like Cheng Huan. Maybe my eyes are uncomfortable. Cheng Huan refused to admit it.
At this time, he remembered the famous saying again. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea.
You really can't believe what they say. Among these people, only Dong Roland understood what was going on. I almost burst out laughing.
He looked at Cheng Huan with a slightly provocative look.
Should. Makes you think wildly. Is it easy for you to watch our black S's twisting dance?
At this time, everyone was looking at Cheng Huan, so he couldn't grit his teeth and get angry at Dong Roland.
Just look for opportunities. Come on, let's drink some more. To hide his embarrassment, Cheng Huan raised his glass. The bottle of wine was finished by everyone in no time.
Then, Nina began to explain to everyone how to distinguish and taste red wine.
After a while, Dong Roland wanted to go to the bathroom.
As luck would have it, the bathroom in the office was occupied by Guzi. Cheng Huan said to her, you can use the one in my lounge. God will not let down those who work hard.
This time.
Finally, Cheng Huan got the chance to take revenge.
Dong Roland didn't expect that this might be Cheng Huan's chance to take revenge on her. He actually walked into the lounge.
Not long after, Chung Hwan also followed him in, making an excuse to go into the house to get something. Then he simply locked the door,
waiting patiently for Dong Roland to come out of the bathroom. Dare to play tricks on him? Just wait to be dealt with. A few minutes later, Dong Roland walked out as if nothing had happened. When she saw Chang Huan standing in the room, she asked, "Why did you come in?" "Take care of you." Chang Huan snorted and smiled at her, also walked towards her slowly. At this moment, Dong Roland knew that something was wrong. This guy is definitely going to settle the score with me. She quickly took a few steps back. With a full smile on his face, he said, "I will definitely dance for you tonight." "Do you think I will still believe you?" Chung Huan laughed grimly twice. If he listened to Dong Roland again. That was the second time I was fooled. You can hit him. You can scold him. You just can't lie to him. Now, Chung Huan is very sad. Dong Roland continued to retreat. He said to Chung Huan with a smile, "Really, I'm not lying to you." Chung Huan folded his hands, shook his head at Dong Roland and said, "I want to see it now." No. Dong Roland was firm in her attitude. Then she pouted and said, "If you push me again, I'll yell." She thought that this would scare Chung Huan. It's a pity that Chung Huan came prepared. The door panel of this lounge is at least 5 centimeters thick. The sound insulation effect is excellent. Snort. Hearing this, Chung Huan snorted coldly, "You can shout, this door is soundproof, they can't hear you even if you shout your throat out." Help! Dong Roland actually shouted. However, the sound insulation of this door is indeed very good. I couldn't really hear anything outside. Those people are still there drinking tea and chatting. Even if someone heard it, who would dare to come in? Will you jump? Chang Huan asked again in a stern voice. Don't even think about it. Dong Roland is determined. Dong Roland, I remember you said yesterday afternoon that I'm not a man, I'll prove it to you now. As Cheng Huan spoke, he took off his clothes and threw them on the bed, revealing a body of muscular body. Hey, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Dong Roland was a little panicked, staring at Cheng Huan with wide eyes. Is this guy trying to do something bad to me? If only it were true. So should I refuse or accept? After 4 years of getting along, she also fell in love with Cheng Huan. But she buried this love in her heart. Everyone knows this. But no one ever said it out loud. I'll ask you again, do you want to jump? Cheng Huan looked at Dong Roland with a smirk on his face. He just didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this little bitch. Dare to play tricks on him? The consequences are serious. Jump, I jump. Dong Roland nodded with a wry smile. If she doesn't jump, I'm afraid this guy will never let her go. Please start your performance. Chang laughed. A very happy face. Mock up. Cheating him will lead to bad consequences. However, just as Dong Roland was about to jump, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang in his suit pocket at an inopportune time. He glanced at Dong Roland and had to walk over to get his phone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dong Roland laughed and ran out of the door. Looking at her back, Cheng Huan pursed his lips. If you can run away from the monk, can you also run away from the temple? Wait until tonight for another chance to catch her. I must ask her to dance and strip for me. Damn it! Cheng Huan took out his cell phone and saw that it was Sophia calling. When the call was connected, Sophia said, Cheng Huan, we are having dinner in room 7055 tonight. If you are not busy, come over, okay? After Cheng Huan wrote it down, he said, okay, I'll find time to go there. Sophia asked again, what do you want to eat? I'll order some for you. Cheng Huan said, no, just order whatever you want to eat and leave me alone. This girl is so considerate. Well, let's just order some food first, you go ahead. Sophia said and hung up the phone. Chapter 61. Are you overthinking? In the office. When Sun Xiaoman saw Dong Roland coming out, she asked bluntly, why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. Dong Roland quickly explained. She secretly cursed Cheng Huan in her heart, saying that he was such a bad guy and almost killed her. What is Cheng Huan doing in the house? Guzi looked at Dong Roland with some ill intention and asked. Hearing this, Dong Roland glared at him fiercely. He said with an unhappy look, can't you go in and see for yourself?
Erguzi laughed and said, I would like to go in and take a look, but I don't dare because I'm afraid he has no clothes on. Dong Wolin's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, Li Ergu, if it weren't for Shinsisi's sake today, I would have scratched you to death. This bastard was obviously saying that she and Cheng Huan did something bad in the room. I'll go see what he's doing. Xiaoya suddenly giggled and ran to the door of the lounge. Upon hearing this, Dong Wolin was so angry that she wanted to scratch her to death. This is such a bad teammate. Her IQ is about the same as Sun Xiaoman's. If Cheng Huan still wanted to watch dancing tonight, she would sell out this stupid teammate. It's so infuriating. Soon, Xiaoya arrived at the door of the lounge. However, she saw through the crack in the door that Cheng Huan was talking on the phone in the room. At this time, Cheng Huan was talking on the phone with Yang Yuan in the house. On the phone, Yang Yuan said, Brother, the head of our head office is having dinner at your Imperial Hotel tonight. Do you have time to come and sit with us? Yang Yuan's meaning was very clear, he wanted to introduce Cheng Huan to their chief manager. Of course, this was also his good intention. In Jingang, there are countless big businessmen who want to be brothers with their big bosses. But he underestimated Cheng Huan's power and wealth. He doesn't need it at all. Soon, Cheng Huan said with a smile, Sorry, Brother Yang, I have something tonight, I'm afraid I can't go. He didn't want to take out a loan, so there was no need for him to curry favor with any big boss. Besides, he was really busy tonight. Not only do I have to attend Sophia's family banquet, but I also have to entertain Mullen Kate and the others. After all, his subordinates came from far away. As the largest shareholder of the company, he must play the role of a good host. This is the Chinese way of hospitality. Well, let's sit together when we have a chance. Yang Yuan said this angrily and hung up the phone. After Cheng Huan put down his phone, he also walked out of the lounge. But as soon as he went out, he saw Xiaoya standing at the door stealthily. He asked, What are you doing standing here? Xiaoya covered her mouth and smiled. Erguzi said that you were putting on clothes in the house, I came to see if it was true. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at her. Then he dragged the silly girl into the house and prepared to give her a good beating. Come on, dance a t-shirt dance for me, or you won't be able to leave. Cheng Huan said this in a threatening manner. Dong Wolin just ran away. Now let Xiaoya take over. Mock up. Makes you curious. Let you continue to fall. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. You can watch it if you want, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. To Cheng Huan's surprise, Xiaoya did not refuse outright. Instead, he put forward a condition to him. Tell me about it. Cheng Huan nodded with a pleased look on his face. It's so beautiful that I'm about to burst into tears. As long as I can watch her dance in a t-shirt, I won't ask for any other conditions. Even 5 is not a problem. During these 4 years, in order to obtain all kinds of information about Nanxi, he was really tortured by Dong Wolin, Sun Xiaoman, and Xiaoya. Watching their dance is the greatest comfort to myself. After graduation, please accompany me home, Xiaoya said. Pretend to be your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan understood a little bit. This kind of thing is common in society. It is also common in universities. In order to avoid being controlled and arranged by their families for blind dates after graduation, some male and female students staged such a drama. Just like what Cheng Huan's mother said in the video before. As soon as I got home, I arranged a blind date. It seems that Xiaoya's family is also going to arrange a blind date for her. Yes. Xiaoya nodded, do you want to do it? If I could bring home a boyfriend like Cheng Huan who was both handsome and super rich, my family will no longer arrange blind dates for me in the future. Then she can be free and let herself go. We must do it. Cheng Huan nodded, thinking that he would be a fool not to do such a good thing, and asked hurriedly, Tonight, is it a bed? Are you overthinking this? Xiaoya glared at him and wanted to bite him to death. Where do you want me to sleep? Cheng Huan asked. Xiaoya said, My house has 3 bedrooms and a living room. You can share a room with my Daodu. Who is Daodu? Cheng Huan raised his eyebrows, feeling that this didn't sound like a person's name. A little teddy, a male. After saying that, Xiaoya just laughed sweetly. After hearing this, Cheng Huan thought that this person was really not a human being and he refused to do it. He said with a frown on his face, You want me to live in the same room with a dog? And it's a male teddy. I think you have bad intentions. Don't underestimate Teddy because he is small. Even the husky dares to get on him.
As long as it wants to. There is nothing it can't climb. You can't help but accept this. Are you going? Xiaoya asked again.
Chang Huan rolled his eyes and thought about it seriously. Finally, he said, I remember there seemed to be this kind of thing about renting a boyfriend to go home on the internet.
Their rental fee is 500 yuan a day.
For someone as handsome as me, it would cost at least 1,000 yuan to start. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya wanted to beat him to death. I risked my life to agree to dance with him. This guy actually came to me and asked for payment with such a shameless face.
She frowned and said, You are worth hundreds of billions, and you still want such a small rent from me? Are you obsessed with money?
Cheng Huan snorted, Let's put it this way. This is what I earned from my hard work. You little bastard, if you let me live in the same room with Teddy, I'll kill you.
Then I don't need you. It's too expensive.
Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Cheng Huan, then pouted and snorted, There are so many boys who want to go home with me, and some even pay for it. Seeing that he was about to get a dick, Cheng Huan had no choice but to compromise and said, How about I give you a 10% discount?
100 yuan a day, how about this price? Deal, whoever goes back on his word is a puppy. Xiaoya agreed to this price.
She even stretched out her little finger, ready to pinky promise with Cheng Huan.
Make a deal. Cheng Huan also smiled.
He stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Xiaoya's. Just when the two of them had just made a pinky promise and Cheng Huan was about to enjoy it.
The unfortunate cell phone rang in my pocket again.
This time it was Sui Tang who called. Inform Cheng Huan that Mullen Kate and the others will be here soon.
Depend on. Upon hearing the news, Cheng Huan cursed. The phone call comes at the critical moment. I am speechless. Chapter 62 Flirting with Foreign Girls in Person.
A few minutes later, Sui Tang came with Mullen Kate and others.
There are 4 people in total.
Among them, 2 were blonde and blue-eyed old ladies, both of them were in their 40s, dressed gorgeously and covered in jewels. Although they are not young, they have mastered their temperament.
She is truly a leader in the world fashion industry.
The other is a tall, long-legged, and extremely beautiful brown-haired lady.
He is extremely tall.
With high heels on, her hair is basically the same size as Cheng Huan's. If barefoot, it would be at least 180 centimeters.
These European and American women are indeed tall and strong. Moreover, this woman was about the same age as Cheng Huan.
She was wearing a short-sleeved skirt suit and was dressed quite fashionably. Especially the pair of long legs that are exposed, which can really make many people jealous.
Thin, white, straight and long.
There is no need to guess who the black-haired Chinese woman is, she must be the translator Wan Hong. He looks okay, probably in his 30s.
Hello, Mr. Chang, I am Wan Hong, the translator who called you.
As soon as they met, Wan Hong respectfully introduced herself to Cheng Huan.
Cheng Huan nodded slightly to Wan Hong, Hello, please introduce them to me. At this moment, he once again displayed the aura of a superior. Awe-inspiring without being angry. He has absolute control over me. Okay. Wan Hong smiled and nodded.
Then, he began to introduce Cheng Huan.
She pointed to the taller older woman and said, This is Ms. Mullen Kate, CEO of Chanel's global headquarters. Hello, welcome to China. Cheng Huan shook hands with Mullen Kate. Hello, Mr. Chang. Mullen Kate greeted Cheng Huan in broken Chinese. This is definitely something you learn and apply immediately. The pronunciation is not standard at all.
Cheng Huan said to Wan Hong with a serious face, Tell her that I want to hear her say hello fluently in the future.
If she can't say it clearly, just resign. He can't even say the basic hello properly. This is a neglect to the major shareholder.
It can also be seen from another perspective that it is a disrespect for Chinese culture. Wan Hong translated it in a gibberish.
Soon, Mullen Kate also started talking a lot. Wan Hong said she understood and would study Chinese seriously when she returned. Cheng Huan said to Wan Hong, Tell her that I will visit Chanel headquarters in a while.
If any executive cannot speak some simple Chinese to communicate with me, please leave Chanel, including her. As soon as they met, Cheng Huan gave them a warning. Now, he is the king of Chanel.
Everything from now on will be centered around him.
According to his ideology. Anyone who dares not listen to him, please leave.
Anyway, he has the right to appoint the CEO. Is it okay if you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings? Wan Hong translated again in a gibberish. Mullenkate nodded quickly.
This scene left her Guzzi and the others standing by stunned.
This guy.
When playing, he is just like a 3-year-old child.
When it comes to being strict, it's like parents don't recognize you.
This big shot who dominates the global fashion industry was actually scolded by him into being submissive. I don't even dare to utter a word of rebuttal. Next, Wan Hong introduced Cheng Huan to a second middle-aged woman who was slightly shorter and said, "This is Ms. Virginie, the creative director of Chanel."
Cheng Huan was not so rigid towards Virginie. He smiled at Virginie and said, "Ms. Virginie, it's nice to meet you. You look beautiful tonight." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chang."
"You are also the most handsome Chinese man I have ever seen."
Virginie also quickly smiled and praised him back.
She thought Cheng Huan would also find some faults with her. But I didn't expect to be praised right from the start. She was somewhat flattered. Cheng Huan curled his lips and chuckled, "Ms. Virginie, when you design clothes in the future, you should add more Chinese style. Of course, I also welcome you to come to China from time to time to learn more and increase your understanding of Chinese culture. After all, when we Chinese were wearing silk and satin, you Europeans were still wearing linen."
This is the truth, not arrogance. During the ancient Roman Empire, silk from China was more expensive than gold.
According to historical records, at the peak, it took 12 taels of gold to buy 1 pound 9 taels of silk. Owning a piece of Chinese silk clothing was the dream of every upper-class Roman. Silk was undoubtedly the most luxurious product at that time. At that time, the amount of gold consumed by the Roman Empire to purchase silk each year was equivalent to $20 million today, which almost emptied the treasury.
For this reason, the emperor of the Roman Empire once issued an order to ban the silk trade.
But this ban simply doesn't work. In the later period, for the sake of Chinese silk, the Byzantine Empire, which occupied West Asia and Eastern Europe, fought 9 wars with the Persian Empire in the Middle East. It was not until Justinian ascended the throne of Byzantium that he sent people to China to secretly learn sericulture techniques, and the Western textile industry began to develop.
This textile technology was not introduced to Italy and Europe until the time of the Crusades. This also makes Italy's textile technology always at the top of Europe. It was finally imported to Britain, driving the Industrial Revolution throughout Europe. When Wan Hong finished translating, Virginie didn't dare to say anything more. He nodded quickly and said, "I definitely will."
Finally, Wan Hong introduced Cheng Huan to the beautiful lady with an incredible appearance.
"This is Camille, a full-time brand spokesperson signed by Chanel and a new generation leader in the modeling industry."
Cheng Huan took a look at the foreign girl and found her to be incredibly beautiful.
But why did Mullenkate and Virginie bring her to China to see them? Is it a way to send warmth from afar? If so, what a pity.
My computer just crashed this afternoon. The intention is there, but the strength is not enough.
"Hello Camille, welcome to China,"
Cheng Huan said in English with a smile.
"Hello Mr. Chang, nice to meet you." Camille also smiled at Cheng Huan.
"You look so pretty when you smile." Seeing her beauty that was different from that of Chinese women, Cheng Huan couldn't help but praise her.
"I will keep my smile for you." Camille smiled.
"Look at this girl, she really knows how to talk. Know that this is the king of the company, Red King."
"Then keep going. I like to see your smile. It makes me intoxicated." Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. Appreciating beauty is a pleasure.
At the same time, he was also thinking,
if you don't have money, I will never be able to see her in person in this life. But that's just if. Having money has become an established fact.
She was standing right in front of him.
Lovely smile. Gentle and charming. Always keep a smile on your face. Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Dong Roland and the other girls pouted.
This bad guy actually flirted with a foreign girl in front of them. So straightforward.
Is this okay? Chapter 63, Cultivating Your Own People. Everyone, please sit down.
After getting to know everyone, Cheng Huan also gestured for them to sit down. Soon, everyone found a place to sit down.
Fortunately, this office is big enough to accommodate so many people. After everyone was seated, Mullenkate greeted Cheng Huan on behalf of the two brothers Alan and Gerard.
Cheng Huan also signaled her to go back and say hello to the two brothers.
Nina stood next to Cheng Huan and translated into French.
Next, Mullenkate began to report Chanel's performance and future plans to Cheng Huan and asked for Cheng Huan's opinion.
This is to test Chung Huan's attitude.
This is also what Alan and Gilad meant. I want to know if Cheng Huan has any intention of interfering in the management of the company. However, their worries were somewhat unnecessary.
Cheng Huan doesn't want to get involved too much in the company's operations. Even if I want to manage it, I don't have the energy to do so.
Besides, he knew very little about the fashion world.
Different fields are like different mountains. A mature large enterprise will not have too many problems. I'm afraid that laymen will lead professionals. Just do a proper inspection yourself. Even if Alan and Gilad wanted to play tricks on him, he was not afraid. This 51% stake carries a lot of power. Not dry shares.
After Cheng Huan finished listening to Mina's translation, he said to Mullen Kate directly, I will not interfere in the company's management.
You just need to follow the previously formulated policies.
He has no one of his own in the company, so he can't do anything even if he wants to intervene.
Just follow the routine.
Wan Hong translated it into French. Finally, Cheng Huan pointed at Dong Wolin, Sun Xiaoman, and Xiaoya and said to Virginie, these three people are my friends.
They are all very interested in fashion items.
I hope you can train them in the future just like Karl Lagerfeld trained you. I want them to be your successors after you retire.
If we can train these three people, then from now on, I can completely control Chanel. What he lacks now is not money, but talent.
A talent who is your right-hand man.
After looking at Dong Wolin and the others, Virginie nodded happily. No problem, I wonder how their English is?
She had to listen to her boss.
In addition, Dong Wolin and the other three have first-class images and temperaments.
Of course she wouldn't refuse.
Dong Wolin said in English, we can have simple conversations in English and will continue to learn professional terms. Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya also nodded.
After hearing this, Virginie nodded to Dong Wolin and the others and said, as long as you are willing to work hard, I will sincerely teach you all kinds of fashion concepts.
Thank you, teacher. Dong Wolin and the other two all nodded excitedly. To be Virginie's student. I don't know how many people dream of this. This is a step into the top fashion circle. At the same time,
they looked at Cheng Huan again, full of grateful luster. After seeing the looks from the three of them, Cheng Huan chuckled. Then he winked at them again.
It seemed as if he was asking Dong Wolin and Sun Xiaoman, are you two still refusing to dance for me?
Seeing Cheng Huan's malicious look,
Dong Wolin's pretty face twisted. The meaning is very straightforward, just wait and see. Sun Xiaoman just giggled. Xiaoya didn't react.
Anyway, she has already reached an agreement with Cheng Huan.
What are you guys signaling? Guzi looked puzzled and asked in a gossipy tone.
At the same time, everyone else looked at them.
What's it to you? Cheng Huan glared at Guzi. Then he went back into the house.
Take off the set of Ru Kiln tea set from the system warehouse. This is a set of tea set with 1 pot and 9 covered cups. The color is sky blue, which is very beautiful. Ru Kiln is one of the 5 famous kilns in Song Dynasty. It got its name because the kiln site was located in Ruzhou in the Central Plains during the Song Dynasty. Ru porcelain ranks first among the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty, namely Ru, Guan, Gu, Jun and Ding, and is known as Ru Kiln as the best in the history of Chinese ceramics. Ru porcelain has a simple and elegant shape, with precious agate as glaze and unique color, and is praised as agate glaze has been passed down since ancient times. The glaze color changes with the light, just like the beauty of the sky is clear after the rain and the green waves of thousands of peaks. The soil is fine and smooth, the body is like dawn, the glaze is thick and sounds like a chime, bright but not dazzling. The surface of the vessel has small cracks in the shape of cicada wings, with characteristics of pear skin, crab claws and sesame flowers. It is said by people that it is like jade, not jade, but better than jade. After taking out the tea set, Cheng Huan said to Sui Tang, boil water and make tea.
What kind of tea set is this?
Guzi fiddled with the teapot.
This is from Ru Kiln and is worth 500 million yuan, said Cheng Huan.
When he heard it was so expensive, Guzi's hands began to tremble.
Quickly put the teapot on the coffee table. 500 million, that is fucking scary. In fact, Cheng Huan didn't know yet.
If this set of Ru Kiln tea sets were put up for auction, it would fetch at least tens of billions of yuan. Because it is the only complete set of tea set with 1 pot and 9 covered cups in the world.
If you ask where this came from?
Cheng Huan didn't know either. After Wan Hong translated the price of this set of tea sets to Mullen, Kate and the other 3, they were all stunned. What is luxury? This is it. When it comes to luxury goods, the Chinese are the ancestors of the Europeans. So, be more humble in front of the Chinese people in the future. Sun Xiaoman said to Cheng Huan, "You are so extravagant, using such an expensive tea set to drink tea." Cheng Huan smiled. This was what he drew from the system. It wasn't bought either. What can we do? Next, Cheng Huan, Mullen Kate, Virginie and others started chatting in the office. Virginie suddenly had an idea and measured Cheng Huan's body. Tell Cheng Huan that she will personally design and make all the clothes for Cheng Huan in the future. That's great. Private customization. The cards are big. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Sui Tang received a notification from the floor that the dinner was ready. She told Cheng Huan the news. After hearing this, Cheng Huan said to Sui Tang, "Take them to the restaurant for dinner first. No need to wait for me. I don't know when I will be there." Good. Sui Tang responded and also said a few words to these people in English. Huan, what are you going to do later? Nanshi did not leave with Sui Tang and the others, but stayed alone. Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, "Let's go on a blind date." Upon hearing this, Nanshi pouted, "You lied to me." "I really didn't lie to you." Cheng Huan shook his head solemnly. Nanshi looked surprised and asked, "Who are you going on a blind date with? Besides me and Zoran, who else are you going to date?" Cheng Huan smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you last night that your opponent might not be Zoran, but someone else?" "Who?" "Sophia." "Ah." Nanshi was completely surprised. Unexpectedly, Cheng Huan got together with another campus beauty from Jinda University. This is getting further and further away from me. Chapter 64. From now on, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. Seeing Nanshi's surprised look, Cheng Huan said, "Nanshi, stop wasting your time and energy on me. Let's be friends." Wow. Nanshi used the deadly weapon again. She sobbed and said, "No matter how you treat me, you can't stop me from loving you." Cheng Huan lit a cigarette with a helpless look on his face, turned his face to the window, and looked at the sea under the night sky. This time, he did not try to comfort Nanshi. Let her cry. His heart was just like the turbulent waves, difficult to calm down. In fact, he knows it himself. Nanshi holds a very important place in his heart. But think about the past. He just wanted to treat himself. The man's pride makes him not want to bow his head again. Huan, tell me what I can do to make you fall in love with me again." After a while, Nanshi came over, sat in Cheng Huan's arms and hugged him tightly. Cheng Huan put out the cigarette and said meaningfully, "Nanshi, my love for you is like a small tree. When it sprouts, no force can stop it. But you haven't watered it once in 4 years of courtship, and now it has completely withered. I just want to maintain a friendship with you now, just like with Dong Roland and the others. I can give you everything except the love you want. Because my heart that loves you is broken. A broken heart is so hard to heal. Even among all these broken hearts, there are still many that are filled with love for Nanshi. But there are also many that are filled with resentment." After hearing this, Nanshi felt extremely heartbroken. Unable to express her suffering, she could only bite her lips desperately. Tears of grievance flowed freely. Seeing Nanshi biting her lips fiercely, Cheng Huan said distressfully, "Don't torture yourself, it's not worth it." But Nanshi didn't hear anything he said. Her soul has left her body. She was thinking about the past. Thinking about the words of confession that Cheng Huan had said to her during these 4 years. After thinking about throwing the roses bought by Cheng Huan into the trash can, she secretly took them out and hugged them. After pouring out the milk tea bought by Cheng Huan, she secretly bought another cup of the same and drank it, comforting herself that this was what Cheng Huan bought for her. Thinking about the songs Cheng Huan wrote for her, she wrote them all down in a diary. Seeing that Nanshi didn't react, Cheng Huan shook her body again. "If I bite it again, my lips will be broken." But Nanshi still didn't respond. There was no choice but to kiss her. This kiss. It also pulled Nanshi back from her trance. Cheng Huan wanted to let go. But Nanshi hugged him and demanded more madly. It's like releasing some kind of repression. But Cheng Huan's kiss seemed like he was saying a silent goodbye to Nanshi. After 44.44 seconds, the two separated. After Cheng Huan hugged Nanshi tightly for a while, he pushed her away cruelly and said, "This is our last kiss. From now on, we will just be ordinary friends. I will not have any physical contact with you again. I won't let go." Nancy shook her head and said confidently, "Sooner or later, I will make you fall in love with me again." As she spoke, her tears began to fall again. Every drop is filled with her helplessness and grievance. Chung Hwan gave Nancy a bitter smile and said, "Don't cry, you won't be beautiful if you cry anymore.
Let's go to the private room and have dinner with them first. I want to be alone and quiet." He is very conflicted now.
Although I love Nancy in my heart,
but I also blame her.
I want to get rid of her cruelly. I don't want to see her suffer because of this.
That's fucked up. I have to say. People are really a collection of contradictions. And love is also a set of 7 injury punches. I want to stay with you for a while. Nancy didn't want to leave and hugged Chung Hwan again.
But this time, Chung Hwan hardened his heart and pushed her away.
He said in a cold voice, "Didn't I just say that I will never have any physical contact with you again?
If you want to stay here, just sit over there and don't touch me anymore."
Even though he liked the feeling of hugging Nancy. "I like the smell of her. I like her little tongue." But he couldn't send the wrong signal anymore. After all, he was not coveting Nancy's beauty.
Seeing Chung Hwan's dignified look, Nancy had no choice but to pout and sit on the sofa nearby.
After a while, Chung Hwan asked Nancy, "I still don't know what your family does. Can you tell me?" Although he didn't care about Nancy's family background. "But I still want to know."
For 4 years, he was really confused in love.
Nancy said, "My family runs a petrochemical factory." "Very rich, eh?" Chung Hwan asked with a smile. "Able to open a petrochemical plant. That is definitely not an ordinary person.
After all, this is the component chain of the country's energy reserves.
Both financial resources and relationships are in place." "Good." Nancy nodded. "You have been rejecting me before. Do you think I am a poor boy who is not worthy of a little princess like you?" Chung Hwan continued to ask with a smile. "No."
Nancy quickly shook her head and explained, "Didn't I tell you last night that I have fallen in love with you since the 99th time you confessed your love to me?
I didn't reject you because of your identity, but I had other reasons." "Real?" Chung Hwan asked with a sneer. "Kindness." Nancy nodded sincerely. Chung Hwan sneered and asked, "Then I will ask you again, can you tell me your difficulties?"
If Nancy could give him a convincing reason, he would convince himself to let go of certain obsessions.
After all, there is still love in his heart. Even if it's not as passionate as before.
But Nancy is still the person he loves most in his heart.
"Even if you abuse me 1,000 times. I love you still like my first love."
Nancy looked at Chung Hwan with a complicated expression and shook her head gently. "Give me 2 months, and I will tell you then." Nancy made an important decision when she spoke to her mother on the phone this morning. So, she now dares to give Chung Hwan a timetable. He planned to tell Chung Hwan his biggest secret in 2 months. Upon hearing this, Chung Hwan laughed at himself.
Still no answer. All right. Since she doesn't want to talk, there's no need to listen anymore. Maybe this answer is just an excuse. He said sternly, "I gave you chances time and time again, but you wasted them time and time again. Since you won't tell me now, I don't want to hear it in the future. You go downstairs first. I have to go see Sophia too."
Looking at Chung Hwan's expression, Nancy had no choice but to wipe away her tears. He walked out with a look of grievance. Looking at Nancy's back, Chung Hwan also sighed softly.
"From now on, we will be friends whenever we meet." Chapter 65, Being Treated as a Country Bitch. After smoking another cigarette in the office, Chung Hwan got up and went to the wine cabinet.
He first put 5 bottles of Conti, 10 bottles of Latach, and 15 bottles of Richburg into the system warehouse, keeping them for later use.
This convenience of carrying things should be utilized well.
Then he walked out again with a bottle of Romanée Conti in his hand.
"The first time I dine with Sophia's parents, I always have to bring some small gifts."
This bottle of rare Chateau Conti is a perfect representation of his thoughts.
When he arrived at the door of room 7055 downstairs, he took a deep breath.
Then he knocked on the door. Soon after, a waiter in the house opened the door for him. He walked in with a pleasant look on his face.
There were 5 people sitting in the room.
Except for Sophia, Chung Hwan had met the other 4 people at the police station in the afternoon. Seeing Chung Hwan coming, Sophia quickly stood up to greet him. Sophia has now changed into a fashionable long-sleeved suit. She has an elegant temperament and a graceful figure.
He is completely different from before.
Cheng Huan almost reached out to hug her. Thinking of the scene between the two of them in the afternoon, Cheng Huan's heart was filled with emotion.
Now I feel a little unsatisfied. I really want it.
When Sophia saw Cheng Huan, who was dressed in a neat suit and looked so handsome that he seemed invincible, her eyes were filled with love.
This moment.
They were both amazed by each other.
As soon as she arrived in front of Cheng Huan, Sophia took the initiative to hold Cheng Huan's hand and said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce my father and mother to you."
At this moment, her actions clearly showed that she did not treat Cheng Huan as an outsider.
But think about it.
Both of them were honest with each other.
What else is there to see?
Plus, Cheng Huan had told her before that he had given up pursuing Nanxi.
Sophia naturally would not miss this opportunity.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted that Cheng Huan come to meet her parents. This is the blind date party she carefully arranged. When they arrived at the table, Sophia began to introduce these people to Cheng Huan. In addition to her parents, the four people include her uncle and aunt. They are all close relatives. Sophia's father, Su Man Chang, is about 47 or 48 years old. He has a standard square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he is kind and amiable. Her mother, Jiang Xiuli, looked to be about 44 or 45 years old. Although she is middle-aged, she still has charm. Only a couple like this can give birth to a super beauty like Sophia. My uncle Jiang Hua is about 40 years old and looks a bit plump. My aunt Zhang Guifang is about 27 or 28 years old. Although she is beautiful. But she looks coquettish.
Old man, young wife. It's obvious that this is a second marriage. Hello uncles, hello aunts. Cheng Huan greeted them politely. Although he and Sophia are not lovers.
This meeting was just a way for the Su family to thank him. But now it feels a bit like a blind date in meeting the parents. For a moment, Cheng Huan became nervous again.
Hello, please take a seat. Sophia's father smiled and nodded.
Cheng Huan and Sophia sat down next to each other.
Sophia's mother is next to her on the right.
Cheng Huan, thank you so much today.
If you hadn't saved FIA, we wouldn't know what to do.
Just as Cheng Huan sat down, Jiang Xiuli looked at him with loving eyes. That look was the same as when he looked at Cheng Huan in the police station. At that time, when Jiang Xiuli saw Cheng Huan for the first time, she suspected that this was the classmate that Sophia had mentioned.
Now that it's confirmed,
her heart was filled with joy.
Auntie, you are too serious.
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly. Judging from the situation, he is treated as a son-in-law. Although he saved the other person's daughter. But I really don't want to repay you with my body.
Open this bottle of wine.
Soon, Cheng Huan handed the wine in his hand to a waiter in the private room and said,
"Don't open it."
Sophia's uncle Jiang Hua stopped the waiter and smiled at Cheng Huan. "We have Feitian Matai here, we don't drink red wine." Hearing this, Cheng Huan could only smile. It seems that this uncle is just like me last night, a little ignorant of what is good. Then, he handed the bottle of red wine to Sophia and said, "Take this bottle home.
It's hard to buy it on the market." "What kind of wine is this?"
After taking the bottle of wine, Sophia asked casually. She doesn't drink often. So there is not much research on these red wines.
"Candy," Cheng Huan said calmly. "Candy?" At this time, Su Manchang was surprised and asked Cheng Huan, "You said this bottle of wine is Romane Conti?"
"Right." Cheng Huan nodded with a smile on his face. "Fia, put it away quickly, this bottle of wine is really hard to buy with money." It is obvious that Sophia's father is a man who knows what he is doing.
I accepted the gift without hesitation. No way. This is really something that money can't buy. Brother-in-law, since Romane Conti is hard to buy with money, how can he just take out a bottle and drink it? Could it be a fake bar? Sophia's aunt said somewhat harshly.
These words made Cheng Huan look embarrassed. Su Manchang also looked at Cheng Huan and was really a little suspicious. This wine is really not something that ordinary people can buy. At the very least, he is worth hundreds of millions, which makes him a wealthy man.
But I still can't buy this kind of wine.
It was only at a gathering of industry bigwigs that I had the opportunity to drink a small glass of this wine. At that time, the big boss said that this kind of wine is hard to buy even if you have money.
That bottle of Chateau Conti was given to a real estate tycoon as a gift after the boss went to Nangang to appraise jadeite for him.
Seeing Su Manchang's puzzled expression, Cheng Huan smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, uncle.
Even if all the Conti wines in the country are fake, my wine is absolutely authentic."
"Oh, you're really sure about this promise?"
"Are you so sure?" Zhang Guifeng's face was full of disdain.
Cheng Huan didn't know how he had offended this woman, and he was confronted as soon as he opened his mouth.
"Am I just too good at pretending? But I have been very low-key."
Cheng Huan smiled and said, "This wine was given to me by a business manager of the French Chateau Conti in China.
It must be genuine."
Hey, you're a driver and you can get to know someone like this.
"It seems like we really underestimated you." Zhang Guifeng said something harsh again.
"Driver?" After hearing this, Cheng Huan finally understood what this woman meant.
"This is thinking of yourself as a bumpkin."
It seems that Sophia told them everything about her situation. How could he know that Zhang Guifeng did nothing but look down on him? The main reason was that she really wanted to bring Sophia together with the son of one of her sworn sisters. That sister married a big boss in real estate. And the big boss has a son with his ex-wife.
If I could become related to such a rich person. From now on, the way to make money will be wild. Chapter 66. Smack this mouth. Guifeng, stop talking nonsense. Is Cheng Huan not allowed to meet some rich friends?
Zhang Shuli didn't like what she heard and directly retorted to Zhang Guifeng. She was really speechless about her brother-in-law. Snobby, mean, and cunning.
But there's no way.
Who made her brother be so obsessed with her?
Sister, I'm doing this for FIA's own good. In today's society, can being handsome be used as a credit card? More money means more security. Zhang Guifeng spoke to Zhang Shuli in a knowledgeable tone.
I want to change my elder sister-in-law's attitude. If you can get her, you're halfway to success.
Aunt, what are you talking about?
Sophia didn't like what she heard and her face immediately darkened. She really doesn't like this aunt who is only a few years older than her. Not only powerful, but also mean.
Money is everything.
I myself am a child from a commoner family. But he developed a bad habit of looking down on the poor and flattering the rich. She really couldn't understand what was wrong with her uncle. I must marry such a woman home.
What a misfortune for this family. Zhang Guifeng said earnestly. "Fia, how nice is Zhou Mingxiu?"
Not only did he graduate from a prestigious American university, he is also the only son of a real estate boss in Genoa.
If you can marry him in the future, you will be the daughter-in-law of a billionaire boss. Isn't that good?
After saying this, she looked at Cheng Huan with a provocative gleam in her eyes.
The meaning couldn't be more obvious. You are a country bumpkin, you should just quit. Don't delay us from making friends with rich relatives. Aunt, even if Zhou Mingxiu's family has hundreds of billions, can he spend all of it on me?
At this time, Sophia responded without any hesitation.
You can't laugh at Cheng Huan.
Zhang Guifeng rolled her eyes and said, "Even if I can't give you all of it, I will at least make sure you never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life."
Sophia snorted and laughed. "If you want to have enough food and drink, my family's conditions are sufficient, and you don't need to rely on others. Besides, I'm not a big eater. 3 simple meals a day are enough for me."
Zhang Guifeng said with a look of disappointment, "You keep talking stubbornly, but you will regret it sooner or later."
Sophia sneered again. "Everyone has regrets, but how can you be sure that I won't regret marrying Zhou Mingxiu?" Zhang Guifeng also said without showing any weakness, "Do you know how many girls are lining up to marry Zhou Mingxiu? What is there to regret about marrying such a rich man?" Sophia said coldly, "I am who I am. I just want to live a simple life in this life. I don't want to be a rich wife. Whoever wants to queue up can queue up, but don't even think about getting me to marry someone I don't like." Hearing Sophia's righteous words, Cheng Huan sighed secretly. This girl is really quite unique. Okay, the two of you stop arguing about these useless things over the wine table. Soon, Su Manchang spoke.
I don't know how many times these two have quarreled. But one is my brother-in-law's wife who has been married for less than half a year, and the other is my own precious little cotton padded jacket.
He really didn't know what to say. That's right, you can always make trouble every day. Even so much food can't stop you from talking. Zhang Hua also criticized Zhang Guifeng. Isn't this for the good of your Zhang family? Zhang Guifeng glared at her husband fiercely.
It would be fine if he didn't speak up for me, but he's also asking for trouble.
You really don't know what's good for you. Cheng Huan, eat some food. I don't know what you like, so I just ordered some at random.
At this time, Jiang Shili continued to entertain Cheng Huan warmly.
I'm not picky about food.
Cheng Huan smiled, didn't say anything, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Seeing that Cheng Huan was not pretending, Sophia's mother was even happier.
This child is really honest.
After a while, Su Manchang said to Sophia, "Fia, pour some wine for Cheng Huan.
I want to have a drink with him." Sophia happily took out Matai and poured a glass of Maotai for Cheng Huan. Then, the father and son had a drink.
Seeing Cheng Huan drink a glass of wine with him without any nonsense, Su Manchang smiled with satisfaction.
Father-in-law, what I want most is a son-in-law who can drink with me.
The feelings are deep and can be swallowed in one gulp.
Then, Su Manchang asked Cheng Huan, I heard from Fia that you want to learn gambling on stones from me? I just want to have some fun. Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. How much do you earn a month? Do you have enough spare money to gamble on stones? Zhang Guifang teased Cheng Huan again. Nest grass.
This woman has a really harsh mouth. Right now, Cheng Huan really wanted to take bundles of ink-scented RMB and slap her mouth to pieces.
Tell her that I not only have money. And he's pretty rich. But this woman is Sophia's aunt. He could only endure it for now. If she continues to be so mean to me next time we meet, I'm so sorry. I will let you know what it means to regret deeply. Guifang, could you please say less? Sophia's mother's expression darkened and she said, if Cheng Huan wants to learn how to gamble on stones, our family will pay for it. Don't forget, he is Fia's savior. If he hadn't saved Fia, we would have had to pay that bastardly June 30th million in ransom today. It's unknown whether Fia would be okay or not.
Hearing this, Zhang Guifang rolled her eyes, looked up at the ceiling, and stopped talking.
It seems that she is still afraid of someone. Dad, don't you know the executive vice president of the Flying Leopard Club? Can you do me a favor and send Cheng Huan to play basketball?
Sophia said, looking at her dad. She most hopes that Cheng Huan will continue playing basketball. After all, that was his specialty. And he really played well. Earlier, she had gone to the school headquarters with a few close friends to watch Cheng Huan play basketball.
Very impressive.
After Su Manchang looked at Cheng Huan, he nodded to Sophia and said, I'll ask Lao Lu later.
Cheng Huan smiled at Su Manchang and said, Uncle, please don't bother me. I have a good job now. You're really good at pretending. I guess you must be very happy. Zheng Guifang muttered again. I can bear it.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan pretended not to hear anything.
Just eat your meal. Sophia glanced at Zheng Guifang and said, Cheng Huan, let my dad ask for you. I think basketball is your best option.
This girl must have regarded Cheng Huan as her future partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so worried about Cheng Huan's future. This is definitely the hope that the husband will become successful. Hearing this, Cheng Huan also smiled at her. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
Some things should be discussed later. Chapter 67. Isn't it troublesome?
At this time, in a private room of Shangri-La Hotel, 1.5 kilometers away from Dihao Hotel, Yu Qingyun, little yellow hair, and the man with earrings were sitting here eating.
Yu Qingyun said, I went to talk to Gui Jianglong this afternoon.
As long as we can give him 300,000, he will take time out in the next few days to help us deal with Cheng Huan.
At least we will break one of that bastard's arms. Gui Jianglong, a famous Thai boxing champion in Jingang.
I once fought underground boxing in Thailand for several years.
Be able to get out of there unscathed. It's enough to show that this guy is really good. Currently, he runs a Muay Thai gym in Jingang. Moreover, he also contracted the security work of a bar. Very famous.
The little yellow-haired boy nodded and said, as long as Guo Jianglong takes action, he will definitely be able to take it down. The man with the earring said with a worried look on his face, this time, don't do it near Jinda University.
The students there are really crazy.
Hearing this, the yellow-haired boy looked at the man with earrings with disdain and said, if you're afraid of death, don't go.
But you still have to pay the fee. 200,000. Why should I pay 200,000?
The man with earrings was unwilling. The total remuneration was 300,000, but he had to pay 200,000.
Isn't this bullying? Because you're not a man.
It was obvious that the little yellow-haired boy was still upset about the man with earrings smashing a bottle on his head last night.
The relationship between the two.
It seems like there's no going back to the way things were.
Who the hell are you saying is not a man? The man with earrings slammed the table and stood up. Why, do you want to have a bottle hit your head too? If you want, I'll grant you that.
The little yellow-haired boy also stood up and picked up a beer bottle in his hand.
These two people are going to have a civil war.
Seeing that the two were still fighting, Yu Qingyun threw a cup beside them. With an extremely unhappy look on his face, he said, "If you two want to fight, go outside and do it.
Don't bother me while I'm eating here."
Seeing that Yu Qingyun was angry, the two of them glared at him and sat down angrily.
Royal Hotel. After Cheng Huan had eaten with Sophia's family for about 10 minutes, they felt that the time was about up. So he picked up the wine glass in front of him and stood up. He smiled at Sophia's parents and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I toast to you too and wish you good health." As he said that, he drank a glass of mutai. He put down the cup and said, "I have a table of friends over there that I need to entertain. I'll take my leave now." After Su Manchang drank a cup, he said, "Why don't you stay with your uncle for a while? Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Shuli also smiled and said, "Yes, sit with us for a while. Auntie still has a lot to say to you. I really need to get over there." Cheng Huan smiled at the couple and said, "How about this? I'll treat you guys to a good feast another day. At this moment, even if I beat him to death, I don't want to stay for dinner. Because I want to vomit when I see people like Zhang Guifeng. So disgusting. Why continue to bring bad luck upon yourself here? All right." Seeing that Cheng Huan insisted, Su Manchang no longer tried to keep him. After nodding, he said to Cheng Huan, "When you have time, let Fia take you to my uncle's shop and I will teach you how to distinguish jade rough stones." Good. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. When he has time, he really wants to go and learn from them. It is always good to have many skills. At this time, Jiang Shuli also said to Cheng Huan, "When you have time, let Fia take you home and have a seat. Auntie will make you something delicious." The more I look at this brother-in-law, the more I like him. She now hoped that something would really happen when they were in the car. If that's the case, she had even more reason to ask Cheng Huan to be her son-in-law. On the way back, Sophia told Jiang Shuli the truth about what happened in the car. After all, she was wearing Cheng Huan's boxer shorts and sportswear at that time. As a mother, how can I not ask? Good. Cheng Huan nodded again. He finally figured it out. I am definitely very popular now. These old couple really like themselves. Fia, send Cheng Huan off for us. Su Manchang said again. No need to see me off. Enjoy your meal. I'm leaving now. Cheng Huan smiled at Sophia beside him, turned around and walked out of the private room. The couple was so polite that he felt a little uncomfortable. Just as Cheng Huan walked out of the private room, Sophia followed him out. She apologized to Cheng Huan, "Cheng Huan, my aunt is that kind of person, don't be angry." Cheng Huan smiled at her and shook his head, "I really do have friends that I need to entertain. It is better not to express this kind of resentment out loud. After all, they are close relatives, and he and Sophia are just friends." Sophia nodded and asked, "Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Have. Cheng Huan nodded without even thinking about it. He will go to the hospital to see his doctor tomorrow. This is related to his happiness. It's of great importance. Can't wait for the King of Medicine card. What if it doesn't appear until a few years later? Wouldn't that mean I would have to be a eunuch for a few years? We must find a way to cure it quickly. Are you always so busy on Sundays? Sophia pouted her lips, looking unhappy. She wants to go on a date with Cheng Huan tomorrow. Now people say something is wrong. How can we make an appointment? Seeing her resentful look, Cheng Huan pinched his nose and smiled secretly. I don't know how to explain it to her. You can't talk about this kind of thing. He didn't even tell his best friend ergo. How about this, if I'm free tomorrow afternoon I'll contact you and we'll go to your dad to learn how to gamble on stones. Cheng Huan said. Good. Sophia smiled. Nodded vigorously. FIA, you are eating here too? What a coincidence. At this time, a handsome man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, appeared near the two of them. The look he gave Sophia was full of greed. When Sophia saw this man, she frowned and asked coldly, "Is it really a coincidence?" No need to guess, this man is Zhou Mingshu mentioned by Zhang Guifeng. It is easy to guess that he could appear here.
It must be Zhang Guifeng who tipped him off.
He. Zhou Mingxiu laughed awkwardly twice, looked at Cheng Huan, and asked, "Are you the Cheng Huan who saved Fia this afternoon?" "Right." Cheng Huan nodded. After getting the reply, Zhou Mingxiu took out an ICBC checkbook from his suit pocket. He quickly wrote a number on it, signed his name, and handed it to Cheng Huan, saying, "Here is a cash check for 100,000 yuan. Consider it my reward for thanking you for saving Fia." At this moment, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I end up meeting such a person? In front was Ji Shixin. Now here comes Zhou Mingxiu. Ji Shixin used direct violence. But this Zhou Mingxiu wanted to bribe him with money. With just that little money in his pocket, he dares to pretend to be rich in front of me? What era is this? You're still showing off by showing off your checks. Isn't it troublesome? Chapter 68 No one can replace. Zhou Mingxiu, what do you mean? Seeing Zhou Mingxiu handing the check to Cheng Huan, Sophia, who was nearby, questioned him with a frosty face. Zhou Mingxiu smiled at Sophia and said, "It's nothing special. I just wanted to thank him for saving you this afternoon." Sophia said coldly, "Whether he saves me or not, do you need to thank him? Does this have anything to do with you?" Zhou Mingxiu said, "Because we are friends." "I'm sorry, I can't afford to be with a rich friend like you. Please do as you please." Sophia stretched out her little hand and began to expel it. This kind of self-righteous man is really annoying. And he sticks to himself like a dogskin plaster all day long. It's really speechless. Zhou Mingxiu didn't dare to get angry with Sophia, so he had to vent his anger on Cheng Huan. He said to Cheng Huan coldly, "Do you think this 1 million is too little?" Cheng Huan smiled and nodded, "It's a little, can you give me more?" Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Sophia couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I didn't expect he really wanted money. The little mouth pouted. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Zhou Mingxiu smiled smugly. 10 billion. Cheng Huan said. Upon hearing this number, Zhou Mingxiu's eyes became gloomy. Even if their company is sold, it is not worth 10 billion. You are asking for too much. Zhou Mingxiu said coldly. Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "You asked me how much I wanted, and I told you the truth. You work as a driver in this hotel, right?" Zhou Mingxiu put away the check and asked Cheng Huan with a look of contempt. "Right." Cheng Huan nodded. I don't know why he asked this. After getting the answer, Zhou Mingxiu snorted and laughed. "I can tell you responsibly now that you will be fired tomorrow." Wow. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned. This guy is simply taking advantage of the situation. Did I provoke you? Still want to fire me? He really couldn't imagine who in this hotel would dare to fire the boss. Unless everyone in the hotel resigns collectively and fires him. But does he have this ability? Just when Cheng Huan looked gloomy, Sophia, who was nearby, said, "Cheng Huan, don't be afraid. If you get fired, you can come to work in my store. If you don't want to go to work, I will support you in the future." Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan also glanced at Sophia. Support me? Is it so straightforward? However, he soon understood something from Sophia's eyes. I also understood what he meant. Okay. Cheng Huan hurriedly smiled and nodded at Sophia. "It just so happens that my teeth are not very good, so I like to eat soft food." Fia, look at his face. I don't know why you could fall in love with such a pretty boy. Zhou Mingxiu said with gritted teeth. Money can't buy my willingness, what's it got to do with you? Sophia hit back directly. That's it. It's none of your business. Cheng Huan also laughed and winked at Sophia. I have to say that these two people have a great understanding and cooperate perfectly. Join forces to fight the enemy. Bang! Just as Cheng Huan was looking at Sophia, he was suddenly slapped in the face by Zhou Mingxiu. After the fight, Zhou Mingxiu said in a hateful voice, "You poor country bumpkin, what qualifications do you have to criticize me?" Cheng Huan rubbed his cheek and looked at Zhou Mingxiu with cold eyes. He really didn't expect that this seemingly gentle Zhou Mingxiu would dare to hit someone. What's more, he was the one hitting himself. This matter is big. Cheng Huan, are you okay? Just when Cheng Huan was about to lose his temper, Sophia, who was nearby, stood in front of him with a nervous look on her face. She stretched out a slender white little hand, took away Cheng Huan's hand, and looked at his cheek. After discovering several handprints on it, her eyes turned red and she started to rub Cheng Huan. Chung Hwan looked at Sophia and comforted her, "I'm fine. Please stand aside.
I want to have a discussion with this Mr. Zhou."
Damn it. Dare to slap yourself. This is not just an ordinary act of seeking death. Don't fight.
Sophia got nervous and hugged Chung Hwan directly.
Fight with this kind of person. Win or lose, the consequences are troublesome.
I won't fight him. Seeing Sophia's nervous look, Chung Hwan also comforted her with a smile. Even though he is skilled in fighting.
But he also knew. Fighting is the behavior of a reckless man. I have no choice. He won't act easily. He has plenty of ways to deal with Zhou Mingshu.
Zhou Mingshu sneered, "If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it for the rest of your life."
Okay, today I'll see how you make me suffer.
Cheng Huan yelled angrily, then took out his cell phone and called Sui Tang, "Bring a few security guards to the 7th floor." At this time, Su Manchang, who was still eating in the private room, also heard the quarrel outside and walked out.
What are you doing?
Seeing Sophia holding Chung Hwan and Zhou Mingshu standing nearby, Su Manchang and his wife were a little stunned. "Mom," Zhou Mingshu slapped Chung Hwan. Sophia said to Jiang Xiuli.
He deserved to be slapped by Zhou Mingshu.
It was his fault for being so blind that he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked.
Zhang Guifeng sneered. Damn.
This woman really deserves a beating.
Zhang Guifeng.
Jiang Xiuli glared at her sullenly.
Say less. Zhang Hua also scolded Zhang Guifeng. Cheng Huan, are you okay? Let Auntie see it.
Jiang Xiuli walked forward and asked with a concerned look on her face.
How loving.
This moved Chung Hwan so much that he wanted to call her mom. He quickly smiled at Jiang Xiuli and shook his head, saying, "Auntie, I have thick skin and flesh, and a slap won't hurt me."
It's okay.
After listening to Chung Hwan's words, Jiang Xiuli also said to Zhou Mingshu, "My Fia will not associate with a rude person like you, so you'd better not bother."
Auntie, I really like Sophia. Zhou Mingshu said to Jiang Xiuli with a gloomy face.
Originally, Sophia had no feelings for him. Coupled with Jiang Xiuli's words, the matter was basically settled.
Jiang Xiuli said with an unhappy look on her face, "It's your freedom to like Fia or not, but our Fia is really not worthy of your Zhou family. That being said, please withdraw on your own accord." As someone who has experienced it, Jiang Xiuli knows how sad a marriage without love is. In life, it is enough to have enough money to spend. It's no use having more.
So, she chose to follow Sophia's wishes. I will never force her to marry someone she doesn't like. Now, she could clearly see that Sophia was interested in Cheng Huan. And I am quite satisfied with this child, Chung Huan. Therefore, Chung Huan is the future son-in-law in her mind.
No one can replace it. Chapter 69. Try hitting me. Old witch, don't be shameless. Do you believe that I can bankrupt your jewelry store? In anger, the bastard Zhou Mingshu actually uttered threatening words. She even called Jiang Xiuli an old witch. This is the true face revealed. You.
When Jiang Xiuli heard Zhou Mingshu insulting her as an old witch, her body trembled with anger and she pointed at Zhou Mingshu, unable to speak. Su Manchang and Jiang Hua's faces also turned pale.
This is fucking too arrogant. Bang.
Just when the two were about to speak, Chung Huan took the first step. A slap hit Zhou Mingshu's face, knocking his gold-rimmed glasses off.
I was just beaten. He didn't fight back.
But when Zhou Mingshu dared to insult Jiang Xiuli, he really lost his temper.
Is it okay to not respect the elderly and love the young? Kneel down and apologize. Cheng Huan said angrily. That aura is absolutely terrifying. Fuck you, you dared to hit me?
Zhou Mingshu didn't expect Chung Huan would actually dare to hit him, so he started cursing.
Bang.
Chung Huan slapped him again and shouted, "I told you to kneel down and apologize."
You fucking. Bang. Kneel down and apologize. Don't even think about it. Bang.
If you don't kneel down and apologize today, I will beat you until you kneel down.
Cheng Huan, forget it, we won't bother with him.
At this time, Jiang Xiuli spoke up to stop Cheng Huan. She knew that the Zhou family was not easy to mess with.
This one kneels down to apologize. That would be even bigger trouble. It doesn't hurt to curse at someone anyway. She endured it. No.
Chung Huan shook his head at Jiang Xiuli. If he doesn't kneel down and apologize to you today, I will beat him so hard that his parents won't recognize him. You don't have to be afraid of the Zhou family. If he dares to cause trouble for your family, I will directly turn their shitty real estate company into a bankrupt company. What a boaster. At this time, Zhang Guifeng, who was nearby, spoke again. Although it is very small.
But everyone heard it anyway. The next second, Cheng Huan stared at Zhang Guifeng with his big eyes, somewhat coldly.
He shouted angrily, "If you think I'm bragging, just plug your ears.
I'm not forcing you to listen." What? You own this hotel? You're not letting people talk anymore? Zhang Guifeng attacked Cheng Huan like a shrew.
After all, Cheng Huan was now beating the son of his sworn sister.
If she didn't show any attitude at all, I'm afraid we'll never meet again. You can say whatever you want, but please don't take me with you.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at her.
He endured it again. Kneel down.
Cheng Huan scolded Zhou Mingshu again. Cheng Huan, forget it, let him go. Su Manchang also spoke out to dissuade Cheng Huan. If this matter gets out of hand,
it's hard for their family to protect Cheng Huan. No. Cheng Huan shook his head firmly. If he dares to insult Aunt Zhang, I must make him kneel down and apologize.
Seeing that Cheng Huan was unwilling to give up, Su Manchang had no choice but to stop trying to dissuade him. And Jiang Xiuli's heart is so beautiful.
She has no son.
I have never enjoyed being cared for by my children. Now Cheng Huan is not afraid of the powerful to protect her face. This really touched her heart.
Just for this reason. This son-in-law. She's determined. Whoever tries to grab it will get angry. Bang!
Seeing that Zhou Mingshu didn't move, Cheng Huan slapped him again, using all his strength.
This slap almost broke Zhou Mingshu's teeth. Plop!
Finally, Zhou Mingshu knelt down with hatred.
You have to kneel. This slap hurt so much. Apologize. Cheng Huan shouted again.
Zhou Mingshu looked at Cheng Huan. I had no choice but to say to Jiang Xiuli, I'm sorry.
This resentment. He endured it for now.
After I leave here, I must prepare Cheng Huan's poop.
Then let him eat it back. Damn it. Dare to hit him? Dare to force him to kneel? Must pay back 100-fold.
Cheng Huan, let him go and come in and have dinner with uncle for a while. At this moment, Su Manchang spoke. He was giving Cheng Huan a secret signal.
I want to say something to Cheng Huan. At this point, their family has become enemies with the Zhou family.
Even if they lose everything they have, they will protect Cheng Huan to the death.
For nothing else.
Just because Cheng Huan was standing up for his wife.
Wait a moment.
Cheng Huan smiled at Su Manchang. Of course, he understood what Su Manchang wanted to say to him. But without the third degree, how could he dare to go to Liangshan?
Not convinced?
After taking a look at Zhou Mingshu and finding that his eyes were full of viciousness, Cheng Huan asked in a cold voice. I, Zhou Mingshu, swear to get revenge for this. When the time comes, I will make you pay for this humiliation 100-fold.
Although the man knelt down.
But I still have to say some harsh words.
Bang! Soon, Cheng Huan slapped Zhou Mingshu again.
He said coldly, I have never seen a guy like you who is so ignorant of the current situation.
You're already on your knees, who are you farting for? Do you think I was scared?
After being hit again, Zhou Mingshu didn't dare to speak anymore. His face was swollen.
Just shut up first. Hold back the anger in your stomach. Ferment slowly.
I must teach Cheng Huan a lesson later. It will get worse.
Damn it.
I wonder whether your fist is more powerful or my money is more powerful.
That's enough. Cheng Huan, if you don't want to die, don't involve us. Do you know who the Zhou family is?
At this time, Zhang Guifeng spoke again, looking at Cheng Huan with vicious eyes.
I am responsible for my own actions. What does it have to do with your family? Also, don't use the word fuck when you talk to me next time. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. Cheng Huan replied unhappily. This woman is so hateful. I really don't know what kind of magic potion Sophia's uncle drank to marry her home. What? You still want to hit me? Just try hitting me.
Zhang Guifeng, with an angry look on her face, moved her face closer to Cheng Huan.
Bang! Jiang Xiuli took action. After the beating, she angrily said, Zhang Guifeng, you've gone too far. I don't want you as my sister-in-law anymore. Jiang Hua, Are you dead? Are you just going to watch me get scolded and beaten?
Zhang Guifang covered her cheeks and took out her anger on her husband.
Start acting like a shrew. You deserve it. Zhang Hua cursed.
Now we are all united against the outside world, but you just like to make trouble.
If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Good.
Zhang Guifang nodded with hatred, and then roared, how dare you say that I deserve it, I want to divorce you.
If you offend the Zhou family, you will definitely suffer the consequences. If you don't divorce now, what are you waiting for? Let's divorce. If I'm afraid of you, I'm a fucking dog.
Zhang Hua was not to be outdone, saying harsh words.
Cheng Huan was also surprised to hear the quarrel between the two. Nest grass. Is divorce such a joke? However, it's better to divorce such a woman. Too snobbish. Chapter 70. I want to go with you too. Watching Zhang Hua and Zhang Guifang arguing, Zhang Xiuli's family remained silent.
They were against this marriage from the beginning.
It would be better if we could leave. Vixen. I won't live a good life with you.
The quarrel here also attracted many guests in the private rooms on this floor to come out to watch the fun.
Among this group of people is Yang Yuan. He walked over quickly, looked at Cheng Huan, then looked at Zhou Mingxiu, and asked, Brother, what are you doing? You know him?
Seeing that Yang Yuan seemed to know Zhou Mingxiu, Cheng Huan asked him.
No. Yang Yuan nodded. He is Zhou Mingxiu, the son of Zhou Gang, the boss of Jinhua Real Estate. He has business dealings with our bank. Have you ever borrowed money from your bank?
Cheng Huan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen the Zhou family's Achilles heel.
Yang Yuan nodded and said, yes. How much did you borrow? Cheng Huan asked again.
It seems to be more than 5 billion.
Yang Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan patted Yang Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, take them all back.
I want their Jinhua real estate to go bankrupt. Any real estate will fail once the capital chain is broken.
There is basically no other way out except bankruptcy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxiu was furious. Yang Yuan was stunned. The Su family was confused.
This Cheng Huan is really arrogant.
Soon, Yang Yuan said with difficulty, Brother, if we collect the loan in advance, it will bring great losses to our bank.
Moreover, it is impossible for Jinhua Real Estate to pay back so much cash now. It can only take back some land and unsold houses.
Cheng Huan put his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, it's okay. After you take them back, you can sell them all to me. I'll take everything.
Yang Yuan said, if you can really accept all of them, I can talk to the chief shopkeeper.
As long as he nods, I can execute it.
Cheng Huan nodded, okay, tell your boss that I accept this favor. Suddenly, Zhou Mingxiu panicked. He quickly said to Yang Yuan, President Yang, you can't just withdraw the loan.
We have a contract.
Yang Yuan smiled at Zhou Mingxiu and said, when you took out the loan, didn't you see a clause in the contract that said if the bank finds out that the loan was used for other purposes, we have the right to recover it in advance?
Don't think that the people in our bank are all fools.
We don't know that after you two got those loans, you spent lavishly, either buying luxury cars or famous watches.
We didn't say anything before, and we just turned a blind eye.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxiu was completely disappointed. The price of this slap was really too high. He was so big that his father would beat him to death with a stick when he returned home.
This has become a big deal. Hulala.
At this time, Sui Tang came to the 7th floor with 4 security guards.
Boss, what can I do for you? Hearing Sui Tang's words. Except for Yang Yuan, everyone else was stunned again. Cheng Huan is actually the owner of this Dihao hotel? This moment. Zhou Mingxiu also looked annoyed. This is fucking like kicking a steel plate.
Cheng Huan looked at Zhou Mingxiu, who was still a little annoyed, and sneered, go back and explain to your father how your company went bankrupt. After saying that, he instructed Sui Tang, who was nearby, have someone throw him out.
Remember, throw him out. Clear. Sui Tang nodded and waved to the 4 security guards behind her. Amidst a struggle, Zhou Mingxiu was carried away.
After the farce ended, Zhang Xiuli directly grabbed Cheng Huan's hand and said excitedly, Cheng Huan, thank you for helping Auntie vent her anger.
It feels so good.
Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, Auntie, it's a bit awkward for you to say thank you to me.
Okay, no thanks, no need to be polite. Zhang Xiuli nodded pleasantly.
This brother-in-law becomes cuter the more you look at him. Before Cheng Huan's identity was exposed, she liked him very much.
Now I know that Cheng Huan is so successful. That would be even worse. The most important thing. Cheng Huan's attitude towards protecting them is to be more dedicated than that of protecting his own sons.
Such a person is definitely a filial child. From then on, she and Su Manchang had someone to rely on when they grew old. So, she also made up her mind secretly.
No matter what, Sophia must keep Cheng Huan's heart. Such an outstanding son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. Mom, you guys go back and continue eating. I want to talk to Cheng Huan,
Sophia said to Jiang Xiuli and the others.
Okay, let's go eat and you two can talk.
Jiang Xiuli nodded quickly and pulled the smiling Su Manchang into the private room.
And Zhang Guifang's face turned pale.
She never thought that Cheng Huan was actually the owner of this hotel.
This time I really offended people. Brother, I'm going back first.
I'll call you on Monday.
Yang Yuan looked at Sophia and said goodbye to Cheng Huan. The young couple has something to talk about, and he can't be a light bulb. Brother Yang, which room are you in?
I'll have someone bring you a bottle of good wine later.
Cheng Huan asked. 7125, Yang Yuan said. Okay. Cheng Huan responded. Aren't you the driver? How did you become the owner of this hotel again? After Yang Yuan left, Sophia frowned and asked Cheng Huan.
Cheng Huan scratched his nose and smiled at her. I only said that I work at the Imperial Hotel, you thought I was a driver.
How many things are you hiding from me? Sophia asked again.
She also bit her lip and glared at Cheng Huan.
Although the two chatted a lot in the afternoon. But we really didn't get to the point. I didn't mean to hide anything from you, I just didn't know how to tell you my identity. Who are you having dinner with tonight? The CEO and creative director of Chanel, and a few classmates. Who is your classmate?
Upon hearing this question, Cheng Huan scratched his head and smiled. It's my roommates Li Liang and
Nanxi and the others. Hearing that Nanxi was still around, Sophia asked in surprise, didn't you tell me this afternoon that you had given up pursuing Nanxi?
She couldn't understand why Cheng Huan said in the afternoon that he had given up pursuing Nanxi.
But why should we still be together? Is Cheng Huan lying to me?
Cheng Huan shrugged and explained, I decided to give up pursuing her, but now she has announced that she is pursuing me.
If Sophia had attended the school forum, she wouldn't have to question her. I would never ask such a question. It's a pity that she didn't go.
Cheng Huan had to explain himself.
Sophia bit her lip and said, I want to go with you, too.
Now, she decided to follow Cheng Huan. Hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
Could it be that this girl wants to compete with Nanxi? Women love to compare the most. Especially beautiful women. Comparing all the time.
Even if it's just a manicure, they will show it off and compare whose is better.
You don't want to? Seeing Cheng Huan smiling bitterly and saying nothing, Sophia asked him with a pout. No.
Cheng Huan shook his head gently, go if you want to.
He really couldn't say no to Sophia. You can't refuse either.
This was the first woman to be honest with him.
Chapter 71, A Life Story.
Then wait for me, I'll go in and get something. Sophia said happily and pushed the door into the private room. While waiting, Cheng Huan also received a call from Sui Tang. Tell him that Zhou Mingxiu had been thrown out and looked very embarrassed. Cheng Huan told her that he would go to his office to get a bottle of Richburger and bring it to private room 7125 and give it to Yang Yuan.
When she hung up the phone, Sophia also came out with her purse. Let's go, Sophia said.
Not long after, Cheng Huan brought Sophia to private room 8188.
At this time, the private room was bustling with activity.
The 3 bottles of Conti had already been drunk by Erguzi and his friends. Even Ritashi is running out, with only 1 bottle left.
There's nothing I can do. There are really too many people eating here tonight.
Although there are many girls.
But they are all alcoholics. When he gets really angry, his drinking capacity is just as good as that of men.
Everyone was stunned when they saw Cheng Huan bringing Sophia in.
And Sophia was also stunned. There are so many beauties at this big table. Soon, Cheng Huan introduced, let me introduce you, this is Sophia from the medical school. Hello everyone. Sophia smiled and greeted these people. Hello, senior. Erguzi took the lead in greeting.
Then, Cheng Huan began to introduce these people to Sophia. This is Li Liang, this is Shen Sisi, this is Xiaoya. At the end of the introduction, Cheng Huan pointed at Nanxi and said, this is Nanxi.
Hello, Nanxi. I've heard a lot about you. Today I finally get the chance to meet you. Sophia smiled at Nanxi. Nanxi also smiled and nodded at Sophia and said, me too.
It's really nice to see the two of them hit it off right away and feel like they had known each other for a long time.
Cheng Huan really wanted to ask them. Is this what you two really think? Is there really no hostile mentality?
While the two were talking, Cheng Huan also sat down in the main seat reserved for him by everyone.
On the left is Guzi and on the right is Mullen Kate. A waiter poured Cheng Huan a glass of latashi. Cheng Huan asked Mullen Kate in his Chinese English, is Huaxia's food delicious? Mullen Kate also understood what Cheng Huan said, and quickly nodded with a smile, it's delicious.
When I was in France, I often went to Chinese restaurants to eat.
I like this taste. At this moment, even if you don't like it, you have to say you like it. She finally figured it out. This major shareholder is a true patriot.
Cheng Huan said, Chinese food and French food are the two greatest cuisines in the world. Other than that, food from other countries is not good enough.
Mullen Kate agreed with Cheng Huan's words and nodded frequently, saying, I think so too, and it is indeed the case. Come, let's drink a glass of French wine together. Cheng Huan raised his glass.
Soon, everyone raised their glasses and took a sip.
After putting down the wine glass, Guzi whispered beside him, how is it? What? Cheng Huan glanced at him. Aren't you going to meet your mother-in-law?
Guzi said in a low voice. Cheng Huan smiled at him and whispered, all over my eyes. Soon, Guzi gave Cheng Huan a thumbs up under the table.
Ready to choose one of the three? Choose one or the other. Cheng Huan's words were equivalent to excluding Nanxi.
At this time, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang again.
It's Yang Yuan calling.
Cheng Huan answered the call and heard him say, brother, our boss said, thank you for the wine. The Jinhua real estate matter will be arranged for you on Monday. Although Richburg red wine is not as expensive as Conti. But it is also a world-class wine.
The annual output is not much.
The price of each bottle is at least over 20,000 yuan.
People like Yang Yuan have tried all kinds of good wine.
Of course it is not old-fashioned.
Know the goods.
Upon hearing the news, Cheng Huan laughed and said, Brother Yang, tell the head of your bank that after this matter is settled, I will give you 2 bottles of latashi to drink.
Good. Yang Yuan said with great joy. The value of latashi is 1 level higher than that of Richburg. After hanging up the phone, Guzi asked, what's the matter? It's about the bank loan. Cheng Huan said. You want a loan? No, I'll tell you later. Now is the time to drink and flirt with girls.
There's no point in talking such nonsense.
Shade Village.
After dinner, Zuoran and Zuotong sat on the Kong, each playing with their cell phones. When Zuoran opened her circle of friends, she saw some short videos posted by Shen Sisi, which were photos of their dinner tonight.
She quickly sent a message to Shen Sisi, asking who these people were.
Shen Sisi did not hide anything from Zuoran and told her the identities of these people. When Zuoran heard that Cheng Huan was still a major shareholder of Chanel, the little heart was completely shocked again. When I heard that he brought Sophia with him tonight, I felt something was wrong. Now, she regretted not going back with Cheng Huan in the afternoon. Originally, Nanxi alone was enough to overwhelm her.
Here comes another Sophia. Why?
She sighed softly. I really don't know how to completely capture Cheng Huan's heart.
Sister, why are you sighing?
Hearing Zuoran's sigh, Zuotong looked up and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner.
Nothing.
Zuoran shook her head gently, not wanting Zuotong to know too much. Impossible, you must be worried about something, tell me quickly. Zuotong didn't believe it, so he crawled to Zuoran's side and snatched her cell phone to take a look.
There are so many people eating, and there are quite a few foreigners. Why does this foreign girl look like Cameo? Soon, Zuotong was surprised. She often hangs out on Bilibili. Seen this Camilla above. Who is Cameo? Zuoran asked.
Zuotong opened a website, searched for Camilla's information, and handed it to Zuoran to read. After reading it, Zuoran also understood and said to Zuotong, my classmate just told me that Cheng Huan is the largest shareholder of Chanel, holding 51% of the shares. These 3 foreigners are here to report their work to him.
Oh my god, this is amazing. Zhu Tong was completely surprised.
Once again, it subverted her imagination.
Sister, you can't let others snatch a man like this away from you, Zhu Tong said with a smile.
Zhu Ran gave Zhu Tong a bitter smile and said, I would like to keep him, but it's too difficult.
As she spoke, she pointed at Nanxi in the photo and asked, Do you see this girl?
Her name is Nanxi, and she is from the art department of our school. Cheng Huan has been pursuing her for 4 years and has confessed his love to her 999 times regardless of the weather. Although Cheng Huan is no longer pursuing Nanxi, Nanxi has announced that she is pursuing Cheng Huan.
I am afraid that they will still have some connection.
I didn't expect he had this kind of experience. After hearing Zhu Ran's words, Zhu Tong was dumbfounded again. This Cheng Huan has quite a story.
Chapter 72, Since Ancient Times, Love Has Left Only Regrets. Royal Hotel.
More than an hour later, Cheng Huan and the others all had their meals and drinks ready.
Next, it's time for entertainment. Mullen, Kate and Virginie went back to rest first. Of course, the main thing is that I want to quickly report to Alan and Galat about my meeting with Cheng Huan. The foreign girls Camilla and Wanhong did not go back to rest, getting ready to go play with Cheng Huan for a while. Not long after, Cheng Huan brought them to the club on the 15th floor.
As soon as we entered the Emperor's bag, Arguzi was the first to sing. Then, Cheng Huan took the guitar and sang 2 songs for everyone, Bedside Fairy Tale and Remember Our Summer.
Although his English is completely Chinese. But this English song is sung with a definitely London accent. There's no way, it's standard. It's impossible to sing out of tune.
After Cheng Huan finished singing these 2 songs, Camilla, Sophia, Mina, Wanhong and others were shocked when they heard him sing for the first time. This singing skill is comparable to that of a superstar singer. Next, it was time for Sun Xiaoman and Xiaoya to sing. Guzi and Cheng Huan sat together and drank beer.
After a while, Dong Wolin walked up to Cheng Huan with a flattering look on her face. After sitting down, she smiled and asked Cheng Huan, Huan, didn't you say you would sing a song for me this afternoon?
I want to sing the song Pillow Fairy Tale just now.
Can.
Cheng Huan nodded and said to her with a smile, Whenever you dance for me, I will write the lyrics and music for you.
Mock up. I can't cure you yet. Give me the lyrics and music first, then I'll dance for you, Dong Wolin said. No.
Cheng Huan shook his head firmly, I will never believe what you women say again.
Falling down again and again made him defensive. If you fall in the same place again, you are a fool. Nothing to discuss?
Dong Wolin asked, biting her red lips.
Right. After Cheng Huan finished speaking, he began to hum, Will the little deer lost in the forest meet a witch? The story begins. I won't sing anymore. Dong Wolin pouted and walked away with a snort.
What did you ask her to dance? After taking a look at Dong Wolin who left angrily, Guzi asked curiously.
Dance. Cheng Huan said. Steel pipe? Guzi's eyes lit up. What's the point? I want to see the t-shirts. Cheng Huan laughed. This is a great ideal of yours. I hope you can see it in your lifetime.
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, laughed and clinked glasses with Cheng Huan.
Although he didn't have much contact with Dong Wolin.
But we have known each other for 4 years.
I know a little bit about it. This is a small pepper. So awesome.
Hearing Guzi's words, Cheng Huan just chuckled. I really want to grab Guzi's ears and tell him loudly.
Between us, great love cannot be done. You can have little love every day.
Last night, Dad not only kissed the 3 of them, but also gave them a dark opportunity.
I've already eaten the rabbit meat, so what's the point of dancing?
But this kind of thing must never be said. Especially tell Guzi who is always telling lies. It's enough for only the 4 of them to know. After the 2 drank a few sips, Guzi glanced at Camilla not far away and asked Cheng Huan, What do you mean by Mullen, Kate and Virginie coming to China to see you and bringing her with you? Cheng Huan also looked at Camilla.
This foreign girl is really beautiful and attractive. How should I know? Cheng Huan shook his head.
During their previous conversation, he really forgot to ask Mullen Kate.
Are they here to bring you warmth? Guzi said. Impossible. Cheng Huan shook his head. Cheng Huan had made this guess before. But I don't think so. It is very likely that he came to China to participate in some event. If they really come to bring you warmth, do you want it? Arguzi asked again. Chang Huan shook his head. Fornication without love is just prostitution. He. Arguzi smiled and then took out his cell phone.
After opening Bilibili, he found a short video in his browsing history, clicked on it, and handed it to Cheng Huan to watch. Cheng Huan took a look and found that this short video was exactly a collection of Camilla's fashion show.
Wow, those long legs and that temperament are just amazing.
Soon, Arguzi said, fast forward to 3 minutes 58 seconds, 5 minutes 25 seconds, and don't let your eyes fall out. After hearing this, Cheng Huan also pulled the fast play progress bar. When the video reached 3 minutes and 58 seconds, Cheng Huan saw Camilla walking on the runway in a slightly see-through fashion.
That proud feature is looming and swaying. The same is true for the 5-minute 25-second segment.
But it is much more generous than the previous outfit.
It's in the shape of a fishing net. You can see red circles and small dots. Wow, this girl is so open-minded.
Cheng Huan swallowed and returned the phone to Arguzi.
Arguzi put away his phone, laughed and said, "Are you in love now?"
Yeah,
Cheng Huan laughed and nodded. Love came instantly, full of it. Who can not love such a beautiful girl? After the two looked at each other and laughed, Arguzi said, "If you want to take a closer look, it's just a matter of a word. I think this girl will happily give it to you." Cheng Huan shook his head. "I am a gentleman, how can I make such a request casually?"
Arguzi asked, "Come on, you are just a sultry guy. Once you take out your 16 centimeters weapon, you will definitely be able to subdue this yellow-haired demon."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan almost burst out laughing. This guy dares to say anything. After a while, Sophia also walked over from Nanshi's vicinity. After she sat next to Cheng Huan, she said with surprise, "I always thought you were only good at basketball, but I didn't expect you to be so good at singing. I'm fascinated by you." This is not flattery. That's true.
Both his singing skills and voice surpass those of first-line singers.
Otherwise it can't be called the King of Songs card.
Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, "I'll find time to record these songs so you can save them on your phone and listen to them as much as you want."
Good idea. Sophia nodded.
At this time, Nanshi, who was nearby, saw Cheng Huan and Sophia talking and laughing there, and her heart began to ache again. She was also drinking heavily to relieve the pain.
Last night it was Zoran. Tonight it's Sophia. I wonder who it will be tomorrow night.
She felt that the pressure on her was really increasing. Moreover, she felt that Cheng Huan was deliberately trying to irritate her. But she also competed with Cheng Huan.
Go find it.
Even if Cheng Huan found 100 women in front of her, she would not give up.
You should drink less.
Seeing Nanshi drinking continuously, Sun Xiaoman beside her advised her against it. As good sisters for 4 years, Nanshi felt bad, and she would do the same.
I want to drink, Nanshi said.
Hearing this, Sun Xiaoman could only sigh and shake his head.
Since ancient times, love has only led to regrets. From now on, she must live a more heartless life. Chapter 73. Find a place to talk.
More than half an hour later, an uninvited guest suddenly came into the private room Wang Yuxuan. As soon as he saw her, Cheng Huan looked at Shen Sisi.
And Shen Sisi also smiled at him. Everything is in the smile. Sure enough, she was the one who called.
When Wang Yuxuan sat next to Shen Sisi, Arguzi smiled and said to her, "You came late today."
Your uncle just sang 2 new songs. We were so excited to hear them.
Arguzi, let me correct you again, he is not my uncle.
If you keep saying that, I will scratch you to death. Wang Yuxuan held out his newly painted manicure to Arguzi, which gleamed with a cold light.
She is not even afraid of Cheng Huan, let alone Arguzi. When Arguzi saw Wang Yuxuan's shiny long nails, he shut up instantly.
This scene made all the girls in the room laugh.
Xiaoya and the others also asked Nanshi who this girl was.
Hey, sing it to me again,
Wang Yuxuan called out to Cheng Huan. When Cheng Huan heard her calling him hello, he rolled his eyes at her.
No time. Why are you so mean? Wang Yuxuan pouted and said, Don't you know that I came here in the rain just to listen to you sing? Right now, Cheng Huan doesn't know.
This girl posted the 4 short videos she recorded last night on Douyin. She gained more than 10,000 followers this afternoon alone. Moreover, the 4 short videos received hundreds of thousands of likes and thousands of comments.
Everyone says Cheng Huan's songs are brain-burning. Many girls even left messages directly to Wang Yuxuan, asking her for Cheng Huan's Douyin account number. if you are not careful. She turned Cheng Huan into an internet celebrity.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan threatened her, if you call me uncle, I will sing a song for you.
No. Wang Yuxuan shook his head, changed the conditions.
She really couldn't bring herself to call him uncle. After all, Cheng Huan is really too young.
If you don't shout, I won't sing. Cheng Huan shook his head. Call one, you won't suffer any loss.
Guzi chuckled beside him.
He is obviously just looking for fun. You better shut up. Wang Yuxuan glared at Guzi. Be rude to him. I'm helping you, how can you not appreciate my kindness?
Guzi said with a look of grievance.
Need not. Wang Yuxuan rolled his eyes at Guzi.
Then, she stood up and sat near Cheng Huan, shaking his arm and said, sing it again for me. You don't know yet, I uploaded the short video of you singing last night to my Douyin account, and the 4 short videos received more than 100,000 likes in one day.
You are an internet celebrity now. If this were to be released as an album, it would definitely sell for a lot of money. Cheng Huan was stunned. Did you get my consent? At this time, Nanxi took out her phone and asked, Yuxuan, what's the name of your Douyin account? Wang Yuxuan said, Baby Xian.
Soon, all the girls in the room took out their mobile phones and started looking for this Douyin number.
Oh my god, it's true.
Soon, Sun Xiaoman exclaimed loudly. Huan, there's a girl on there saying, please ask the protagonist in the video to contact me. I'm a Shanghai resident, my parents have been doing business for many years, my family is well off, I own 3 apartments over 200 square meters, many luxury cars, and hundreds of millions in savings.
Shen Sisi burst into laughter as she read. Damn, she only has hundreds of millions in savings. Reply to her, Huan will give her hundreds of millions of rewards, ask her if she wants it.
Guzi said something nonsense nearby. Go drink over there by yourself, and don't talk nonsense to me.
Shen Sisi pushed Guzi and chased him away. At this moment, Cheng Huan glared at Wang Yuxuan and asked, did you get my permission to post the video of me singing on Douyin? Wang Yuxuan said to Cheng Huan, I am promoting you. Why don't you appreciate the kindness of others? Real? Aha. Thank you in advance, but I don't need it. Please delete it immediately. No. Will you delete it or not? I won't delete it. Then if you call me uncle, I will let you hang on for a few more days. I call you uncle, do you dare to agree? Why not? Do you really dare to promise? Certainly. My great nephew. Why? Ha ha. Suddenly, several people laughed loudly in the room. Only Camilla looked confused. There is no way, I don't understand Chinese. At this moment, Cheng Huan glared at Wang Yuxuan with gritted teeth. Before I knew it, she had tricked me again. This evil little girl. It seems that I have to teach her a lesson. Let's go find a place to have a good talk. Cheng Huan stood up and dragged Wang Yuxuan out. I'm not going. Sister Nanxi, Sister Sisi, save me. Wang Yuxuan knew that he would end up in a miserable state if he went there, so he refused to leave. He shouted for Nanxi and Shen Sisi to help. But now, who will rush forward to save her? Go ahead and yell, let's see who dares to help you. Cheng Huan carried Wang Yuxuan out of the private room without any hesitation. After a while, he carried Wang Yuxuan to an unused private room. Then, the old man said nothing. He hit the little girls but with a fatal blow. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! Cheng Huan, you big pervert, it hurts. This moment. Wang Yuxuan was about to cry. This bad guy is really good at fighting. No mercy at all. It hurts so much. How can it make you remember if it doesn't hurt? See if you dare to plot against me again in the future. Cheng Huan's voice was angry and unceremonious. Why don't you just say you're stupid? Wang Yuxuan objected. She also twisted her body hard in Cheng Huan's arms, protecting her buttocks with her hands. If I get hit a few more times, her peach buttocks will be out of shape. This is something she is proud of. This is achieved by doing 100 squats every day. You're still stubborn, you deserve a beating. Cheng Huan raised his hand again. Ah! The next moment, Cheng Huan shouted. Then Wang Yuxuan jumped on him. She hugged his neck and bit him. It's like 2 little wild animals fighting.
He held on to my neck tightly and refused to let go. Wang Yuxuan, you are definitely born in the year of the dog. Let go quickly, or I'll break your white little front teeth.
Chang Huan grimaced in pain as his neck was bitten.
He also used his big hands to push Wang Yuxuan. But this little girl was already hugging him tightly.
Want to push her down? It's quite difficult.
Finally, Cheng Huan came up with a ruthless trick. He tickled Wang Yuxuan's armpits a few times.
Puff. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the little girl couldn't stand the giggle and finally laughed. I have to say,
this little girl looks so pretty when she smiles. But Cheng Huan was in no mood to care whether she looked good or not.
After touching his neck, which was burning with pain, he bit back.
Of course, it was impossible for him to bite as hard as Wang Yuxuan. He just bit her little pink neck symbolically.
Next second, Wang Yuxuan's whole body went limp. Chapter 74. What a live coach.
Cheng Huan, the bald man, has no idea about it.
A woman's neck is one of the most sensitive parts of her body. He bit it. He just bit Wang Yuxuan directly.
After a while, Cheng Huan felt that there was something wrong with this little girl Wang Yuxuan.
Not only hummed a few times.
Moreover, she hugged him tightly, and her body felt a little hot.
Kindness? Cheng Huan was surprised and quickly let her go.
He glanced at Wang Yuxuan and found that the little girl was lying in his arms with her eyebrows drooping and her face red.
It was surprisingly quiet. Wow. Cheng Huan thought to himself, could it be that he had been bitten by me and became stupid? Hey, are you stupid? He shouted.
Wang Yuxuan opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Huan, then murmured, "You are stupid, you pervert."
She didn't realize there was a rookie like Cheng Huan. I don't understand anything. Not as good as her. Don't you know that others are feeling sentimental? Come down quickly. Cheng Huan let go of Wang Yuxuan, not wanting to continue arguing with her. Anyway, Wang Yuxuan is also a young girl. Even though he's down now.
But while holding her like this, I still had some thoughts in my mind.
Let me hold you for a while longer,
Wang Yuxuan said in a low voice.
The heat hasn't worn off yet. But I don't want to leave Cheng Huan's arms. Call me uncle. Cheng Huan took the opportunity to threaten again. I won't,
Wang Yuxuan said with a pout.
I'm sorry.
If you don't call me uncle, don't even think about acting like a spoiled child in my arms.
The next moment, Cheng Huan threw Wang Yuxuan on the sofa nearby. Boom! Wang Yuxuan fell on his butt again. It hurt so much that I almost cried out. Cheng Huan, you're a pervert. Soon, Wang Yuxuan cursed loudly. This bastard is such an idiot. He doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women at all. She was right. Cheng Huan really doesn't understand anything. Otherwise, why is he still a bald man now? If you scold me again, believe it or not, I will make you sleep on your stomach tonight? Cheng Huan raised his hand again. I won't curse anymore.
Wang Yuxuan's face changed slightly.
Completely honest. You have to give in. This bastard really meant to kill me. My butt still hurts a little at this moment. Soon, Cheng Huan sat down.
He raised his hand and touched his neck, and felt a burning pain. It was probably bitten by Wang Yuxuan's little fangs.
Did you bite me?
Cheng Huan stretched his neck and asked Wang Yuxuan.
No. Wang Yuxuan denied it without even looking at it. This is if it's bitten. I guess he will be tortured again. How is that possible? It must have been bitten through.
Cheng Huan didn't believe what Wang Yuxuan said at all, he could already feel the dent.
I took my hand off and saw that there was some blood on it. Good fellow. How great a hatred must one have to bite so hard? Wang Yuxuan, you are such a dog. You bit me until I bled. Cheng Huan glared at Wang Yuxuan fiercely again.
Wang Yuxuan pouted and said with a wronged look on her face, "Who told you to hit me so hard just now?
Don't you know it hurts? If you don't trick me, how can I hit you?"
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at Wang Yuxuan. Yesterday afternoon, he came to steal food from me like a dog. If this big guy weighing more than 180 pounds falls to the ground, who do you think will feel hurt?
Then why are you staring at me? Why, you are so beautiful but you don't want to let people see you. Then can you blame me if you fall?
Hearing this, Cheng Huan was suddenly speechless. What the little girl said is right. If you fall down, you can't blame others.
Who told me to spend my time appreciating the beauty and ignore the things under my feet? After rubbing his neck, he simply ignored Wang Yuxuan and got up and left. When he came back, Cheng Huan saw that it was Dong Roland who was singing.
Nanxi, Sophia, Sun Xiaoman, Xiaoya, and others were sitting together chatting and laughing. It seemed like they were having a pleasant conversation, with lots of laughter. Camilla, Mina, and Wanhong were still communicating in French, but I couldn't understand them.
Where did you talk about Yuxuan?
Seeing that only Cheng Huan came back, Erguzi asked with a smile.
He's reflecting next door.
After Cheng Huan smiled, he sat next to Erguzi.
Erguzi asked with a smile, how did you talk to her?
Cheng Huan said with a smug look on his face, after I spanked him hard a few times, he became completely obedient.
You're so awesome that you dared to spank her. Erguzi expressed his admiration for Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan pointed at his neck and said to Erguzi, look at what this girl bit me, is it broken? Erguzi took a look and nodded, then asked, you didn't bite it back directly?
Yes. Cheng Huan nodded, but, after I bit her for a while, the girl stopped moving and her body became hot. Upon hearing this, Erguzi patted Cheng Huan on the shoulder. Then he smiled and said, brother, you are still too young.
What do you mean? What else could it mean? Just bite that little girl and listen. After hearing this explanation, Cheng Huan suddenly understood. No wonder this kind of shot is everywhere in movies. I see.
I have to say Erguzi knows a lot.
What a live coach. At this time, Wang Yuxuan also came back.
After glaring at Cheng Huan fiercely, she sat next to Shinsisi with a pout. Then, the two began to whisper. You can also see Shinsisi covering her mouth and laughing from time to time.
This is definitely the beginning of a complaint. After a while, the foreign girl Camilla came to sit next to Cheng Huan and said in English, Huan, can you sing another song for me?
I'm obsessed with your voice now, and I'm in love with the song Remember Our Summer. As soon as Camilla finished speaking, Erguzi poked Cheng Huan, hurry up, people say they love you.
Cheng Huan glanced at Erguzi and said, how did you learn English?
She said she fell in love with the song I sang, not me as a person. Erguzi laughed and said, to me, it's all the same thing. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him, then smiled at Camilla and said, no problem, I'll sing 2 more English songs for you, Salt and that girl. When a beautiful woman invites you, you really can't refuse. Anyway, I still have some hidden treasures. I'm going to open my voice and shock them to death today.
There is no need to be low-key in front of your own people. There's nothing to be low-key about. Thanks.
The girl was so happy that she hugged Cheng Huan and kissed him on the face.
This one.
It was completely beyond Cheng Huan's expectations.
However, this is not a problem at all for European and American women.
In their customs, kissing on the cheek is the highest courtesy.
We cannot use Chinese thinking to understand the habits of European and American people. They like directness.
The Chinese are more reserved.
Chapter 75 Foreigners are all stubborn.
Seeing Camilla kiss Cheng Huan, Erguzi laughed and said, see, I was right, she just said she fell in love with you.
Then he asked Camilla, have you fallen in love with him? Whom? Camilla actually nodded. Wipe. Could this foreign girl be a little more reserved? Even if you fall in love at first sight, you shouldn't say it so bluntly, right? Look.
Seeing Camilla nod, Erguzi said to Cheng Huan with a smile, this foreign girl has such good genes. If you two are together, the child you will have in the future will definitely grow to more than 2 meters tall. Remember, you must have at least 3 children.
You are making a contribution to the country. Get lost. Cheng Huan glared at Erguzi. This bastard is getting more and more outrageous. His train of thought is really extraordinary. If Camilla was really brought home, I guess his parents would beat him to death. How are we communicating when you're all chattering away every day? If Camilla could speak a little Chinese, it would be worth considering. Now, there is no chance at all. I'm talking to you seriously, why are you so anxious?
Erguzi's face was full of grievance.
My kindness is taken for granted. My parents and relatives don't speak English or French. How are you going to let them communicate in the future? Cheng Huan expressed his concerns. That's easy. Let Camilla learn Chinese.
After Erguzi finished speaking lightly, he said to Camilla, Camilla, he despises you for not being able to speak Chinese.
You have to study hard. Camilla said to Erguzi, I would say, hello, thank you, goodbye, have you eaten? It's delicious, I wish you good luck.
Cheng Huan was speechless when he heard these simple words Camilla said.
No, no, no.
Erguzi quickly shook his head and corrected him. You have to be like me, able to communicate with Huan's parents in simple Chinese. Otherwise, his parents won't help you take care of the child in the future.
Damn it. This guy dares to say anything.
Even the children spoke out. I beg you to stop talking nonsense to her.
If you keep talking, she will really believe it. Cheng Huan stopped Erguzi from talking nonsense. These foreigners couldn't understand Erguzi's joke at all.
Plus, he still put this sentence together in English. This made Camilla believe it even more.
To put it bluntly,
foreigners are all stubborn.
The language is not as rich as Chinese. Don't think that the word humor is a foreign word. But to be humorous, the Chinese are the ancestors of the Europeans and Americans. Just tell a few jokes and they will laugh to death. Not to mention the more representative crosstalk.
If Lao Gui's crosstalk could be perfectly translated over there, it would make them laugh to death.
Not long after, Dong Roland also finished singing the song The World Is So Big to Meet You. Following closely, Sun Xiaoman also stepped forward to sing.
However, she was stopped by Erguzi, who told her that Cheng Huan was going to sing. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoman quickly handed the microphone to Cheng Huan.
This is the moment they have been waiting for.
Nanxi and the others stopped drinking and chatting. They all took out their phones and waited there to take pictures.
Oh. I got breaking news and it's not about UOO. Oh. I've been breaking hearts too and I learned it all from UOO.
The next second, Cheng Huan's signature voice opened, giving people an extremely shocking feeling.
Unparalleled. The song is a cheerful melody. After hearing it, people couldn't help but shake along.
Just as Cheng Huan was singing and playing the guitar, the foreign girl Camilla couldn't control herself and stood up and started dancing in the house.
Mina couldn't help herself from jumping. Then he jumped up. If there is one, there will be two. If there are two, there will be three.
Soon after, Wan Hong, Sun Xiaoman, Xiaoya, Dong Wolin and others also started dancing. These three girls all learned to dance, and their dancing moves were simply beautiful.
After the song, everyone applauded Cheng Huan. I have to say, these two songs are so exciting.
When the applause stopped, Camilla asked Nanxi and Wang Yuxuan, who were not dancing but were filming Cheng Huan with their phones, "Hey, who filmed these two songs? I will upload these two songs to my YouTube account so that people all over the world will know that there is a great singer here. I have it here in its entirety, and the sound quality is perfect." Soon, Wang Yuxuan spoke to Camilla in fairly standard English.
Please pass it to me, thank you. Camilla came and sat down next to Wang Yuxuan and said, Wow, your eldest niece speaks authentic English.
Erguzi was also startled and looked at Cheng Huan.
Hey, where did you learn English? Your accent is so good. Cheng Huan also asked curiously.
Why should I tell you?
Wang Yuxuan glared at Cheng Huan fiercely. I'm still angry. Erguzi laughed. Forget it, I don't want to know. Cheng Huan snorted along with it. If he wanted to know, why not just ask her mother? Wouldn't he know everything? Why bother looking at her little expression?
However, Shen Sisi, who was nearby, said to Cheng Huan, Yuxuan is studying in an international bilingual school and will soon go to study in the UK.
After listening, Cheng Huan finally understood. Huan, do you have YouTube? After a while, Camilla ran to Cheng Huan again to ask. No. Cheng Huan shook his head.
Apart from WeChat, he doesn't have any other social software.
Moreover, WeChat is only used as a chat tool and not even posted on Moments. Not even as good as Erguzi. You can register one and let people all over the world hear your singing. Camilla continued.
We have to climb the wall to access the pipeline, which is troublesome.
Cheng Huan shook his head. That's the excuse. With his current wealth, let alone climbing over the wall.
Even going to heaven is not a difficult task. He just doesn't like playing with these things. Camilla, he only has a Chinese version of WeChat account.
You can download one.
This way, when you go back, you can contact him anytime, anywhere.
Okay, I'll download one now. Camilla nodded happily and started looking for the download on her phone.
However, this registered account needs to be verified by Hua Xia's mobile phone number. There was no other choice, so Cheng Huan had to use his number with 5/8 to register an account for her.
Camilla looks so beautiful now. Add everyone in the room as WeChat.
Then, with the help of Mina, I began to learn how to use WeChat.
Then, Mina helped Camilla download the Sogu input method to easily translate various texts.
Great technology has truly brought people from different countries closer together without any obstacles.
Finally, Wang Yuxuan also created a group. Pull Chenghuan and Guzi in.
After the two were blackmailed for red envelopes of thousands of yuan each, they were ruthlessly kicked out by Wang Yuxuan. The two looked at each other.
His face was full of the grievance of being cheated. Cough cough. Woman. Chapter 76. You come quietly. At 12:30 at night.
Everyone had a great time here and decided to go back and rest. When they got downstairs, Chenghuan asked Sui Tang, who was on duty, to arrange a room for Nanxi and the others. Neither Sophia nor Wang Yuxuan planned to stay here, so Chenghuan arranged for the hotel car to take them away. After returning to the office, Chenghuan took a shower and went to bed. However, just as he lay down, his cell phone, which was still charging, suddenly rang. After hearing the noise, he was puzzled for a moment.
It's so late, who would send me a WeChat message? He took it and took a look at it. I found out it was a WeChat message from Zoran. Are you asleep? At this moment, Zoran was lying in bed, unable to sleep. When she heard from Shinsisi that the show was over, she thought about it for a long time before she mustered up the courage to send a message to Chenghuan. Chenghuan, no, I just took a shower and went to bed. Why are you still awake so late? Zoran, I can't sleep. Chenghuan, what's wrong? Zoran, it's okay, I just have a little insomnia.
Her mind was full of thoughts about Chenghuan tonight. In addition, the bed was filled with the scent of Chenghuan. It would be strange if she could fall asleep.
Chenghuan, why do you suffer from insomnia? Zoran, I'm thinking about what our relationship is.
Seeing this, Chenghuan smiled.
He asked, have you figured out what our relationship is? Zoran, not yet. Chenghuan, stupid girl. Zoran, you are the stupid one.
Chenghuan, the stupid boy and the stupid girl are a perfect match. Seeing Chenghuan's words, Zoran also smiled. Then, she wrote again, by the way, my mother asked me to return the bracelet to you after she comes back tonight. Seeing this message, Chenghuan was a little puzzled.
He quickly asked, why? Does your mother not like the gift I bought you?
Zoran, no, she likes it very much. But she said that we are not in a relationship yet and she cannot accept such an expensive gift. At around 10 o'clock tonight, when her mother came home from get off work, the three of them sat on the Kong and chatted for more than an hour. When her mother saw the big gold bracelet that Chenghuan gave her, she was really happy. I have to say, Chenghuan guessed it right. These old women all love gold very much. However, after looking at it for a while, Zoran's mother asked Zoran to take it back first. She said, if Zoran and Chenghuan were in a romantic relationship now, this bracelet deserves it very much.
If they are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, she cannot accept it. But Zoran didn't know whether Chenghuan accepted her or not.
After all, neither of them has made it clear that they are lovers. When he saw this reason, Chenghuan could only smile. I didn't expect her mother to be so principled. However, this big gold bracelet is nothing to Chenghuan. But to Zoran's mother, it was really too precious. So, she didn't dare to collect it randomly. Chenghuan replied, don't return this gold bracelet to me yet. Just keep it with you. I don't want it back yet. His meaning is clear. This is equivalent to indirectly telling Zoran that I haven't given up on you yet. Seeing this, Zoran felt much better. Although Chenghuan did not make it clear. But let her keep it first. It means that Chenghuan still wants to be with her in his heart. After she felt at ease, she replied, yes. When you want to go back, I will give it back to you.
Chenghuan, grinning teeth.
He was not stupid, so of course he understood the meaning of this sentence.
Zoran, what are you laughing at? Question. Chenghuan, is it really that serious that you still have insomnia over such a small matter? Zoran was embarrassed for a moment and quickly responded, then I'm going to bed.
You should also go to bed early.
Good night. Now, she can finally sleep peacefully. Chenghuan, good night.
After exiting WeChat, Chenghuan plugged his phone into the charging cable again. Thinking back to what Zoran had just said, he grinned. Right now, 3 school beauties are chasing after him together. Although he still loves Nanxi the most in his heart. But he was also the first person to be kicked out.
Cheng Huan likes the remaining Zhuo Ran and Sophia very much. Anyone is qualified to be his girlfriend. However, he would not easily agree to anyone. After all, the time we have been together is really too short. He needs to get to know the other person. Need to fall in love with each other. From now on, let Zhuo Ran and Sophia compete. By that time, there will always be someone who can't bear it anymore and will automatically quit. Bite.
Not long after, his cell phone rang again.
I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Dong Roland. Are you going to give me the lyrics and music for the song Pillow Fairy Tale?
Seeing this, Cheng Huan sat up immediately.
Good job. This is definitely a turning point. It seems that I will have a chance to see Dong Roland's dancing tonight.
Hey. He smiled foolishly and replied, the conditions remain unchanged.
See how you refuse. Dong Roland, do you really want to see me dance?
Cheng Huan thought for a moment and replied, the wine becomes mellower because it is stored in the cellar, and the dance becomes beautiful because of your dancing.
I can appreciate your beautiful dance in this life. My dream has come true.
I will die without regrets.
Grin. This guy is talking too high-sounding words. However, it seems that all the boys in the school have this dream. Who doesn't want to see it? You can't see this no matter how much money you spend. Dong Roland almost burst out laughing when she saw Cheng Huan's reply. This bastard is becoming more and more out of character. But, it's getting cuter and cuter. After some thought, she sighed silently. She really didn't know how to refuse Cheng Huan's request. After a half-minute silence, she replied, okay, I will help you realize this beautiful dream tonight, so that you can close your eyes after you die. When Cheng Huan saw this news, he laughed in his heart. In the past 4 years, he had been ordered around like a dog by this girl in order to obtain some information about Nanxi. Now the world is in a cycle. Finally, this girl fell into his hands. Hey! His heart was already filled with joy. He replied, the elevator code is 225588, please come quietly. This message fell on deaf ears and no reply was received. Women are always like this. If you say you want to reply, then don't reply. Just wait. However, Cheng Huan knew that Dong Roland would definitely come tonight. This was what he knew about this girl. Next, he found paper and pen, and quickly wrote the lyrics and music of The Pillow Book, and waited patiently. Bite. Not long after, his WeChat rang again. Cheng Huan thought that Dong Roland had changed her mind. When he picked it up, he saw it was a message from Camilla, asking him if he had slept. Cheng Huan did not reply. This girl is looking for him, it's no good. Chapter 77. You haven't let her go. More than 10 minutes later, Dong Roland arrived as expected. When he saw her, Cheng Huan grinned. Dong Roland pouted and said unhappily, is it so funny? Seeing Cheng Huan smile, Dong Roland felt a little uneasy. She didn't know why she agreed to Cheng Huan. And it comes with a clean and fragrant face. Cheng Huan nodded and said, it's my honor to appreciate your dancing. I have to laugh heartily. Although I don't think about it day and night. But I also pondered it for a long time. Now, we are about to see it. Dong Roland rolled her eyes at Cheng Huan fiercely and said, why do I feel like you're not a good person? Who said that? Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, there is no one better than me in this world. Dong Roland asked sharply, would a good person let me dance like this in the middle of the night? Cheng Huan laughed and said, this is called art. It will be more colorful only when you watch it in the middle of the night. When I die in the future, my eyes will definitely be tightly closed. Look at the use of this little word. One set after another. Taking advantage is called art. This mouth can kill people. Dong Roland said, I will be reserved later, don't think you can see everything. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan curled his lips and said, what's the point? I thought I'd watch the whole set. Now, people want to keep it. Then why bother watching? You might as well search for swimsuits on Bilibili. Dong Roland bit her lip with hatred and said, don't push your luck. I can change my mind at any time. Okay, whatever you want. Cheng Huan's face twitched and then he became obedient. 4 years. He knows this girl too well. He is a man of his word. If I leave now, I'm afraid it will be a long time before I can see it again. You have to coax her here. Soon, Dong Roland jumped up. The body was soft, like a snake.
Half covered, it is particularly charming. Cheng Huan almost had a nosebleed when he saw this.
I want to pounce on him even more. What to do?
The will is there, but the strength is not enough.
Bang! Not long after, Dong Wolin used the splits as the ending move, completing this epic dance. Okay. Cheng Huan shouted and clapped hard.
In fact, he also wanted to say that you have a great figure.
But I didn't dare say it out loud. Afraid of being beaten.
It can only be summed up in one word: good.
Big fool. Seeing Cheng Huan like this, Dong Wolin was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
After tidying up her clothes, she walked over to Cheng Huan. Then he stretched out his little hand and said, "Now that you have finished reading, give me the lyrics quickly." Cheng Huan nodded and handed the lyrics he had written in advance to Dong Wolin. Then, he asked with a playful smile, "Dong Wolin, can you dance for me again in the future?"
You wish. Dong Wolin glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, "This is the only time. It will never happen again."
As she spoke, she bit her red lips again and said, "You'd better forget what you just saw."
Cheng Huan curled his lips in disappointment and muttered quietly, "Why would I forget?"
Not only could he not forget it, it was also deeply engraved in his mind.
First time watching it in my life. Very memorable. Dong Wolin said coquettishly, "Because this is not something you should see." Cheng Huan asked casually, "Then why do you still dance for me?" Dong Wolin was speechless after being asked. Why? The answer is obvious. If she didn't like Cheng Huan in her heart, would she dance like this for him? He is so beautiful. Because I owe you.
Soon, Dong Wolin started to speak in a way that was inconsistent with her meaning.
That's all I can say.
In these 2 days, Cheng Huan helped her twice. In her heart, she was indeed very grateful.
Wrong. Cheng Huan laughed and shook his head, "Because you like me." He still told Dong Wolin the secret. A straight man of steel. You have to embarrass others. You are so narcissistic. Dong Wolin looked at Cheng Huan with complicated eyes. He refused to admit it. Some things. It's meaningless if you say it out loud. Swish. Cheng Huan stretched out his hand and pulled Dong Wolin to his side. Cheng Huan, don't.
Before she could finish her words, her mouth was sealed.
A struggle. Dong Wolin became obedient. After a moment,
all considerations and reserve were thrown out of the window by her. He embraced Cheng Huan passionately.
Let this guy peel her off piece by piece. Girls are stupid like that. As long as they like, they can devote everything without regard for the consequences.
This proves the saying, "I don't ask for eternity, I just ask for having it once."
However, it is impossible for her to have it. Cheng Huan can't do it. He.
After making trouble for a while, Cheng Huan gave Dong Wolin a silly smile.
Bring it on.
Dong Wolin encouraged Cheng Huan with a gentle look on her face, and also closed her eyes, waiting for the sacred moment to arrive.
However, Cheng Huan didn't move at all.
He said in a shocking tone, "Dong Wolin, be my girlfriend from now on.
I will love you forever." Youth and emotions that have nowhere to go are so willful. Dare to make promises to anyone. Dong Wolin almost dropped her jaw when she heard this.
She blinked her big eyes and looked at Cheng Huan for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, "I won't snatch you from Nanshi." If she could have snatched it, she would have done it long ago.
Why wait until today?
Cheng Huan's face darkened again, and he said, "I said it many times, there's no chance for her and I, it's really over."
Dong Wolin smiled bitterly and said, "Don't lie to me.
Don't think I can't see that you still love her in your heart."
He. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly twice. Dong Wolin was right.
He still loves Nanshi in his heart.
Love really can't be hidden. Why are you silent?
Seeing that Cheng Huan was speechless, Dong Wolin also asked.
She really wanted to hear Cheng Huan say no with absolute certainty.
But I don't want him to actually say such words. In short, it's very contradictory.
People just like to be contradictory like this. You're right, I still love her in my heart.
But I will replace her with another relationship. Cheng Huan said, acknowledging Dong Wolin's words.
Why are you torturing you and her like this? Dong Wolin asked in confusion. I don't know either. Cheng Huan shook his head gently. You shouldn't do this. Dong Wolin murmured. Why? He sighed softly. Who can understand the pain in my heart?
You should make peace with her.
Dong Roland said again. Impossible. Cheng Huan shook his head. Dong Roland said anxiously, why is this impossible? You two love each other, do you have to be so stubborn?
Cheng Huan said, this is not stubbornness, but we have all changed.
Especially me, I have understood what it means to let go, so that we can move forward better. No.
Dong Roland shook her head firmly, you haven't let her go at all in your heart. Hearing this, Cheng Huan also fell silent.
Chapter 78 Killing Without a Knife.
The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Each of them had their own thoughts.
You can go back. Not long after, Cheng Huan ordered Dong Roland to leave.
Hearing this, Dong Roland really wanted to bite Cheng Huan to death.
After being harmed like this, you just don't care? Silly, I'm leaving.
After a while, Dong Roland put her clothes on again and left with mixed feelings.
Next, Cheng Huan lay on the bedboard.
In order to relieve some of the depression in his heart, he started thinking about the lottery again.
After buying Chateau Conti last night, there are still 4 items left in the system mall.
They are the super aircraft, Qatar's 100 oil wells, the super investment card, and the Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group.
He now still has 4.9 billion in wealth points. My hand was itching again. I really want to be an oil tycoon.
System, give me 10 consecutive draws, I want to be a crude oil tycoon.
Cheng Huan gave some instructions to the system. Ding, 1 billion godly rich points will be deducted, and the lottery will begin. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
Soon, the words thank you for your patronage rang in my mind 10 times in a row. Now, he has become accustomed to hearing such voices of thanks for patronage. After all, he knew that these products were not so easy to smoke.
10 more draws.
Cheng Huan was not discouraged.
Make persistent efforts. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 10 billion in godly rich value. Finally, after 3 thanks for his patronage, he got a wonderful hint. Upon hearing that he had won 10 billion in rich points, Cheng Huan became excited again.
This is more cost.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 billion in godly rich value. Not long after, he heard that wonderful prompt sound again. This time, I made a lot of money from the 10 consecutive draws.
However, Cheng Huan also knew. I am happy now, and I will make a list later. Unless he stops smoking now. But those 100 oil wells are waving at him, can he stop? No way. Continue. Next.
The second 10 pull series, all to thank you for your patronage.
The third time of 10 consecutive draws, 500 million rich points were drawn.
The fourth time I drew 10 times in a row, all of them were thanks for your patronage. In the fifth round of 10 draws, he drew the super investment card. He looked at the contents of the investment card and was almost shocked. It actually shows that the price of 100 million barrels of WTI crude oil futures in the United States in June will drop from $18 per barrel to $40 per barrel after the market opens on the 24th. As soon as he saw this sentence, Cheng Huan was a little dumbfounded.
Although he didn't study finance. But at least common sense is understood. Doesn't this mean that the seller has to pay $40 for every barrel of crude oil he sells? What is this operation? System, why are there negative prices for crude oil futures? Are those crude oil dealers crazy?
This incident really made Cheng Huan dumbfounded.
There is no such thing as free lunch. How could there be free crude oil? If you lose $40 for every barrel of crude oil you sell in the future, then why did he spend so much of his rich points to pump these 100 oil wells? Isn't this just buying yourself a big puddle?
Ding, in fact, this is a big conspiracy set up by those short sellers to force a liquidation, and they want to reap the leaks of investors all over the world.
How do you mean? Cheng Huan asked curiously.
He had never studied finance and had no exposure to it, so he was a little confused. Ding, the negative oil price in the futures market this time was mainly due to special reasons leading to an oversupply of crude oil and a shortage of crude oil storage space, which resulted in a collective stampede. As the special reasons spread around the world, industries in various countries have stopped working, which means that the demand for crude oil is insufficient. Some institutions predict that the global demand for crude oil will decrease by 20 million barrels per day in June.
Crude oil is in oversupply and prices are falling. As oil prices fell, the happiest countries were the industrial countries that were short of crude oil.
So countries drove their tankers to grab oil happily, and soon almost all the oil storage tanks were filled. There were still 250 million barrels of crude oil floating on the sea. At the same time, they also discovered a problem: the crude oil could not be consumed, and the daily storage fee was an astronomical figure. And this crude oil cannot be poured into the river or burned like milk, because the government will fine it to bankruptcy if it pollutes the environment. Faced with cost pressure, producers can only continue to sell crude oil at low prices to reduce inventory. But those speculators forget that futures have a physical delivery date. The June WTI crude oil futures delivery date is May 25, U.S. time. If speculators fail to sell their contracts in time, they will actually receive several barrels of crude oil. Those speculators wanted to make a profit from the price difference, and had no intention of actually buying these crude oil futures, let alone having no place to store them. Even if we find a place to store the oil and wait for oil prices to rise, the current storage and logistics costs are astronomical. As the delivery date approaches, the oil price in the market begins to fall precipitously. Those short sellers watch as the longs holding futures contracts begin to compete to sell at a lower price. In the end, the bulls had to give away the oil for free and even pay money to close their positions. This is how the negative oil price came into being.
Wow!
After listening to the system's explanation, Cheng Huan almost popped his eyes out of his mouth.
Damn it! This wave of forced liquidation operation is really awesome. No wonder people say that capitalists are the evil executioners.
I wonder how many people will lose everything and commit suicide by jumping off buildings after this move.
It's like killing someone without a knife. 10 more draws. Cheng Huan ordered to continue the lottery. Since it is a special case, he still wants to be an oil boss. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 51% of the shares of Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group.
All procedures have been registered.
After the system rang 8 times in a row to thank him for his patronage, it reminded him again that he had won the grand prize.
Yo-hoo!
When Cheng Huan heard that it was this prize, he was so excited that he shouted out loud.
This is an industry worth 55 billion yuan.
This time, I will definitely make a lot of money from the 10 consecutive draws.
More importantly, there are now 2 items left in the system mall.
This increases the chances of pumping oil wells a lot.
It seems that I am about to become rich. Hey! Oil boss.
That's a status 100 times more awesome than a coal boss.
However, in the next draw, he was dumbfounded because he didn't even get a hair.
He spent all the 15 billion rich points he had just acquired. System, mortgage 51% of the shares of Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group.
I want to continue the lottery.
At this moment, Cheng Huan got angry.
He just doesn't believe that these 55 billion worth of wealth will be wasted. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Chapter 79. Born as a Chinese, died as a Chinese ghost.
Sometimes, it is impossible not to believe in evil. With this 55 billion worth of wealth, he really didn't get anything. The current situation is just as Cheng Huan had expected. Don't look at the favor you gave me before, I'm starting to make a list now. All the rich points on me are gone. System, exchange for 1 billion godly rich points, and continue with 10 consecutive draws. Cheng Huan started to use his bank deposits again.
Now, he is going to fight. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage.
Ding, congratulations to the host for his great luck in winning the supreme prize, 300 billion in wealth value. When I drew the lottery for the 6th time, the grand prize finally came out.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
When you are surprised, be sure to shout out 3 times in a row. This helps slow down your heart rate.
300 billion in wealth value is equal to 300 billion renminbi.
This amount of money will definitely allow Cheng Huan to rank among the top 10 richest people in China. Of course, this does not include the invisible rich people.
Once their money is made public, it will be absolutely terrifying. The asset size starts at least 1 trillion. The rich people on the list are always on the surface. A real rich man. Don't play these boring rankings at all.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 billion in godly rich value. When he drew the lottery for the 10th time, he won again.
System, by the oil wells, I want to be a crude oil tycoon.
Calm down your excitement, Chang Huan instructed.
I fear neither heaven nor earth. Look at the world with great ambition. I offer crude oil to my motherland.
The motherland has crude oil.
My heart was filled with joy.
The 99-year mining rights for 100 Ding Qatar oil wells have been purchased, and all registration procedures have been completed. After seeing that there was only one super plane left in the system mall, Chang Huan asked, "System, is this super plane big? A plane worth 5 billion is not too small, right?" The model of this super aircraft is the C-969 medium-sized wide-body passenger aircraft manufactured by China, which is only equivalent to the size of a Boeing 747-400.
Bought it for me.
After listening to it, Chang Huan didn't hesitate and bought it directly.
As a wealthy man, how can you not have your own private jet? Moreover, he felt that the big plane sent by the system was definitely not simple. After all, the big Hongqi S-18 is an example. It's so cool that I have no friends.
He was so scared that he didn't even dare to take it out and open it.
At this point, the mall is completely sold out. If you want to participate in the lottery again, you will have to wait until next month.
Ding, the super aircraft has been purchased successfully and has been entrusted to Jingang Business Jet Company. The aircraft code is Chang Huan number 1.
Will there be a number 2, 3, and 4 in the future? Hearing this, Chang Huan asked. It sounds like it.
Of course, as the richest man in the future, how could he only have one plane?
I'd like to hear what you say. Chang Huan laughed.
Ding suggests the host to redeem the shares of the European Viva Model Agency and the Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group.
Then redeem it.
After hearing the system's suggestion, Chang Huan did not object. Anyway, he has too much wealth to spend now. It would be better to redeem all these properties. After all, they are all registered. Ding, after deducting 83 billion of godly rich value, all the shares of Viva Model Agency and Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group have been redeemed. Ding, the contact information of Cattle Shanhao Oil and Gas Company, Business Jet Management Company, Viva Model Agency, and Monaco Seaside Resort Hotel Group has been sent to the host's mobile phone.
You can contact them at any time. System, how did you acquire the shares of these companies?
From what I've heard, these companies are not easy to buy, and they're so cheap.
Moreover, it was bought by a Chinese like me. Chang Huan has been wondering these 2 days.
Take Chanel and Chateau Conti for example. These are companies that are difficult to buy no matter how much money others offer.
Even if shareholders want to sell, local regulators will not allow these companies to be controlled by foreigners. And these can be easily handled by the system. This is a bit confusing. Ding, this system can give them a price they can't refuse.
The prices these companies sell to the host do not represent the prices at which the system acquires them. To be exact, the host is now a native of Nangang, China, and all his certificates have been stored in the system's warehouse.
Wow, are you sending me to immigrate?
After hearing this, Chang Huan exclaimed in surprise.
As a person born in the 1990s, he absolutely does not have any westernized ideas.
Definitely the kind who was a Chinese in life and a Chinese ghost in death.
I deeply love this land. Immigration touched his bottom line.
Ding, when this system is bound to the host, the procedures for obtaining permanent residency in Nangang have been completed by default. The purpose of doing this is to allow the host to smoothly acquire companies around the world and freely transfer large amounts of currency.
Host, please do not worry too much about this matter, because Nangang is also Chinese territory. Even if you obtain permanent residency in Nangang, you are still a part of China.
Moreover, according to the relevant regulations of China, even if you immigrate to Nangang, as long as you do not apply for a home return permit, your various identities in China will not be eliminated. You can freely enter and exit Nangang with a Hong Kong and Macau pass, and travel around the world with a Nangang passport. Once the host's power has accumulated to a certain level, he can transfer his identity back at will.
It's a simple matter.
According to relevant regulations, even if you have obtained Nangang permanent identity and a Nangang passport, you are not required to cancel your household registration in the mainland.
As long as the household registration is still there, the mainland ID card will remain valid.
However, one thing needs to be noted: if you do not cancel your household registration in the mainland, you will not be able to apply for a home return permit.
The home return permit is a travel document for residents of Nangang and Nanao to travel to the mainland.
Under current regulations, residents of the two places must use a home return permit to enter and exit the mainland, and cannot use the special administrative region passport or identity card. Therefore, if you do not have a home return permit, you will still need to use the Hong Kong and Macau pass from the mainland to enter and exit Nangang. As for the Nangang ID card and passport you obtain, you can use them when you leave Nangang to go to other countries. After all, the Nangang passport has visa-free access to more countries, and can travel quickly and easily to 167 countries and regions in the world, which is absolutely convenient.
Moreover, Nangang is an international financial center.
The assets owned by Nangang residents can be freely remitted in and out and can be freely exchanged for currencies of various countries. There are no foreign exchange controls and no impact from policies such as purchase restrictions. Residents can freely dispose of their wealth according to their own ideas. Residents are not required to pay income tax on profits earned from securities, real estate, and financial foreign exchange product activities. Global other countries' income does not need to be taxed in Hong Kong, there is no inheritance tax, and inheritance does not need to be taxed in Nangang.
You have a point. Chung Huan thought about it and felt that this was true. Nangang's policies are indeed very suitable for some capital operations. Some well-known domestic entrepreneurs have already done so. Chapter 80. The system will travel through time. Ding. It is recommended that the host use the super investment card now, convert the remaining godly value into $10 billion as a margin, rent a 1 million barrel oil storage tank in Cushing, USA, and purchase 300,000 June WTI crude oil futures orders. Isn't there only 100 million barrels? Where did the 300,000 lots come from? Cheng Huan asked in surprise.
Crude oil futures contracts only have 1,000 barrels per lot.
These 300,000 lots are equivalent to 300 million barrels. Where did the other 200 million barrels come from? Appearing out of thin air.
Ding. The remaining 200,000 futures contracts are all fictitious speculative positions set up by some large fund companies, also known as paper crude oil.
Hearing this, Chung Huan understood.
2 days later, this 200,000 lot speculative position suffered a loss of $11.6 billion.
Hey. This is called stealing a chicken but losing the rice. You are so shameless that you want to cut other people's leeks. Now, I will dig up the roots of your leeks. Soon, he secretly responded, then do as you say, use the super investment card.
Ding's super investment card has been used to exchange $10 billion and lease a 1 million barrel oil storage tank.
300,000 futures orders will be automatically purchased at the New York Crude Oil Futures Exchange on Monday.
System, you only leased 1 million barrels of crude oil storage tanks.
Is that enough?
At this moment, Chung Huan asked with some concern.
This won't fit. Then I will be punished to death. $100 a barrel. 100 million barrels is $10 billion. Don't let the situation turn out that you don't dig out the leek roots of those capitalists, but end up being chopped into leek stuffing by them. Ding. The storage space of this system is multi-dimensional and can easily store 10 billion tons of crude oil. The host rented this 1 million barrel oil tank just to cover up the truth. Understood. Cheng Huan responded with a smile. This system is really amazing. Awesome class. Next, he just waited for dollars to fall from the sky. You see, at the time of delivery, Chung Huan not only got 100 million barrels of crude oil for free. Moreover, they can get a subsidy of $58 per barrel from those short sellers. Add to that the profits from the 200,000 paper crude oil futures contracts. This time, he will definitely make a fortune. At least more than $17 billion. This is like picking up money for free. This super investment card is really awesome. Those capitalists who were bullish may not have thought that there would be someone in the world who could take over these 100 million barrels of crude oil. I guess I fainted in the toilet crying. At this moment, Chung Huan felt really happy. Before I knew it, I had made so much money. What does it mean to get rich overnight? That's it. Rich as hell. Actually, he is numb now. Even if you make $1 trillion, you will just smile. To him, no matter how much money he makes, it's just a set of numbers. It's of no use at all. Even if he spent as much as he could, he didn't know how many lifetimes it would take to finish it all. Since you can't spend it all yourself, just donate it to charity. After all, there are still many areas in China that are relatively backward. As good sons and daughters of China, we must help the country share some of its responsibilities. Anyway, all this money is harvested from the hands of capitalists. Just when Cheng Huan was feeling happy, he suddenly remembered what the system had just said: its space is multi-dimensional, not three-dimensional. Could it be that the system can travel through time and space?
Generally speaking, the concept of space refers to the three-dimensional space composed of length, width, and height. And time itself also has some characteristics of dimension.
For example, a timeline can connect countless three-dimensional spaces.
Therefore, we can think of ourselves as living in a 3 plus 1 dimensional spacetime 4-dimensional space.
But time is very different from length, width, and height. For example, the units of time are different from the units of length. So, this is not a true multidimensional space.
Since photons can only propagate in 3-dimensional space, the human eye cannot see other possible dimensions, which makes it very difficult for people to explore multi-dimensional space. However, many scientists have proposed various theories about multi-dimensional space. In the theory of parallel universes, since there are countless three-dimensional universes, these universes cannot be connected by length, width, height, or time, but can only be connected by another dimension. Therefore, the parallel universe itself is at least a 4 plus 1 dimensional spacetime 5-dimensional space.
Some scientists believe that by entering a black hole, one can see mysterious multi-dimensional geometric bodies. This system is really amazing.
He thought of his own supercar, which was clearly beyond current technology. Suddenly, Chang Huan understood something.
He quickly asked the system, can you travel through time and space? Yes. The system did not hide it and directly admitted it. Damn it! After hearing the answer, Chang Huan was completely shocked. He was right.
If this could travel through time and space, it would be extremely awesome.
It's definitely a young cow, it's an old cow. When can you take me to travel through time and space? I want to go back to ancient times. Chang Huan asked excitedly.
Scientists believe that if enough dark energy is collected, spacetime can be curled up to form a region of negative curvature, so that a shortcut appears between two distant places.
It's like a piece of paper, folded in half and poked a hole.
Through this shortcut, space transfer can be achieved. Without sufficient dark energy protection, no life can travel through time and space, which will cause it to die directly during the time and space travel.
Can you collect enough dark energy? Chang Huan asked.
In order to collect enough dark energy for the host to travel back in time, a huge amount of godly points is needed. Basically, to travel back to 1 minute ago, 100 million godly points are needed.
All right.
Upon hearing this, Chang Huan quickly gave up the idea.
This time travel is too expensive. Can't afford to play.
Then, Chang Huan also looked at the system panel and saw that the rich value on it was only 800 million, which was pitifully small.
He now feels that the money in his super rich account is much more attractive than the money in his bank account. System, why don't you issue the task? The godly rich value is gone. Chang Huan asked. Only by completing tasks can you obtain the godly rich value stably.
But a whole day has passed and the system has not issued a single task.
He tasted the sweetness.
System tasks will only be triggered under certain circumstances, and the prizes may not necessarily be super rich points, but may also be other items.
I understand. Chang Huan responded. Bite.
At this time, his cell phone rang again. When I opened it, it turned out to be another message from that foreign girl Camilla.
Chang Huan used software to translate it and saw that what she wrote was, Huan, are you asleep?
After seeing this message, Chang Huan pondered for a long time.
I really don't understand what this foreign girl means. Finally, he replied, still asleep, what do you want to do? Camilla, I'm jet-lagged and can't sleep. Chang Huan, you don't want me to chat with you until dawn? Camilla, yes, I want to talk to you, can I? Oh my god, he wants to come and chat with me in the middle of the night. Is this just to chat with him? 100% wanted to tease him. Confirmed. Chapter 81. Click on the part you don't understand.
After guessing Camilla's purpose, Chang Huan replied, sorry, I really need to go to bed, you should find someone else to chat with.
This is pure evasion.
The excitement from watching the dance just now hasn't worn off yet, so I'm going to sleep like hell. Even so, he didn't dare let women come again. Especially Camilla, this extremely enthusiastic foreign girl. He had no doubt that this foreign girl would eat him up without even spitting out the bones.
Must be on guard at all times.
After seeing Chang Huan's refusal, Camilla replied without getting discouraged, I have good news to tell you, do you want to hear it?
Chang Huan, just say what you want to say. I really need to go to bed. Camilla, I put the videos of you singing those 3 English songs on YouTube. Now there are tens of thousands of likes and thousands of reposts.
As soon as he saw the message, Cheng Huan wanted to turn off his phone.
Can this be considered good news?
His ability is at the level of a singing king. It would be a surprise if it doesn't become popular. Just when Cheng Huan was about to lose his temper, Camilla sent another message. A few of my best friends told me that they have been moved by your singing and want to come to China to see you and become good friends with you.
Will you welcome them?
I saw that the translation of this chat was they.
Cheng Huan knew that the friends Camilla was talking about must be women. What? Are you planning to organize a group to come to China and serve as your furnace? He asked in surprise. Who are they?
Camilla, it's Larissa, Josephine, Esther, Lindsay, Nastia, and Dewereb.
When Cheng Huan saw the names of these 6 women, he didn't recognize any of them. He asked, what do these people do?
Camilla, like me, they are all world-famous supermodels. Seeing this girl bragging about herself, Cheng Huan smiled. But she was not wrong.
Camilla's fame is truly known around the world. Models who are famous all over the world have to have outstanding figures and looks.
When walking as a cat, you must also bring the wind.
Always show the aura of I am the queen.
In short, just act as high as you can.
Cheng Huan continued to ask, are they as pretty as you?
Camilla was once selected as one of the 100 most beautiful faces in the world.
She is indeed so beautiful that it is fascinating. Camilla, of course. Do you want to see videos of their shows? I have a lot of them here.
I can show them to you slowly. Cheng Huan originally thought that only Chinese girls like to act coquettishly and annoy others. I didn't expect that girls abroad are the same.
This is obviously a pretext for him to watch videos with me in order to sleep with me.
If he wasn't sick, he really wouldn't be able to control himself and let Camilla come.
After all, he's not some saintly bitch. Moreover, it is an urgent need. Which man can resist the temptation of a beautiful woman? But he can't. Even if you can overcome the psychological barrier.
I can't overcome the pathology either.
He can't be tough.
After hesitating for a moment, he replied, no, I'll take a look when I have time.
Camilla, Huan baby, I think you will be very happy after reading this, please believe me. Damn it. This is called baby. Are you serious? However, no matter how serious you are, I dare not let you come.
My brother's life is even more miserable than that of my 6th brother who explored the Qingshui River.
Do you know what the will is there but the strength is not, and I want to do it but cannot means? Once you come, won't that mean iodine and aluminum are put together? As soon as you release a little bit of water, it will catch fire. A fire that can never be extinguished.
In order to prevent a fire, Cheng Huan still replied with pain, Camilla baby, I am willing to believe you, but I really need to go to bed now. After a while, Camilla replied, baby, please chat with me for a while.
Depend on. This time it was too elliptical.
Just remove the word Huan and it becomes baby directly.
However, it seems that Europeans and Americans are also straightforward. There is no such subtlety as the Chinese people. Besides, baby is not a particularly ambiguous name. This kind of address is very common in European and American life. Cheng Huan was really at a loss as to what to do after being annoyed by Camilla. He replied in a submissive tone, baby, I really want to sleep, can you stop making trouble?
If you don't listen to me again, don't blame me for spanking your little butt. The translation software doesn't know how to translate Cheng Huan's words.
In short, the tone is definitely wrong. Soon, Camilla replied, okay, I'll go and let you spank my little butt now, okay? Cheng Huan? What's going on? Is this really coming? Mock up. Don't think that I really don't dare to spank your little butt.
I'm so brave now that I even dare to touch Tiger's butt.
What more do you want? Ding, trigger the mission. Persuade Camilla to sign a contract with Viva Model Agency.
As long as Camilla agrees, the task is completed and the host will receive a Language King card as a reward.
Just when Cheng Huan was secretly getting angry. The system has issued a task.
Hearing this, he was a little stunned. I didn't expect the system could issue such a task.
Persuade? How to persuade? Do I have to serve the wolf myself? Cheng Huan suddenly had a bad feeling. This is the mission that the system deliberately wants Camilla to bring harm to itself. He came back to his senses and asked the system, what is this Yuan card?
Ding. Using the Language King card, the host can master 9 languages at the same time: English, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Spanish, Arabic, Russian, and Portuguese.
So easy. Wow. Wouldn't I become a BBK learning machine in the future, clicking wherever I don't understand? But what is the point of learning these languages? Do you want to be a translator?
He just wants the King of Medicine card now. I want to cure my computer crash problem as soon as possible.
I don't want to continue to be a no man. This is so fucking painful. Soon, Cheng Huan questioned the system. System, why don't you give me the King of Medicine card? Can't you feel that I'm about to collapse now?
He was right, he was really about to collapse.
When he was causing trouble for Dong Roland before, he really wanted to die after having enough fun.
However, the cruel reality forced him to give up. Even if others encouraged him, there was nothing he could do.
It's so fucking sad.
Ding. Although this system can sense the host's mood, these prizes have been preset long ago, and this system really cannot change them.
Wipe.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan cursed in frustration.
Now that the task has been triggered, it must be completed. Otherwise, the value of these hundreds of billions of rich people would be reduced by 1/10. It hurts.
So, with tears in his eyes, he sent Camilla the password for the special elevator.
If this foreign girl comes, it will definitely be bad news. But even if nothing good happens, he has to admit it too.
Now, he has been completely controlled by this system.
Chapter 82, The Incorrigible Ben Borba.
While waiting, he also took out his Nangang passport, permanent residence permit, Hong Kong and Macau pass and other documents from the warehouse and looked at them.
I have to say, the system is really comprehensive for him. Even a driver's license. Not a single one is left out. After this, traveling abroad will be much more convenient. But you have to go from Hong Kong.
After looking at the information on my permanent residence permit, I found that my address was written as 99 Pak Keat Road, Repulse Bay, Nangang.
Seeing this, Cheng Huan secretly asked the system, System, is 99 Pak Ka Road, Repulse Bay my home in Nangang? Ding. Yes. Cheng Huan asked again, is the house there as big as the villa I have in Jingang?
The host's home in Nangang covers an area of 8 acres and is currently the most expensive villa in Nangang, with a value of over 10 billion.
Wipe.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan exclaimed in surprise.
Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
After being excited for a while, Cheng Huan complained.
System. This host is really hard to serve.
At this time, Cheng Huan's cell phone rang. It was a message from Sophia, informing her that she had arrived home. After chatting for a few sentences on WeChat, the two said goodnight to each other. Soon after, Camilla arrived.
Good job.
This girl came here wearing the long pajamas you see in hotels. When he walked, his body swayed in front of him, and it was obvious that he was naked.
Isn't this too direct? But it doesn't seem to be a big deal. This is often the case when they are walking on the runway. I don't care at all. Darling. As soon as they met, Camilla changed her name again. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Huan got goosebumps all over his body.
This title also implies cautious and gradual progress. It seems that this girl must have studied the art of war.
Come, let me teach you a lesson first. Cheng Huan hooked his finger at her without any hesitation. Why be so polite at this time? Is it useful? Let us vent our anger first. Boom. Next second. Camilla pounced on Cheng Huan and lay down beside him.
Darling, please be gentle, I'm afraid of the pain, Camilla said to Cheng Huan with a charming look on her face.
However, Cheng Huan didn't understand what she said. Even if I understand, I won't be merciful. He just wanted to teach Camilla a lesson. Let you come and hook up with me in the middle of the night. Bang!
The big hand fell mercilessly on the snow-white peach t-shirt.
Very chewy. Ah! The cry was so painful that it made my bones break. Bang! Ah!
If Camilla's fans saw this scene, they could probably join forces to chop Cheng Huan into thin air.
Damn it! This is our goddess. How could you be so cruel as to fight me? After a few hits, Cheng Huan really couldn't go on. Camilla's voice. Fragrant and soft. Sweet and crispy. Crunchy. Cheng Huan's body and mind trembled as he heard this. Boom!
Just when Cheng Huan stopped, Camilla stood up and knocked Cheng Huan to the ground.
Climb on the horse. Wow.
Cheng Huan was about to speak. His mouth was also sealed. This foreign girl is completely different from Chinese girls.
It's so fierce. So proactive.
Even Sui Tang, who has a carefree personality, is inferior to her. Soon, Cheng Huan became a fish on the chopping board, allowing Camilla to chop him hard with the knife.
The situation of the two was just like that of him and Sophia in the car in the afternoon. I couldn't be more honest.
And Cheng Huan didn't even have the strength to resist.
My whole body feels numb. Just like Wang Yuxuan's state after being bitten by him. I listened to it. But it's a dead listen. Stop.
Just when Camilla was about to turn on the power forcefully, Cheng Huan used up his last bit of strength to call for an emergency stop.
All down.
It must not be forced to run.
Easy to explode. Darling, why did you say stop? Camilla asked in surprise.
Cheng Huan said, I'm not ready yet.
What do you mean not ready yet?
He just couldn't prepare.
What is the greatest pain in life?
Let us take a look at Cheng Huan's current predicament. Typical of rising but not being strong.
It's just a fancy stand.
It looks good but is not practical.
He now wanted to take out his gun and shoot the evil kidnapper. This is fucking bullshit. It really does a lot of harm to people.
If Ji Shirshi knew his current situation, he would definitely burst out laughing.
This effect is exactly what he wanted.
His curse really worked. Cheng Huan's right to mate was deprived.
It's a pity that he wasn't the one who beat me. But I was scared by someone. Does this require preparation? Camilla had a question mark on her face. Are Chinese men different from French men?
It was the first time she heard that preparation was required to get things done.
Certainly. Cheng Huan nodded and said, don't you think this is a very sacred thing? That's right.
Camilla nodded, and said as she stroked Cheng Huan's body with one hand, darling, your muscles are so strong.
Because Cheng Huan was an athlete. Plus systematic marrow cleansing. This body of muscles is indeed well proportioned and beautiful. Camilla, which modeling agency are you affiliated with now?
Cheng Huan quickly took her hand away and asked about the business.
Once the task is completed, you can kick her off the bed at any time. Your grandma's. Almost broke through. Camilla pouted with a disappointed look on her face and said, I am a contracted model of IMG Model Agency in the United States. Just now, it was just a little bit short. What a pity.
However, she will not be discouraged. The old cat is lying on the salted fish, so I don't believe that Cheng Huan can resist the smell of fish.
After hearing Camilla's words, Cheng Huan didn't know what size company this was. I'm too lazy to know. Then he asked directly, do you know the French Viva Model Agency? Camilla nodded to Cheng Huan, this company is very famous in France. Although there are not many people, the models signed by them are all world-class supermodels. Cheng Huan smiled and said, this is my company. You will sign a contract with this company in the future, right? OMG.
Camilla made the sign of the cross in front of her in surprise.
This guy can always give her a surprise.
After a moment, she pouted and said, the penalty for changing jobs is very high.
I need to pay 20 million euros to IMG Model Agency. Cheng Huan said nonchalantly, that's not a problem. I can ask Viva Model Agency to pay for it. Camilla nodded with a smile and said, that's fine with me too. I'm happy to help you.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The language card has been issued.
It is recommended to use it immediately.
After a moment, a system prompt sounded in Cheng Huan's mind.
Use. The next second, 9 languages flooded into his mind.
Just when Cheng Huan started to install the computer and was completely distracted, Camilla started to trouble him again.
Ben Borba is really unlucky. Repeatedly abused by Camilla. But Ben Borba is quite a man of character. Just don't let Camilla succeed.
No matter how many times you abuse me, I will never stand with you.
And Camilla is also a pretty stubborn girl. She used all her skills to force her way into the queue. Mock up. You don't come out to patrol the mountains. Then I will let the mountain patrol you. I don't believe I can't deal with you. Chapter 83 Balabala the Fairies. Arator.
When Cheng Huan came to his senses after finishing the installation, he felt something was wrong and quickly called for a stop in French.
Good job. This is a fatal move. Keep tinkering with it. They are all accurately positioned. If it is firmer, it will definitely slip.
Soon, Chunghwan pulled Camilla down and said in French, "Camilla, I told you I'm not ready, you can't do this."
Camilla and Dong Roland are different.
After all, the time they had been together was too short.
He doesn't understand this foreign girl at all.
This made him feel somewhat resistant.
You can speak French?
Camilla was surprised when she heard Chenghuan's words. This French taste has the flavor of Paris.
Absolutely authentic. Yes, I can say a little. Chenghuan nodded. How can he say anything? Simply masterful.
Oh, great.
Camilla cried out in delight. Chenghuan? I just speak a little French. Are you so excited? Camilla, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Chenghuan suddenly wanted to know the answer to this question and blurted it out.
Camilla nodded honestly to Chenghuan. I have had one, but we have only hugged and kissed, and have never had sex.
You are my first man.
Chenghuan was slightly surprised to hear Camilla's words.
Don't domestic media always say that Europeans and Americans are very open-minded?
It is probably rare to see someone of her age who has no experience in flash warfare. Stop it, nothing happened between us. At the moment, he didn't dare to admit it.
If I get entangled with this girl, I really won't be able to get away. Besides, nothing really happened between the two of them. You are. Camilla looked unwilling and pouted at Chenghuan. Not to mention, this foreign girl looks pretty even when she pouts.
Seeing her unwilling look, Chenghuan wanted to laugh out loud.
You little brat, you still want to rely on me? No way. Darling, what are you laughing at? Camilla frowned and looked at Chenghuan and asked. Nothing.
Chenghuan shook his head, but he didn't dare to tell him what was in his mind.
He said, aren't you going to introduce Larissa and the others to me? Hurry up and play their videos for me.
In desperation, Chenghuan had to find an excuse to distract Camilla.
Otherwise, he really didn't know how to deal with this foreign girl.
After watching the video, I will chase her away immediately.
Okay.
Camilla took out her mobile phone and started playing some videos of girls walking on the runway for Chenghuan.
As the two watched, Camilla introduced the girls in the video to Chenghuan one by one.
This is Larissa, Brazilian, 20 years old. This is Josephine, German, 20 years old. This is Esther, also German, 21 years old. This is Nastia, from Russia, 19 years old. This is Lindsay, American, 21 years old. This is Dwereb, also French, 20 years old.
I have to say that these women all have angelic faces, devilish figures, and are heroic. Have a different kind of beauty.
Especially those long legs, which are simply flawless in beauty. After Chenghuan finished watching these people show videos, Camilla started playing the next video for him.
However, the footage in this video is somewhat eye-catching.
It was a picture of a dozen women swimming in a large swimming pool.
They were wearing so little that it was almost as if they were wearing nothing. However, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be a big deal in European and American countries.
Even when they walk on the runway, they are completely naked.
It is also common to take a vacuum photo. Their thinking is really different from that of Chinese people. I like to expose my beauty. In the summer, it is common to see women lying naked on the beach basking in the sun. They even brought this custom to their country.
Before, Chenghuan had seen many blonde foreign girls doing this on the beaches of some seaside resorts in Jingang.
Lying down in rows. It is definitely a beautiful landscape.
Then, Camilla continued to introduce to Chenghuan the girls who appeared in the video, whom Chenghuan didn't know yet. After the short video played for a while, the scene changed and we saw these people were really wearing nothing and swimming in the water like mermaids.
I'll go. Blah blah, little fairy. Ahem.
Seeing this, Chenghuan coughed twice. His face turned red.
My body felt even hotter.
Although his computer was down, his entire nervous system was still functioning.
Some reaction is normal.
Hearing Chenghuan's cough, Camilla looked at Chenghuan with a smile and asked, "How are they?
Are they all beautiful?"
As she spoke, Camilla's big brown eyes moved around, reminding Chenghuan of the Persian cat that his uncle kept. However, the deep eye sockets and long eyelashes do look good.
Kindness.
Chenghuan nodded honestly, they are all very beautiful. These beauties are really attractive to a bald man like him.
But even if that's the case, what can we do?
He never thought of finding a foreign girl as his girlfriend.
If it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't let Camilla upstairs tonight. But now things are different.
I have been completely ruined by this foreign girl.
It depends on yourself too. Actually, he really likes Camilla a little. Who wouldn't he want to marry a beautiful lady? He is just a vulgar person. He is a young man of flesh and blood. Still unmarried. It would be strange if I didn't have any ideas. But ideas are ideas. There is no way to put it into action. This is kind of fucked up. Camilla hugged Cheng Huanxiu and asked, "Darling, do you want to swim with them?" Think. Cheng Huan nodded with an evil smile on his face. If you can play in the water with these world-famous supermodels, I'm afraid even Musk doesn't have this privilege, right?
This old pervert has actually changed several girlfriends.
He's so damn lucky. I have to say that rich people in Europe and the United States know how to have fun.
Xian Zhongshu said, when older people fall in love, it is like an old house on fire, there is no hope of recovery.
This makes a lot of sense.
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Camilla said with a smile, tomorrow night, you can play in the water with Larissa, Josephine, Esther, Lindsay, Nastia, and the others.
I think you will feel wonderful at that time. After hearing Camilla's words, Cheng Huan asked in surprise, are they really coming to China?
Just now, Cheng Huan thought Camilla was joking with him. So, he cooperated without hesitation.
Who would have thought that these people would actually come? Could this be a conspiracy that Alan and Gilad have set up for themselves? As long as I indulge in this selfless happiness, I will no longer care about Chanel's management. They can do whatever they want in the company. Chapter 84, The Mouth-Sucking Project. Kindness.
Camilla nodded to Cheng Huan, our company hasn't had any shows recently, so everyone is on vacation, and we want to find a place to rest for a while.
It just so happens that everyone likes the scenery of China, and I am also here, so they decided to come to China for vacation. Cheng Huan stared at Camilla and asked, are you really coming to China for vacation because you like the scenery there? Cheng Huan believes that some foreigners really like China. But some foreigners say one thing and say another.
And these foreign girls definitely did not come to China for the beautiful scenery of China. Because they prefer to stay in the Mediterranean where the rich hang out, riding on luxury yachts and basking in the Mediterranean sunshine. The fact that so many people came to China this time must have something to do with me.
Real. Camilla nodded seriously. There was no panic in his eyes. Doesn't seem like a lie. Soon, Cheng Huan asked, tell me honestly, did you and Mullen Kate come to China to see me this time with someone else's instructions?
When Camilla heard Cheng Huan's question, she looked a little flustered.
Cheng Huan was not wrong. The reason why she came to China was indeed because of some instructions from Mullen Cat. Seeing Camilla's panicked look, Cheng Huan said sternly, don't lie to me.
Finally, Camilla had no choice but to nod her head and said, Mullen Kate wants me to have a good relationship with you so that she can keep her position as CEO of the Chanel Group.
Cheng Huan asked again, what benefit did she give you? If there is no benefit in this kind of thing, no one would believe it.
Camilla said, I can get an advertising contract for Chanel No. 5 perfume.
You know, this is the contract I've always wanted. If I get this contract, I can become a top supermodel. Hearing this, Cheng Huan laughed secretly. He was right. These people really have no good intentions. I want to give him a lip-smacking plan. I wonder if you have heard of the horrifying sticky mouth music plan?
As early as the end of September 1995, a high-end yet mysterious meeting was held at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco, USA. It is said to be high-end because it brings together more than 500 political elites and financial tycoons from all over the world. Among them are former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, US President John Smith, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, financial tycoon Ross, and super-rich Bill Gates. The gathering of more than 500 outstanding individuals is enough to rewrite the course of world history. So, what exactly did these most powerful, richest, and most intelligent bosses discuss? The content of this high-end yet mysterious meeting is kept highly confidential and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. It was not until the second year after the conference that two German journalists who attended the conference published part of its content in a book they co-authored called The Globalization Trap. According to the book, more than 500 elites from around the world believe that the global trend will eventually form a 20 hours 80 minutes society. The so-called 20 hours 80 minutes society, simply put, means that in global competition, only 20% of the winners will share all the benefits. The remaining 80% will become leaks.
In the era of globalization, we can only wait to be harvested one after another.
Obviously, the more than 500 elites who attended that conference were all 20% winners. They have an extraordinary sense of foresight and crisis awareness.
In order to prevent the 80% of the leaks from rebelling, the United States' first strategic master Brzezinski proposed a perfect solution. He believed that in order to quiet a crying baby, a saw mouth must be placed in the baby's mouth. Similarly, if you want to consume the vigorous momentum and restlessness of the 80% of leaks, you must put a mouthful in every restless person like appeasing a baby. That is, using a large number of entertainment games and other recreational content to immerse them, numb their minds, and eliminate their fighting spirit. This plan is called the Sticky Mouth Project. Brzezinski is worthy of being the #1 strategic master of the United States. He successfully predicted the disintegration of the S-Union in 1970. During his lifetime, he assisted 5 U.S. presidents and was the chief architect behind the collapse of the S-Union. He also has a domineering nickname, the man who smashed the Kremlin. One of the important means used by Brzezinski to disintegrate the SFSR was to broadcast radio programs to the SFSR to promote hedonism.
At the most, there were more than 60 radio stations broadcasting various programs to S-Union at the same time.
Although the S-Union has been constantly improving its jamming technology to block foreign television broadcasts.
However, because the content of American radio stations is extremely entertaining and very popular, it is difficult to stop it. Later, the propaganda agencies of the S-League were unable to prevent the cultural invasion of the United States. Gradually, the morale of the S-League was weakened, and it eventually collapsed. Brzezinski has extensive knowledge of China, and he is well versed in the Chinese theory of governing a large country like cooking a small fish. He always believed that the game between countries was like playing chess. The whole world is a huge chessboard, and most countries in the world are chess pieces, while some countries are chess players who manipulate the chess pieces. At the end of December 1991, after the disintegration of the S-Union, the United States became the world's only superpower. Just when Americans arrogantly believed that no one would be their opponent in the future, this old guy very forward-lookingly predicted that in 30 years, the only country qualified to become a chess player like the United States would be China. In the past 2 decades or so, many Chinese people have become addicted to various entertainment and leisure activities. The most serious of these is star chasing. Among these star chasers, some are almost pathological. They will vote, shout, cheer, etc. for their favorite idols. There are even some people who steal their parents' hard-earned money just to see their favorite idols in person. Actually, to be honest, chasing stars is just a personal hobby. But we should also be more rational. You can think about it. If many young people pay too much attention to entertainment gossip, or their idols, and are indifferent to current politics and people's livelihood, and are indifferent to areas such as science and technology and education, what will be the long-term consequences? Is the famous saying a strong youth means a strong country becoming more and more distant from us? Therefore, imperialism has never stopped its desire to destroy us. But in our great country, China, what kind of conspiracies and intrigues have we not seen? Chapter 85, No Martial Ethics. Soon, Camilla hugged Cheng Huan and said, "Darling, I found that I have fallen in love with you. I can abandon those goals. Wipe. This girl is really romantic. It's a pity that I'm not French like you. Don't give me that. Don't fall in love with me, it's easy to get hurt." Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and quickly advised her to give up the idea. He believes in love at first sight. But he didn't dare to accept this foreign girl. Cultural differences will cause many inconveniences. I don't even know if my parents will object. Why did you let me get hurt? Are you sadistic? Camilla asked in surprise. After hearing this, Cheng Huan was completely convinced by this foreign girl. I just didn't understand his euphemism. I actually thought of him as a person with sadistic tendencies. I'm really impressed. Cheng Huan looked at Camilla with deep eyes and explained, "Camilla, I won't find a foreign woman as my girlfriend. We can only be friends." Why? Camilla asked with a pout. Cheng Huan frowned and said, "Because my parents don't understand English. I care about their thoughts." Parents are always the people Cheng Huan cares about the most. When he looks for a girlfriend, he has to consider his parents' feelings. Camilla said stubbornly, "I can learn Chinese, and I will be able to speak it fluently by then." Then wait until you learn it. At this moment, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought to myself, you learn it. After 3 days, I had a headache.
Chinese is not that easy to learn. This language is so profound and extensive that it will exhaust you to death. Camilla asked, "Darling, where do your parents live?"
Cheng Huan said, "In a small town nearby."
Camilla then asked, "Why don't they live in this city?"
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned.
"You're asking this kind of question? Is it because of insufficient IQ?"
He had no choice but to explain, "They are not from Jinggang, so of course they won't live here."
After hearing this, Camilla asked again, "If I learn Chinese, will your parents really like me?" "I have no idea." Cheng Huan shook his head.
In fact, if his parents saw such a beautiful Camilla, they would definitely like her. But he could never give Camilla such a message.
She has to give up. Camilla looked at the ceiling and said, "I know my parents will like you very much. And my brother and sister will like you very much too. Oh my god, you have a lot of children in your family." Cheng Huan sighed. He is an only child. Moreover, most of his generation are. I can't imagine what it would be like to have several children in a family. Camilla said, "In France, many families have 3 children. Do you have any brothers or sisters?" "No." Cheng Huan shook his head.
A few years ago, when national policies were relaxed, he allowed his parents to have another child. However, both his parents were willing but unable to do anything. Of course, it's not that they can't raise them. But the pressure of raising a child is too great. His mother said that raising him was exhausting enough. If they raise another child, they will have to sell blood. Chinese people all pay attention to their children's education. This is where you spend the most money. Cheng Huan has been learning sports since he was a child. Cultural subjects are my weak point. So, I can only come to make up for the lessons. That's a lot of money. A one-on-one course costs 500 yuan per hour. It's like a fucking robbery. Moreover, the old couple also had to save money to buy him a house and get him married.
It's really too bitter. His mother always says, one does not know the kindness of parents until he has children. However, Cheng Huan is still relatively sensible. Never let down my parents' expectations. Finally, I was admitted to Jinggang University as I wished. How many children do you plan to have in the future? Camilla asked.
Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, "At least 5. He is now a permanent resident of Nangang and there is no quota limit.
Not to mention 5 children. Even 50 of them can be afforded." Soon, Camilla hugged him and said, "Darling, let's create a baby together. I am willing to give birth to many babies for you." Hearing Camilla's words, Cheng Huan almost burst out laughing and asked, "We've only known each other for a short while, and you're willing to have a baby for me?" This girl has a very smart mind. He really couldn't stand it. If she just wants to live with me, then that's fine. After all, he is now a truly tall, rich, and handsome man. Even if you look around the world, there aren't that many. Any woman with a normal mind would be attracted to him. But this girl actually wants to give birth to a baby for him. That's a bit too much. There are many schemes to get married with a baby. He couldn't fall in. Camilla seemed to not understand what Cheng Huan said, and said, "Romantic love does not need to be measured by time. I believe in love at first sight. I can also love you forever." At this moment, Cheng Huan was convinced. I am completely convinced. Helplessly, he had to change the subject and asked, "When can Josephine and the others come to China tomorrow?" Camilla said, "They told me that the ticket stated that it would arrive at Yanjing International Airport at 18:15 Yanjing time." "Darling, you have to send some people to protect them. Otherwise they will be followed and surrounded by some reporters and fans. After all, they are all very famous. When Mullenkate and I were heading to Shanghai, we were followed to Shanghai by some reporters from Paris. Fortunately, the people at Shanghai reception sent several bodyguards to stop those reporters for us." Hearing this, Cheng Huan rolled his eyes. It is really eye-catching to see a group of world-renowned supermodels coming to China together. Not only will it attract the pursuit of foreign journalists, but it will also lead to pursuit and interception by some domestic media and fans. After all, there are a lot of brain-dead people. I have to say, Camilla really finds something to do for him. At this moment, Cheng Huan said with some displeasure, "I didn't invite them to China, so why should I send people to protect them?" Camilla pouted and said, "Darling, they are all your devout fans now. They came to China to worship you. You can't treat your fans like this. Who says beautiful women have no brains? Look at who is passing the buck."
All the blame was put on Cheng Huan.
Crush you with morality. See if you have anything else to say in rebuttal.
Cheng Huan said with a smile, you can tell them not to come now.
Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Are these people really here to worship me? Isn't it like Camilla, who wants to sleep with me? He doesn't believe it. Now, he has seen through these European and American women. Completely different from Chinese women. Especially living in romantic France. As long as you like it. We'll definitely take the initiative to attack. I'm not talking to you about any martial ethics at all. Let me knock you down first. Chapter 86 The Feeling of Powerlessness.
Seeing that Cheng Huan still wanted to refuse, Camilla quickly helped Cheng Huan and said, Darling, don't you want to swim with them?
Trust me, they'll be happy to swim with you. Cheng Huan shook his head, I don't want to think about it now. Camilla pouted and asked, why? Cheng Huan said solemnly, because I know they want to sleep with me just like you. Chuck. Camilla laughed a few times, then hugged Cheng Huan and said, don't you want to own us? I don't want to. Cheng Huan shook his head. Camilla said disappointedly, when they come, you can sign them all into your Viva model agency.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan looked at Camilla.
That's a good idea. But the penalty for breach of contract is not a small amount.
The combined penalty for these people is at least 100 million euros.
Definitely 800 million renminbi. I don't know when I can earn it back.
With this money, it would be better to donate it directly to poor mountainous areas. So, this deal is not worth it.
He can't do it. No matter how much money he has, he can't cause such harm.
Soon, he shook his head at Camilla without any hesitation and said, their penalty for breach of contract is 100 million euros.
This deal is not worth it.
Hearing this reason, Camilla pouted and said, if you can sign them, you can easily earn back the money by walking in a few large shows. Besides, we all have endorsement contracts with luxury brands. You have a modeling agency, so you should know how much euros this can earn.
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and shook his head, I really don't know how much money the model agency can make back. Camilla looked at Cheng Huan with a little surprise, and then said, I can help IMG earn 20 million euros in a year.
People like Larissa, Lindsay and Dwerip can earn 30 million euros every year.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that these people could make so much money.
It seems that if you are beautiful, you really don't need to work hard. Just walk a few steps and shoot some commercials, and you can make a lot of money.
Seeing Cheng Huan hesitate, Camilla suggested again, how about you let Viva acquire IMG? Cheng Huan looked at Camilla and thought her suggestion was really good. He secretly asked, System, can you acquire IMG model agency?
Ding okay, you need 50 billion godly rich points. When I heard that so much rich points were needed, I realized that I didn't have any on me.
He secretly asked the system, can I owe it first? Can. It sounds like a good idea, so what are you waiting for? So, he ordered without hesitation, then buy it for me. Ding, the full acquisition of IMG model agency will be completed on Monday evening. After hearing the reply, Cheng Huan nodded to Camilla and said, okay. I will acquire IMG model agency on Monday.
Tomorrow afternoon, I will send my private plane to Yinjing to pick them up.
No way.
Soon they will all be employees of their own company.
He could only agree.
Anyway, he is now a person with his own private plane. At most, we can spend a little more money on fuel and landing fees and send someone to Yinjing to pick them up. Compared with the wealth given to him by the system, this money is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Even if he squanders as much as he wants now, he will never be able to spend it all by the time he dies.
Thank you, darling. Camilla happily kissed Cheng Huan again. If they knew you sent a special plane to Yinjing to pick them up, they would be very happy. This foreign girl loves to touch people. Not honest for a moment.
However, Cheng Huan would not give her a second chance. The secret of the system crash must not be known by Camilla.
He checked the time on his phone and saw that it was almost 2 o'clock. So I quickly said to Camilla, you can go back to sleep. No. Camilla shook her head and said, I don't want to leave. I want to sleep with you tonight.
At this moment, Camilla really couldn't figure it out. I don't know how many men have tried their best to sleep with her.
Cheng Huan is fine. I put the food in his mouth, but he just refused to eat it. This is so hurtful to my self-esteem. That proud heart was shattered to pieces.
Seeing Camilla start to act like a spoiled child and refuse to leave, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly.
Actually, he is a big guy. How could you not want to keep Camilla?
But if he stayed, it would only make him more miserable.
A feeling of powerlessness. Not everyone can understand this. Not only painful,
Even more frustrating. Therefore, he could only shake his head firmly and said, "No, I can't sleep at all with you here."
Camilla pouted and said, "Then let's chat. We can talk until dawn." Oh my god.
Cheng Huan had never seen such a naive and innocent girl. This is even more stupid than him, a straight man.
The two of them are well matched. Be good, go back to sleep, and let me get some good sleep too. Only when I am well rested, I will have enough energy to sing for you tomorrow night.
Finally, Cheng Huan even started to coax her. He even took the initiative to kiss Camilla.
He has to be coaxed now.
This foreign girl obviously wanted to stay in his bed and was determined to make the matter a fait accompli.
But Cheng Huan will not give her this opportunity.
His girlfriend must be a Chinese girl.
Otherwise his parents would beat him to death.
In order to live a good life, he had no choice but to cruelly drive Camilla away. As expected, no woman in this world can resist being coaxed.
Camilla, who was confused by Cheng Huan's words, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Can you open a bottle of Romane Conti to entertain them tomorrow night?"
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan suddenly felt something was not right.
Are these people here to worship me, or are they here in a group to drink for free?
But think about it, Romane Conti is really very attractive.
Even in France, not everyone can drink it.
Maybe these foreign girls also have the idea that drinking a glass of Romane Conti is enough to brag about for a lifetime.
Who doesn't have a little vanity? Open, must open.
Cheng Huan nodded quickly and said, "Go back to sleep quickly, or I won't agree to your request."
All right.
For the sake of Romane Conti, Camilla finally compromised.
Good night, darling.
After getting out of bed, the foreign girl blew Cheng Huan a kiss and then left with a smile.
Call. Not long after, Cheng Huan let out a breath of foul air. This Camilla is so passionate.
It was hard for him to refuse.
This is thanks to a downtime.
Otherwise, I would really be dissatisfied with her tonight.
Sleep, sleep. Recharge your energy.
I guess I'll be troubled by a large group of people tonight.
He groaned inwardly. When you are strong, no one will cause trouble. This downtime. One after another. I'm helpless. Chapter 87. My brother admires. The next morning, Cheng Huan slept until he woke up naturally.
I pressed the electric curtains and the sky outside was clear. After raining for a whole day and 2 nights, it finally stopped. He unplugged the charger and checked his phone, noting that it was already past 7 in the morning. After getting up and washing up, he exercised for a while in the gym in the house.
Because I have to go to the hospital today.
So he didn't drink water or eat.
It was almost 8 o'clock when Cheng Huan went downstairs. Sui Tang is taking a rest today.
When he came downstairs, the lobby manager had been replaced by a man in his 30s.
Boss, you want to go out? Seeing Cheng Huan, the lobby manager asked with a smile on his face. Kindness. Cheng Huan nodded. After going out and getting on the Brabus, Cheng Huan drove towards the central hospital.
As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Cheng Huan shook his head helplessly.
There were crowds of people there early in the morning. This hospital's business is really good.
But this is not a good thing.
I hope there will be less suffering in the world and everyone will be away from illness.
Next, he waited in line for more than 10 minutes and spent 300 yuan to make an appointment with an old urology expert. Maybe because today was Sunday, the old expert did not come to work on time, so Cheng Huan had no choice but to sit at the door of the old expert's clinic and wait patiently. Waiting with him was a man who was about 35 or 36 years old and was dressed quite elegantly.
Little brother, you are so young and you are here to see a doctor?
The well-dressed man next to him asked him out of boredom.
Implications. You're so young and that's not enough? Wipe. Being despised.
Cheng Huan smiled at the old man and nodded. Something went wrong and it doesn't work.
How about you?
After hearing what Cheng Huan said, the old man smiled bitterly and said to him, "Don't mention it.
My illness is just a sudden emergency."
Hearing this, Cheng Huan looked at him in shock.
Was he also scared?
Seeing Cheng Huan's look, the old man continued, "Yesterday afternoon, when I was playing at a female employee's house, her husband suddenly came back and scared me to death."
Wow. This big brother is really awesome.
They all went to other people's homes to play.
Brother, you are awesome. I admire you.
Cheng Huan smiled at the old man and praised him from the bottom of his heart. It seems that what Chao Shuichen said is so right: a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret lover. These were all stolen from people's homes.
You are really brave. The old man couldn't resist Cheng Huan's praise, and said proudly, I'm not bragging. The 3 young women in my company are all my lovers. None of them ran away. Wow.
Cheng Huan looked at the old man with some surprise.
Isn't it said that rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows? This big brother doesn't even let go of the grass around his own backyard. It seems that my experience is still too shallow.
Then, he asked curiously, you were discovered by her husband, but there was no fight? If it were a normal man, he would have chopped him to pieces with a kitchen knife.
Cheng Huan will definitely do this anyway. The old man snorted and said, Little brother, do you know what is the most important thing in this society? Cheng Huan thought about it for a moment, and remembered what Zhang Guofeng said last night, and asked, Are you talking about money?
Right. The old man nodded and said meaningfully, in today's society, although money is not omnipotent, it is sometimes really useful. When the husband of my female subordinate saw us lying in bed, he became furious and even went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to chop me up. But I just opened my phone and entered the 100,000 yuan face-to-face red envelope on WeChat Pay and asked him to scan it with his phone. After he took a look, he immediately calmed down. And he asked his wife to cook several dishes in the evening, and I stayed to drink with him. If I hadn't suddenly become unusable, he would have let me sleep at his house that night.
Puff.
When Cheng Huan heard that they had had a drink together, he burst out laughing.
That cuckold guy is really open-minded. I have to say, this is really sad.
Brother, what do you do?
Cheng Huan asked.
The man said, I'm in the beer wholesale business. All the snow beer in the entire development zone is sold wholesale by my company.
It's considered a monopoly. Cheng Huan nodded slightly. This is an industry that makes a lot of money every day. Don't blame him for liking to venture out into the world. You are a college student, right?
The old man also asked Cheng Huan.
Right. Cheng Huan nodded. The old man laughed and asked, You weren't playing with someone else's girlfriend and got scared by her boyfriend, were you?
No.
Cheng Huan shook his head. He can't do such a thing. I don't even bother to do it.
The old man was a little unconvinced and smiled at Cheng Huan. I can see that you are too shy to tell me. We are all men, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Really not. Cheng Huan gave him a bitter smile. He's not afraid of anything. But there is no way to talk about this kind of thing. It's completely different from what happened to him.
The man asked again, Little brother, I heard that there are many girls in your university who want to be supported.
Do you have any way to introduce one to me? I will give you a commission.
Wipe. This guy is a bit too arrogant.
Don't say he doesn't know. Even if I knew, I would never do such a thing. How is this different from pimping? I have no idea.
Cheng Huan shook his head coldly. Seeing Cheng Huan's unhappy expression, the old man also knew that he had said the wrong thing.
He smiled at Cheng Huan and asked, What's your name, brother?
Procedure.
Cheng Huan replied. My last name is Han.
If you have the chance, please visit my brother's company. It is located at number 15, Jinma Road, Development Zone, Shenyang Trading Company.
This is my business card.
After saying that, the old man took out a business card and handed it to Cheng Huan.
Okay.
After Cheng Huan took the business card, he put it away. Not long after, an old expert with gray hair, who looked at least 70 years old, came to work. Cheng Huan was not in a hurry, so he let the old man go in first. While waiting, he turned on his phone and watched today's news. By chance, he saw an article about boycotting Nike. This damn company actually used advertising photos of squinty eyes and shaved eyebrows to humiliate the Chinese people.
This is truly nozuono die.
The article also writes about some incidents in recent years where some international luxury companies openly insulted China. There was even a fashion show at a well-known domestic university where models used squinty eyes to make up their looks.
After reading this article, Cheng Huan was really angry. Even if he wasn't an angry young man, he couldn't stand it. It's so fucking infuriating. These arrogant companies are really looking for death. It's typical that they eat the Chinese people's food and then turn around and blame China. There are even some people who have forgotten their roots and whitewashed the models in fashion shows online. This is a complete lack of understanding of history. Chapter 88: The humiliation that cannot be recalled. Why is squinty eyes an insult to Chinese people? The cause of the incident has to start from the humiliating history more than 100 years ago. In October 1856, the Guangdong Navy arrested several pirates of Qing dynasty nationality on a merchant ship called Arrow. Such an ordinary and routine law enforcement case made the British furious. The British insisted that the Arrow was their British ship and that the Qing government had no right to enforce the law. Not only did they have to release the arrested suspects, but the Qing government also had to apologize to Britain. But in fact, this ship is a ship of the Qing dynasty. Although it was once registered in Port X was ceded to Britain in 1842, the registration period of the ship had expired when the Guangdong Navy enforced the law. Moreover, there was no British flag flying on the ship to claim it as a national flag. Therefore, the logic of the British is just like after 1997, when we arrested a bad guy in Hong Kong legally and legally, but the British insisted that this was law enforcement on their country's territory. This is just looking for trouble. The Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi at that time was Yi Mingchen. Naturally, he would not accept such unreasonable demands from the British, and questioned the British Consul General in Guangzhou, Parkes, why he intervened in a case in which Chinese police arrested Chinese people on a ship owned by Chinese and anchored in a Chinese port. Parkes thought Yi Mingchen's reply was unsatisfactory, so he ordered the seizure of a Chinese Navy ship as a threat of compensation. After a long stalemate, Yi Mingchen released 12 crew members on the 22nd, but flatly refused to apologize. On the 23rd, the British Navy in China brazenly launched an attack on Guangzhou, and the Second Opium War broke out. In this way, the Arrow incident became an excuse for Britain to deliberately provoke a war of aggression against China, and it brazenly launched attacks on many places in Guangdong. The Second Opium War also broke out as a result. Maybe many people don't know who Yi Mingchen is. This was a big shot at the time. In addition to being the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi at that time, he also served as the Minister of Commerce, and held the titles of Grand Secretary of the Ministry of Rights and First-Class Baron. Governor-General, the highest-ranking official in the Qing dynasty. Guangdong and Guangxi are a very important one among the 9 major regions in the country. Lin Zexu and Li Hongjiang have held this position respectively. Yi Mingchen was only 45 years old when he served as the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. Li Hongjiang was only 42 years old when he first served as Governor-General Liangjiang. Zhang Jidong 47 Guangdong and Guangxi. Lin Zexu Liangjiang was 50 years old. With this comparison, the value will be clear. It can be said that Yi Mingchen was in the prime of his life at that time, since his status is so prominent. But why is it not very famous on the internet today? The reason is actually very simple. Because our Governor Yi was defeated and captured in this war. On January 5, 1858, Yi Mingchen was captured by the British Army in the Bagua Pavilion in the fallen Guangzhou. Not only was he captured, but 2 months later he was taken to Kolkata, India, by British warships and imprisoned. In April of the following year, Yi Mingchen died of hunger strike in Kolkata. As a captured provincial governor, his reputation would naturally not be good. Emperor Xianfeng said afterwards, "Don't be afraid to act rashly just because Yi Mingchen is there. The governor has brought disgrace upon the country and brought disaster to the people. He is living a life worse than death. There is no need to care about him." Therefore, it is rarely mentioned in later generations. Although few people in China know him. But it was because of him that Westerners began to use squinty eyes as a symbol of insulting China. After Yi Mingchen was imprisoned in Kolkata, a reporter from the Times wrote an article specifically describing Yi Mingchen. He described Yi Mingchen's appearance as slit Mongolian eyes. Slit eye means squinting eyes. Why add Mongolia? Because the iron hooves of Genghis Khan's descendants once set foot in Europe, they have become an indelible shadow for Westerners, and they have already developed PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Moreover, the reporter compared Yi Mingchen's braid to a pig's tail. Their intention in deliberately vilifying Yi Mingchen is simple, because they want to invade your land and plunder your property. If you are like them, their behavior will seem very immoral. But what if you are not human? For example, if you are a savage, lowly creature like a pig. Then, if he continues to persecute and plunder you, isn't there any moral confusion? It's like, would we feel guilty for stepping on an ant and killing it while walking on the road? To paraphrase a line from the three-body problem, destroying you is none of your business. Looking back now, why do we deliberately emphasize that our eyes are slit eyes? If anyone still doesn't understand, you can search for a picture of a pig online.
After that, Westerners' stereotypes about the Chinese, especially the portrayal of the squinty eyes, have become a habit. For example, in 1887, a cartoon published in a San Francisco illustrated newspaper directly and strongly associated Chinese people with pigs. The title of the cartoon is simply "The Process of Chinese People's Evolution into Pigs as Revealed by the Theory of Evolution." Not to mention the image of Fu Manchu, which began to appear in the early 20th century and is more well known in the Western world.
So, squinty eyes is not an aesthetic issue at all. Anyone who wants to use this word in an aesthetic direction has ulterior motives.
Even the word itself has nothing to do with eye size. To portray you as this image which is not natural but acquired through dressing up and deliberate ugliness is to call you a pig. This deliberate vilification of your image is not only an insult to us out of their sense of superiority, but also a legal basis for them to plunder and persecute us. So, please, those rational people on the internet, stop talking about cultural insecurity and aesthetic Nazism. This has nothing to do with culture or aesthetics.
This is not even a simple matter of discrimination and vilification.
There is no such nonsense as "I don't deserve to live because I have small eyes."
This is what Xi Luoluo meant by imperialism's determination to destroy us has never died.
If someone asks us to turn on the camera in our mobile phones and see if we look like that, then these people are bad. Those who say let's work hard to prove to foreigners that we are great squinty-eyed are really stupid and mean. People say he is a pig and his whole family are pigs. Not only was he not angry, he also scolded other people who refuted him for being unconfident. And he declared that he wanted to be a pig, and an excellent pig. But no matter how outstanding he is just a piece of fat meat in the eyes of others. And when cooking it, a lot of cooking wine and black pepper should be added to cover up its smell.
Chapter 89: A disease that even old experts can't cure. System, can you acquire all these companies? Soon, Cheng Huan asked secretly. Now, he will not let go easily any foreign company that dares to insult China. Once these companies are acquired, these arrogant Westerners will definitely be taught a good lesson. He wants to tell these Westerners. The China of today is no longer the China of 100 years ago. Sooner or later, you will have to pay back double the humiliation inflicted 100 years ago. Moreover, the clarion call for counterattack will begin today. Isn't capital king in the West? Aren't there some Jiming Society, GG Society, and K-Skull Society that want to control the whole world? Then I will use capital to destroy you in the future. Let you fleece the whole world. Let you start wars everywhere. Let you all in the world have a life of beauty. I'm going to kill you lackeys first. Then we will slowly clean up the shitty Jiming Society, GG Society, and K-Skull Society. Ding, yes, you can, but this system recommends that the host short sell these companies and leave after making some money. After all, these companies are already notorious in China and unpopular, so it's useless to take them. How to short? I don't understand finance either. Cheng Huan actually wanted to do this. But he knew nothing about the stock market. It can also be said that I have never been exposed to the stock market. Besides, even if he didn't understand, he knew how big Nike was. It's written in the report I just read. Nike's market value has exceeded $200 billion. This is a large international enterprise with a market value equivalent to 1.3 trillion renminbi. Moreover, these companies are backed by the financial giants on Wall Street. Ding, as long as the host gives the order, this system will complete the short-selling transaction for the host. Then what are you waiting for? Damn them! Cheng Huan said. As long as the system is willing to help, this matter is basically a done deal. Since these companies dare to discriminate against the Chinese so arrogantly, then let them all pay the price of bankruptcy. Our great China does not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. If others were not killed, he would be killed by Cheng Huan. Damn it! Selling the child to buy a steamer is not enough to make steamed buns for the sake of saving face. Just one word, damn. It's not over until there's bleeding. Short selling will be carried out next Monday. Not long after, Cheng Huan's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and it was Nan Shi. Holding the phone, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to answer it or not. I really don't know what this girl is going to do next. Finally, he answered the call. Soon, Nan Shi asked, Cheng Huan, where have you been? I'm out to do something. What's the matter?
Cheng Huan didn't want to tell her that he came to the hospital, so he just said it lightly. Nancy said, when I went downstairs just now and was about to go upstairs to find you, the lobby manager told me that you went out at 7:30. I just wanted to ask you what you were doing out so early. Cheng Huan said, I came out to do some personal business. Nancy asked timidly, are you going on a date with Sophia? Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned. Don't say you're not dating Sophia. Even if we're going on a date, does she really need to take care of it? No. Cheng Huan said coldly, Nancy, we are just friends. If you continue to meddle in other people's business, we may not even be friends anymore. Nancy quickly explained, I'm not meddling in other people's business, I just want to know. Just when Cheng Huan was about to say something more to Nancy, the older man who went in first came out. The old man didn't seem to notice that Cheng Huan was on the phone. Instead, he looked at his diagnosis and said to Cheng Huan, Brother, I'm going to get my brother's arteriography first. The old expert said that I have psychological impotence and need to be treated mentally. Our conditions are similar. I guess you need to go for angiography as well. How about I wait for you to go together? Hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly at the old man and said, You should go first. I'll go over by myself later. This guy accidentally exposed his secret. Then I'll go first. The old man left somewhat frustrated. Cheng Huan, are you in the hospital for men's treatment? Nancy asked in surprise on the other end of the phone. Right. At this moment, Cheng Huan couldn't hide it anymore. What's wrong with you? Nancy asked anxiously. Nothing. Cheng Huan pretended to be calm and said, Can't you come over and check if everything is fine? Don't lie to me, I heard everything that person said just now. Nancy said. I'm going to go in to see a doctor. I'll hang up now. After Cheng Huan said this, he quickly hung up the phone. He really didn't know how to explain it to Nancy. So I just don't explain it. Let him think whatever he wants. Anyway, I have to keep my distance from her from now on. After putting away his phone, he pushed the door and walked into the old expert's consulting room. When Cheng Huan came in, the old expert asked with a smile, Young man, what's your problem? Cheng Huan said truthfully, Doctor, I was frightened yesterday afternoon, and then I found that I suddenly didn't work well. When the old expert heard this, he asked, At what point did you get scared? Upon hearing this question, Cheng Huan was stunned. What does this mean? Seeing Cheng Huan's eyes widened, the old expert asked again, Were you scared while it was in progress or during the preparation stage? Cheng Huan frowned. This old expert must have thought that he was in the same situation as the guy just now. I was frightened by the shooting and became incontinent. There was no other choice, so Cheng Huan had to briefly tell the old expert what happened yesterday. After hearing this, the old expert realized that Cheng Huan's condition was different. He let Cheng Huan escape. Then he put on disposable plastic gloves and fiddled with Cheng Huan for a while. After seeing that there was really no reaction, he said to Cheng Huan, The reason why you have urinary incontinence when you are frightened is that when you are frightened, the detrusor muscle of the bladder contracts excessively and continuously, causing the symptoms of urinary incontinence. It is a normal physiological feedback of the body. The old expert talked endlessly about the cause of the disease, and finally asked Cheng Huan to do an angiography. Okay. The old expert talked a lot, but it was all nonsense. It seems that we can only wait for the King of Medicine card to become autonomous. Grandma Sheepies. I'm afraid there's no hope of ending my bald career before graduation. However, all is not hopeless. The old expert also said that his disease was mainly mental and could be treated with medication to increase its severity. Maybe after repeated use for a period of time, there will be some improvement. After coming out, Cheng Huan did not buy any medicine. Instead, he went downstairs and drove to the hotel. Buying those medicines is a complete waste of money. With that money, I might as well buy more delicious food. Chapter 90 really gives face to the Chinese people. On the way back, Cheng Huan received a call from Wan Hong. Wan Hong said that it was because Mullen, Kate and Virginie were both very busy. So, they need to set off and return to France today. And Camilla will stay in Jingang for a few more days. Cheng Huan told Wan Hong that he would be back at the hotel in 15 minutes and asked them to wait downstairs for a while. After returning to the Imperial Hotel, Cheng Huan saw Mullen, Kate and the other four waiting for him in the lobby. Moreover, many guests have recognized Camilla and came forward to take photos with her. There's no way, this girl is also very popular in China. Anyone who pays attention to the Chanel brand can basically recognize her. That beautiful face is really recognizable.
Darling, where have you been?
Seeing Cheng Huan coming back, the girl left her fans behind, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Cheng Huan. This daring order immediately attracted the attention of hundreds of people in the lobby. Wan Hong, Mullen, Kate, and Virginie were all stunned.
Just one night, he became a darling? Do all young people move so quickly? Still, Mullen Cat was happy to see it. This is what he wanted. The hotel employees were also stunned.
I didn't expect that Camilla was actually my boss's girlfriend.
But, they are really a good match.
And those fans of Camilla did not expect that the cute Camilla is actually the girlfriend of a Chinese man.
Hey, hey. It really makes the Chinese people proud.
When Cheng Huan heard this order, he frowned.
Damn it.
She is trying to play with the established facts.
Boom.
The next second, Camilla, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, rushed directly into Cheng Huan's arms. Fortunately, Cheng Huan is also tall and strong, with a stable lower body. Otherwise, if you rush into someone's arms like this, you will definitely be knocked over.
Don't call me darling when there are people around. Call me Mr. Chang or Huan Huan.
Cheng Huan quietly warned Camilla in French. If this gets out, he won't be able to explain himself even if he has a lot of mouths.
Camilla was very unwilling to hear this.
She pouted and said, "No, I'm going to call you darling."
Oh my god. How can you still rely on this?
It seems that this girl must have received guidance from a master before coming to China. I swear to fight him to the death.
Stop, stop, stop.
Cheng Huan quickly raised his hand to signal her to stop, and threatened her, "If you don't listen to me, you will go back to France with Mullen Kate today.
Don't be cruel and don't eat meat." He must show his dignity.
Otherwise, I really can't control her.
Why can't I call?
You told me last night that as long as I learned Chinese, you would let me be your girlfriend.
Camilla's eyes widened with an expression of incomprehension. Can't I do it myself? Cheng Huan frowned and said, "Didn't I also tell you to consider it after you learn Chinese?" He really has a headache now. If I bring a foreign girl home, will my dear mother beat me to death? The rolling pin in their house is a family heirloom.
It's made of oak, very strong.
I was beaten a lot when I was a child because I was naughty. I will definitely speak fluent Chinese.
Camilla said this with a pout, looking unwilling to admit defeat.
Come upstairs with me. Cheng Huan pushed Camilla away and walked straight towards the boss's special elevator. Mullen Kate and the other two followed behind.
In the elevator, Cheng Huan also saw that the three old women were looking at him with smiles.
What does this kind of smile mean? She and I didn't do anything last night. Cheng Huan explained in French.
Hearing Cheng Huan's authentic and standard Parisian accent, Mullen Kate was surprised and said, "Mr. Chang, you speak French so well."
Thank you for the compliment.
I also hope you can speak Chinese well in the future.
If that happens, I'll give you some great rewards. Cheng Huan smiled. Fortunately, Mullen Cat did not do anything insulting to China. Otherwise, Cheng Huan would definitely make her pay the price. Do you still want to be in the fashion circle in the future? Just wait to mix on the streets.
After arriving upstairs, Cheng Huan also motioned for the four of them to sit down. Then, he began to explain to Mullen Kate and Virginie, saying, "When you return to France, announce to the public that all Chanel-affiliated companies will never have any business cooperation with Nike Group, Light Luxury Group, Dolce & Gabbana, and H&M.
Why?
Mullen Kate looked at Cheng Huan in confusion, and then said, "Mr. Chang, easily announcing the severance of cooperation with these companies will inevitably cause a certain degree of damage to the Chanel brand.
It will definitely cost Chanel a lot of revenue.
As the CEO of Chanel, her responsibility is to develop marketing plans and make money for the company.
We also know that once such news is released, it will definitely affect Chanel's sales.
After all, these brands also have die-hard fans."
Seeing Mullen Kate's surprised look, Cheng Huan explained, "Because the management of these companies is full of arrogant discrimination against China. As a Chinese, I will never sit idly by. I am not afraid to tell you that I will soon take a series of retaliatory actions against these companies. These companies will be brought to a point of no return. Remember, no matter who tries to stop me, I will do it according to my decision. If Alan and Gerard dare to oppose my decision, I will kick them out of the board directly. Don't forget, I am the largest shareholder of the company, the King of Chanel, with veto power and the right to appoint the CEO.
Cheng Huan attached great importance to the words having a veto power and the right to appoint the CEO. He was hitting Mullen Kate. Even if you ask Camilla to sleep with me, it won't help. Now, anyone who dares to stop him from taking revenge on Nike is his enemy.
He will never show mercy to his enemies. No matter who you are. Clear. Seeing Cheng Huan's expression, Mullen Kate didn't dare to say anything more.
Even Virginie, Wan Hong, and Camilla looked solemn.
Okay, I'll do it as you ask.
Under the influence of Cheng Huan's tyranny, Mullen Kate had to compromise and agreed.
Hearing Virginie's words, Cheng Huan nodded with satisfaction and said, "From now on, all models for Chanel shows must be selected from the two model agencies, Viva and IMG. Because these two companies are also under my name. Good things should be kept within the family."
This kind of complementarity is also good. Upon hearing this, Mullen Kate and Virginie were both surprised.
Viva and IMG are both top modeling agencies in the world.
It turns out that all of them are under Cheng Huan's name.
They really couldn't understand Cheng Huan. This guy has so much financial resources. Chapter 91, Diluting Conti. Understood. Virginie agreed obediently. You can go now.
I'll call you if anything happens. After a moment, Cheng Huan waved to Mullen Kate and the others. Hearing this, Mullen Kate felt as if she had been pardoned, and quickly left with Virginie and Wan Hong.
But Camilla didn't leave. Cheng Huan looked at her and felt a headache. This foreign girl is simply a living fairy. Trying to eat him in various ways. Fuck. Sure enough, after a while, the girl started to take action. After she got up and sat in Cheng Huan's arms, she put her arms around his neck, pressed her head against him, and asked, "Darling, can you accompany me to visit the beautiful Jean Gang today?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan's head became even bigger. She was obviously looking for trouble and wanted to be alone with me. But I was really afraid of her. This is an opportunist. Never miss any opportunity that is beneficial to you.
Cheng Huan shook his head cruelly and refused. "I am not free today. You can go find Wang Yuxuan, Sophia, Nanxi, and others to take you shopping." Last night, these girls were playing very well with each other and seemed to have become good friends.
No way. Camilla's name is too famous. Who wouldn't want to be friends with someone like this? But I just want you to take me there. Because being with you makes me happy. This girl is really straightforward. Not subtle at all.
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, "I will feel very painful when I am with you."
He is also a straightforward person and speaks his mind. Because of downtime. It's really torturous. Why? Camilla's voice sounded aggrieved. Because you're too clingy. I don't like women who cling to me every day. Cheng Huan's tone became a little tougher. If we don't act tough, Camilla will make a scene.
After looking at Cheng Huan, Camilla murmured, "I'm pestering you because I love you so much." Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, "There are many girls who love me, but none of them likes to pester me like you do." Hearing this, Camilla pouted her lips.
That feeling is so aggrieved. You go back first, I'm busy. Cheng Huan ordered Camilla to leave. I really don't dare to be alone with her. Bears are on the prowl. Danger. I thought Camilla could still make some trouble with me.
However, she didn't this time. He was obviously shocked by Cheng Huan's previous words. After she kissed Cheng Huan, she stood up and left the office directly.
After a while, Cheng Huan received a call from Wan Lidong.
Tell him that the G-Class has been picked up and is parked in the hotel parking lot, and the car keys are left at the front desk. After listening to this, Cheng Huan also instructed Wang Lidong to find 10 security guards who were taller and stronger, and to take his own private plane to Yanjing to pick up the two people at 4:30 p.m. After explaining the matter, he called Erguzi.
Now, it's time to let Erguzi be his lackey. Hello.
The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and Erguzi's lazy voice came from the receiver.
Obviously, this guy hasn't woken up yet. Sleeping in is his strong point.
I basically sleep until I wake up naturally.
I have to say this is a kind of happiness for him.
Son of a bitch, the toy car Dad bought for you has arrived.
Cheng Huan said. Fuck. Upon hearing this, Erguzi's voice immediately became sonorous and powerful, and he asked, "Where is the car?" Cheng Huan said, "In the parking lot downstairs, the car keys are at the front desk. You can go downstairs and get them directly later." Where are you? I'm in my office upstairs.
Where are those girls? I don't know, maybe they are all sleeping in their rooms.
When will you go back to school? I still have a lot of things to do, and I may not be able to go back today.
In the afternoon, he was going to find Sophia and learn how to gamble on stones from her father. Therefore, he didn't plan to go back to school. Besides, there is nothing to do when I go back.
Do you want me to stay with you?
Guzi said in a mean voice. Cheng Huan said, you don't have to accompany me, but I have to give you a task this afternoon. That is to take my private plane to Yanjing and pick up a few people for me.
Who?
Guzi asked in surprise. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, Camilla's 6 best friends are all supermodels.
When Guzi heard that it was these 2 people, he asked in surprise, what's going on? Are they here in a group to serve as your furnace?
This word is used.
How fitting. It is very likely that this is true. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such a big boss? Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, it's very possible. I'm scared.
Guzi said, are you still a man?
This has been delivered to your door, why are you afraid?
He didn't know that Cheng Huan was now half disabled, and thought it was just a matter of face. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, I was afraid that they would come in a group to drink for free. They specifically asked for Conti, which was really rude.
After hearing this, Guzi said angrily, damn it, aren't you trying to steal my wine?
For these wines, drink 1 bottle less.
How could he not feel sad? After all, he was with Cheng Huan. The one who is close to the water will definitely get the moon first. Drinking Cheng Huan's wine is equivalent to stealing the wine from him, isn't it? Cheng Huan laughed and said, it's okay. I'll add water to Kendi tonight and let them drink as much as they want.
Yes, yes. Guzi followed with a laugh and said, you can also give them half a pound of mutai first and then serve them the Conti. I guess you can save a lot of red wine directly.
This guy is really mean. What if these people were given half a pound of mutai? I guess I even saved on the red wine. Even though mutai is selling very well in the country and is in short supply, demand is still outstripping supply.
But foreigners really don't like to drink this kind of strong liquor. They all like to drink vodka. It tastes smooth when swallowed, without any irritation in the throat.
It's completely 2 different tastes. Don't mention it, your bad idea is really good.
Cheng Huan agreed with a laugh, if they don't drink half a caddy of white wine tonight, they won't be able to drink a sip of Conti.
Hey. Guzi laughed twice and said, it just so happens that they are drunk. You can have sex together. 1v6, it will be a great success in the first battle.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes, forget it, I still want to live a few more years.
If you want to live longer, exercise more.
Guzi said with a laugh.
This is his logic.
So, Shin Sisi was unlucky. However, the demand for both of them seems to be quite high.
Except for those inconvenient days, I am busy every night.
After the 2 chatted nonsense on the phone for a while, Guzi said anxiously, I don't want to chat with you anymore.
I have to get up and drive. I'll be back in the afternoon.
The G-class that I had been longing for finally arrived. At this moment, he could no longer sit still. Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, how about this, you go directly to the airport to wait for me at 4:30 p.m., and we'll meet there.
Guzi said cheerfully, okay, I'll take Cece back to school in a bit, you go ahead and get busy. Chapter 92, Whatever the Heart Thinks of His Memories.
After hanging up the phone with Guzi, Cheng Huan called Zhaoyihan again.
After the call was connected, he asked directly, have you bought all the items in the villa?
If you count, the villa has been bought for 3 days. Even if more things are needed, they should have been sold out by now.
Nowadays, as long as you have money, everything is easy to do. Zhaoyihan said, basically, we have bought everything. Some items are on the way and will probably be delivered tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan said, I will bring some people back to the villa tonight. Please prepare dinner for about 10 people and clean up the guest rooms downstairs.
Do you want Chinese food or Western food? Zhaoyihan asked carefully. This housekeeper is really competent.
Cheng Huan thought for a moment and said, let's have Chinese food.
These people are all from France. Let them taste authentic Chinese food.
Also, prepare a few bottles of the best vodka and other alcohol.
Okay, I'll go get ready now. Zhaoyihan didn't say any more nonsense and hung up the phone. That's just the way she does things. Act with vigor and determination. Bite.
Not long after Cheng Huan put down his phone, he heard the sound of WeChat.
I clicked on it and saw a message from Nanshi. Have you finished the examination? Is the condition serious? Cheng Huan responded coldly, the inspection is complete. Good or bad, it has nothing to do with you anymore.
Nanshi, Huan, no matter good or bad, I will stay with you forever. Seeing these words, Cheng Huan was deeply moved. Even though he also wanted to stay with Nanshi forever. But she still stubbornly replied, thank you for not leaving me, but I have already left you, there is no future. People are just so strange. If you are obsessed with something, you will go all the way to the end. I don't know how many men and women like this end up parting ways. Nanshi, then come back to me. I will use the most sincere love to soothe your injured body and mind. Shy. Cheng Huan, pout. Nanshi, are you still in the hospital? Cheng Huan, back to the hotel. Nanshi, shall I go with you? Upon seeing this message, Cheng Huan quickly replied, Nanshi, wake up, we are completely over, what else do you want me to say to you? Nanshi, Huan, I don't want to lose you. Crying. Cheng Huan was so excited that he replied, come on, show your sincerity and tell me why you have been rejecting me. If you can convince me, I will take you home to meet my mother today. I swear on my life that I will never leave you. Although this was not his oath. But it is definitely what he wants to do most. It can definitely be done. But will Nanshi be willing to tell it? Even if she just gave him a perfunctory answer, he would believe it. But this girl was as stubborn as he was and refused to say anything. This is what Cheng Huan finds most difficult to accept. If you don't tell me, I won't accept you. 4 years. He needs a clear explanation. Otherwise, these 4 years of suffering would have been in vain. No matter which man encounters this situation, he will want a clear explanation. Why do you get to trample on my love? Just because I like you, do I have to endure your indifference for 4 years? This is not fair. Nanshi, give me a little more time, okay? I will definitely tell you. Cheng Huan, do you think you still have time? Nanshi, what do you mean? Cheng Huan sneered, it doesn't mean anything, it just means that I could fall in love with any girl anytime and anywhere. Especially Zhuo Ran and Sophia. I won't hide it from you. I like both of them very much. I can develop them into my girlfriends at any time. By then, you really won't have any chance at all. He is forcing Nanshi. Also give her a chance. Nanshi, Huan, I really can't tell you now, can you trust me for once? Cheng Huan sneered, it's not that I don't believe you, but if you don't say it, you really won't have a chance. Nanshi, Huan, please don't force me anymore, okay? I really can't tell you now. Crying. Cheng Huan replied, okay, I won't force you. Our relationship has always been shallow, but our love is deep. Don't look back at the past, and don't settle for the rest of your life. 3 miles of breeze, 3 miles of road, every step of the way, you are no longer in the breeze. The past is gone with the wind, and from now on we are just passers-by in this world. Nanshi, Huan, I don't want to be a stranger with you, I want to be your lover and accompany you for the rest of my life, please don't leave me. Crying. Cheng Huan, it's not that I want to abandon you, but you have already wasted all your opportunities. I don't want to accommodate you anymore. Nanshi, crying. After staring at the WeChat dialog box for a long time, Cheng Huan sighed softly. Finally, he made up his mind and blacklisted Nanshi's number. The past of the world is gone with the wind, and from now on we are just passers-by. This time, he finally made up his mind. Ding-a-ling. Not long after, the phone rang. It's Nanshi calling. Cheng Huan didn't answer. The phone number was added to the blacklist again. When it comes to things that you can't do anything about, you should make a decision. You should give up those who are not destined to be with you in life. The obsession with reproduction in your heart should be abandoned. Everywhere I look, there are memories. Whatever you think about is the past. Only by letting go of obsessions can your heart return to peace. He decided to let it go completely. Back in the bedroom, he lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Scenes of pursuing Nanshi in the past also emerged in his mind. But there is no happiness in these past events. A few minutes later, his WeChat rang again. This time, it was Dong Wolin who sent the message, why did you block Nanshi's WeChat and phone number? She is almost crying now. Cheng Huan, be a little pain now, so you don't have to suffer anymore in the future. Dong Wolin, can you be nicer to her?
Chang Huan, how else do you want me to treat her well? Do you want me to marry her right now?
Dong Roland, even if you don't want to marry her, you can't be so decisive with her.
What's the matter with you blocking her WeChat and phone number?
Chang Huan, I was not in a good mood just now.
Dong Roland, you obviously still love her, why can't you just give her happiness? Do you have to hurt each other?
Chang Huan, because as long as she doesn't tell me why she rejected me, I won't accept her love.
This is my bottom line. Dong Roland, Chang Huan, even if Nancy tells you why, what can it do?
If you really love Nancy, you won't care about these insignificant things. After seeing this sentence, Chang Huan burst out laughing.
Although he knew that Dong Roland was right.
But I still couldn't help wanting to know the reason. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to give himself a satisfactory explanation. I can't get over this hurdle in my heart.
Will always keep it in mind. Chapter 93 Sister supports you. Soon, Dong Roland sent another message. I just heard from Nancy that you went to the hospital to see a male doctor this morning?
Upon seeing the news, Chang Huan frowned.
This girl, why did she tell Dong Roland? Wouldn't it be true that the more this gets spread, the more people will know about it? Chang Huan, yes. Dong Roland, is it serious? Chang Huan, if it wasn't serious, do you think I would have let you go last night? Dong Roland, terrified, fainted weakrisy. Dong Roland, how did you get it? Chang Huan, don't ask.
This matter was so embarrassing that he was too embarrassed to tell Dong Roland.
Dong Roland, forget it, I don't want to know. Chang Huan, smile. Dong Roland, are you going back to school today?
Chang Huan, I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't go back.
Dong Roland, what are you busy with? Chang Huan, as a major shareholder of many international companies, I naturally have a lot of things to do.
Dong Roland, okay, I'll go check on Nancy first.
She's crying in the house right now. You two are driving me crazy. You two are such a pain in the ass. Chang Huan, go ahead and give her some advice.
After putting down his phone, Chang Huan rubbed his face dryly.
This day after day. I can be tortured to death by these women. I don't know whether I have a good life or a hard life. Confused.
At noon, Chang Huan called the front desk and asked someone to bring him lunch for 3 people. Then he called Camilla and Mina to his office.
As soon as she came in, Mina told Chang Huan that she was going back to Yanjing in the afternoon. Chang Huan told her that his private plane would fly to Yanjing in the afternoon and he could take her back.
When Mina heard that she could go back on Chang Huan's private plane, she was of course happy to do so. Although she works for Chateau Conti. But there is really no chance to take a private plane. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the business jet company to inform them that he would be flying to Yanjing in the afternoon, arriving at the airport around 4:30, and arranging the flight route.
After lunch, Chang Huan also remembered his afternoon date with Sophia.
So he said to Camilla and Mina, you two can rest in the hotel this afternoon.
If you don't want to stay in the hotel, you can go out for a walk.
When we leave in the afternoon, I will arrange a car to take you two to the airport.
Mina was stunned when she heard Chang Huan speaking fluent French.
His eyes were wide open.
This guy speaks French so fluently, why does he want me to be his translator? What does it mean? Did he leave me behind on purpose?
Of course, she had no way of knowing that Chang Huan had only turned into a BBK learning machine last night. At this time, Camilla didn't care and sat directly in Chang Huan's arms.
Mina was stunned. Wow, it's done so quickly? Camilla stretched out her arms, hooked them around Chang Huan's neck, and said to him coquettishly, Huan, what are you going to do this afternoon?
Holding Camilla, this great beauty, in his arms, Chang Huan was also intoxicated.
Of course, I'm going to do what I want to do. Can you take me with you? Camilla pouted and acted coquettishly. Can't. Chang Huan shook his head.
He wanted to learn how to gamble on stones in the afternoon.
Could he still study well with her? He found out now. This Camilla is even more clingy than Nancy. Moreover, he is extremely courageous. Headache. I'll be lonely if I stay in the hotel,
Camilla said with a look of grievance.
Look.
Girls acting coquettishly is a common behavior in all countries.
No, because you have Mina with you. Chang Huan smiled and would not be fooled by Camilla. All women in this world are the same.
What you say and what you think are two completely different things.
He refused to be fooled.
After the three of them sat in the office for a while, Chung Huan went downstairs and drove to the antique city in the direction of Xicheng.
Sophia's father's jade shop is located in the antique city. And Sophia had already taken a bus there.
On the way, Chung Huan suddenly received a call from Yang Yuan. As soon as he saw that it was him calling, Chung Huan knew it must be about what happened with Zhou Mingshu last night.
Moreover, he came here to beg for mercy.
After the call was connected, Yang Yuan said to Chung Huan, "Brother, Zhou Gang from Genoa Real Estate came to see me at noon. He is willing to pay compensation and wants to settle the matter with you privately.
What do you think?" Chung Huan is the boss of their bank and cannot be offended easily.
Zhou Mingshu was also a big client of their bank, and they didn't want to lose him just like that.
Moreover, he came to the door with gifts. He is so difficult.
Chung Huan said coldly, "Brother Yang, tell that Zhou Gang that I am worth hundreds of billions, so I don't need his money. If his son dares to slap me arrogantly, I will make him pay the price of bankruptcy." When Yang Yuan on the other end of the phone heard Cheng Huan claim that his net worth was hundreds of billions, he took a deep breath.
Good job.
This was beyond his expectations. If he knew that this was only 1/5 of Cheng Huan's worth, he would probably be even more shocked.
"Okay then, I'll handle this on Monday," said Yang Yuan. Since Chung Huan said so, what reason does he have not to do it? This is a very rich man. 10 billion in deposits can bring billions of returns to their bank.
What's more, this is also in accordance with the rules. Suddenly, Chung Huan remembered the WTI crude oil futures and asked Yang Yuan, "Brother Yang, has your bank invested in WTI crude oil futures in the United States?"
He definitely means well.
What goes around comes around.
Yang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about this.
Sister Li and the others are in charge of the bank's investment.
How about I ask for you?"
Cheng Huan said, "I'd better call her myself."
"Well, call and ask. I won't bother you anymore."
After Yang Yuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then, Chung Huan also called Li Tsuei.
The call was connected quickly. Then Li Tsuei asked with a smile, "Brother Chung called, what do you want me to do?"
Chung Huan also laughed and said, "Complain."
Ha ha ha.
The woman laughed devilishly again.
After laughing a few times, she asked, "Did Yushuan make you angry again?" Chung Huan said, "I asked him to call me uncle, and she almost bit me to death." Li Tsuei continued laughing and said, "Then just bite her. Don't worry about the consequences. I'll support you."
Hearing this, Chung Huan was a little puzzled.
Did this woman have ulterior motives? How could one let someone bite his own daughter? After coughing twice, he got back to the point. "Sister Li, have you ever bought June WTI crude oil futures on the New York Stock Exchange?"
"The bank didn't buy it, but I personally bought 100 lots before."
Li Tsuei responded, "What's wrong?"
100 lots means 100,000 barrels.
I have to say, this woman is really rich. Chapter 94, Shamelessly Lying. Sell it quickly. Chung Huan persuaded, "I have inside information.
As soon as the New York Stock Exchange opens tomorrow evening, the price of WTI crude oil will fall below $0.
Li Tsuei didn't seem to care about the news. She laughed and said, "I've heard the news you mentioned before.
But I don't believe that crude oil prices will actually fall below $0.
This has never happened before and it's not likely to happen."
Chung Huan said anxiously, "There are too many possibilities in this world that you can't imagine.
If you don't listen to me, you'll lose money.
These 100,000 barrels of crude oil will go from the current $18 per barrel to $40 per barrel. She could lose at least $580,000.
That is more than 3.6 million renminbi." Li Tsuei asked solemnly, "Do you really have inside information?" Chung Huan asked, "If I didn't have inside information, would I dare to invest $10 billion in the New York Stock Exchange?"
When Li Tsuei heard that Chung Huan invested $10 billion in the New York Stock Exchange, she was shocked.
Good job. This is definitely more than 60 billion renminbi. This guy is really rich. Are you shorting?" Li Tsuei exclaimed in surprise. "Yes."
Cheng Huan no longer needed to hide the truth and said, "Because I have a large number of oil storage tanks, I am not afraid of spot delivery."
"But now that you've bought it, is there a place to receive the 100,000 barrels of crude oil for delivery?"
This sentence stumped Li Tsuei.
How could she? "I see,"
Li Tsuei said with gratitude. Chung Huan US said, "When the New York Stock Exchange opens tomorrow night, you should sell it quickly.
The less loss, the more profit. Thank you for your reminder, said Li Tsuetsue. Cheng Huan smiled and said, between us, please don't be polite. Good. Li Tsuetsue also laughed, when you are not busy one day, tell me and I will invite you to my house for dinner. Okay. Cheng Huan said politely. After they chatted on the phone for a while, they hung up. Next, he drove a little further and arrived at the antique city. After parking the car, he saw Sophia standing at the entrance waiting for him. This girl has changed her outfit again. Dressed very beautifully. Chinese women are still more pleasing to the eye. Let's go, my parents are waiting for you in the store. After meeting Cheng Huan, Sophia took his hand and walked into the building together. Is your mother here too? Cheng Huan was a little surprised. It seems that her mother really likes her very much. Kindness. Sophia nodded and smiled. She said that since you gave my dad such an expensive wine last night, she will give your mother a gift in return today. When he heard that he also wanted to give his mother a gift, Cheng Huan quickly asked, what does your mother want to give to my mother? Sophia rolled her eyes at Cheng Huan tenderly and pouted, my family runs a jade shop, so of course I'm giving you jade. You big fool. This guy is so silly and cute. Can't you think about it carefully? Cheng Huan grinned at Sophia and said, I thought your mother was going to give you away. Snort. Sophia pouted and snorted. But she still felt happy in her heart. Holding Cheng Huan's hand, he also swung it high. Like swinging on a swing. One after another. Since today is Sunday. So this antique city seems quite lively. Although he has lived in Jingang for 4 years, this is Cheng Huan's first time here. As soon as he came in, his eyes were opened. I was shocked by the dazzling array of items here. Jade, jewelry, Ming and Qing furniture, porcelain and jade, celebrity paintings and calligraphy, and various kinds of collectibles. In short, there are so many things in this building. I don't know how much is true and how much is false. After walking around in the building for a few times, the two finally arrived at Sophia's jade shop. Her store is quite large, at least over 100 square meters. As soon as he entered the door, Cheng Huan saw a god of wealth cart from a huge jade stone serving as the entrance. The carving is really amazing, lifelike, and it accepts money from all directions. There are some glass counters on the left and right sides of the room. The counter on the right is filled with various jade jewelry. On the counter on the left are some ruby and sapphire jewelry. Old Myanmar is not only the hometown of jade, but also the hometown of ruby. The pigeon blood rubies produced in Mogok are more expensive than diamonds. This old Sioux really has a lot of stock. I guess these jewelry are worth a lot of money. Seeing Sophia holding Cheng Huan's hand and walking into the store, the three waitresses in the room were all surprised. It seems that she must have mistaken Cheng Huan for Sophia's boyfriend. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to walk in hand. Xiaoya, aren't you going to introduce your handsome boyfriend to us? A plump older sister said to Sophia with a smile. Sophia's face was full of special happiness, and she said, Sister Qian, his name is Cheng Huan, and he is from the sports college of our school. Cheng Huan pursed his lips, wanting to say not yet. But he swallowed the words back. All right. Originally, he had chosen Sophia as a candidate for his girlfriend. Let her introduce it this way. Hello, Sister Qian. Cheng Huan greeted the plump woman in a naive manner. Then, Sophia introduced two other women to Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan also greeted them respectfully. Let's go to my dad's office first. After a few people chatted for a while, Sophia took Cheng Huan to a house. When he entered Su Manchang's office, he saw the old couple sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing Cheng Huan coming, the two of them quickly stood up and greeted him with smiles on their faces. Hello uncle, hello aunt. Cheng Huan greeted the two with a smile. Come, sit next to your aunt. Zhang Xiuli grabbed Cheng Huan's hand and pulled him towards the sofa. This brother-in-law really treats his family well. After everyone sat down, Sophia started to make tea for them. This girl is really good at the tea ceremony. I must have learned it before. After a while, Zhang Xiuli asked Cheng Huan, I heard from Fia that you are still a major shareholder of Chanel? Right. Cheng Huan nodded and admitted it honestly. Now, his identity is no longer a secret. Zhang Xiuli was surprised and asked, Tell me honestly, what does your family do? Cheng Huan smiled at Zhang Xiuli, My father is indeed a physical education teacher, and my mother does run a supermarket.
I have so much money, in addition to inheriting some from others, I also made some from futures and stocks. It was such a big secret that he could only lie shamelessly to hide it.
No way. The secrecy of the system is amazing. Even if his biological parents asked, he couldn't tell them. The secret must be kept. Chapter 95, 30% vision, 70% luck. You kid, you're so rich. Su Manchang shook his head in disbelief. He would never have thought that Cheng Huan, who spoke and behaved simply, was actually a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. This really shows that you can't judge a book by its cover. At this time, Sophia also made tea and poured 3 cups for Cheng Huan and the others. He smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "Try it. This is the pre-rain Longjing tea my father treasures." "Good." Cheng Huan nodded, picked up the teacup and began to taste it. Because Longjing before the rain is a kind of spring tea, its taste is so delicate that it is hard to describe. The taste of the drink is really special and mellow. It's delicious. He didn't do much research on tea. But you can always tell the good from the bad. I'll get you a can when you leave. After hearing Cheng Huan's words, Su Manchang said with a smile. Good. Cheng Huan wasn't polite either. You can't be polite. Cheng Huan, when will you bring your parents to Jingang to stay for a few days? Auntie really wants to meet your mother. Zhang Sholi asked Cheng Huan while drinking tea. This is definitely because she wanted to start with Cheng Huan's mother. As long as he could establish a good relationship with Cheng Huan's mother, the chances of Cheng Huan becoming his son-in-law would increase by 30%. Ginger is spicier when it's older. Know where to start. Cheng Huan smiled at Zhang Sholi and said evasively, "They are all very busy and don't want to come and stay." Zhang Sholi smiled and said, "I think you just don't want them to live in Jingang." Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly. There were no such conditions before. Now that the conditions are met, there is no need for it. After all, his parents' relatives and friends are all in Dongjiang. Living in Jingang will only increase your loneliness. Zhang Sholi stared at Cheng Huan for a while, then said to Su Manchang, "Manchang, go and get the gift we gave to Cheng Huan's mother." Good. Su Manchang stood up and walked to a huge safe, pressing a series of passwords. After opening it, he took out a box and placed it in front of Zhang Sholi. After Zhang Sholi picked up the box and opened it, Cheng Huan saw a full green nothing-to-do card as big as a matchbox inside. A kind-hearted image of Guanyin is carved on it. After holding the wushur pie in her hand, Zhang Sholi said to Cheng Huan, "This wushur pie is a gift from my aunt to your mother. It should be suitable for your mother's temperament. The wushur hang sign is crystal clear, fluorescent, and the bottom is very clear." What great stuff! This wushur pie should be very valuable, right? Cheng Huan asked. To be able to give such a gift to his mother, it must be worth a lot of money. Before Zhang Shuli could say anything, she heard Sophia say beside her, "Don't worry about the price. Anyway, this thing was bought by my father from gambling on stones, and it didn't cost much." Cheng Huan looked at Sophia and smiled. "I have to tell my mother its value, right?" At this time, Su Manchang, who was nearby, said, "This wushur listing is a glass-type yang green, second only to imperial green, and someone once offered 8 million. After hearing this, Cheng Huan also nodded slightly. He actually guessed it. It is indeed expensive. After taking a sip of tea, he smiled and said to Su Manchang and Zhang Sholi, "Then I will be disrespectful to refuse it. You can ask for something. But you can't ask for it for free." Therefore, Cheng Huan secretly decided that he would give the old couple a generous gift in return in the future. As for what it is, he hasn't figured it out yet. I'll ask Sophia later what they like. Seeing Cheng Huan readily accepting this no questions asked sign, Zhang Sholi also smiled with satisfaction. "Uncle, do you go to Lao Myanmar often?" Cheng Huan asked. Su Manchang shook his head. "When I was young, I liked to go to Myanmar to buy goods, but now that I'm older, I mainly go to some large jade trading markets in China." "Do you want to go and have a look?" Cheng Huan nodded with a smile. "If nothing happens, I really want to go and have a look. I used to only read novels about gambling on stones. Now I want to experience it myself, that feeling of being poor with one cut, rich with another, or covered with sackcloth with another. This is not a good feeling." Su Manchang smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle had a lot of experience when he was young. He almost jumped off the building several times because of the losses. Fortunately, God took pity on me and let me turn over a new leaf." Zhang Shuli followed up and said, "Being in the business of gambling on stones is a job that is given by God. 3 parts are vision and 7 parts are luck. Not everyone can make a fortune from this. Chang Huan couldn't deny Jiang Xiuli's words and nodded in agreement. What does it mean that 30% is determined by fate and 70% depends on hard work? That's all lies.
As for wealth, 90% is determined by fate, and only 1% depends on hard work.
If you don't believe me, try it carefully.
Soon, Cheng Huan said with a harmless laugh, "My luck has always been good, and my luck in gambling on stones will continue." Hearing this, Sophia said to Cheng Huan affectionately, "Let my dad take you to the warehouse to try and see how your luck is."
Hey!
Cheng Huan laughed, "He must be extremely lucky.
Maybe he can even get the imperial green color.
When the time comes, I will definitely give you a big imperial green bracelet."
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Su Manchang and Jiang Xiuli both laughed.
This kid has a really big tone.
Can ordinary people decipher the imperial green? That's what you said.
Sophia said with a loving look on her face.
Looking forward to it. Su Manchang said, "This imperial green is not easy to understand, especially in China.
You know, the stones that enter the country have been screened several times.
It's not easy to find a leak of ice grade." Cheng Huan asked seriously, "Uncle, what can be considered as imperial green?"
Su Manchang smiled and began to talk to Cheng Huan. The quality of jadeite is mainly determined by its water quality and color. The type refers to the maturity of jade and the density of its crystals.
The best type is glass type. The next are ice type, glutinous type, and bean type.
Water refers to the ability of jade to transmit light, that is, its transparency. Old jade has a fine texture, higher density, and better brightness after polishing.
It has a glassy luster and looks like a pearl. However, jadeite of younger varieties has coarse crystal grains, loose texture, dull surface luster, and lacks vitality. The water content of old jade may not be long.
For example, black jadeite, although it is old, has poor transparency. Jadeite that has been kept in a long period of water is not necessarily old.
In fact, it is very simple to summarize. The more it looks like a beer bottle, the more expensive it is. The more it resembles marble, the cheaper it is. To determine whether jade is expensive, first look at whether the color is right.
In the jargon, red jade, green jade, and purple jade are the most valuable. But jade has many colors, which can be roughly divided into 7 colors:
green, purple, red, yellow, black, colorless.
Among them, green is the most common and has more detailed divisions.
Imperial green.
It is the green with the best color and the highest price among all jadeite.
But it's not all green.
Basically, it is 8 parts green, 2 parts yellow, and 1 part blue.
Not greasy or gray, not old or tender. The most important thing is its hint of blue.
It looks a bit like a peacock's tail feathers, green with a hint of blue, and is also called green blue. Yang green, also called Huang Yang green. The color of Yang green jade is slightly transparent to translucent, and its emerald green color is bright with bright yellow, just like new leaves in early spring. Yang green emphasizes being pretty, rich, bright, and positive.
In harmony with the water. Chapter 96. Either drink good wine or smoke good cigarettes. After explaining this superficial knowledge, Su Manchang also took out 2 high-intensity flashlights.
After handing it to Cheng Huan, he said, "Come on, Uncle will take you to explain it in person." The warehouse of Su's jade shop is not in the store.
But it was in a warehouse outside the antique city. Kindness.
Cheng Huan stood up excitedly.
Huan, I'm waiting for your imperial green bracelet, Ali Gu."
Sophia raised her arm to Cheng Huan and made a gesture of encouragement.
"Awesome." Cheng Huan nodded with a smile and followed Su Manchang out of the office.
Seeing Su Manchang leading Cheng Huan towards the door, some old acquaintances in the antique city asked with a smile, "Old Su, where are you taking your son-in-law?" When Cheng Huan and Sophia came in, they were holding hands.
"This is bound to be seen by some people."
Su Manchang said proudly, "I will take him to the warehouse to look at the rough stones and teach him some common sense about gambling on stones."
Someone else joked, "Are you starting to pass on your legacy?"
Su Manchang opened his mouth and said, "Hey, this guy is the owner of the Imperial Hotel.
How could he be interested in my small business? He just likes to join in the fun and have some fun."
These words shocked these old acquaintances. I didn't expect Su Manchang to find such a rich son-in-law.
Awesome class.
"Old son, the cutting machine in my warehouse is broken, so I need to use yours for a while," Su Manchang said to a short man.
"Okay, I'll come find you in a bit." The smaller man nodded.
The two left the antique city and went to a nearby warehouse together. Su Manchang opened the security door with the key and walked in with Cheng Huan. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan saw that this warehouse, which was at least 50 square meters, was filled with raw jadeite stones. They're all over the floor and on the shelves. Big or small, it costs at least 300 or 400 yuan. He is not afraid of losing it. Soon, Su Manchang said with pride, these stones were all collected by me from various places in the past 10 years.
It's worth a lot of money, right? Cheng Huan asked with a smile.
Su Manchang nodded slightly. If all these stones were sold, they would be worth at least 50 or 60 million now. Of course, if I can solve it and process it into various jewelry to sell, the price will be several times or even dozens of times higher. As he spoke, he squatted in front of some jade rough stones and shone a small flashlight on them. Cheng Huan also squatted beside him, looking serious and studious. Next, Su Manchang began to talk to Cheng Huan. If you want to play gambling stones, you must first understand the 8 major factory areas in Myanmar. In our industry, there is a famous saying, if you don't know the venue, don't play the game of gambling on stones.
What is gambling on jade?
Simply put, when jadeite is mined, it is covered with a layer of weathered skin, and no instrument can detect its internal quality.
Only after the jadeite is cut can its value be known.
Therefore, people can only judge the internal quality of jadeite raw stones based on the characteristics of the skin and the doors opened in some parts, relying on their own experience. How to gamble on jade is particularly important for understanding jade, mainly through comprehensive analysis and judgment based on the skin, python, pine flowers, and other performances of jade rough stones. As Su Manchang spoke, he found stones of various expressions and explained them to Cheng Huan in detail, imparting all the experience he had accumulated over the years to Cheng Huan without reservation. Cheng Huan also listened carefully and wrote down all the key points.
Learning how to gamble on stones is not something that can be done overnight. There are too many tricks inside.
Fortunately, Cheng Huan's brain already has the capacity for a super learning machine. Not only did he write down Su Manchang's words, you can also draw inferences about other situations from one example.
This is thoroughly understood. Good boy, all right.
Su Manchang was delighted to see that Cheng Huan was so smart. His unique skill has been passed down to his successors. Then, he pointed to the stones here and said, pick any of these stones.
We will ask Lao Sun to open it later to see if what you said is right.
Okay. Cheng Huan nodded with a smile and did not refuse.
Ding, trigger the mission.
Solve a piece of ice jadeite rough stone or above, complete the task, and reward the host with an angel eye card.
Forehead?
Hearing the system prompt sound, Cheng Huan was slightly stunned.
How did this trigger the mission? What are angel eyes? Soon, Cheng Huan asked secretly. This name is a bit scary.
Ding, you can easily see through the surface of the jadeite raw stone and explore the texture inside.
Wow. Hearing this,
Cheng Huan almost screamed in shock.
This angel eyes is awesome.
If he had this ability, he would be the king of the gambling stone world in the future.
Don't talk about Imperial Green. If there is Angel Green, he can find it.
Excited, he took a small flashlight and started searching here. Su Manchang just squatted nearby and watched without saying a word. He wanted to see how much Cheng Huan had learned. In fact, the stones here were carefully selected by him from various markets.
Basically, there are seeds in water.
But it was difficult for him to judge the interior of these stones, whether the water quality and color were completely dissolved, and how many cracks there were. After all, even gods cannot tell the difference between an inch of jade and an inch of jade. Soon after, Cheng Huan's eyes were fixed on a white stone about the size of a brick. After he got the stone in his hand, he examined it repeatedly with a strong flashlight. Seeing Cheng Huan looking at the white stone, Su Manchang also came over and asked, "What do you think it is?" Cheng Huan looked at it and said, "This piece of Byancha stone is from the Muna mine.
It is completely free of sand and has very good oiliness. It is transparent under the pressure light and has a color band running through it. There are not many large cracks. It should be able to produce some high-quality goods." Hearing Cheng Huan's serious words, Su Manchang laughed and nodded with satisfaction. This stone is indeed as Cheng Huan described. But it is a bit impossible to produce high-quality goods. At most it's a glutinous piece. But he did not say it, but laughed and said, "If you didn't have such a big business, you could definitely learn gambling from me for a few years and surpass me." Cheng Huan's understanding of gambling stones is much better than when he first learned it. Definitely a malleable talent.
It's a pity that this kid's net worth is so terrifying that it's impossible for him to make a career out of this. Otherwise, as long as he gains experience for a few years, he will definitely become a talent. Hearing this, Cheng Huan also grinned at Su Manchang. Soon, Su Manchang stood up and said, "Let's go to the nearby Lao Sun's store and have it cut. We'll know right away if it's what you said." This master is really dedicated to his job. Prepare for on-site stone cutting to give Cheng Huan a deep understanding. "Uncle, I want to pick another one." In order to successfully complete the task, Cheng Huan wanted to find another one. "Then you keep looking. I'll go ask Lao Sun for a cigarette." Su Manchang did not refuse and nodded. "Here's a cigarette." Cheng Huan pretended to search his pocket and took out a box of Heetiangxia from the system warehouse. "You kid, you either drink good wine or smoke good cigarettes." Su Manchang took the box of cigarettes and laughed. Obviously, he also recognized this kind of cigarette. Chapter 97, Wait until I have my grandson. Cheng Huan smiled and said, "This is what President Yang gave me last night. I have another one in my car. I'll give it to you later. He doesn't smoke much, so a few packs are enough for him. Just give the whole thing to Su Manchang. Who asked others to be generous first?" Good. Su Manchang is very rude when it comes to cigarettes and alcohol. Especially this kind of cigarette that is hard to buy even with money. Just give it to him. What's wrong with my father-in-law smoking a few boxes of cigarettes and drinking a few bottles of wine? It's only natural. After Su Manchang left, Cheng Huan continued to examine the stones here alone. "System, you are really making it difficult for me," he complained as he searched. No matter how high his comprehension level is, he is still a novice. Isn't this forcing a nun to have a baby? System? It's so hard to serve. Soon after, he found a piece of elephant skin from the Mashisha mine that was as big as a football. The skin of this stone looks very smooth and covered with patina. The overall appearance is also good. Cheng Huan turned on the light and saw that there were several large cracks inside. The cracks were completely transparent and had plenty of water. This shows that the inside of this stone must be very well internalized. There is definitely a possibility of ice. He didn't care what color it was. As long as we can find a piece of jade under the ice, the mission will be completed. Once you obtain the angel's eye, you will be able to do great things. A moment later, Cheng Huan walked out of the warehouse with 2 stones. I saw Su Manchang squatting at the door, smoking, and talking with Lao Sun. "Have you found it?" Seeing Cheng Huan coming out, Su Manchang also looked up at him. "Kindness." Cheng Huan nodded. Then, he squatted beside Su Manchang, handed him the elephant skin stone in his hand and said, "Uncle, can you help me see if this Mashisha elephant skin can produce ice type?" Su Manchang put the cigarette in his mouth, used his free hands to take the big stone and look at it. Then he nodded slightly and said, "When I bought this stone, I was prepared to bet that it would produce an ice type. If this ribbon can go in and there are no cracks inside, this piece of stone can be made into at least 3 bracelets, a few pigeon eggs and ring faces." After hearing Su Manchang's words, Cheng Huan's heart calmed down a little. He didn't care how many bracelets and pigeon eggs he could cut out. Now he only wants to produce ice-type stones. "I don't care about anything else." Old Sun also looked at the stone and said, "The Mashisha field is known as the fairy field, and is also known as the king of water quality. Most of the glass-type jade on the market are produced from this field." After Su Manchang finished smoking this cigarette, he stood up, locked the door, and said to Lao Sun, "Let's go to your warehouse and cut these 2 stones." Old Sun also put out his cigarette, stood up and followed Su Manchang. Cheng Huan followed the 2 of them holding the big stone. Lao Sun's warehouse was nearby, and the 3 of them arrived there in just a few steps. When Cheng Huan walked into Lao Sun's warehouse, he was surprised. The number of jadeite raw stones in his warehouse is much larger than that in Su Manchang's warehouse, and they are all over the floor. At least thousands of dollars. Moreover, there is a large safe in the corner. I guess the stones inside are also good. It seems that Old Sun's business is bigger than Su Manchang's. However, Cheng Huan's idea was completely wrong. Su Manchang only plays with some fine stones. He basically doesn't touch stones that are risky to gamble with. Just cut along this big crack. After Su Manchang used a sander to peel off the white rock, he drew a line on it with a red oil pen and handed it to Lao Sun. After Lao Sun took it, he fixed the stone on a cutting machine. Press the switch and you will hear the machine start cutting with a sizzling sound. "Come on, let's go over and have some tea." Old Sun asked Su Manchang and Cheng Huan to sit down near a desk. Then the three of them started chatting. Cheng Huan asked Old Sun curiously, "Uncle Sun, you have so many stones piled here, why don't you cut them?"
Old Sun said, "I am different from your father-in-law.
He mainly makes jewelry, while I sell raw stones." After hearing this, Cheng Huan finally understood. It turns out that they play in different ways. Su Manchang smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "Your Uncle Sun has great connections. He can get the goods directly from the mines in Myanmar.
He is the largest rough stone dealer in Jingang City.
Many of the stones in my warehouse are selected from him."
After hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled at Old Sun and said, "Uncle Sun, can I buy a few stones from you later? If you have obtained the angel eyes, choose it here.
With such a large pile of rocks, there must be a few good ones."
Old Sun nodded and said, "I am selling these stones. If you want to buy any, you can pick any. I will definitely not overcharge you."
Su Manchang laughed and said, "If you dare to kill him, then we will have to break up." Old Sun said, "With a father-in-law like you who is smarter than a monkey, even if I want to kill him, I have no chance."
Each generation has its own happiness.
The three of them chatted for about 7 or 8 minutes, and the piece of white rock had been cut. When he took it out and looked at it, it was indeed glutinous rice, just as Su Manchang had expected.
However, some color was added. It's clearly ice like outside, how come it hasn't melted?
After taking a look, Cheng Huan curled his lips. Su Manchang laughed and said, "This is already melted, and it has increased in price. We can make several big brands and sell them for at least 10W.
Cheng Huan nodded awkwardly and said, "Look at the old elephant skin. I feel this one must be icy."
Su Manchang also laughed and said, "If this stone can really be turned into ice type, Uncle will give it to you as a reward for you."
"I don't want it."
Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head, then said, "If this piece is of ice type, I will give you 2 more bottles of Latashi."
He just wanted to complete the task now and was not coveting the jade.
Once he has the angel eyes, he will try for the imperial green.
If there is none in China, go to Myanmar.
When Su Manchang heard that there was good wine, his eyes lit up blue. He quickly nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, it's a deal. Lao Su, when you have good wine, don't forget to call me." Lao Sun said with a laugh.
"You can't drink this good wine."
Su Manchang shook his head with a distressed look on his face and said, "I can treat you to a glass of Changyu red wine, as much as you want." Old Sun rolled his eyes and said, "Just keep knocking on the door."
"Your future son-in-law has given you 2 bottles, and you are reluctant to take out 1 bottle to drink? Can't I have a taste of it?" "No."
Su Manchang shook his head again and said to Old Sun like a child, "To be honest, this kid gave me a bottle of Conti last night.
I took it home and locked it in the safe.
Hee, I will treasure it and drink it when I hold my grandson." Old Sun glared at Su Manchang again and began to fix the old elephant skin stone.
Chapter 98. The little cotton jacket is leaking. After more than 10 minutes, a lid was cut open on the old elephant skin. When Lao Sun opened the cover of the machine, Cheng Huan's heart also felt nervous. If this piece is not ice type, then he has to go back and continue looking. If it doesn't work, just cut all of Su Manchang's stones. After a while, Old Sun exclaimed, "Hey, it's really ice type, your luck is really amazing." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The Angel Eye card has been issued and can be used. Use. Cheng Huan's face showed excitement. Wow. Next second, he felt his eyes suddenly burning. However, it was fleeting. System, how do I use this Angel Eye?
Cheng Huan looked at the jade rough stones in the room, but still couldn't see through them.
Stare at the jadeite stone for 5 seconds and the angel eyes will automatically activate. Move away and they will return to normal. Hey! Got it. Cheng Huan responded and walked towards the cutting machine.
After a while, Lao Sun took out the old elephant skin stone. Cheng Huan and Su Manchang went forward to take a look, and found that the inside of the stone was indeed as warm as ice. It's a pity that the green outside does not extend inside.
Moreover, there are many cracks.
Su Manchang took the flashlight and shone it on the stone again. After looking at it for a few minutes, Su Manchang said to Lao Sun excitedly, "There seems to be something colored inside.
I should be able to win a bracelet."
Old Sun, use the small saw to cut along this crack again. If you can win a bracelet by betting, this kind of bracelet with ice bottom and no cotton would be worth at least $1 million.
Etc. Cheng Huan stopped Old Sun and said, "Let me take a look."
Old Sun put down the stone, and Cheng Huan also stared at the stone. 5 seconds later, he miraculously saw the inside of the stone. Just as Su Manchang said, there was some floating green in it. However, there are still some small cracks hidden inside that are extremely difficult to find. If you cut along this big crack, not only did it cut off the only space for the bracelet, but it also successfully avoided the floating green flowers. After reading it, Cheng Huan drew a line on the stone with a red pen, handed it to Old Sun and said, "Uncle Sun, cut along the line I drew."
Su Manchang? Lao Sun?
These two people were stunned.
Is this guy wearing tebu? Why are you taking such unusual paths? However, Su Manchang is definitely a person who spoils his children. Since Cheng Huan said so, he couldn't refute anything.
He just nodded to Lao Sun and said, "Today is for him to practice, do as he says."
Look at this father-in-law, how capable he is.
Old Sun smiled and said, "I have never seen a father-in-law who loves my uncle so much as you do, giving him millions of stones to practice with."
Su Manchang smiled. "There's nothing I can do."
Next, Lao Sun started cutting with a small saw according to the lines drawn by Cheng Huan. The saw blade of the big saw is too thick and it is not good for cutting stones.
"Let's go out and smoke a cigarette."
Su Manchang pulled Cheng Huan out of Lao Sun's warehouse and squatted at the door. If people who play gambling stones don't know how to squat, then they should just give up the game.
Cheng Huan also squatted down. "You should smoke less in the future."
Seeing Su Manchang light up another cigarette, Cheng Huan said to him.
Su Manchang laughed and said, "I just smoked a few more cigarettes outside.
I didn't dare to smoke even one in front of your aunt and Fia." Hearing this, Cheng Huan pouted and said, "I wonder if Sophia would scold me to death if she knew I gave you cigarettes."
"You are stupid." Su Manchang said, "Why don't you just not tell her?" Cheng Huan chuckled, "I won't tell you, but the key is how can you hold it in? There is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. Otherwise, you should stop smoking. I'll ask the hotel to send you some more good mutai. Don't worry."
Su Manchang was anxious, staring at me and said, "You must give me the cigarettes you promised me, and you are not allowed to regret it."
"Then I have to ask Sophia." Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "If she doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do.
Uncle only has this little hobby, and you guys want to practice depriving me of it.
Are you going to let me live happily?" Su Manchang had a dark face and looked unhappy. When people reach this age, they are just like old children. Seeing Su Manchang's angry look, Cheng Huan said, "Then don't betray me?" "No."
Su Manchang nodded quickly and said with a smile, "I'm very tight-lipped.
I'll never tell you that Fia was given to me." "Okay then."
Cheng Huan nodded and said, "I'll go get it for you in the car now."
"You must hide it well."
If Sophia knew this, she would definitely blame him. "Don't worry, I'm the only one who has the key to this warehouse, go get it."
Su Manchang smiled and nodded.
Seeing Su Manchang like this, Cheng Huan also shook his head with a wry smile.
Then he stood up and walked towards the parking lot of the antique city.
After getting in the car, he took out 3 bottles of Latashi and a pack of cigarettes from the system warehouse and put them in a paper bag.
"That bottle is for Lao Sun. Be a kind person.
Later, I have to find good stones from his warehouse." Just when Chang was happily returning to the warehouse, he suddenly saw Sophia coming.
Moreover, he was still scolding Su Manchang.
Su Manchang was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head obediently and dared not say a word. No need to guess, this must be because Su Manchang was discovered smoking.
The warm and cozy little cotton padded jacket is leaking air.
When he saw that the situation was not good, Cheng Huan quickly put the cigarettes in the paper bag back into the system warehouse.
If Sophia finds out about this, there's no way to explain it.
Seeing Cheng Huan coming back, Su Manchang quickly frowned at Cheng Huan. "What I mean is, you should take the bag away quickly before it gets exposed." However, Cheng Huan smiled.
"Cheng Huan, did you give my dad the cigarette?"
At this moment, Sophia fired directly at Cheng Huan.
His face looked ferocious, as if he didn't recognize anyone.
"Hold head high."
Cheng Huan nodded and asked in a rather silly manner, "What's wrong? Don't you know that smoking is harmful to your health?" Sophia said.
Cheng Huan scratched his head and looked at Su Manchang.
"That doesn't mean I don't want to give you cigarettes. But your little cotton padded jacket is leaking."
No, even I was affected. Su Manchang gave Cheng Huan a bitter smile.
"What's in your bag?"
Sophia looked at the bag in Cheng Huan's hand and asked with a puzzled look.
"Wine for your father and Uncle Sunday." Chung Huan opened the bag and showed it to her. After Sophia finished reading, she said to Chung Huan, "You are not allowed to smoke in the future. As a doctor, I can tell you responsibly that smoking is very harmful." At this moment, she also scolded Chung Huan. It's like a doctor scolding a patient. How dare you not listen? Chapter 99 Angel Eyes is awesome.
Chung Huan smiled and said, "I can barely smoke a cigarette a day.
I only smoke occasionally when I'm bored." Sophia pouted, "You are not allowed to smoke then."
Seeing Sophia teaching Cheng Huan a lesson, Su Manchang gloated over the misfortune.
"Then don't smoke." Cheng Huan nodded honestly. He doesn't want to gossip with women. I can't win an argument with them at all. Especially in front of the person they like. Being unreasonable is the norm. If I were to reason with you, that may mean that I no longer love you. Lao Su, come in quickly.
At this time, old Sun in the warehouse called out to Su Manchang.
Hearing the shout, Su Manchang also ran away quickly. Did you bet on the Emperor Green?
After taking a look at the running Su Manchang, Sophia became gentle again and asked Chung Huan with a smile.
No. Chung Huan shook his head and grinned, but I bet on the bracelet material with floating flowers on the ice bottom. So amazing? Sophia smiled happily. That expression was as if she had won the bet. It's not like I'm that good.
Chung Huan scratched his head and smiled modestly. Actually, those stones were already selected by your father a long time ago. Basically, every piece has good quality in water.
I just checked them out. But it was you who found it.
Sophia tilted her neck and concluded that Chung Huan was the powerful one.
Cheng Huan, come in quickly.
At this time, Su Manchang came out and called out to Chung Huan, waving at him anxiously.
Cheng Huan didn't know what was going on, so he walked into the warehouse with Sophia.
As soon as he came in, he saw Su Manchang laughing at him and said, "Good boy, you are amazing. You have successfully avoided some of the cracks inside and managed to create an ice-bottomed floating flower bracelet. You know, this bracelet alone can be sold for 5 million. Upon hearing this, Chung Huan smiled and said, "I was just guessing."
Su Manchang laughed and said, "Now I believe that your luck is really extraordinary."
If I had cut along the crack as he said, the bracelet would be gone. Fortunately, he listened to Chung Huan and not only kept the bracelet.
Even several pieces of big brand material with floating flowers were cut out. He can earn at least 700 W from this stone.
"Dad, I want this bracelet when it's ready," said Sophia.
This is the bracelet that Chung Huan got from gambling on stones for the first time. It is so meaningful. No problem. Su Manchang nodded. Uncle Sun, this bottle of Latashi is for you. Thank you for helping me to dissolve the stone.
Cheng Huan took out a bottle of red wine from the bag in his hand and handed it to Lao Sun. After old Sun excitedly took the bottle, he said excitedly, "I'm so sorry, Uncle Sun, I didn't want your wine for nothing."
You can pick any stone here. It's a gift from me. Need not.
Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head, saying, "You also spend a lot of money to buy these stones, so you can just give me a discount when the time comes." Sophia also laughed and said, "Uncle Sun, he is not short of money, you don't have to be polite to him."
Okay, then Uncle Sun won't be polite. Old Sun nodded happily and put the bottle of Latashi away. This is also a good wine. It's hard to buy.
Just think about it, Latach only produces 16,000 bottles a year.
Where can I find so many for sale? These 2 bottles are for you.
Cheng Huan handed the paper bag in his hand to Su Manchang, who was studying the stone. Then he used his mind to put the cigarette in, winked at Su Manchang, and said, "Put it back in the warehouse first, and come back to help me look after the stone later."
Good. Su Manchang nodded in understanding, picked up the bag and left.
Next, Chung Huan started to pick stones from Lao Sun.
There are too many stones here. But it's a mixed bag. Chung Huan opened the angel's eyes and looked at them one by one.
Soon, he discovered the stone of surprise. It was a piece of Huangyan sand from the Muna mining area that looked to be as big as a car tire. Because the skin of the Muna mine is different from any other mine, its sand grains are arranged in order. The overall performance of this big stone is still good. It is square and has basically no big cracks. But the sand on the surface is very coarse. As the saying goes, coarse sand means coarse meat. If you are an expert, you will definitely not be optimistic about this stone. Chung Huan stepped forward and squatted in front of the big rock. Next, he pretended to look at the stone with a flashlight while using angel eyes to continue looking inside. Maybe the surface of this stone is too thick, and when you press the light, there is no display at all.
It's too ordinary.
However, Cheng Huan's angel eyes could see directly through the inside of the stone. Inside this big rock, you can actually see a large area of ice, and the water quality is very old.
Moreover, there are two color bands, one green and one purple, as thick as wrists, which are winding and intersecting from different directions.
The most amazing thing is that where these two color bands meet, a piece of red the size of a fist magically appears, like a scorching red sun. Seeing this, a picture immediately emerged in Cheng Huan's mind: two dragons playing with a pearl. I have to say, the wonders of nature are truly amazing. It is unexpected that a piece of jadeite raw stone with three colors coexisting can be produced. If this were carved, its value would be absolutely staggering.
Uncle Sun, how much is this stone?
After watching for a while, Cheng Huan asked Lao Sun. Old Sun walked over and looked at the big stone, shook his head and said, I bought this stone in Myanmar 10 years ago for 100,000 yuan. However, its surface doesn't show much, and the sand is coarse, so it won't produce any high-quality goods. You should look at other stones.
Otherwise, your father-in-law will scold me to death.
Because of Su Manchang's relationship, and the fact that he had taken Cheng Huan's wine, he didn't want to cheat Cheng Huan. So, I told Cheng Huan the truth directly.
I'll give you 200,000, how about that?
Cheng Huan grinned at Old Sun. Old Sun thought for a moment and said generously, if you really want it, I will give it to you without asking for money.
Humans are strange animals.
Although he is not as rich as Cheng Huan.
But I still want to be generous to Cheng Huan. No.
Cheng Huan quickly shook his head. You spent money to buy these stones, I won't take them for nothing.
Sophia advised, why don't you wait for my dad to come back and help you decide?
Cheng Huan shook his head at Sophia and said, the master can only lead you to the door, but it is up to you to practice.
I just want to see if my good luck can continue.
Soon, Lao Sun said, how about this, I won't make any money from you, so just give me some capital.
Good. Cheng Huan didn't continue to waste time. Soon, the two transferred money through WeChat. Chapter 100, So Many Thoughts. Not long after, Su Manchang also came back.
When he learned that Cheng Huan had bought the big stone, he glared at Old Sun and said to Cheng Huan, this is the stock he can't sell.
We don't want it. Cheng Huan said to Su Manchang, didn't you tell me that the stones from the Muna mine are tempered from the inside out?
Although the outer shell of this stone doesn't show much, I always feel that its interior has completely blossomed and can produce miracles.
Su Manchang said solemnly, although there is a saying that Muna has miracles. But gambling on stones cannot rely entirely on feelings. Vision and experience are the most important.
Cheng Huan smiled and said, if it falls, just consider it a lesson.
If it goes up in value, wouldn't it be a big profit? With such a big stone, I can make at least hundreds of bracelets. Hearing this, Su Manchang could only smile bitterly. This child is so greedy. Don't you know that the bigger the stone, the greater the risk?
Finally, Su Manchang nodded awkwardly, okay, you have the money and you have the final say.
Uncle Sun, help me cut it. I want to see if it has been internalized.
Cheng Huan said to Lao Sun.
This stone weighs more than 500 kilograms. It needs a large chainsaw. My small saw can't cut it.
Old Sun shook his head.
Su Manchang looked at the stone and said to Cheng Huan, why don't you take it to my factory to cut it? We have a full range of cutting machines there. Okay.
Cheng Huan did not object.
I'll go drive the car and find a few people to help lift it into the car.
After Su Manchang finished speaking, he left again. While Su Manchang was away, Cheng Huan had nothing to do, so he started looking at stones here again.
Cheng Huan, what do you think of this stone?
Perhaps out of guilt, Lao Sun opened his safe and took out a piece of material about the size of a red brick.
Cheng Huan took the stone and looked at it.
The whole body is green skin.
Moreover, there was a window in one place.
When the light was turned on, the whole stone was transparent. Such a large piece of stone can let light directly through, which means that the water quality inside is definitely above ice grade.
Moreover, where the windows are opened, the color is all icy green.
Although the water quality and color of the window are impeccable.
But this stone is still very risky.
Of course, the gamble is whether the water inside has completely melted.
Is there any cotton or crack? Cheng Huan looked inside through the angel's eyes. Good job. The color inside is greener than the outside. Although there are some fine cracks.
But it does not prevent you from cutting out our bracelet. Also, there is no cotton.
The water quality is also quite good.
It's similar in texture to the big plaque that Jiang Xiuli gave to his mother.
Hey.
It seems that the fucking bracelet is there. The remaining materials can be processed into a lot of good things. Although he didn't know how much a bracelet of this watercolor would cost.
But referring to the price of that big listing, it will definitely not be cheap. Good stuff, how much? Cheng Huanyue nodded.
Old Sun smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "This stone is from the old mine in Moanji.
Your father-in-law offered me 280W for it, but I didn't sell it. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 3 million. Thank you, Uncle Sunday." Cheng Huan nodded happily. This is good stuff.
Although he didn't know how much the full green bracelet was worth. But this can be seen from the plaque that Jiang Xiuli gave to her mother. If you can cut out a bracelet, it will definitely cost more than 10 million. Next, the two transferred the money face to face using their mobile phones.
I think you are addicted to playing.
Sophia, who was nearby, laughed at Cheng Huan. However, she hopes that Cheng Huan can become addicted to the game.
This way, I can spend more time with her.
Cheng Huan smiled at Sophia and said, "When you first start using it, it's inevitable that you'll get addicted."
Sophia asked with a smile, "Is it a special sense of accomplishment to cut out the best jade?" Cheng Huan nodded. Sophia was right. There is indeed a sense of accomplishment. It was this feeling that attracted him. Otherwise, just spend the money to buy the finished product. He is not short of money anyway. Look at you, you fool. Sophia laughed softly.
Seeing these two people flirting in front of him, Lao Sun also laughed.
It's great to be young.
At this time, Su Manchang drove a Toyota Prado and stopped at the door of Lao Sun's warehouse. As soon as the car stopped, two men in camouflage uniforms jumped out from the back door. As soon as you see his sturdy physique, you can tell he is a laborer nearby. Not long after, Su Manchang and Jiang Xiuli got out of the car together. As soon as she entered the room, Jiang Xiuli looked at Cheng Huan with a smile.
Su Manchang praised Cheng Huan a lot just now. Highly praiseworthy.
At this time, Su Manchang saw the stone in Cheng Huan's hand, and glared at Lao Sun and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't sell this stone?
Why did you take it out again? It seems like we have to break up." Old Sun said in a displeased tone, "Isn't Cheng Huan your family member? If I sell it to him, isn't it the same as selling it to you?" Su Manchang thought about it and it made sense. He patted Old Sun on the shoulder and said with a smile on his face, "You are right. When I drive the Conti, I will definitely invite you." That's more like it. Old Sun smiled. Next, these people used a small pallet truck in Lao Sun's warehouse to drag the big stone out. They worked together to load it into Su Manchang's car. After loading the car, Su Manchang said to Cheng Huan, "Cheng Huan, I'm leaving first. Ask Fia to take you to the factory later." "Good." Cheng Huan nodded. "Uncle Sun, I'll give you another box of good cigarettes." When saying goodbye to Lao Sun, Cheng Huan secretly gave him a box of Heetiangxia. This made Old Sun so happy that he could hardly stop smiling. What a nice person. It's not that Lao Sun doesn't have money to buy it. But these cigarettes and alcohol cannot be bought even with money. Even if you buy it, there is no guarantee that it is not fake. You don't have any cigarettes on you, where did you get them from? As soon as he came out, Sophia questioned him. Although Cheng Huan gave it to Lao Sun secretly, it was still seen by Sophia. Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled at Sophia, "I can do magic. Just lie to me." Sophia pouts her little mouth and looks so adorable. Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly again, "I really didn't lie to you, if you don't believe me, look." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and suddenly a box of cigarettes appeared in his hand which originally had nothing in it. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he disappeared again. Sophia rubbed her eyes and said in surprise, "Show it again." There was no other choice, so Cheng Huan demonstrated it to her again. Swish! Sophia quickly snatched the box of cigarettes away and said to Cheng Huan with a smile, "I'll keep it for you first. Come to me if you want to smoke in the future." Cheng Huan curled his lips. This woman is so cunning. Chapter 101 Reasons for Studying Medicine. A few minutes later, under Sophia's guidance, Cheng Huan drove to a nearby street and stopped in front of a public building. Here is Su Manchang's jade processing plant. At this time, Su Manchang was directing 3 men to move the big stone off the car. Jiang Xiuli and Jiang Hua were standing nearby and talking. Hello, uncle. Cheng Huan stepped forward and greeted Jiang Hua. Scratches were also seen on his face.
Oh my god, this must be because he had sex with Zhang Guifang when he got home last night.
That bitch didn't go easy on him. Boy, you are really good.
You just learned how to gamble on stones, and you brought back such a big stone.
You are very courageous.
Jiang Hua smiled at Cheng Huan.
Hey, if you're lucky, you should press on to win. Cheng Huan also smiled at Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua looked at Cheng Huan's Brabus and asked curiously, is your car the rocket version? How could Jiang Hua, who is in his prime, not recognize this kind of car? But with his financial resources, he really couldn't afford it. Even if you can afford it, there is nowhere to buy it. Limited to 25 units worldwide. The landing price of one unit is over 18 million. Yes, the G900 Rocket Edition. Cheng Huan nodded.
After hearing this, Jiang Hua rubbed his hands with a flattering smile and said, drive for me for a round, and I'll fill up your tank when I come back. Cheng Huan smiled, handed the remote control to Jiang Hua, and said, no need to refuel, there is still half a tank. At this time, Jiang Xiuli warned Jiang Hua, be careful, don't hit Cheng Huan's car.
I don't drive fast, how could I have hit it?
After rolling his eyes at Jiang Xiuli, Jiang Hua happily got into the Brabus and drove away. Nearby, Su Manchang and the three men were unable to take the big rock off the car.
You three are all in their 30s, why are your bodies so limp?
Su Manchang frowned and curled his lips, he was really speechless.
All three men smiled bitterly. They are not manual laborers either.
Besides, this stone is not big in size, but it is quite heavy. The three of them were also somewhat helpless.
You still have the nerve to laugh?
Su Manchang rolled his eyes at them and said, hurry up and find two laborers nearby to move it.
No, I'll do it.
Cheng Huan said beside him. With a body strengthened by the marrow cleansing card, lifting a stone weighing 300 to 500 kilograms would be no problem.
Need not.
Upon hearing Cheng Huan's words, Su Manchang quickly shook his head and refused. He added, this stone weighs nearly 500 kilograms.
Don't strain your waist. Stay still. Men understand men best.
If you strain your waist, it will be a lifelong problem. It is very likely to affect my daughter's life. We must not let Cheng Huan do this.
Hearing Su Manchang's words, Cheng Huan could only laugh and stand aside and watch quietly. It's quite sunny outside, let's go inside and sit down.
After a while, Jiang Xiuli said something to Cheng Huan and Sophia, and led them into the house. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan saw that there were several workshops here. The first room is the cutting workshop, which is equipped with several cutting machines of various types.
The second room is the carving workshop.
Several people were working on hand-operated engraving machines inside, and the electric motors were making a humming sound.
The third room is a warehouse. Lock it with a heavy security door. It is estimated that what is filled inside are finished jade products. The innermost part is the office.
After entering the office, Cheng Huan saw a landscape ornament carved out of purple, yellow, green and black jadeite placed on a large mahogany desk. It was about 70 centimeters high and 50 centimeters wide. The little trees, little people, little boats, and little animals are so lifelike. Not only is it lifelike, but it is also full of three-dimensionality. It's really beautiful. I really don't know how this was carved. As soon as he saw this thing, Cheng Huan went straight over, took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures. Jiang Xiuli also opened the refrigerator in the house and took out 3 bottles of mineral water. After handing it to Cheng Huan and Sophia, she smiled at Cheng Huan and said, the quality of this stone is average, and it has a lot of cotton, but the symbiosis of 4 colors is very rare. So this piece was carved out. At this time, Sophia, who was nearby, said to Cheng Huan with a smile, my mother is a national jade carving master. This splendid rivers and mountains was designed and carved by her. When she attended the Jade Expo 2 years ago, this piece of hers won the second prize.
Isn't that amazing? Cheng Huan was really surprised to hear that Jiang Xiuli was a national-level carving master. It's really amazing.
After looking at Sophia, he quickly nodded and said, great, great.
Why don't you learn this skill from your mother? I won't learn it. How nice it would be to be a doctor and save lives.
Sophia pouted her lips and said proudly. Jiang Xiuli said, when she was in her second year of high school, her grandmother, who had taken care of her since she was a child, died of illness. This had a great impact on her, so she decided to apply to medical school and become a doctor. After hearing this, Chung Hwan finally understood why a girl with a gentle personality like Sophia wanted to study medicine.
So this is the reason. While chatting, two laborers easily carried the large stone into the cutting room.
It has to be said that 3 young and strong men cannot match the strength of 2 laborers.
No way.
God will never let a blind bird starve to death. They all specialize in one thing and make a living based on their own abilities. Seeing the stones being moved in, Chung Hwan also walked in.
Uncle, have someone cut it here. Cheng Huan took a red pen and drew a line on the big rock.
With this cut, a quarter of the thickness of the lid was directly cut off.
Isn't this cut too thick?
Su Man Chang said with a look of doubt on his face. The 3 guys nearby were also confused. It was also the first time they saw someone cut such a thick lid. Chung Hwan laughed and said, I just want to get rich with one knife, and don't want to see one knife become poor. If there is no water, just throw it away and don't waste time and feelings.
All right. Su Man Chang didn't object either. You have money, you have the final say. Soon, 2 strong workers lifted the big stone and put it under the large chainsaw.
After fixing the position according to the lines drawn by Chang Huan, an employee started the motor and began cutting. Then, Su Man Chang held the green material and said, Chung Huan, I think we should peel the skin of this material first and then figure out how to cut it. This is material worth 3 million, so we can't be careless. We can never let Chung Huan follow his heart again. He was afraid that Chung Huan would cut it carelessly and waste the food.
Well, you watch it. Chang Huan nodded. You can't show off anymore. Otherwise, your angel eyes will be exposed.
Let Su Man Chang help him. After all, he knows more than me.
Chapter 102 Be Myself. 10 minutes later, Zheng Hua drove back.
As soon as he entered the office, he said to Chung Huan excitedly, this car is really different.
It's so fun to drive. Can I still buy one? Buy one for me.
Chung Huan smiled at Zheng Hua and shook his head, saying, I got this car from someone else, it's not available for sale. After Zheng Hua sat down, he said with a smile, when you have enough fun, sell it to me at a lower price.
My mother's uncle is the eldest.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about being with your nephew's husband. Who made this kid have so much money that he can't spend it all?
Our ancestors said.
Nephew dog, take it and go after you finish eating and drinking. Now that my aunt is gone, she is gone, and my cousin won't come anymore. My uncle is a close relative to me, and even if our bones are broken, our tendons are still connected. Uncles love their nephews, aunts love their nephews, and aunts are outsiders.
My mother's uncle and my aunt's husband are unreliable. The first generation has 2 representatives, and the 3rd and 4th generations are nothing. The kiss from an aunt is not called a kiss. The kiss from an aunt is gone, and the kiss is gone. The real aunt is the fake aunt, and the half-real and half-fake aunt is the aunt. Cousins are remembered for 1,000 years, but no one mentions cousins for 100 years. There are 3 people who are not close to you, uncle, and aunt. Okay. Chung Huan nodded with a smile and didn't take it seriously. For him, it's no big deal. If it's still available, it wouldn't be a problem to give him one.
He is not a stingy person.
Hands open. Uncle, can you please stop bringing shame to our family?
Sophia said to Zheng Hua with a sullen face.
What do you mean wait until you have had enough fun and then sell it to me at a lower price? Isn't this obvious? Why am I embarrassed? Zheng Hua glared and said, if he marries you in the future, won't you be my nephew-in-law? I am his uncle. Why, can rich people not recognize their relatives? This little chatterbox.
It seemed reasonable, but it hit Sophia's heart. These were her favorite words to hear.
No matter how rich you are, you still have to recognize your relatives. Blood ties cannot be blocked. Nothing wrong. Double-click 666.
Just when Zhang Xiuli wanted to scold Zheng Hua, she saw Su Manchang walking into the office with the peeled stone. As soon as he came in, he laughed at Cheng Huan and said, you are really lucky.
This stone is actually a high ice cream stone.
Moreover, there is a bracelet space.
Let me see.
Zheng Hua stood up with a look of surprise and took the stone from Su Manchang's hand. After examining it for a while, he looked at Cheng Huan in astonishment. If this can be cut into a full green bracelet, it will cost at least 20 million.
Also, there are quite a few pigeon eggs, ring faces, and plaques. The remaining material can be made into a full green bead necklace.
The value of this stone is at least 40 million. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was stunned. He really didn't expect that gambling on stones could be so profitable. With a capital of 3 million, he earned more than 10 times the profit. It's true that one knife can make you poor or rich. Now that he has the angel eyes, isn't that like holding a treasure bowl? Suddenly, he couldn't hide his excitement. Soon, Cheng Huan said to Su Manchang, "Uncle, please help me make all these jewelry. My mother has been asking me for bracelets to wear. It would be best if it could be processed by next Thursday, as I have to go home next Friday. Although it is not an imperial green bracelet. But this bracelet is also quite nice. Let us wait until we find an imperial green stone. With angel eyes, are you still afraid of not finding it? No problem, leave it to me." Su Manchang nodded. If Cheng Huan wants something, we have to do it no matter what. At this time, Cheng Huan also saw that the big clock on the wall was almost 4 o'clock. He remembered that he still had to go to the airport. So he asked Su Manchang, "When can the big stone be cut?" "It will probably take at least an hour to cut it open," said Su Manchang. Hearing this, Cheng Huan stood up and said, "I have something to take care of first. I'll come back after I'm done." "Where are you going?" Sophia stood up and asked. Cheng Huan said, "Nina wants to go back to Yanjing. I asked her to take my private plane and go to the airport to make arrangements." "I'll go with you," said Sophia. Jiang Xiuli, who was nearby, also said with a smile, "You guys go ahead, your uncle is here to check on us." "All right." Cheng Huan nodded and agreed. "Okay. Here comes another follower." Since I had to be back soon anyway, I took her for a walk around the airport. Not long after, Cheng Huan took Sophia away from the processing plant and got into his own car. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Wan Lidong and Mina one after another, asking them to go directly to the business jet terminal at the airport. On the way, Sophia asked Cheng Huan, "What are you going to do when you go home next weekend?" Cheng Huan said, "My cousin is getting married." Sophia bit her lip and asked timidly, "Can you take me back?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan also looked at Sophia. This girl just wants to show off in front of her family. However, if I take her home, Zhuo Ran will definitely ask for the same. If that's the case, it would be really lively. Seeing that Cheng Huan didn't speak for a long time, Sophia pouted and said unhappily, "Forget it if you don't want to take it with you." Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, "Go if you want to. But I'll be frank with you. If you go, Zhuo Ran will definitely follow you. I don't want to see any intrigue between the two of you." Sophia said, "Even if you want me to scheme, I won't, and there's no need. I will just do my best." Cheng Huan nodded and said, "If you think so, then I'm relieved." Sophia pouted and said, "I'm a good girl, okay?" "Really?" Cheng Huan smiled. "Don't laugh." Seeing Cheng Huan's malicious smile, Sophia rolled her eyes at him. "It's not illegal for me to laugh, so why can't I?" "I won't let you laugh." "I just laugh, ha ha ha." At this moment, the two of them also started arguing in the car. If Cheng Huan hadn't been driving, he would probably have taken action. Wrong. It should be done with hands and mouth. Otherwise, it will not be enough to conquer the opponent. Amidst the laughter, the two arrived at Jinggang Airport. After parking the car in the parking lot of the business jet terminal, Cheng Huan called Air Guzi and asked him where he was. Air Guzi said on the phone, "I have been here for about 20 minutes. I am in the airport parking lot." Cheng Huan said to Air Guzi, "Drive the car to the parking lot of the business jet terminal. I'll wait for you here." When Air Guzi heard this, he cursed, "Do you think I'm as rich as you? Do you know that the parking fee at the airport is very expensive?" Cheng Huan quickly smiled and said, "I'll pay you back. I'll transfer 10 yuan to you later." "Is that enough?" When Air Guzi heard this, he said in a mean voice, "You should keep it and buy yourself some popsicles." "I'll be there soon." Chapter 103 Walking with the Wind. Seeing Cheng Huan put down the phone, Sophia asked Cheng Huan, "Is your private plane big?" Cheng Huan nodded and grinned at her. "It's about the same size as a Boeing 747-400. It's a plane made in China. Do you need to go out for meetings often?" Sophia asked again. She now wanted to know everything about Cheng Huan. Only by thoroughly understanding Cheng Huan can you win Cheng Huan's heart faster. The company is managed by someone, so I don't need to worry about it. Cheng Huan shook his head. Because the domestic high-speed rail is very developed. He has never been on a plane. But sometimes, taking the high-speed rail is really faster than taking a plane.
Then why did you buy a private jet? Sophia asked again.
This question really stumped Chung Hwan. When I bought this super plane, I didn't think too much about it. I just feel that since I'm so rich, I should have a private jet.
After all, traveling is convenient. But where can I go? Just for the convenience of traveling. Cheng Huan shrugged.
Sophia pursed her lips and said to Cheng Huan, Cheng Huan, if you have too much money and have nowhere to spend it, you can go help some patients.
During my internship at the hospital, I saw many patients give up treatment because they couldn't afford the high fees. It was so heartbreaking.
Okay. Cheng Huan nodded and said, in the future, I will take out 10 billion yuan every year to help those patients.
Good things will happen to good people,
Sophia said with eyes full of love. Not long after, Erguzi arrived driving a brand new G-Class. After parking the car, I saw this guy getting out of the car wearing big sunglasses. When you put on a pair of sunglasses, it looks like no one loves you. He walked with such a heartless pace that he acted like a little hooligan. The eyes behind the sunglasses were also looking around for Cheng Huan. Maybe the Bravest car film was applied too well. This guy didn't even see Cheng Huan sitting in the car. Just as he walked near Babo's and was about to make a call with his cell phone, Cheng Huan simply honked the horn.
This sound almost scared Erguzi to death.
When he saw Cheng Huan clearly in the car, he walked towards the car angrily.
He yelled at Cheng Huan, who was in the driver's seat, "Are you still a human being? You almost scared me away." Cheng Huan lowered the car window and said to Erguzi with a smile, "You have a bad eye, can you blame me?
I thought you came here in a Bentley, surrounded by girls." Erguzi got a free look at Cheng Huan and saw Sophia in the car, so he quickly greeted her, "Hello, senior."
"Hello."
Sophia smiled at him. Then, Erguzi looked around the car.
Finally, he asked, "When did you buy it?" Cheng Huan said, "Yesterday at noon."
Hearing this, Erguzi slapped his thigh and said with regret, "If I had known earlier, I would have asked you for this car."
This guy knows a lot about the G-Class.
Cheng Huan knew that Bravest was the most powerful G-Class car on the planet, and he also learned this knowledge from him. Actually, except for the knowledge of professional courses, Erguzi has a profound knowledge of other subjects. Especially when it comes to matters between men and women, he has the most say among the 4 people in the room. He also often told dirty jokes to Cheng Huan and others.
The happiness at that time was truly happiness.
Seeing him like this, Cheng Huan laughed and shook his head, saying, "I don't have any, just this one."
Erguzi looked disappointed for a moment, then asked, "When will Camilla and Mina come over?" Cheng Huan looked at the time and said, "It should be soon." The two of them set out from the hotel and were able to stay a little further away. "What did you do this afternoon?"
Erguzi lit a cigarette, leaned against the car and asked Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan shrugged and said, "I went to find Sophia's father to learn how to gamble on stones." When he heard that Cheng Huan had done this, Erguzi asked with a smirk, "Did you bet out a bunch of shit?" Before Cheng Huan could answer, Sophia, who was sitting in the car, rushed to say, "Cheng Huan spent 3 million to buy a stone this afternoon, and won a high-grade ice green stone, which is worth at least more than 40 million. When Erguzi heard what Sophia said, the cigarette in his mouth almost fell out. Wow, how did he develop such a good character?
"Dad, please accept my knees. Next time you go to gamble on stones, please bring me, your precious and lovely eldest son, with you."
Soon, Erguzi bent his legs and pretended to kneel down to Cheng Huan.
He also shouted, "Dad. This is so awesome." He also wanted to try it.
Inside the car, after hearing Erguzi's words, Sophia laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She definitely didn't expect that these two people could have such an exchange.
"No problem, next time Dad will give you a piece of shitty land." Cheng Huan also laughed. "You should keep it for yourself. I want the imperial green." Erguzi glared at Cheng Huan with gritted teeth. This local tyrant must be defeated.
While the three were chatting, they saw 5 Bentley cars from the Imperial Hotel driving over. After parking in the parking space,
Mina and Camilla were the first to get out of the car. Each of them wears big sunglasses, and every part of their body is beautiful.
Especially Camilla, she is truly the darling of the fashion circle.
The way he walks is really cool.
In this regard, neither Zuoran nor Sophia can match them. Nanshi, who is studying dance, is a bit interesting.
Temperament is something that cannot be cultivated overnight. Camilla has been a model since she was a child.
It has been more than 10 years since I left.
It has become a habit.
Immediately afterwards, 10 security guards from the hotel got out of the car and walked over. They are all over 1.8 meters tall, dressed in suits and big sunglasses, and look very stylish. Seeing them arrive, Chung Hwan and Sophia also got off the car. You two are dressed so beautifully. Soon, Erguzi smiled at the two French girls.
Thanks, Erguzi.
Camilla smiled at Erguzi's praise.
Hearing that Camilla also called him Erguzi, this guy's face sank and he said to Camilla, "My name is Li Liang, not Erguzi."
Camilla looked surprised. She looked at Chung Hwan, who was standing nearby with a smile on his face, and asked Erguzi, "Didn't Hwan call you Erguzi?" Erguzi rolled his eyes and said, "Only he can call him by this name, you can't call him by that name randomly."
Why? Camilla couldn't understand. Chung Hwan laughed and said in English, "Because I am his father." Dad? Camilla was confused again. Right. Chang Hwan nodded and said, "He is my eldest son. Because I raise him." Erguzi gnashed his teeth at Chung Hwan and said, "Just go ahead and slander me in front of outsiders."
Chung Hwan said, "You don't have to scream, but don't expect me to support you anymore.
Otherwise, I'll call."
After hearing this, Erguzi immediately became obedient. Seeing Erguzi's spineless look, everyone laughed.
Chapter 104 Super Aircraft.
Then, Chung Hwan said to the 10 security guards, "Your mission today is to protect Camilla and the others after arriving in Yanjing, and do not allow any strangers to get close to them."
Yes.
The 10 security guards responded in unison.
Enter.
Chang Hwan waved his hand and led this large group of people towards the terminal building of the business jet company. As soon as he came in, Chang Hwan saw that the business jet terminal was very luxurious. The passengers walking around here are all surrounded by people, and they are either rich or noble.
However, Chung Hwan didn't recognize any of them.
When he arrived at the reception desk, Chung Hwan said to a beautiful receptionist, "I am Chang Hwan, the owner of the Chang Hwan No. 1 special plane.
Where do I board the plane?"
When the beautiful woman heard Chang Hwan's name, she smiled and said to him, "Hello, Mr. Chang, your flight attendant is already waiting for you in VIP Lounge No. 1. Please register here and you can board the plane and take off."
Thanks.
After Chang Hwan thanked him, he took out his ID card and registered here. Afterwards, they were led by the waiter to VIP room No. 1. As soon as he entered VIP Lounge No. 1, Chang Hwan saw two stewardesses standing there wearing white shirts, red vests, red skirts, and black S-tops. They all have fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. The most amazing thing is that these two people look exactly the same.
Twin.
The requirements for flight attendants on private jets are stricter than those on ordinary passenger planes. Because it is a private plane, it cannot carry too many people, only the boss himself or some of his relatives and friends.
So flight attendants have to come into close contact with these people. Being pretty is a must.
A tall stature and good conversation skills are also a must.
Unless the rich have a different aesthetic. In addition, the flight attendants on private jets are superior to those on airlines in terms of skills, service, and awareness.
In addition to mastering the various basic skills of flight attendants of general airlines, they also need to master certain business work abilities.
The most important thing is safety and reliability.
Because these flight attendants have more or less been exposed to some secrets of the rich.
In addition, private jet stewardesses must be versatile.
On the way, you should always dance a few dances and play the piano for your boss to help him relax.
You can even give your boss a full-body SPA.
These services are what flight attendants must perform on private jets. Of course, their salaries are also quite high.
Hello, boss.
Seeing Chang Hwan and the others come in, the two twin sisters quickly bowed and greeted them. Although Chang Hwan had never seen them. But they saw Chang Hwan's ID photo.
So you can recognize it at a glance.
After seeing the two of them, Chang Hwan also learned from the nameplates in front of them that one of them was called Wang Yu and the other was called Wang Ku. Then, he shook his head in disbelief and said, "You two are the most similar twins I have ever seen. I have to say, these two sisters look so much alike.
Both their appearance and figure are basically the same. It's a little difficult to distinguish them."
Erguzi beside Chung Hwan looked at the two of them and shook his head like Chung Hwan, saying, "If you two didn't wear nameplates and secretly changed positions, I definitely wouldn't be able to tell." When the two sisters heard Erguzi's words, they chuckled.
Erguzi is not the only one who has said this. Anyone who has seen the two of them will be confused. Sophia, Nina, and Camilla were also surprised.
These were the most similar twins they had ever seen. The security guards were all distracted.
but they also know.
This kind of pure, beautiful, and unique girl has nothing to do with them.
In the future, you will be the beauty in the arms of some rich men. Who is the older sister among you? How do you tell them apart?
At this time, Erguzi couldn't help but ask them.
It's really hard to tell the difference.
Hearing Erguzi's question, the girl on the left named Wang Yu said, I am the older sister and she is the younger sister.
If you want to tell the two of us apart, you have to see both of us smile first.
When I smile, I have a pair of canine teeth, while Wang Ku has a pair of dimples.
Hearing this, Erguzi asked, if you two don't smile, how can others tell the difference?
Sister Wang Ku smiled at Erguzi, who indeed had a pair of dimples, and said, then we can only tell them apart by the way we dress and talk and behave.
No.
After Erguzi heard this, he rubbed his head again and said, I'm still a little confused.
Take us aboard.
At this time, Cheng Huan also said to the pair of sisters. Now he just wanted to quickly see what his private plane looked like.
After all, this is a super plane worth 5 billion.
Boss, please. Wang Yu stretched out her slender hand and led Cheng Huan and the others towards the exit security check. Even though this is Cheng Huan's private plane.
But you still have to go through security. This is the airport rule.
After passing security check, their group of 17 people boarded a minibus and headed towards the apron. Soon after, the minibus took them to a plane with a big red dragon painted on its fuselage and Chenghuan 1 clearly written on the tail.
This super plane is really big.
The small private planes parked nearby are almost gone.
Seeing this, Chenghuan secretly asked the system, is this super plane also a black technology from the future? Ding yes. What are the black technologies?
The fuselage of this aircraft is made entirely of carbon fiber alloy materials that have not yet been developed. The weight of the entire aircraft is only 55 tons, which is 1/3 of the weight of aircraft of the same volume.
The aircraft is equipped with two Changjiang 5000 aircraft engines developed by China.
Not only are they fuel efficient, but each engine has a thrust of 1,140 knots 120 tons, and its technology is 100 years ahead of the current GE 9115B aircraft engine. Each time the aircraft is filled with 200,000 liters of aviation fuel, it can ensure that the aircraft can fly in the air for 36 hours without interruption at a speed of 1,200 kilometers per hour. The maximum flight distance exceeds 43,000 kilometers, and it can easily fly around the Earth. This super aircraft is also equipped with an advanced molecular wave anti-interference system, which can easily avoid any radar tracking and missile attacks in dangerous situations. At the same time, in the host's bedroom, there is also a laser weapon system that can be activated only by the host's fingerprint and face. It can easily lock onto any target 1,000 kilometers away, and can be destroyed with one click as long as the host is willing. It can be said that this is the safest and most powerful aircraft in the world, bar none. After hearing this, Chenghuan almost shouted fuck. This is truly a super plane.
The things given by this system are really awesome. Even the President of the United States is nothing compared to it. Chapter 105 I don't understand. Soon, the minibus stopped on the driveway near the apron. The wealthy people in China are very miserable.
Official cars cannot be driven directly to the gangway of the special plane, and they have to get out of the car and walk a distance.
This is a difference with other countries.
Before getting off the bus, Chenghuan said something to the minibus driver, telling him that he would have to go back soon and to wait nearby. Sisters Wang Yu and Wang Ke led Chenghuan and his group and walked more than 10 meters to the boarding ramp.
There are still 6 people standing here. All of them are beautiful women. Good job.
There were actually 8 tall, long-legged, and extremely beautiful stewardesses on this plane.
Wrong. 2 of the women were pilots wearing wide-brimmed hats, white shirts, and epaulets. Woman flying a plane. Still a big plane. This is pretty awesome.
After seeing Chenghuan coming, the leading woman who looked to be in her 30s and resembled Qin Lan smiled and greeted Chenghuan. Hello, boss. I am Gao Yan, the captain of your special plane. Then, the woman next to him, who was about 27 or 28 years old and also had an outstanding appearance and figure, said, Hello, boss. I am Zhang Hang, the co-pilot of your special plane. After these 2 people introduced themselves, the remaining 4 stewardesses who were also fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged also began to introduce themselves. Hello, boss. I am Yang Yang, the chief steward of your special plane. Hello, boss.
I'm flight attendant Lu Yufei.
Hello, boss.
I'm flight attendant Zhu Beibei.
Hello, boss.
I'm the flight attendant He Zi. These 4 flight attendants are not very old.
The oldest flight attendant, Yang Yang, is probably only about 25 or 26 years old. The others were all in their 20s.
Each one is incredibly beautiful. It seems that beautiful women really are around rich people. No matter what you do,
you can enjoy beauty within 3 steps.
Hello.
Cheng Huan nodded with a smile and said, "Take me up to see this plane."
Boss, please.
Yang Yang gestured with his hand.
Soon, everyone boarded the gangway.
When Cheng Huan and his companions entered the cabin of the plane, they saw a huge aquarium entrance with golden frames all around.
Air Guzi went forward and touched it, then asked, "Isn't this fish tank made of pure gold?" Yang Yang smiled and nodded, "Yes, this fish tank used a total of 99 kilograms of 999 gold." Upon hearing this, Air Guzi stuck out his tongue.
"Boss, please put on your slippers and let's go inside for a tour."
There is no way around it.
Most areas in the plane are covered with high-end carpets and you cannot step on them with shoes on. After Yang Yang finished speaking, he squatted down and took off Cheng Huan's shoes. Fortunately, Cheng Huan didn't play basketball today, so his feet didn't smell. But that also smells like sweat.
This service. No choice.
Next, Erguzi and his friends also changed into disposable slippers. But he did not enjoy the same treatment as Cheng Huan.
There is so much space in the special plane. The rear cabin is divided into 2 floors.
Not only are there luxurious offices, multifunctional living rooms, kitchens, dining rooms, entertainment rooms, and gyms, there are even 3 suites for people to rest.
I have to say, the luxury here is simply astonishing. It is even more luxurious than the villa at Oriental Miami one. What the system gives you is different. Each one is unique.
After Air Guzi looked around, he said to Cheng Huan with a dull look on his face, "This plane is so luxuriously decorated, I want to live on it forever." Today he finally saw what true luxury was.
Not even the hotel's presidential suite.
This is the most luxurious private jet I have ever seen.
It is simply amazing. Camilla also exclaimed in French. Even Sophia, Mira, and the 10 security guards could not hide their inner shock.
They all sighed sincerely.
What kind of plane is this? It's simply a palace in the sky.
Hearing Camilla's exclamation, Cheng Huan said to Camilla in French with a smug look on his face, "Don't think that only you in France have Airbus, the United States has Boeing, and we in China don't have large aircraft. I'll let you know later that the large aircraft produced by China are the best aircraft in the world." When Erguzi and Sophia heard that Cheng Huan was speaking French, they were stunned.
Camilla nodded and said, "I like China. I want to live in China in the future. I want to be a Chinese."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan knew what she wanted to do, and quickly said, "Stop it, don't pay attention to me."
Snort. Camilla pouted and looked very unhappy.
Mina, who was nearby, snickered.
"When did you learn French?"
Air Guzi's face was full of surprise. His eyes were also wandering around Cheng Huan.
He really couldn't understand Cheng Huan now.
Cheng Huan shrugged at Air Guzi and said, "My buddy was suddenly enlightened by a divine power when he was sleeping last night, and he learned it when he woke up in the morning." Air Guzi rolled his eyes and said, "If you said you learned it after sleeping with Camilla last night, I might believe you."
Get lost. Cheng Huan laughed and scolded Erguzi. This dog has a pretty good brain. That is indeed the case.
After sitting here for a while, Cheng Huan said to Air Guzi, "You guys experienced the comfort of this plane first.
Sophia and I are going back. Take care, I won't see you off." Air Guzi nodded happily.
With Cheng Huan here, he dared not act rashly. "After he leaves, I will definitely take a good look at this plane. By the way, go to the bedroom upstairs and lie down for a while.
Even business class doesn't offer this kind of treatment." "Mina, I wish you a safe journey." Sophia smiled at Mina. "Thanks." Mina smiled and thanked Sophia.
Cheng Huan also told Mina, "When the batch of wine arrives, give me a call and I will send this plane to Yinjing to bring the wine back."
"Good." Mina nodded. "Leave."
After Cheng Huan said this, he took Sophia off the plane and got on the minibus back home. As soon as they sat down, Sophia said to Cheng Huan, "The decoration of your plane is so luxurious.
I want to take a ride with them."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled at Sophia and said, "When I have time, I will take you around the world. The circumference of the Earth is only 40,076 kilometers. This super plane can fly around the world in 27 hours.
That's a good idea. You can try it when you have nothing to do. Good.
Sophia thought Chung Huan was going to take her around the world, and nodded sweetly.
Boom.
Immediately afterwards, she fell directly on Chang Huan.
Smelling Sophia's scent again made Chang Huan's heart flutter. To be honest, he liked the smell. Natural. Very fragrant. Chapter 106, Rare Ice Bottom Fulu Show. Soon after, Sophia whispered, "Is that Camilla interested in you?"
Hearing this, Chung Huan looked at Sophia in surprise.
It is said that women have a strong sixth sense. I didn't expect it to be so strong. She actually felt it.
After the two looked at each other for a while, Chung Huan pursed his lips and said, "My girlfriend can only be Chinese, otherwise my mother will beat me to death."
Chuck.
Hearing this, Sophia laughed a few times. I didn't expect he was afraid of his mother too.
After laughing, Sophia asked again, "Who are you going to choose in the future?" This problem is really difficult for Chung Huan. He could only chuckle and say, "It's fate." Let's decide. I also believe in fate. Sophia also murmured.
After leaving the airport, the two drove back to Sophia's jade processing factory.
As soon as I entered the room, I saw Su Manchang, Zhang Xiuli, and Zhang Hua still studying the high ice stone. I have to say, these three people are really patient. This took more than an hour. Let's study here how to cut this stone to maximize the benefits. No way. After all, this stone is too precious. You have to be serious. Don't even mention studying for more than an hour.
Sometimes, they can study for several days.
Even weeks.
After all, if such a precious stone is cut incorrectly, the loss can be calculated in millions. Seeing Chung Huan and Sophia coming back, the three of them stopped studying. Now, Chung Huan had nothing else to do, so he sat down again. Zhang Hua sat down next to Chung Huan happily, took out a box of Huazi cigarettes with a smile on his face, and handed one to Chung Huan.
No smoking.
Seeing that Chung Huan still wanted to answer it, Sophia, who was nearby, glared at him and shouted angrily.
Chung Huan looked at Sophia and didn't dare to answer it.
Don't listen to her, just smoke if you want. Zhang Hua handed the cigarette to Chung Huan again. Mom, please take care of my uncle. Seeing that her uncle was still not obedient, Sophia quickly asked Zhang Xiuli for help.
Soon, Zhang Xiuli also glared at Zhang Hua. "If you want to smoke, smoke by yourself, don't lead Cheng Huan astray." Zhang Hua rolled her eyes and said, "Sister, Cheng Huan is a wealthy boss after all, does he really need you to take care of him? If this gets out, it will affect his prestige. How can he do business?" This sentence left the mother and daughter speechless. Although their starting point is good. But after all, Cheng Huan's identity is different. It's really a bit too much to control him like this. Besides, Chung Huan is not Sophia's boyfriend. It can only be considered ideological.
Seeing the embarrassment of the mother and daughter, Chung Huan quickly spoke up to smooth things over. "I don't smoke much, so I won't smoke anymore." After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Zhang Hua had no choice but to light up a cigarette and start smoking. This also caused Zhang Xiuli and Sophia, mother and daughter, to roll their eyes. After taking a few puffs, Zhang Hua said to Chung Huan, "There will be a jade auction in Ruili next month.
Do you want to go and have a look together?" Hearing this, Chung Huan's eyes lit up. A public auction is just like a rural market. Everyone brought chickens, pigs, and sheep to trade. There are quite a lot of jadites appearing. He asked, "What number?"
Zhang Hua said, "From the 10th to the 16th of next month, 1 week." Hearing that it would take so long, Chung Huan hesitated and shook his head. "This time is too long. I'm afraid I don't have that much time." Zhang Hua said, "The first 4 days are for viewing the goods and bidding, and the bidding will be opened in the last 3 days.
You don't have to wait there every day. If the stone you like wins the bid, the staff at the market will call you to pick it up." At this time, Su Manchang, who was nearby, also said, "If you have nothing to do, come with us. That's one of the 4 largest jade auctions in China. It's definitely a good place to train. If only this kid could be allowed to have some proper training. You will definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. This luck is incredible. We'll talk about it when the time comes."
Looking at Su Manchang, who was nearby, Chung Huan did not say anything final.
Who knows if anything happened at that time? If he had nothing to do, he would really like to go for a stroll. With angel eyes, this is definitely for the money.
He has no grudge against money. It's not that I complain about having too much money and having nowhere to spend it. Through the Nike incident, he still feels like a poor person. When your wealth reaches a level that is enough to intimidate the US Ji Minghui, you will be truly rich. This Ji Ming Club is not a good thing. It can even be said that this is an evil organization. It brings together elites from all over the world, with the delusion of establishing a unified global government. It controls Wall Street through exchanges and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. It controls world banking and finance through the Federal Reserve. It became a Real G Association through the W Exchange Association. It controls the U.S. legal system through the K and Bones Society and exercises long-arm jurisdiction.
The White House is controlled by the Kuomintang and the Communist Party in turn. However, these two presidential candidates of ZD also participated in the election with the financial support of the GCC. Even the Sticky Mouth project, mentioned earlier, has been implemented with a huge amount of funds invested by them. They create wars all over the world, use the dollar hegemony to reap profits from all over the world, and control Hollywood to deliver American values to the world. Trying to use war, money, and values to brainwash people all over the world. Readers who are interested can check it out on their own. Moreover, he promised Sophia that he would donate 10 billion every year for medical assistance. Let us get this money from gambling on stones. With angel eyes, earning 10 billion a year is not a problem. Wow! At this moment, exclamations were heard in the cutting room. After hearing this, they were all stunned. Was this a dog bite? Soon, a man ran into the office and said to Su Manchang with great excitement, "Boss, the stone was cut open and it turned out to be a rare ice-bottom Fulu show. It's so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Su Manchang and the others all rushed out. Stones of Fulu show are not rare. However, the stones of Fulu show at the bottom of the ice are rare. Moreover, it is so big. Seeing their excitement, Chung Huan also smiled. Finally, he got up and followed him out. When I arrived at the cutting room, I saw that the big stone still on the cutting machine was indeed in the form of three colors coexisting. Su Manchang patted Chung Huan on the shoulder with excitement and said, "You are really amazing. You can even bet on this kind of stone. This big guy has been kept in Lao Sun's warehouse for more than 10 years. He has seen it many times too. But I just can't tell that this is a high ice type 3-color material." In his heart, Chung Huan's luck was really incredible. Chapter 107. Don't mention money, it hurts feelings. Chang Huan scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Didn't you say that a miracle happened in Muna? I went there just for this miracle." Your miracle is really amazing. You found Fu Lu Shou directly. You know, Fu Lu Shou stones are not rare, but those with ice bottom are rare. Su Manchang looked incredulous. He now regretted even more how he was so short-sighted that he failed to see the internalization of this big stone. Cheng Huan smiled naively again, and then asked, "Uncle, what does Fu Lu Shoshi mean?" Su Manchang had never told him this point of knowledge before. So, he took the initiative to ask. Su Manchang explained, "If a piece of jade has two colors, purple and green, it is called spring color. If there are three colors, it is called Fu Lu Shou. Four colors are called Fu Lu Shoshi. If there are 5 colors, it is called Fu Lu Shou Shikai. However, this Fu Lu Shou Shikai is extremely rare, and it is difficult to find it even at an auction. To be honest, I have been working in the jade industry for more than 20 years, but I have never seen a real Fu Lu Shou Shikai jade." Understood. After listening, Chung Huan also nodded. I learned a lot of knowledge. Next, everyone worked together to move the big stone out. Soon, Jiang Hua took some bracelet circles and started to measure them on the stone, calculating how many bracelets could be made. However, Cheng Huan would never make a bracelet. He said to Jiang Xiuli beside him, "Auntie, I want to carve this stone into a large ornament of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Do you think it's okay? If you put this large ornament on your desk in the future, it will definitely be pleasing to the eye." Jiang Xiuli, who was standing by, took a closer look at the stone, and a picture quickly formed in her mind. She nodded and said, "This is really a good subject. If it is carved, it will definitely be considered a rare treasure. I will carve it for you myself. Then I'll leave it to you." Hearing Jiang Xiuli's agreement, Cheng Huan felt relieved. A national-level carving master took action. The value of this artwork has been raised to a new level. Just as Cheng Huan finished speaking, Jiang Hua, who was still measuring the position of the bracelet, stopped and said to Cheng Huan, "We are all family, why are you being polite to your mother-in-law?" After saying this, Cheng Huanzhou looked embarrassed. I have to say that Sophia's uncle is comparable to Zhuo Ransan's uncles. dare to say anything. However, they are all kind people.
Cheng Huan agreed with this point.
Of course I don't object.
But he is not yet at the point where he must marry Sophia. And he still treats Sophia as a friend.
After all, there is Zhuo Ran over there.
Sophia blushed and glanced at Cheng Huan, then said to Jiang Hua, "Uncle, can you please stop talking nonsense?
We are just friends now, not lovers yet."
She knew that there were Nan Shi and Zhuo Ran beside Cheng Huan.
I am just a competitor. As long as Cheng Huan doesn't nod, we can only be considered friends. Well, it's only a matter of time.
Jiang Hua laughed and made a bold prediction, looking at Cheng Huan and said, "Don't say my niece is not worthy of you. After all, he has lived for almost 40 years.
What has he not seen? When a girl chases a boy, there is only a piece of paper between them. What's more, his eldest niece is as beautiful as a fairy. As long as he's a man, no one would refuse to surrender."
Although Cheng Huan is a rich man, but he is first and foremost a man.
So, he definitely can't run away.
After hearing Jiang Hua's words, Sophia didn't say anything more and lowered her head shyly. And Cheng Huan also smiled at Jiang Hua. Sophia is qualified to be his girlfriend.
Cheng Huan, what are you going to do with this big lid?
At this time, Su Manchang bent down, looked at the cut stone lid and said something, breaking the awkward atmosphere. The reason he asked this was that he wanted to buy the stone from Cheng Huan. Although there are quite a few grids on this big lid. But as long as the crops are grown well, have bright colors and produce enough water, it is not a problem for him. What's more, this big lid weighs at least 180 kilograms, and can produce a lot of goods. There are even several bracelet slots. To him, it's worth a lot. Cheng Huan chuckled to Su Manchang and said, "You decide."
I don't know what to do with them.
Seeing that Cheng Huan didn't understand what he meant, Su Manchang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Since you don't know what to do, just sell this lid to uncle." Hearing this, Cheng Huan suddenly realized. It turns out that the old guy has taken a fancy to this stone. He smiled at Su Manchang and said, "Take it if you want it.
I'm giving it to you. Don't mention money between us.
It hurts our relationship. I was thinking about giving Su Manchang something. Now this account has returned the favor."
Certainly. This can only be considered a first gift. There will be more in the future.
With angel eyes, there will definitely be an endless supply of good stones in the future.
These few things are not a big deal. Okay, let's not talk about money.
Su Manchang smiled with satisfaction.
Dad, even if Cheng Huan doesn't want money, you can't take it for nothing. Sophia pouted unhappily.
I can't show weakness in front of Cheng Huan. Asking for something from Cheng Huan would make her unable to hold her head up in front of Cheng Huan in the future. Hearing Sophia's words, Jiang Hua said, "You are such a padded jacket, you haven't even gotten married yet and you're already turning your elbows outward.
What's wrong with the father-in-law and the son-in-law asking for something? What's wrong?"
Sophia said without giving in, "I was just talking about the facts, how did it leak out?"
Your dad is cold anyway.
Jiang Hua pursed his lips and shook his head.
It's not cold, my little cotton padded jacket is very cozy and warm. Su Manchang quickly denied it.
He didn't dare to say it was cold casually.
I'm afraid it will leak even more in the future. Suddenly, Cheng Huan couldn't hold back his laughter. This Su Manchang is really afraid of Sophia.
At this time, Jiang Xiuli, who was nearby, said to Cheng Huan with a smile on her face, "Cheng Huan, if you like the sculpture of splendid mountains and rivers in the office, Auntie can give it to you."
Need not. Cheng Huan shook his head. I will get a stone with better water quality in the future. When that time comes, you can help me carve another one. That's no problem.
Jiang Xiuli said readily.
I have some things to do, so I have to go.
Looking at the time, it was already past 5 o'clock, and Cheng Huan found an excuse to leave. You should drink less alcohol at night. Before leaving, Sophia gave instructions to Cheng Huan. She knew that Cheng Huan was going to entertain Camilla's friends in the evening.
I understand better that men don't like women to be clingy.
So, he didn't clamor to go with Cheng Huan. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled bitterly. The relationship hasn't even been confirmed yet, but he's already been put under surveillance. But he knew that this was Sophia's concern for him and he didn't mind.
Chapter 108 Advanced Technology.
After coming out of the Su family processing plant, Cheng Huan drove towards the Oriental Miami community. On the way, he received a call from Zoran. The girl has returned to school. Just as the two were chatting, Cheng Huan realized that he had taken the wrong road. After all, he is not a native of Jingang. Plus, he had never driven in Jingang City before. Getting lost is normal. But he was not worried. Jingang is such a small place that as long as you can find a coastal road, you can drive to the Miami of the East. So he just drove without any purpose. After chatting with Zoran for a few minutes, Cheng Huan saw a billboard on the side of the road that read Haijin Music Studio. The business scope includes sales of various musical instruments, training, and song recording. After seeing the advertisement, Cheng Huan didn't hesitate any longer and turned the car directly to the door of the music studio and stopped. Then, he told Zoran that he was going to record a song, hung up the phone and went inside. As soon as he came in, Cheng Huan saw a lot of musical instruments displayed in the store. Guitar, bass, drum set, keyboard, tuba, trumpet. When a lady here saw Cheng Huan coming in, she greeted him with a smile and asked, "Hello, what musical instrument do you want to buy?" Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, "I want to record a few songs." After hearing this, the elder sister looked at Cheng Huan carefully. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh with excitement and said, "I remembered you." Seeing her like this, Cheng Huan's face was full of question marks. What does it mean? The older sister quickly added, "I've been listening to your songs on Douyin these past 2 days. I didn't expect to meet you in person. What a fate. Hey, you're much more handsome in person than in the video." Thanks. Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly. He really didn't expect that he would be so famous now. Although many people want to be famous. But Cheng Huan really didn't want to. This will be troublesome. The lady asked, "Do you want to record the songs you sing in the video?" Right. Cheng Huan nodded. Hearing this, the lady boss said with difficulty, "If you want to record these new songs, you have to solo the songs first, and then we will use the computer to synthesize them for you. After all, the songs you sang were all original, and we don't have any ready-made accompaniment music here." Cheng Huan nodded and said, "That's no problem. How much is one song?" The lady said, "If we synthesize a song, it will cost at least 3,000 yuan per song. Because we have to adjust the pitch, rhythm and timbre for you, which will take a long time." "No problem, I'll record 10 songs." Cheng Huan took out his mobile phone and scanned the WeChat payment QR code. "Let's go upstairs." After receiving the money, the older sister smiled and took Cheng Huan to the recording studio upstairs. This enthusiasm is comparable to that of the lady working in the hair salon. After arriving at the recording studio upstairs, Cheng Huan saw there was another man sitting in front of the computer, busy with something. "Old Ding, look who's here." The older sister shouted at the man. The man turned his head and looked at Cheng Huan, then he quickly stood up, shook Cheng Huan's hand with excitement and said, hello, you are a rare guest." "Hello, Boss Ding." Cheng Huan also said something polite. After Lao Ding let go of Cheng Huan, he asked again, "What's your name, brother?" Cheng Huan said, Cheng is in future, and Huan is in single name." "Nice name." Lao Ding smiled and said, "Brother Cheng, I listened to the songs you sang several times, and there is really no flaw. I wonder if Brother Cheng is interested in entering the music industry? I can help you contact an entertainment company. I am dissatisfied, brother. Several big names in the music industry are my buddies, and I also have good relationships with some entertainment companies. As long as you nod, I guarantee that I can make you famous. You know, there are many people with musical talent like you, but what they lack is a mentor." This guy is obviously boasting, comparing himself to a bull. After listening to Lao Ding's words, Cheng Huan finally understood why these two people were so enthusiastic towards him. It turns out they want to be their own agents. This music studio is a place where you just sit back and wait for something to happen. Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head, "Singing is just my hobby. I don't want to be a singer." "Why?" Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Lao Ding sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's a pity that you don't pursue a career in the music industry with such good conditions." Hearing this, Cheng Huan shrugged and smiled. He wanted to say, "Even if I want to develop in the music industry, I don't need your help. If I wanted, I could buy the largest entertainment company in the world. I can hold solo concerts all over the world." But there was no way he could say such words to them. "I don't even have this intention. Don't waste time here. I'm in a hurry. Let's hurry up and record the song," Cheng Huan said. "All right." Lao Ding nodded.
Next, Chung Hwan picked up an electric guitar and played the tunes of the 10 songs, which were recorded.
It didn't take long for Lao Ding to combine all the 10 songs played by Chang Hwan on the computer to create the effect of a band ensemble. I have to say that today's digital technology is really too advanced. Of course, this is just the song for recording. In the later stage, it will be resynthesized and edited to achieve perfection. After all, recording a song costs 3,000 renminbi, which is not cheap. After the music was composed, Chung Hwan walked into the recording studio and started singing. It takes others more than an hour to record a song. But he recorded 10 songs in less than an hour. Basically, it passes in one try. The King of Songs card is no joke. Basically impeccable. After recording, Lao Ding told Cheng Hwan to come back 2 days later to pick up the USB drive with the songs, or he could send them directly to his WeChat. In order to save time, Cheng Hwan simply left his WeChat. I also downloaded these synthesized songs. When you get home, you can just sing karaoke. After leaving the recording studio, Cheng Hwan drove back to the villa. When passing the small bridge leading to the villa, he found that there were security guards guarding the place. Upon closer inspection, it looks very familiar. It was the security guard at the sales office who opened the door for him before. "Hello, boss." After seeing Cheng Hwan, the security guard quickly pressed the remote control, opened the fence gate, and saluted Cheng Hwan. "Hello, what's your name?" Cheng Hwan smiled at the security guard. "Boss, my name is Sun Yong." The security guard spoke in a loud voice. Cheng Hwan smiled and said, "In about an hour, a G-Class and 5 Bentleys will come in. Just let them go." "Yes." The security guard responded. Chapter 109, Collective Job Hopping. When Cheng Hwan entered the courtyard of the villa again, he found that it had become extremely beautiful. The Longtan fountain in the courtyard has been turned on and started spraying with lights and music. Even the seaside was covered with countless lights. Although it is not dark yet, it is already extremely beautiful under the sunset. If this were at night, it would be extremely beautiful. Who wouldn't want to live in an elegant and beautiful environment? Even if it costs more money, it's worth it. At this time, Zhao Han in the house was also notified by the security guard at the door and knew that Cheng Hwan had returned. So, before Cheng Hwan got out of the car, they took 7 girls wearing the same nanny uniform and stood at the gate on the first floor of the villa, ready to welcome Cheng Hwan home. The nanny uniforms worn by these girls are very special. The styles are great, but the materials are a bit particular. Some places were sewn with gauze as thin as a cicada's wing, and everything inside was barely visible. I have to say that Zhao Han is really good at arranging scenes. This is definitely to make Cheng Hwan happy to death. Of course, these were all Zhao Han's requirements based on the service staff in some wealthy families. After all, she had visited many luxury homes and had seen a lot. These are just standard features. If you take money from others, you have to serve them. With a salary of 30 million over 2 years, she had to ensure Cheng Hwan's life. Not even the slightest bit of perfection will do. After Cheng Hwan parked the car at the gate of the underground garage, he took out 2 bottles of Conti, 3 bottles of Latach, and 5 bottles of Richbourg from the system warehouse and placed them on the car seat. There are a lot of people dining tonight, and I don't know if this wine will be enough. Even if it's not enough, he won't take it out again. Have to keep some stock for backup. What if there are distinguished guests coming to see him in the next few days? After getting off the car, Cheng Hwan strolled into the villa. After going up the steps, I saw that the big bronze door of the villa was open. As soon as I entered the room, I looked at the people standing on both sides of the door in a daze. My goodness, aren't these the girls in the sales office? Because these girls are all beautiful and have proud figures. Plus, they laughed at themselves. So Cheng Hwan had a deep impression of them. Judging from the situation, Zhao Han has moved the entire Oriental Miami sales office to the villa. Welcome home, boss. Soon, the 7 girls bowed 50 degrees to Cheng Hwan together. Even Zhao Han is no exception. Seeing them bending their bodies so low, they were barely visible. Cheng Hwan frowned slightly. I was even more worried that they would fall down because of the heavy burden on their shoulders. He looked at Zhao Han and asked, "Are these the helpers you found?" "Right." After Zhao Han stood up, she nodded to Cheng Hwan with a charming look on her face. Then, she walked up to Cheng Hwan, squatted down in front of him, and helped Cheng Hwan take off his leather shoes and put on a pair of slippers. At this moment, Cheng Hwan was filled with emotion. In the past, countless boys from Jinan University had been crazy about Zhao, but she never even glanced at them. Now, this arrogant woman is willing to change her shoes with her own hands.
All right. Face it all with ease. Get used to this kind of service.
After all, his identity is no longer what it used to be.
She was earning a decent salary. After helping Cheng Huan put on his shoes, Zhao Han stood up and asked Cheng Huan with a smile, "Don't you like them?"
Cheng Huan looked at the 7 girls, all of whom had stunning looks and figures, and shook his head. "That's not the case.
I just didn't expect you to bring so many people from the sales office."
There was the security guard named Sun Yong in front, and there were 7 salesmen here.
I don't know if the boss of the sales company hates Zhao Han to death. It is an unbearable disaster for any company if most employees quit their jobs.
Zhao Han smiled and said, "There is a saying in the business world, use the familiar rather than the new."
I already know their temperaments and specialties. I don't need to spend time training and testing them. It will be convenient for me to serve you in the future. That makes sense. Hearing this, Cheng Huan nodded slightly and said, "Aren't the clothes they are wearing a little too revealing?" Zhao Han smiled and said, "Don't you like it?" Cheng Huan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's not the case, I just don't think it's necessary." Zhao Han said, "I said I would let you live like a prince. Let's change it later."
After Cheng Huan finished speaking, he also saw the girl named Gao Yu, and asked her with a smile, "Are your legs still numb?"
"No, it's not numb."
Upon hearing this question, Gao Yu quickly shook his head in panic. Now, Cheng Huan is her boss.
"My legs aren't numb at the moment, but I'm a little trembling."
You know, Zhao Han offered them an annual salary of 2 million.
This kind of treatment is hard to find even with a lantern.
She was really afraid that Cheng Huan would get angry and fire her. Seeing her panic, Cheng Huan also smiled and said, "I thought your legs were numb again."
Gao Yu lowered his head and said, "Boss, I was wrong before. If you are still angry, you can punish me as you like." "Is it really okay?" Cheng Huan asked with a laugh. "Kindness." Gao Yu bit his lip and nodded, "Any punishment is fine. Since you know you are wrong, I will forgive you." After a few days, Cheng Huan's resentment had disappeared. He has a very open mind. He no longer had the desire to severely punish Gao Yu. What's more, this girl is now serving me. There is even less reason to deal with her. After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Gao Yu felt relieved and said, "Thank you, boss." Cheng Huan said seriously again, "Remember this in the future, don't show your displeasure to others anymore. It's okay for a woman to be a little snobbish, but don't be too mean." "I remember that." Gao Yu nodded obediently again.
Then, Zhao Han introduced the other 6 girls to Cheng Huan. Their names are Wu Lele, Joey, Zhuangfei, Panning, Zheng Shui, and Lili. After getting to know these people, Cheng Huan asked Zhao Han, "Have you arranged the meals for tonight?" Zhao Han nodded and said, "I have ordered 12 dishes from the most famous Huayang restaurant in this city. They will be delivered on time within half an hour." After hearing this, Cheng Huan nodded slightly. Huayang cuisine is good. It often appears at state banquets and is very suitable for foreigners to eat. Send someone to my car to take the wine to the restaurant. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. After giving some more instructions, he went to the elevator alone, ready to go to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Just after walking a few steps, the drunkard Zhao Han asked behind him, "Do you need me to send someone to rub your back?" "Need not." Cheng Huan waved his hand. He doesn't dare to ask anyone to rub his back. It hasn't become so corrupt yet. Chapter 110 Guzi was bribed. After entering his bedroom again, Cheng Huan found that a lot of daily necessities had been added here. There are also some large green plants in the small living room outside the bedroom. It seems that Zhao Han has really put a lot of thought into this these days. The cloakroom in the house is also filled with a lot of clothes. All are top brands. The size is also true to size. It seems that this woman is really attentive. She actually remembered his clothes size at a glance. After entering the large bathroom in the house, Cheng Huan also took a comfortable bath. This big bath is almost as big as the school bathhouse. Boom! After washing, Cheng Huan put on a set of white silk pajamas bought by Zhao Han and lay down on the big mahogany bed in the bedroom. The queen bed was very comfortable. There are also many seasonal fruits on the coffee table nearby. I have to say, it's really good to have money. Everything is top-notch. It's a super enjoyment from inside to outside.
But Cheng Huan doesn't care about such material enjoyment.
Still able to remain reserved. Not long after Cheng Huan lay down, his cell phone rang.
It was Erguzi calling. When the call was connected, Erguzi said, "We have picked up the person. He is now on the airport bus heading to the business airport." You don't know, as soon as these 6 foreign girls left the airport, they were surrounded by hundreds of people, including reporters, foreigners, and Chinese fans. The 10 security guards at your hotel are not enough. Fortunately, the airport also sent some security guards to help maintain order, so we were able to walk out of the airport hall smoothly. The situation at that time was almost out of control. Hundreds of people rushed towards them.
The various flashing lights almost blinded their eyes.
Fortunately, everyone was wearing big sunglasses.
Even the 10 security guards at his hotel almost got into a fight with some of the reckless people.
Cheng Huan didn't expect these women to attract so much attention that they were surrounded by hundreds of people. It seems that I underestimated their popularity.
He said to Erguzi, "When we return to Jingang, you will send them all to Oriental Miami Villa No. 1.
Hearing this, Erguzi exclaimed, "Where do you live?" "Kindness," Cheng Huan admitted. "Oh shit." Erguzi let out a cry.
Oriental Miami, the most luxurious community in Jingang. But Cheng Huan still lives in No. 1.
So fucking generous.
Hearing Erguzi's exclamation, Cheng Huan laughed and said, "Do your best to serve dad during this period of time, and I will buy you a big villa in Yanjing in the future." Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Erguzi was so happy that he almost died. He patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry about me. I will be there whenever you call me, and I will be warm and thoughtful, and never late." On the phone, Cheng Huan could even hear this guy patting his chest. He smiled and said, "Buy a roast duck."
This is his favorite.
Otherwise, in the past, I wouldn't have been forced by Erga to call him dad so many times.
Erguzi chuckled and said, "I would have thought of it even if you didn't mention it. I've already asked my childhood friend to send one over.
It's a freshly made quanjude, all sliced up, exactly 108 slices.
I guarantee it'll still be warm when I take it back to Jingang."
Oh.
Cheng Huan laughed.
This guy knows how to get things done.
The child is teachable. Soon, Erguzi asked again, "I just heard Camilla tell those foreign girls in English that you two slept together last night? What do you think? Share it with me."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan secretly cursed Camilla for her big mouth.
How can you just talk about something like this? Isn't this an attempt to destroy your own innocence? We did lie together last night, but we didn't do anything.
At this moment, Cheng Huan also honestly admitted it.
There is nothing to hide from your own brother. Besides, it can't be concealed. Fuck, what do you think?
Erguzi looked at him with disdain and confusion.
There is such a beautiful woman lying beside me and I do nothing. Are you sick? Anyway, he couldn't understand it.
Hearing such a question, Cheng Huan curled his lips.
This guy is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. What else could he think? If he wasn't sick, Camilla could have filled up last night.
But this hidden illness cannot be told to Erguzi for the time being. This guy doesn't keep his mouth shut.
Moreover, he would make some sarcastic remarks to him from time to time. I didn't think much about it. I just didn't want to give away my first time casually. Cheng Huan made up an excuse.
However, this is also his true intention.
You can eat whatever you want, but you can't walk wherever you want. Can you guarantee that there is no wall in front of you?
You think you are a woman, but you still care so much about your first time. After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Erguzi directly teased him. For him, leaving such a beautiful woman alone without sleeping with her is a sign of illness. Either physical or psychological. After all, there are very few men these days who can remain unmoved by beauty. Anyway, if it were him, he would definitely not be able to control himself.
Then I can't just do that, Cheng Huan said. Erguzi said, "Actually, I think Camilla is a pretty good person.
After all, she is an international top supermodel.
She has the looks and the figure.
She is definitely qualified to be your girlfriend."
Damn it.
When Cheng Huan heard Erguzi's words, he frowned. I didn't expect this guy to come and persuade me.
Something's wrong, he asked in surprise. What's going on? Were you bribed by Camilla? Hey.
Guzi laughed twice and said, "It's not that I was bribed, it's mainly because this foreign girl is really good at dealing with things and said nice things to me all the way. Moreover, when she heard that I liked the French team, she immediately agreed to help me get a football signed by all the French football players. I just want to return the favor." This guy is a fan of the French team. He also has a special affection for the Moo Turtle and is an absolute die-hard fan.
Cheng Huan said unhappily, "Isn't this bribery?"
Guzi said, "I'm helping you to control it." Cheng Huan rolled his eyes, "Don't worry about my affairs."
"Okay, I won't worry about it. Do whatever you want."
Guzi said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to chat with those pretty girls. Hey, let me tell you, these 6 foreign girls who just arrived are all as beautiful as fairies, even prettier than in the video. When they arrive at Jingang, they will surely dazzle your eyes."
Hearing this, Cheng Huan really wanted to tell Guzi. "I saw them on Camilla's phone last night.
Besides, Dad has seen them without clothes on."
"Where did you see this?" he asked Guzi. "Do you regret not studying English well?" Guzi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter.
Wang Yu and Wang could both speak fluent English and can do simultaneous interpretation." Suddenly, Cheng Huan was surprised again. "I didn't expect these 2 sisters to be so amazing."
Hang up.
After Guzi finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any hesitation.
Chapter 111 Playing with the System in the Future.
Just when Cheng Huan was lying there bored, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was Wang Lidong who called.
After the call was connected, Cheng Huan asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?"
Wang Lidong said in a low voice on the phone, "Boss, Joe from Jinhua Real Estate just came to the hotel to see me. He asked me to give you a watch, hoping that you would show mercy and let him go.
He will never forget this great kindness." Cheng Huan didn't expect that Zhou Gang was so powerful that he even found Wang Lidong. You have to know that Wang Lidong is the general manager of the hotel under his name, and his status is different from Yan Yuan. Wang Lidong's call must have been made after careful consideration. This also shows that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. He asked Wang Lidong in a somewhat unhappy voice, "Are you close to this Zhou Gang?"
Wang Lidong could tell Cheng Huan was unhappy and said timidly, "I have known him for more than 10 years, so we are old friends."
Cheng Huan said coldly, "What do you think I should do to be worthy of you as an old friend?" If he directly rejected Wang Lidong's plea at this moment, Wang Lidong would definitely be embarrassed. "If I promised not to pursue Zhou Mingxiu's arrogance, I would definitely feel very resentful. After all, I got slapped hard by this bastard. This kind of humiliation really cannot be resolved with money." He now kicks the ball to Wang Lidong to see what this guy will say. Soon, Wang Lidong said, "You are the boss, you have the final say." Wipe. Cheng Huan was also amused by his words. This guy is really smart. He actually kicked the ball back. No wonder he could become the general manager of Dihao International Hotel. The way he plays with the human relationships is really cool. Cheng Huan pursed his lips and said, "Wang Lidong, it's not authentic for you to talk like that." "What do you mean I'm the boss and I have the final say? If you think this way, why did you call me? Remember, I don't want to hear shit like that from you again. Just tell me what you think, I will listen carefully." While Cheng Huan was teaching Wang Lidong a lesson, he also gave him enough face. Two-pronged approach. Wang Lidong was sweating on the other end of the phone and said quickly, "Boss, please forgive me for being blunt, but it's easy for you to bring down Jinhua Real Estate. But have you ever thought that if Jinhua Real Estate goes bankrupt, many contractors and material suppliers will not be paid? I will not hide it from you. Many of these contractors and material suppliers are owned by cronies of those in power. They will definitely direct their hatred towards you and our hotel." The Jianghu was all about human relationships and worldly wisdom. After hearing what Wang Lidong said, Cheng Huan suddenly understood. It seems that old Ginger is still spicy. He was only thinking about his own pleasure and really didn't think about these issues. I didn't expect that so many things would be involved. It seems that Jinhua Real Estate has escaped a disaster. He cannot let more people get into trouble for his own selfish reasons. After thinking for a while, Cheng Huan asked Wang Lidong, "What watch did he ask you to give me?" The quick-witted Wang Lidong immediately guessed that Cheng Huan was about to give in. I quickly said, "It's the Patek Philippe watch King 5175. Is this watch expensive?" As for watches, Cheng Huan only wore a Casio digital watch when he was in high school. Wang Lidong quickly said, "Zhou Gang told me that he spent 200 million yuan to buy this watch last year, but he never wore it.
Of course, he didn't buy this kind of watch to wear, but mainly for collection. After listening to this, Cheng Huan was slightly surprised.
Damn it. A watch is so expensive. It's really a luxury.
He thought about it and felt that this watch was a good compensation for the slap in the face. Since Wang Lidong came to plead for mercy, I have to give him face.
Otherwise, Wang Lidong would definitely lose face outside. Even he didn't dare to say anything to himself. But you will definitely feel uncomfortable. So he said to Wang Lidong, send someone to deliver the watch to Oriental Miami Villa number 1.
Also tell Zhou Gang to keep an eye on his son.
If he does it again, I won't take any responsibility.
Upon hearing this, Wang Lidong said pleasantly, I understand.
I'll arrange for someone to deliver the watch to you right now.
At this moment, he already understood that Cheng Huan treated him as his own. This made him feel very excited.
In business management, you must trust the people you employ. What if the boss and the general manager become two-faced? Then this company is definitely not good.
The word trust is worth 1,000 gold. After hanging up the phone with Wang Lidong, Cheng Huan called Yang Yuan directly and told him that there was no need to cancel the loan. Hearing that Cheng Huan was willing to let go of Jinhua Real Estate, Yang Yuan was naturally happy to see it happen and had no objections. After all, this kind of thing is really troublesome to operate.
Moreover, Zhou Gang gave him many gifts.
After the two chatted on the phone for a while, Cheng Huan hung up. With nothing to do, Cheng Huan started to check out the Patek Philippe 5175 watch on the internet. He wanted to know what kind of watch it was that was worth 200 million yuan.
Damn, even if it's a piece of platinum, it's not that valuable.
Soon, Cheng Huan checked the introduction of this watch. This watch is a limited edition commemorative watch specially launched to celebrate the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe. Only 7 were produced, one of which is in a museum. It is a veritable king of watches and has extremely high collection value. To be honest, he doesn't like wearing watches. It is said that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches.
But a wealthy man like Cheng Huan, watches are not enough to show his wealth.
He should play with planes and yachts. You can also play with rockets like Musk did. Or, like Bezos, take a trip to space. However, Cheng Huan doesn't want to play what others have left behind. Even though few people in this world can afford it. If he wants to play, he games the system.
There are definitely many features of this system that have not been demonstrated yet.
I really don't know what other powerful functions he has. However, the fact that he could transcend this was enough to shock the world.
System, what other super functions do you have? Cheng Huan asked secretly.
Ding, this system has many super functions, waiting for the host to slowly develop.
Wipe. This system really speaks.
Just like Wang Lidong, he can play football. So it's waiting for him to develop.
Can you tell me how to develop your function? Cheng Huan asked again. Although this system is bound to him as one. But I really don't know how he is going to develop it.
Ding, complete more tasks, so that the system will constantly refresh and upgrade levels.
More functions will be released. Okay, I will try my best to complete the task. Cheng Huan responded. He wanted to say, what good will it be if I don't complete the task? In an instant, 1/10 of your wealth will be gone. It's very painful. Chapter 112. We are brothers, we all have. Ding-a-ling.
Just as Cheng Huan was talking to the system, his cell phone rang again.
I have to say, he is really busy now.
I took a look at the number and saw the name in the note was Yu Yunfei.
Cheng Huan guessed that this guy's call must be bad news. Sure enough, just as he answered the phone, he heard Yu Yunfei pretending to cry, Boss, you can't be partial and only buy a G-class for Air Guzi and ignore me. I plan to go back to Jingang tomorrow. I won't have to work in a shitty job anymore. I'll have more money than I can spend if I hang out with you every day. Wipe. Is there any need to think more now? This must be that bastard Erga showing off in front of them. Otherwise, how could he know this? What? Are you coming back to lick my ass? Cheng Huan managed to hold back the urge to laugh out loud. There's nothing serious between them.
When we still lived in the same house, we had to talk nonsense every night before going to bed.
Right.
Yu Yunfei said in a firm voice, as long as you can buy me a G-class, I will lick your ass.
What Air Guzi can do, I can do too. Cheng Huan laughed and said, Air Guzi is calling me dad now, when will you change your words? Dad, dad. Yu Yunfei started shouting without any bottom line.
After calling him more than 10 times, Yu Yunfei asked Chung Huan, "Dad, are you satisfied with this level of intimacy?" "Good son, Dad is very satisfied." Chung Huan laughed a few times and asked, "Tell me, do you want Dad to transfer the money directly to you to buy it in Harbin, or do you want me to have someone buy it directly for you in Jinggang?" When he bought a car for Erguzi, he wanted to buy one for Wang Zhengnan and Yu Yunfei as well. But considering that these two guys were not in Jinggang, Wang Lidong was not allowed to pick up the car. Yu Yunfei said excitedly, "I want to buy it in Harbin. It just so happens that the last digit of my grandfather's Heifei van is 888, so I can change it to the G-class." Chung Huan said, "Okay, Dad will transfer 3 million to you in a while. When you come back, don't forget to lick Dad's ass." Yu Yunfei laughed happily and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely lick him. I don't believe I will be worse than Erguzi." Chung Huan also smiled and asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask you the night before yesterday, how is your relationship with Baigu going?" Baigu is the girl that Yu Yunfei pursued on Douyin. They are from the same city. Chung Huan has watched her live broadcast several times and she is indeed very beautiful. But I don't know if I remove the filters and beauty effects. These days, digital technology has changed so many things. It is said that there are 4 major sorcery techniques in Asia, namely Japanese makeup, Chinese plastic surgery, Thai sex change, and Chinese beauty techniques. The Ant Xiao incident that caused a sensation on the entire internet is the most intuitive example. Ahem. Yu Yunfei coughed twice and said, "It's a long story. I met her after I returned to Harbin. Guess what?" "What?" "She actually brought another man to see me. I asked who this man was, and she said he was her boyfriend, the top guy in the live broadcast room. And that guy who's on the list even mocked me." "Damn it. Oh shit." Chung Huan asked angrily, "Isn't this white pigeon playing a trick on you? This guy usually lives frugally and gives most of his pocket money to buy goo. I have been with you for a year. I didn't expect to be fooled by others. Say he is pitiful. This is absolutely his own fault. I know it's impossible to fall in love with a female anchor. But this guy just doesn't believe it. Say he deserves it. He is my good brother again. He didn't want to see Yu Yunfei end up like this." Yu Yunfei smiled bitterly and said, "She told me that she never promised me anything. If I bother her again, she will call the police. And that number 1 guy on the list also warned me that some of his friends are gangsters who will break my legs." Upon hearing this, Chung Huan got really angry and said coldly, "If they dare to touch a hair on your head, it won't work even if their father is the President of the United States." Although Yu Yunfei did not fight bloody battles with him like Erguzi did. But at least he has been eating in the same restaurant for 4 years. Of course, he is also his brother. His brother's business is his business. He won't sit idly by. Yu Yunfei smiled and consoled him, "Don't worry, I won't bother Baigu anymore. Even if they want to do something to me, they won't have a chance." Hearing this, Chung Huan felt relieved. Then, he laughed and said sarcastically, "Now you know that love in the online world will die in the open, right?" At the beginning, he advised Yu Yunfei not to believe in online love. But this guy just wouldn't listen. "It's okay now. Reality slapped me hard in the face. How can you succeed if you don't believe in evil?" "Oh, I see." Yu Yunfei sighed, full of regret. "But is this useful? Feelings have been given, and they can never be taken back. What is left behind is not only regret, but also more sadness." Chung Huan comforted him, "You don't have to be too upset or sad. It's a good thing to recognize this kind of person as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't let you help me manage some businesses in the future." Hearing this, Yu Yunfei asked excitedly, "Boss, when are you going to let me manage the company?" Upon hearing this question, Cheng Huan said unhappily, "I asked you to manage a company with a market value of tens of billions now, do you have the ability to do it? Asking them to help manage the company now would simply be a waste of money. With their level of management skills, it won't take long for the company to go bankrupt. After all, what they lack is not courage but experience. It is impossible to see the rainbow without going through the romance." Hey. Yu Yunfei laughed twice and said, "I really don't have that. You have self-awareness." Chung Huan added, "Don't think about reaching the sky overnight. Learn to be down to earth. If you have management skills, I really don't mind letting you manage a big company." Soon, Chung Huan heard Yu Yunfei say, "Don't worry, boss. I will start to cram for business administration tonight. I will try to be your right-hand man as soon as possible. Chung Hwan smiled and said, then I'll wait for your good news.
Send me your bank card number later. Bye. Oh. Yu Yunfei laughed happily and hung up the phone.
Not long after, Chung Hwan's WeChat rang. He also transferred 3 million renminbi to Yu Yunfei according to the card number sent. Then he called Wang Zhengnan again. After the two chatted on the phone for about 5 or 6 minutes, Chung Hwan also transferred 3 million renminbi to him.
This is called being impartial and treating everyone equally. Brothers have it all. Chapter 113 Exciting News. Not long after Chung Hwan hung up the phone, Zhao Han came to his bedroom with an exquisite wooden box in her hand. After handing it to Chung Hwan, she asked, "Did you buy this?"
She just checked the price of this watch online and was almost scared to death.
Chung Hwan shook his head and said, "It was given by Zhou Gang, the boss of Jinhua Real Estate."
After hearing this, Zhao Han looked at Chung Hwan for 5 or 6 seconds, and finally seemed to understand something, and nodded. So the owner of the Dihao Hotel that Zhou Mingshu offended is you. This matter has spread in a small circle. She has a wide range of social contacts and knows many wealthy ladies and daughters, so naturally she has the channels to know about this matter.
You know him? Cheng Huan asked Zhao Han while opening the wooden box.
Inside the box, there was an exquisitely crafted watch, shining with gold. You can tell it's good stuff at first glance. Zhao Han nodded. I have met him a few times at some business gatherings. He is a little pervert just like his father.
Hearing this, Chung Huan raised his head and grinned at Zhao Han, and asked, "Have you ever been flirted with by him?"
Zhao Han shook her head and said, he did think about it, but my ex-husband is still a bit influential in the real estate industry, so he doesn't dare to do anything to me.
Chung Huan smiled and put the watch on his wrist.
Then he pressed the minute repeater button.
Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells.
Soon, the watch began to emit pleasant sounds of 3 different tones.
A bass note usually announces the hour.
A combination of high and low notes announces the quarter hour.
The high note announces the minute.
Assuming the time is 3:50, the minute repeater will emit 3 low notes to represent 3 o'clock, 3 high and low notes to represent 45 minutes 3/4 of an hour, and 5 high notes to represent 5 minutes.
Clever design.
Compared with ordinary watches, this watch has all the watch functions you can think of.
Moreover, its time reporting accuracy reaches a few 10,000ths of a percent. This kind of error is equivalent to non-existence in the vast universe.
This is also a technology that is difficult for other watches to achieve. Hearing this clear sound reminded Chung Hwan of a clock in his grandmother's house that could make this kind of reminder sound. Later, because it disturbed his sleep, he broke it on purpose. Because of this, he was beaten badly by his mother. I slept on my stomach for 2 days.
After playing with the watch for a while, Chung Hwan said to Zhao Han with emotion, "How can such a small thing be worth 200 million? 200 million RMB, I wonder how many lifetimes an average family can earn with it." The world of rich people is really hard to understand. Even if Chung Hwan joined this team, he still couldn't understand it. Zhao Han smiled and said, "In fact, this watch can no longer be called a watch. It is a piece of art that has been meticulously crafted." Hearing this, Chung Hwan nodded. "What you said makes sense.
As the saying goes, watches have a price, but art is priceless.
Exquisite craftsmanship, plus it is produced by Patek Philippe. This price is normal. Moreover, after several years, this watch will continue to appreciate in value. Just like a purple clay teapot. Works created by famous artists are works of art that can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars and can be passed down from generation to generation. An ordinary craftsman can only make a teapot for a few hundred yuan. Those coming out of the assembly line only cost a few dozen yuan.
In fact, their materials and firing times are the same.
When will those people arrive?"
Zhao Han sat next to Chung Hwan and stretched out her slender hands to massage his shoulders.
Chung Hwan said while enjoying the massage, "It took off half an hour ago. It should take more than an hour to arrive."
"Who are these people?"
Zhao Han asked again.
Chung Hwan smiled bitterly and said, "They are a group of international supermodels who are famous all over the world."
Zhao Han was surprised for a moment, then asked, "What are they doing here?" Chung Hwan pouted, "You came to me to drink with me."
In fact, he also wanted to say that it was possible that he came to sleep with me.
But after thinking about it, I didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Zhao Han asked, "Where did you buy Conti and Latte?"
From what I understand, these 2 kinds of wine are not only expensive, but also hard to buy with money.
Could it be some fake bar?
Cheng Huan smiled and shook his head at Zhao Han, saying, I forgot to tell you that I am actually the largest shareholder of Domaine Romane Conti.
Now, Zhao Han is considered her butler. Belongs to an insider. It's okay to let her know these things. Ah. Zhao Han was stunned. Are you so surprised?
Cheng Huan smiled at Zhao Han.
How much money do you have? Zhao Han tried to ask again.
Cheng Huan shook his head and said, I really don't know the exact amount, but it should be around 400 to 500 billion.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Han could no longer hold back.
She hugged Cheng Huan tightly and said, I really want to eat you now.
This rich man. Not just ordinary rich.
Of course, what attracts her now is no longer how much money Cheng Huan has.
It's charm.
The charm of a successful person.
Cheng Huan laughed and said, if you eat me, who will pay you in the future?
Zhao Han also smiled and said, I can't eat the big ones, but I can eat the small ones.
The meaning of this sentence is very clear. No matter how stupid Cheng Huan is, he can understand it.
He is now just like Tang monk who went to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, with demons and monsters everywhere wanting to eat him. Soon, Cheng Huan chuckled a few times and said, no matter how big or small it is, you can't eat it.
Hearing this, Zhao Han pouted and asked, do you dislike me? Cheng Huan looked at Zhao Han.
In terms of appearance and figure, she is on par with Nanxi, Zuoran and Sophia. Moreover, she possessed a kind of maturity and charm that Nanxi and the other three did not have. Such a woman is a fatal temptation to any man.
Just as Cheng Huan had said to Guzi before. If Zhao Han had never been married, he really wouldn't care about her past.
But this second marriage was really hard for him to accept.
Of course, this is mainly because he is afraid that his parents will not accept it.
After a moment, he shook his head slightly at Zhao Han and said, it's not that I dislike you, but I'm sick.
How did you get sick? Hearing this, Zhao Han's face was full of surprise. If this person gets sick, wouldn't that be the most frustrating thing in the world? There are countless beauties around me, but I can't do anything about it.
Cheng Huan sighed silently and briefly told Zhao Han what happened yesterday.
I also relayed the words of the old expert.
After listening, Zhao Han said, your illness is not that serious, you can recover completely. After all, it is not a trauma caused by external forces, it is easy to heal.
Real? Suddenly, Cheng Huan looked at Zhao Han with hope.
If you can really recover, you won't have to wait anxiously for the King of Medicine card.
This is definitely good and exciting news. Chapter 114 The Past That Cannot Be Recalled.
Of course, there's no way I could lie to you. Zhao Han smiled at Cheng Huan and told him how to recuperate. After listening to Zhao Han's words, Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, you know so much.
There is indeed a difference between married people and unmarried people.
Cheng Huan refreshed a lot of knowledge. Zhao Han said, because he was also like this, he had invited many experts to dinner, so I more or less understood some treatment methods.
Hearing this, Cheng Huan also looked at Zhao Han blankly and asked, did he recover later? No. Zhao Han shook his head. The cause of his illness is different from yours.
Your case is a sudden condition, while his is caused by abnormal blood lipid metabolism, which is difficult to cure.
Then you too. To be exact, it's just in name only. You are so pathetic. Hearing this answer, Cheng Huan made a teasing remark. After such a big wedding, I haven't even enjoyed the happiness of being a bride. It seems that Zhao Han's psychological shadow is definitely not much smaller than he is now. However, he was secretly happy in his heart. Nothing works as planned. Zhao Han smiled bitterly and said, how about you take pity on me?
Cheng Huan smiled bitterly and said, I did think about it, but I don't have the strength.
A man can't say he can't do it.
Zhao Han corrected Cheng Huan and continued to encourage him, you can do it.
Believe in yourself. Only by overcoming this mentality can you get better completely.
Facing the beautiful Zhao Han, Cheng Huan just smiled.
Seeing Cheng Huan smile, Zhao Han pushed Cheng Huan down.
Then she lay on top of him like an octopus. Just when Cheng Huan was about to speak, a pair of warm red lips sealed his mouth. Soon, shouting Xiang reached over. Cheng Huan had no reason to refuse such a thing. Even if he wanted to refuse, his mind was blank at this moment. After the two of them greedily licked each other for a while, he pushed Zhao Han away, shook his head and said, I can't give you a future, so let's not try.
Zhao Han also shook his head and said, I won't ask you for any future. Just relax your mindset. Only in this way can you get better quickly. She is a wise person.
I know that it is impossible for me to compete with others for the position of girlfriend. For her, as long as she could stay with Cheng Huan, she would be satisfied. As the housekeeper of Cheng Huan's villa, she would not change her position even if she was offered the position of general manager of a large company. After all, he is a 7th rank official in the Prime Minister's office.
This is definitely an insider thing. Hearing Zhao Yihan's words, Cheng Huan reached out and held her beautiful face, then smiled and said, "Don't you think life is interesting? When we were in school, we were always at odds with each other. I didn't expect that we would be lying together today." Thinking about the various interactions between the two of them before, Cheng Huan wanted to laugh. How unpredictable things are.
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Zhao Yihan also smiled awkwardly. Then, she opened her heart to Cheng Huan for the first time and said, "When we were in school, I targeted you because I resented you for chasing Nanxi instead of me.
Have you ever liked me?"
There was a hint of surprise on Cheng Huan's face. He would never have thought that Zhao Yihan had liked him.
This is such an unexpected surprise. Kindness. Zhao Yihan nodded. "You are the most handsome school idol in the history of the Jinda basketball team.
At least half of the girls in Jinda have had a crush on you, and I am no exception."
It's not that exaggerated, is it?
Cheng Huan chuckled. He knew that there were many girls in school who had a crush on him, but not this many. You know, there are more than 20,000 students at Jinan University, and more than half of them are girls.
Half of this large half would be about 5 or 6,000, right? Are you kidding? I am not a soft girl, so I can't be loved by everyone. Zhao Yihan smiled and said, "It may be a little exaggerated, but you are always the topic of discussion among most girls."
Cheng Huan believed this. Because he has always been the biggest topic at Jinda.
He smiled and asked, "If I had pursued you at that time, would you have liked me?"
Zhao Yihan pondered for a moment and said, "If you really came to pursue me at that time, I would love you all my life.
But I would never marry you unless you could tell me my current identity." "Why are you so snobby?" Cheng Huan asked curiously.
Zhao Yihan said with a look of dismay, "My family is from the countryside, and our family's living expenses depend on 3 acres of rice fields and my father's odd jobs.
Besides, my mother has asthma.
When winter comes, her asthma attacks and she can't do any work. If it's just this kind of suffering, it's not a big deal, and it won't change my mindset in the future." What completely changed my mindset happened when I was in the first year of junior high school. One day, after school, I was beaten up by a female classmate whose father was a contractor because the boy she liked me.
At this point, Zhao Yihan sneered and asked Cheng Huan, "Do you know how they tortured me at that time?"
"What?" Cheng Huan asked with pity. "I was hospitalized for a week before my injuries healed,"
Zhao Yihan said with red eyes. "Didn't you report it?"
Cheng Huan asked with a dark face. This kind of school bullying really continues despite repeated bans. Sometimes when he saw these reports on the internet, he really wanted to beat to death the people who did it. You can't expect these people to become better when they grow up. 3 years old sees the whole world. This is how these people live their lives.
Yes. Zhao Yihan nodded.
However, the father of that rich female classmate paid to settle the matter, and even beat up my father.
From that time on, I vowed to have a lot of money when I grew up and never let my dad be bullied again. You are a good daughter, Cheng Huan said. Zhao Yihan smiled bitterly and said, "It is painful for a butterfly to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly.
It is also painful for a person to climb to a higher position.
I lost so much to become a better person. I even risked my life to marry a man who was 30 years older than me." Cheng Huan asked in surprise, "Isn't he 19 years older than you?" This is what he heard, but he really didn't know what happened. It's all hearsay. Zhao Yihan chuckled and shook his head. "I said that on purpose, otherwise the students of Jin University would laugh at me to death." Although the wedding was grand and many friends from the political and business circles were invited, my parents did not come to attend. To this day, they have not forgiven me. At this point, Zhao Yihan finally couldn't hold back her tears.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan felt a dull pain in his heart. He really didn't expect that Zhao Yihan had such a past.
It makes people feel distressed after listening to it. Chapter 115, The Unpredictable Life Path.
After crying for a while, Zhao Yihan wiped away her tears. Then he looked at Cheng Huan with a smile and asked, "When you heard that I married an old man, did you despise me and think I was too shameless?" Hearing this question, Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly at Zhao Yihan.
This question is difficult to answer. Because he did despise it. Tell me quickly. Zhao Yihan asked again. Cheng Huan nodded honestly and admitted, yes, a little bit.
Hearing this, Zhao Yihan pouted and said gloomily, I have lost my face a long time ago. At this moment, Cheng Huan felt heartbroken again. He hugged Zhao Yihan and said, I can't change your past, but I can definitely change your future. From today on, I will make you the most respectable woman in the world, and you won't have to be laughed at anymore. He. After hearing what Cheng Huan said, Zhao Yihan giggled a few times. Her heart was deeply touched. I even had the urge to cry. But she didn't want Cheng Huan to see her tears again. From now on, she will only give Cheng Huan all kinds of smiles. I won't allow myself to shed another tear in front of him. Zhao Yihan also hugged Cheng Huan tightly and said, from now on, I will make you the happiest man in the world. Cheng Huan smiled bitterly, I am now the most miserable man in the world. You can do it. Zhao Yihan encouraged him. Well, I can do it, and I must do it. Cheng Huan chuckled. Even though he was not opposed to something happening between him and Zhao Yihan now. But there was still no reaction. I'll help you. Next, Zhao Yihan began to take the initiative to try and display various skills. Ding, trigger the mission. Just when Zhao Yihan was busy, the system suddenly rang. Spend 800 million godly points to purchase 8 minutes of physical strength. After completing the task, the host will be rewarded with a super management talent card, which can be used on Zhao Yihan. Upon hearing about this task, Cheng Huan was completely stunned. The tasks triggered are really varied. However, is this kind of physical fitness still available? With this doubt, Cheng Huan secretly asked the system, didn't you say that you can't cure my disease? Ding, this system really can't cure the host's illness. The physical energy for these 8 minutes is maintained by dark matter. When Cheng Huan heard that it was maintained by dark matter, he understood. Don't be surprised that it cost 800 million godly rich points. This is spending money to buy happiness, 100 million per minute. It's so damn expensive. Then, he continued to ask inwardly, what is this super management talent card? It can make Zhao Yihan a super management talent, who will help the host share many trivial matters in the future. Will it reveal the secret of your existence if you use it on her? Cheng Huan was a little worried about this issue. The fewer people who know about the existence of the system, the better. It's the kind of secret that can't be told even if you kill me. No, it will only make her fall in love with you. Okay, buy energy. Cheng Huan responded. The next second, it restarted. Bite. After 8 minutes, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. It is recommended to use it immediately. Use. Cheng Huan gave orders secretly. 10 seconds later. Lao 2 brand soy milk is sold out. Moreover, Arguzi's words came true and he really sold them all to Zhao Yihan. The great cause has finally taken the first step. Zhao Yihan hugged Cheng Huan and said in a slightly hoarse voice, thank you for giving me this happiness. Cheng Huan smiled and said, thank you for giving me this happiness. At this moment, he finally ended his bold career. Since then, he has transformed into a grown man. There are many more responsibilities and obligations. System, can I still buy dark matter in the future? While Zhao Yihan was cleaning up the mess, Cheng Huan secretly asked the system. He has fallen in love with this feeling. It's so damn good. Taste the marrow and you will know its taste. Can never give it up again. Even if the cost is high, he is willing to do it. Ding, okay. Friendly reminder, the host can continue to purchase various skills that have been learned and use them on Zhao Yihan. This is also possible? Cheng Huan was surprised. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to make Zhao Yihan an invincible beauty? Of course, this system has many functions, which need to be developed slowly by the host. How to use it on men? Cheng Huan asked secretly. This is what he cares most about. If this were possible, he could turn Arguzi, Wang Zhengnan and Yu Yunfei into super talents in just a few minutes. However, he couldn't do the same to men. This function is not open to men. All right. Cheng Huan responded. Although it's a bit disappointing, it doesn't matter. I didn't really expect them to help me share much of the work. It doesn't matter if I keep them in the future. After looking at the empty godly rich value, Chung Huan gave up the idea of getting another bucket. Now he still owes the system 50 billion godly value. However, by the day after tomorrow, he will have tens of billions of dollars in revenue. At that time, you can buy as many minutes of dark matter as you want. I won't stop until I'm completely satisfied. Seeing that Zhao was still packing, Chung Huan smiled at Zhao.
Are you laughing? Laugh at your heart-wrenching happiness just now. Don't laugh.
At this moment, Zhao face became even redder.
If I am pregnant, can I give birth to the baby? Not long after, Zhao asked Chung Huan.
This sentence scared Chung Huan so much that he quickly shook his head and said, "Otherwise, I don't want to be a father so early." He is only 22 years old. It's terrible for him to be a father at this age.
Ding-a-ling.
Not long after, Chung Huan's cell phone rang. He took the phone and saw that it was Erguzi calling. As soon as the call was connected, Erguzi said, "The plane has landed at Jingang Business Airport. We will be able to get off the plane and take a car to Oriental Miami soon. You should be ready to greet us." I have to say, the super plane is really fast. The flight normally takes 1.5 hours, but this super plane arrived in just 1 hour.
Chung Huan asked, "They are here to see me, okay?"
Erguzi chuckled and said,
"You have too many furnaces. Do you want me to give you some boosters?" Roll. Chung Huan cursed angrily. After all, I am a national-level athlete. Do I need it? Ha ha ha.
Erguzi burst into laughter on the phone. Hearing this wanton laughter, Chung Huan hung up the phone directly.
Are they here?
Seeing Chung Huan put down his phone, Zhao beside him asked.
Yes. Chung Huan nodded and said, "The plane has landed in Jingang.
It will probably take another half an hour to reach the villa.
I'll go down and get ready first."
After Zhao finished speaking, he got up and left with a happy face. Looking at Zhao enchanting back, Chung Huan smiled secretly. The trajectory of life is really too unpredictable.
Chapter 116, Sun's Surprise.
After lying down for a while, Chung Huan got up. After taking a look at the large map and a striking little red flower on the bedsheet, Chung Huan smiled again. No matter how stupid he is, he knows the meaning of this flower.
Give you a little red flower. Blooming on the new branches you grew yesterday. Reward you for your courage. Come talk to me proactively.
Humming this tune, Chung Huan walked into the bathroom and took a shower. After coming out, he changed into a set of white Armani casual clothes in the cloakroom and went to the large living room on the underground first floor to wait. Less than 2 minutes later, Gao Yu brought a cup of fragrant coffee and placed it in front of him. This service will follow him wherever he goes.
Come, sit down.
Chung Huan pointed to the sofa beside him and said,
"I can just stand." Gao Yu shook his head. She didn't dare sit with the boss.
If Zhao found out about this, he might chase her away. Before becoming a waiter, there are 3 rules to follow. In front of the boss, you either stand, kneel, or lie down.
You must never be on equal terms with your boss. How old are you? Chung Huan asked. 21. Is your hometown in Jingang?
No, from Baishan.
How long have you been away from home?
I have been working since the 16th day of the first lunar month and have never been home.
If you want to go home, just tell me and I'll give you paid leave. Thank you, boss. Gao Yu smiled pleasantly.
You don't need to be busy here, go do something else.
Chung Huan waved to Gao Yu.
Shortly after Gao Yu left, Chung Huan sent a WeChat video invitation to his mother. After the call was connected, his mother Su Lily smiled at him. When his mother saw the white casual suit he was wearing, she couldn't help but praise him. "Son, you look so handsome in this suit." Chung Huan also noticed the big glittering gold necklace on his mother's neck and asked with a smile, "Mom, you look so beautiful today.
When did you buy this big gold necklace on your neck?"
The mother and son started praising each other as soon as they came up.
You're welcome.
Hearing this, Su Lily smiled a little embarrassedly in the video and said, "This is the one I originally had, and your dad added some of his private money to buy it."
Oh, you found my dad's hidden money? Chung Huan laughed. Poor old dad. Any hidden money would be discovered. Judging from the thickness of this necklace, it must be hiding a lot. Soon, Su Lily smiled smugly and said, "Hey, guess where this guy hid his private money?"
Chung Huan suppressed the urge to laugh, shook his head at Su Lily, and asked, "Where is he hiding?" Su Lily said, "This guy actually hid all his money in those 2 broken basketballs you played with."
Ah.
After hearing this, Chung Hwan was completely surprised.
This old man is really secretive. But how did he hide in there? How did his mother find out? Su Lily said, "You're coming back soon, aren't you? So I went to your room to clean it last night. I also wanted to wipe those balls. But when I picked them up, I felt that the weight of 2 of the balls was obviously wrong. When I found a pair of scissors and cut it open, I found that it was full of money. I counted it and it was 16,800 yuan in total." How long do you think your father hid it? After listening to it, Chung Hwan smiled bitterly and asked, "Did my father confess to you?"
Su Lily said proudly, "He dares not to repent, otherwise I will make him sleep on the streets in the future." Hearing this, Chung Hwan smiled. In their family, his mother is definitely the boss.
Holds absolute authority.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of his mother.
Soon, Cheng Huan remembered the jade pendant that Sophia's mother gave her.
He said to his mother, "Mom, I have a friend whose family owns a jade shop. When I went there to play this afternoon, her mother asked me to give you a jade pendant."
Is your friend a man or a woman? Su Lily asked quickly, feeling that this friend was very suspicious.
Why give her a no-problem card for no reason?
Cheng Huan scratched his head and smiled, "Female." After hearing this, Su Lily asked excitedly, "Is that girl pretty?"
I was worried before that Cheng Huan didn't have a girlfriend.
Now I finally feel relieved.
She has never believed that her eldest son, who is so outstanding, could not find a girlfriend.
Now, here comes the surprise.
Cheng Huan nodded. "She is the campus beauty of our school, studying medicine, and is 1 year older than me." After hearing this, Su Lily nodded and said, "It doesn't matter how old she is, the most important thing is that she is good to you."
Cheng Huan smiled and took the opportunity to ask, "Mom, if I find you a foreign girl as your daughter-in-law, can you accept it?"
After hearing this, Su Lily burst into laughter in the video and nodded, saying, "Mom won't interfere with your feelings. It doesn't matter which country she is from, as long as you love her."
Ah. Cheng Huan couldn't believe what his mother said and asked, "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to communicate with your daughter-in-law in the future?" Su Lily said, "What is there to discuss? You guys live your life, and your dad and I live our life. What's the matter? Are there foreign girls chasing you in school?" Kindness. Cheng Huan nodded in acknowledgement and confessed, "Your son is very popular now. There are several girls chasing after me. I don't know who to choose. Ha ha ha."
Suddenly, Su Lily burst into laughter in the video.
This kind of laughter is definitely a pride that comes from the heart.
Then she added, "Son, please send these girls' photos to me and I will help you check them."
Cheng Huan said, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't interfere with my feelings? Why are you helping me with that?" Su Lily said angrily, "You stinky son, you are as stubborn as your father. Mom wants to see what they look like and whether they are worthy of you."
Cheng Huan grinned and said, "Don't worry about that. 3 of them are recognized as the most beautiful girls in our school.
One is one of the 100 most beautiful girls in the world. They are all worthy of me, so don't look at them. Son, hurry up and send the photo to me, or I won't be able to eat tonight."
After hearing this, Su Lily completely lost her patience.
Be anxious. I'm really anxious right now. No. Cheng Huan laughed and shook his head. Ouch, why am I dizzy?
Suddenly, Su Lily raised her hand and pinched her forehead, looking sick.
With such acting skills, it would be a waste if he didn't make a movie. You've been acting this out for more than 10 years, and you still want to deceive me? Cheng Huan laughed heartlessly.
You stinky son, you've forgotten your mother now that you have a girlfriend. You won't even show her what she looks like.
Su Lily stopped acting and spoke angrily to the screen. Chapter 117 All Roads Lead to Rome.
Seeing Su Lily's angry look in the video, Cheng Huan said with a smile, "It's not that I don't want to show you, but I haven't decided who to choose as my girlfriend. I'm afraid that once you get their photos, you'll show off to your older sisters."
What if it's not them? Whether it's true or not, can't you just make mom happy first?
Su Lily said with a wronged look on her face, "You don't know how envious I am when I see other people's sons find girlfriends." Cheng Huan curled his lips and said, "I'll send it to you later, but don't send it everywhere, or I'll never tell you anything in the future."
Okay, I won't even show your dad, okay? Su Lily laughed again. Then I'll hang up and send it to you later.
After Cheng Huan said this, he hung up the video call. After hanging up the video, Chung Hwan found the photos of Zoran, Sophia, Camilla, and Nancy and Shin Cece's circle of friends and sent them to his mother together. After telling Su Lily some simple information about them, he also specifically noted that Nancy was the girl he had been pursuing for 4 years. However, he has decided to give up on her now. After a while, Su Lily replied with a voice message, "Son, these girls are all very beautiful, Mom likes them all." Seeing this news, Chung Hwan scratched his head.
What? Is this a hint for me to marry a fourth wife?
Cheng Huan replied with a smile, "Mom, our country's policy is monogamy, more than one person is not allowed."
Su Lily, what are you thinking about? Cheng Huan smiled, "Don't you like them all?" Su Lily, I said I like them all. I want to tell you that any girl can be my daughter-in-law.
Cheng Huan, it seems that my comprehension ability has declined significantly.
Su Lily, son, I don't understand why you gave up on Nancy, whom you have been pursuing for 4 years? Do you no longer love her? Cheng Huan, no. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me.
During the 4 years of college, I confessed my love to her 999 times regardless of the weather. I became the most famous idiot in the whole school. Next, he told his mother everything that had happened between him and Nancy. It's nothing to be ashamed of, it's your own mother.
It is also necessary to report to her about your own emotional world. After all, children are the apple of their mother's eye.
Only mother understands her children best. After Su Lily read Cheng Huan's words, she replied, "Son, Mom said she won't interfere with your freedom of love, but I still want to give you some advice. If you still have love in your heart, don't make the girl you love sad, no matter why she doesn't accept it.
You know, in front of love, who hasn't begged a little humbly? Mom is an experienced person.
She knows that if a girl doesn't love you, it will be in vain even if you confess 9,999 times. Since Nancy told you that she has her own difficulties and dares not accept your love, why don't you give her some time? When your heart once held someone, even if it is broken into pieces, her voice, appearance and smile are still in those pieces. In one's life, being able to marry the one you love and marry for love is the greatest happiness." Seeing his mother's simple words, Chung Huan fell into deep thought.
When humans think, God laughs.
He replied to Su Lily, "I will choose carefully."
Su Lily, no matter who you choose, Mom will like you. Come on, son. Cheng Huan, Ali Gu. Su Lily, when do you plan to come back? Chung Huan thought for a moment and replied, I plan to go back on Friday. By the way, how are preparations for Brother Shang's wedding going? His uncle lives in the countryside.
His cousin Su Shang is 3 years older than him and has a rather legendary personal experience.
How to describe this legend? A bit similar to Su Sanduo.
Because Su Shang had been naughty and mischievous since he was a child and did not study seriously, he completed his 9 years of compulsory education with an impressive score of 55. Although Cheng Huan's father used his connections to send him to Dongjiang Vocational High School, his mischievous nature did not change.
Cheng Huan's uncle was so angry that his brain almost collapsed.
However, as the old saying goes, God has given me talents that will be useful to me.
If you want to succeed, studying is not the only way. All roads lead to Rome.
The year he graduated from vocational high school, Su Shang said he wanted to join the army. The whole family opposed his request. I was afraid that he would do something naughty in the army and nothing would happen.
Although his family opposed it, his cousin insisted on his own opinion. The physical examination went smoothly, and the political review was even more of a problem.
But the place we were heading to was a bit disappointing. It was the southwestern plateau with the most difficult conditions. Others were sighing, but he was the only one who was enjoying himself. You know, he has been good at climbing mountains and crossing rivers since he was a child. Sure enough, this guy felt at home as soon as he arrived in the army, and he ranked among the top in all kinds of subject assessments. A person who normally couldn't even memorize a text could memorize a weapon operation manual of tens of thousands of words by heart after joining the army for half a year. After completing 2 years of compulsory military service, this guy was actually retained by the army. In 5 years, he used a second-class merit, a third-class merit, and 2 awards for outstanding soldiers to tell his family that being a poor student does not necessarily mean you are a waste. If he had not broken a leg while on mission, he would still be in the army. I have to say that the army is really a melting pot. No matter what material you are made of, it will all turn into a piece of steel when it is refined. After retiring from the army, this guy used his pension to buy a storefront in a small town not far from home and opened a cake shop. His girlfriend Fan Xiaowan is the same age as Cheng Huan and also opened a nail salon in the town. The two shops were next to each other, so the two single young men naturally came together. Now, the two have been in love for more than a year and are finally going to get married. Sue Lily, I heard from your uncle that everything is almost ready. We have booked 30 tables at the largest Lia hotel in town, but we haven't found a wedding car yet.
Cheng Huan asked in surprise, isn't there a special wedding car team? We are getting married soon, why haven't you decided yet?
Sue Lily, originally, your uncle found an Audi A8 as the wedding car.
But Fan Shejuan's brother insisted that the wedding car was not high-end enough and required it to be at least a Bentley or Rolls-Royce.
Your uncle went to ask around and learned that hiring a Bentley would cost 3,500 yuan, and a Rolls-Royce would cost 4,500 yuan.
Upon hearing the prices, your uncle was a little reluctant.
He yelled at me on the phone, saying that there were many things to do with the money, and why I had to give it to others. After listening, Cheng Huan smiled.
Fan Shijuan's brother Fan Yemeng works at Dongjiang Bank and looks down on his cousin a bit.
It's really fucked up. However, strictly speaking, this request is not excessive. After all, this wedding car is just like a sedan chair.
You can only go there once in your lifetime. You really can't care too much about the money. Chapter 118. The foreign girls are here.
Cheng Huan replied, I'll call Brother Shang later and find him the car. The Imperial Hotel owns 10 Rolls-Royces and 50 Bentley Mulsans.
It's no problem to be a wedding car team. Moreover, the license plates are consecutive numbers. It's definitely grand.
Sue Lily advised, son, don't try to be brave. Let your uncle and cousin look for it in Dongjiang. If the car you find can't come, it will delay the important matter. As a mother, she knows Cheng Huan's character very well. But we can't let Cheng Huan do this. If it goes wrong, then this marriage really can't be completed. The mother and daughter would be scolded to death. However, she didn't know how powerful her son was. Cheng Huan now has more money than he can spend in several lifetimes, let alone find a fleet of cars. Even finding a fleet of aircraft is not a problem.
Cheng Huan said, it's okay, the car I found is definitely accurate.
Sue Lily asked, you are a poor student, don't brag about this, let's be more cautious. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan grinned. He really wanted to say to his mother, my dear mother, your son is now worth hundreds of billions. Even buying Rolls-Royce motor cars wouldn't be a problem.
How can this be called boasting?
If I didn't keep a low profile, I would be flying in the sky now. But he can't tell this yet, for fear of scaring his mother. I'd better wait and tell her slowly later.
He told Sue Lily, I'm not exaggerating. You have to believe that your son has the ability.
Sue Lily, forget it, discuss it with your cousin later, don't delay the important matter.
Cheng Huan, got it.
After the mother and daughter talked for a while longer, they finally stopped chatting. Then, Cheng Huan picked up his phone and called his cousin Su Shang.
The call was quickly connected, and his cousin Su Shang's voice was heard, you're back to Dongjiang? Cheng Huan laughed and said, not yet. I can't go back until next Friday.
Su Shang said, if you are okay, come back earlier.
Xiao Hai has been talking about you in front of me many times and is even thinking about revenge on you.
Xiao Hai is Su Shang's playmate and lives next to Su Shang's house. When he was a child, Cheng Huan went to live with his grandmother and always played with Xiao Hai. During this year's spring festival, Cheng Huan also drank with them. At the dinner table, Xiao Hai played finger guessing with Cheng Huan but lost miserably. He drank about 20 bottles of beer and felt uncomfortable for 2 days. Cheng Huan smiled and said, if there is nothing else to do here, I will go back early and then I will get him drunk again. Su Shang also laughed and said, this kid has been training for several months, just waiting to take revenge on you. Cheng Huan chuckled twice and got back to the point, brother, I heard from my mom that my sister-in-law's brother is not happy with the Audi A8 you rented as your lead car and insisted on using a Bentley and a Rolls-Royce? Su Shang laughed bitterly on the phone and said, well, your uncle ordered a Rolls-Royce today.
The fare is 4,500. It's damn expensive. The 4,500 yuan is enough to keep his cake shop busy for a month. But there's nothing I can do. Marriage is a big deal, don't take it too seriously.
After hearing this, Cheng Huan said, let your uncle return the money. I will find you 5 Rolls-Royces and 20 Bentleys in Jingang.
Su Shang immediately asked, is it true? Cheng Huan asked, have I ever lied to you? Su Shang asked in surprise, did you meet the big boss in Jingang? Cheng Huan laughed and said, I guess so.
Su Shang was silent for a while, then said, forget it. You must have a lot of favors to find these cars.
Don't waste your energy.
I'll just hire one here. Chung Huan pursed his lips and said, "Cousin, I want to tell you something, can you keep your mouth shut?" Su Sheng laughed and said, "Don't worry about that. I can still recite the confidentiality rules by heart. Besides, when have you ever seen me betray you?" Chung Huan said, "Brother, I am actually a person with a net worth of over 10 billion.
Where did it come from? Su Sheng asked in surprise on the phone.
He believed that Chung Huan would not lie to him.
It's not nonsense.
He knows his brother. Cheng Huan said, "Future speculation, stone gambling, various business investments." He didn't want to lie, but this was the only explanation he could give.
But it's not deceptive.
After all, the system is bound to him, which means it was his personal action.
Bang!
Cheng Huan heard the sound of a lighter in the microphone. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Su Sheng asked, "Do your parents know that you were so rich?"
"I don't know yet. When are you going to tell them?"
"Take your time. I'm afraid telling them all this at once will scare them."
"All right.
Brother, send me your ID card later and I'll give you a big surprise."
"What surprise? If I tell you now, can it still be called a surprise?"
"Okay, I'll send it to you via WeChat later."
Not long after, a G-Class and 5 Bentleys drove into the yard.
Immediately afterwards, 7 tall, fashionable foreign girls came down from the cars. They are all blonde and blue-eyed, so beautiful that they are breathtaking. No wonder it caused such a sensation at Yanjing Airport.
Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? Wow! It's so beautiful here.
I swear to God, I'm in love with this place.
Beautiful sea and beach.
As soon as these foreign girls got off the car, they were shocked by the beauty of the villa.
"Ladies, hurry in and meet your little Prince Huan Huan. He's right here waiting for you to hug and kiss him."
Air Guzi held a white insulated box and shouted to these foreign girls in his Chinese accent English. Along the way, he became very familiar with these foreign girls.
They became good friends.
After hearing this, all the foreign girls followed Air Guzi towards the villa gate. The security guards also began to take out a large number of suitcases from the trunk.
There are more than a dozen of them, big and small. I don't know what's inside.
It seems that these foreign girls are going to live in China permanently. As he approached the house, Air Guzi saw Zhaoyihan and quickly greeted her with a smile. "Hello, senior sister." Now he finally knew how Chung Huan and Zhaoyihan met.
Wow, this is a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house. Hello. Zhaoyihan still has an impression of Air Guzi. "Where's Cheng Huan?" Air Guzi asked. Zhaoyihan said, "In the large living room on the underground first floor."
After Air Guzi heard this, he handed the insulated box to Zhaoyihan and said, "This is the roast duck that Cheng Huan wants to eat.
Please put it away.
Also, entertain them for a while.
I'm going to go down and look for him first."
As he said that, he put on his slippers and ran towards the underground first floor.
This guy is always so anxious in doing anything. It's my personality. Chapter 119, Crossing the River and Destroying the Bridge.
After Zhaoyihan handed the incubator to Wu Lele beside him, he smiled and said to the 7 foreign girls in fairly authentic English, "Hello, my name is Linda, and I am the housekeeper of this villa.
Welcome to Mr. Cheng's home."
These 7 foreign girls are not only stunningly beautiful, but also have perfect bodies.
Even Zhaoyihan envied their figures. "Hello, Linda." The 7 people also greeted Zhaoyihan politely.
Zhaoyihan said with a smile, "Please change your shoes and follow me to your guest room." After hearing this, everyone put on their shoes, dragged the suitcases brought in by the security guard, and followed Zhaoyihan to the second floor.
This villa is very big.
The podium buildings on both sides are guest rooms for guests, which are large enough to accommodate so many people. Moreover, all the guest rooms are decorated according to the standards of presidential suites in 5-star hotels.
It is even better than that, but not as good as that. Air Guzi hurried to the underground first floor and sat down on the sofa. He said to Chung Huan, who was playing with his phone, "How much did you pay for this villa?" 1 billion.
Chung Huan put away his phone and said to Air Guzi. Hearing this, Air Guzi also looked up at the decoration here and exclaimed, "This villa is so luxurious, just like a palace." Then, he looked at Chung Huan again and asked with a sly smile, "Can I stay here tonight? This place is so luxurious, even more gorgeous than the presidential suite he stayed in last night, and he doesn't want to leave." Upon hearing this, Chung Huan quickly shook his head and refused. "Get out of here soon, there is no place for you tonight. In fact, there are plenty of places to sleep." But he was afraid that Erguzi would drink heavily again if he stayed.
And I don't even know if the little bit of wine I brought back is enough. In addition, Gao Yu and the others were all wearing transparent nanny uniforms, so he didn't dare to keep Erguzi easily.
Wipe. When Erguzi heard Cheng Huan chasing him away, his eyes widened. He said to Cheng Huan with an angry look on his face, "Are you still a human being? I worked so hard to go to Yinjing to bring the furnace back to you safely, and you didn't even leave me a meal?" Seeing Erguzi's extremely angry look, Cheng Huan also laughed a few times. Then, he chuckled and said, "If you want to eat, you can take Sisi, Zuoran and the others to the hotel tonight and eat whatever you want."
"What about Conti?"
Erguzi asked with some interest.
"No."
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him fiercely and said, "If you want to drive, don't drink."
Erguzi said, "Of course I know not to drink and drive. I'll stay in the hotel after dinner. Give me a bottle of Conti." Cheng Huan shook his head firmly. "Go to the hotel and drink some other red wine. I'm afraid the red wine I brought back won't be enough for tonight."
Tonight he took out 2 bottles of Chateau Conti, 3 bottles of Latache, and 5 bottles of Richbourg.
That's only 10 bottles of wine in total. Including Zhaoyihan, there are 9 people having dinner tonight.
This amount of wine is definitely not enough. Erguzi curled his lips and said in dissatisfaction, "You are destroying the bridge after crossing it. You value women over friends. I misjudged you." He thought he would be able to drink Chateau Conti again tonight. But he didn't expect that Cheng Huan would directly chase him away. "My heart feels so cold." Cheng Huan smiled and spread his hands to Erguzi, saying, "I can't help it.
They are prettier than you."
When he stretched out his hand, the big gold watch on his wrist happened to be seen by Erguzi. It is glittering with golden light and is particularly eye-catching.
Erguzi also moved closer to Cheng Huan, grabbed the hand and looked at it, then asked, "Patek Philippe?" The watch is covered with English letter trademarks, which are very easy to recognize. "Kindness." Cheng Huan nodded. "How much did you pay for it?" "It was given to me by someone else." 200 million.
When he heard that the watch was worth 200 million yuan, Ergu was shocked.
"Damn it! A watch costs 200 million. This is going to go to heaven. Aren't you afraid that someone might get hold of you and chop off your wrist?"
Soon, he asked, "When can you give me a good watch?" Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Listen to your father in the future. When you have time, go pick out a Patek Philippe watch by yourself.
Dad will pay for it for you." "Hey, it's a must."
Upon hearing Cheng Huan's words, Erguzi's old face stretched out in satisfaction again. "When I graduate and return to Yinjing, I will go to the most expensive SPK shopping mall and find the most expensive watch to buy." Anyway, Cheng Huan said he paid for it. After the two chatted for a while, Cheng Huan waved his hand and ordered him to leave, saying, "Go back first.
Call me if you have anything."
At this time, Erguzi took out 2 beige pills wrapped in aluminum foil from his pocket with a sly look on his face and put them in Cheng Huan's hand, saying, "Imported, more than 100 per pill, you can take it after drinking." Cheng Huan glared at him, stuffed the pill back and said, "You should keep it for yourself."
"I don't need it. Why should you be embarrassed to tell me? What if I can be of use?"
Erguzi stuffed the 2 pills into Cheng Huan's hands, stood up and left with a smile. After looking at the 2 pills, Cheng Huan had no choice but to put them away.
"If it works well, you can save a lot of money." Hafa Hyola. Not long after Erguzi left, 7 foreign girls came to the basement floor. Each one of them is beautifully dressed.
Her figure is so charming that it is beyond description.
"Hello."
After seeing these incredibly beautiful foreign girls, Cheng Huan stood up and waved to them with a smile.
"It's really beautiful. No wonder they have become the new generation of supermodels famous all over the world. Hi."
These foreign girls also smiled and waved at Cheng Huan. Each of their pretty faces was beaming with smiles.
Even though the aesthetic concepts of Easterners and Westerners are different. But I was still fascinated by Cheng Huan's invincible handsomeness. No way. After his body was cleansed, he possessed an invincible charm.
Next, Camilla formally introduced these girls to Cheng Huan. These foreign girls were really enthusiastic and all of them greeted Cheng Huan with a close look. You know, kissing each other's cheeks is their highest etiquette.
"Come, sit down and talk."
After everyone formally got to know each other, Cheng Huan also greeted these beauties.
Soon, these foreign girls began to find seats and sit down. And Camilla naturally sat next to Cheng Huan.
On the other side, it was seized by Larissa.
After everyone sat down, Chung Huan asked Larissa beside him with some concern, "Are you tired after sitting on the plane for a whole day?" The foreign girl shook her head at Chung Huan and said, "We took a nap on the plane and didn't feel very tired." Upon hearing this, Chung Huan knew it was over. It is now 7:30 p.m. Yanjing time. That's 11:30 a.m. in France. It seems that I can't escape tonight. Chapter 120, Eat the Man. After everyone chatted for a few minutes, Zhao Han came downstairs and said to Chung Huan, "Boss, dinner is ready." In front of outsiders, she could only call Chung Huan boss. Even if the two have just been in love, they cannot break the rules. Hearing this, Chung Huan nodded to Zhao Han. Then he stood up and said to the group of fairies, "Let's have dinner. I have prepared 2 bottles of Conti, 3 bottles of Latach, and 5 bottles of Richbourg for you. These wines alone are worth 7 or 800,000. And it's hard to buy with money." "Yeah." All these foreign girls shouted excitedly. Drinking wine is like eating, it has become part of their blood. They would even rather skip a meal than miss a glass of wine. Medical research shows that drinking some wine in moderation can effectively reduce the possibility of health risks. Moreover, it can prevent coronary heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, and hyperglycemia. At the same time, it can prevent memory loss and help people live longer. In addition, for women, drinking some wine appropriately can resist aging, beautify the skin, and prevent prostate cancer. Most importantly, wine can help you lose weight. Each liter of dry wine contains 525 calories, which is only 1/15 of the average daily calorie requirement of the human body. After drinking, the calories in the wine cannot be converted into fat or sugar, but can only be dissipated through heat or sweating. After bringing this group of foreign girls to the Chinese restaurant on the first floor, they saw a large round table filled with various Huayang dishes, exuding tempting aroma. "Find a seat for yourself." Cheng Huan gestured with his hand, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Then, everyone found a place to sit down. This time, Camilla and Esther sat on both sides of Cheng Huan. He also moved his chair closer to Cheng Huan, wanting to be closer to him. Seeing their actions, Cheng Huan could only smile bitterly. Soon, Zhao Han brought Gao Yu and the others to pour wine for Cheng Huan and the others. To start, it's Finnish vodka. Each person has 1 cup, which can be about 1 or 2 taels. This was Cheng Huan's special order. Otherwise, there won't be enough red wine. Cheng Huan said to Zhao Han, "You can also sit up and eat with us. There are no outsiders." Not to mention that he is already in a relationship with Zhao Han. Even if it didn't work out, he planned to let Zhao Han eat with these people. Zhao Han smiled at Cheng Huan and shook his head, "No need for that. This rule cannot be broken." "All right." Seeing that she insisted, Cheng Huan had no choice but to give up. Then, Cheng Huan raised his glass and said in fluent French, "Ladies, welcome to China for vacation. This first glass of wine is my wish for you to have a good time in China." Zhao Han was surprised to hear Cheng Huan speaking French. This guy speaks fluent French. Is this still a sports student? In most people's eyes, a sports student is someone with well-developed limbs but average academic performance. Otherwise, you can't be called a sports student. De Wereb was the first to raise his glass and say, "Thank you for your hospitality. We are extremely grateful." Ace also smiled and said, "It is my honor to meet you. Thank you for your hospitality." Lindsay smiled and said, "Thank you for such a wonderful dinner and wine. I toast to you too." Then, Josephine, Nastia and Larissa also thanked Cheng Huan. Finally, Camilla said to Cheng Huan, Huan, my best choice was to come to Huaxia to see you. You made me feel like I fell in love at first sight." "Thank you. So do we." As soon as Camilla finished speaking, Larissa and the other 6 people all shouted in unison. "Okay." They started talking nonsense before they even started drinking. This is all thanks to Zhao Han and the others who don't understand French, otherwise they would definitely have thought too much. Cheers. Cheng Huan couldn't care less. "Do whatever you want." As he said this, he raised his head and drank a glass of vodka. This was his first time drinking vodka. The taste is just like drinking alcohol. It flows into your stomach smoothly and silkily without irritating your throat at all. However, after drinking it, I felt like there was a fire burning there. These foreign girls were not afraid at all and all followed Cheng Huan to drink it all in one gulp. Such were their drinking habits. Strong liquor is just a gulp. Only red wine can be savored in small sips. Eat.
This is Huayang cuisine, one of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. This plate of soft eel is the first hot dish in the state banquet. It has been used to entertain the head of your country. Chang Huan introduced Huayang cuisine to these people and started eating with chopsticks. Now, it was almost 8 o'clock and he was already hungry. All these foreign girls gave up their knives and forks and started using chopsticks to eat. They are all very skillful. It seems that he really likes China. At least you can use chopsticks. After each of them ate some of a nearby dish, they all began to praise it. These dishes are better than those I've had in Chinese restaurants in France. Josephine said this with shining eyes, her mouth almost filled with crystal braised pork. That's what I think. Nastia chewed a piece of squirrel fish meat and nodded continuously. If it tastes good, eat more. Chang Huan said with a smile. These foreign girls are really fun. In stark contrast to their otherworldly appearance on the catwalk, they all looked like they were eating. People have 2 sides, hypocrisy and truth. The hypocritical side needs to be shown to others. The real side can easily bloom in front of family and friends. These people have obviously exposed their true colors. However, Chang Huan likes them like this. This shows their sincerity. Come, have some authentic Yinjing roast duck. Chang Huan wrapped a roll of roast duck in dough and put it into Camilla's mouth. Although he still does not admit that Camilla is his girlfriend. But at least I was honest with her last night. Plus, he now knows his mother's attitude. We have to take special care of her both publicly and privately. After all, no one can predict feelings. Moreover, he was not disgusted by this foreign girl and even liked her a little. It's so delicious, I want another one. After Kamika ate the roast duck roll with a smile on her face, she wanted more. There was no other choice, so Cheng Huan had to put the rolled dough back into her little mouth. What does it mean to open a dyeing factory just to get some color? That's it. If you treat her nicely, you won't be able to stop. But what else can we do? Those who take things from others are often grateful, and those who eat from others are often soft-hearted. Even though there was no battle last night. But he did eat the other person's steamed buns. I have to pay it back today. Chapter 121. Can you get away with it? Seeing Camilla eating with great relish, Esther beside her said to Cheng Huan, Huan, I want to eat too. Hearing this, Cheng Huan turned his head and looked at her. Does this mean he really wants to eat roast duck, or is he just jealous? However, since Esther had spoken, in order to demonstrate the gentlemanly demeanor of a Chinese man, he naturally could not reject Esther's request. In the end, Cheng Huan had no choice but to roll another roll of roast duck and put it into Esther's mouth. When Esther finished eating the roast duck roll, he exclaimed that he wanted more. Seeing her open her little mouth again, Cheng Huankai was worried to death. Can I eat first? This is not a good start. After a while, the other 5 people also started clamoring for food. At this moment, Cheng Huan was sure. They didn't come to China for vacation. Apart from being sure that I was here to drink for free at Kangdi, I was also here to torture myself. No hesitation. There was no choice but to give 2 rolls to the remaining people. And these girls also started lining up to eat. This scene made Zhao Han and others who were standing nearby serving them food burst into laughter. I didn't expect this guy to have such a warm side. Where is the arrogance of a super rich person? However, seeing Camilla and the others acting like spoiled brats with Cheng Huan in front of him still made Zhao Han feel a little uncomfortable. But she put herself in the right position. You have no right to interfere in Cheng Huan's private life. Everything is done as ordered. Her greatest wish is to be loved occasionally. After Cheng Huan finished feeding these foreign girls, there was only a little roast duck left on the plate. Damn it, Erguzi, can't you just buy 2 roast ducks? There are so many people, how can only one be enough? Next, he scratched the duck meat, rolled it up a few times, and stuffed it all into his mouth. If you don't eat it now, it will be gone. After wolfing it down, he raised his glass and said, Come on, let's have another drink. The fairies raised their glasses without fear and shouted in unison, Cheers. It seems that they are all well-tested fighters. After drinking 2 ounces of vodka, these people's faces were all flushed, which made them look even more beautiful. Then, everyone ate and chatted. A few people were chattering away, just like magpies at a meeting. Huan, can I stay here and not leave? After a while, Lindsay looked at Cheng Huan with a smile on her face. These words definitely came from his heart. Who wouldn't he want to live in this palace like home and enjoy all kinds of delicious food? There were many people waiting.
You want to be a rich wife? Chang Huan rolled his eyes at her without any hesitation.
This girl has no good intentions.
Hee, that's what Lindsay meant.
Dewereb nodded repeatedly with a charming look on her face. I also want to stay here, said Josephine.
Don't let your imagination run wild. Drink your wine.
Cheng Huan raised his glass and drank again.
After the girls finished drinking, Camilla asked Cheng Huan, Huan, where is your Romane Conti? Cheng Huan said, it's ready.
But tonight, you must all drink half a pound of vodka before you can drink Romane Conti.
No problem.
Larissa said without fear.
Come on, let's have another drink. Soon, Nastia raised her glass.
This guy comes from a fighting nation and is not afraid of drinking. After everyone had drunk half a pound of vodka, Cheng Huan asked Zhao and the others to pour some condiments.
This fine wine is just different.
As soon as it was poured, a strong aroma of wine wafted out. Smelling the aroma of the Chateau Conti wine, all the girls were intoxicated.
Next, the mellow aroma after taking a sip intoxicated the girls again. You know, their love for wine has been integrated into their lives. Bread, red wine, roses. Huan, thank you for your Conti, you will always be my favorite.
After Camilla finished drinking the glass of Chateau Conti, she gave Cheng Huan a charming smile. That wine-red face became even more adorable. Thinking about what happened between the two of them last night, Cheng Huan suddenly felt as if he had done something wrong and should have just held her in his arms and slept well for a night.
Huan is also our favorite.
Soon, Larissa and the others all followed suit with giggles.
Yes, I have no objection to Huan becoming my favorite. Dewereb nodded. Don't talk, drink more. I'll sing for you and you dance for me.
They can't be allowed to drink this good wine, they have to pay a price.
Can't play anything else. Can't we just watch them dance? It has to be a hot dance. Damn it. No problem.
Nastia, a foreign girl from a fighting nation, laughed.
The French accent sounds just like the local dialect. Have you ever heard Indians speak English? That seems to be the taste. The difference is that one has curry flavor and the other has vodka flavor.
At this time, Josephine said to Cheng Huan excitedly, Huan, do you know how much I love the song Salt you sang? After saying that, the girl even hummed a few lines here. This girl has a really nice voice and she sings very well. After Josephine sang a few lines, Larissa laughed and said, I can't wait to hear Huan sing.
Me too. Ether nodded. Lindsay asked, Huan, after we finish singing, can we go swimming in the pool in your yard? Certainly. Cheng Huan chuckled and nodded, but there's no need to go to the swimming pool in the yard. There's also a large swimming pool built under the sea in this villa. My God. I can't wait to go swimming.
Camilla was so surprised that she shouted to God. They have only been to the underwater world to see marine life, but have never swam in it.
That feeling is definitely different. Larissa smiled and said, it must be great to swim under the sea. I think so too. Josephine nodded and agreed.
Seeing their naive looks, Cheng Huan also smiled.
Then, he asked Zhao who was nearby, has the swimming pool downstairs been filled with water? Zhao nodded and said, it was full yesterday.
After Cheng Huan figured it out, he said to the girls, after we finish drinking, we'll go downstairs to sing and dance.
When you're done, you can go swimming. Everyone who comes is a guest. We have to satisfy their demands tonight no matter what. Don't let people criticize the Chinese for being unrefined.
What's more, it won't be long before these foreign girls will all be employees of his company.
We are one of us. Okay.
All these foreign girls were happy.
Watching them chatting and laughing reminded Cheng Huan of the Liangzhou CI he learned in elementary school.
The grape wine is in the luminescent cup, and the pipa music is urging me to drink.
Don't laugh at me lying drunk on the battlefield. How many men have ever returned from the battles throughout history? Can I get away with it tonight? Chapter 122 Naughty System.
At nearly 10 o'clock, Cheng Huan and his friends finished drinking the 10 bottles of red wine and staggered to the entertainment room on the underground first floor.
The environment here is much more luxurious than the hotel's business club's imperial suite.
The coffee table was already filled with various fruits, snacks, and drinks. Soft music is playing in the top-notch surround sound system.
Zhuang Fei and Pan Ing were also standing here, responsible for serving this group of people. It seems that Zhao has given them clear division of labor.
Chang Huan took out a USB flash drive from the system warehouse and handed it to Zhuang Fei, saying, "Record all the songs here into the song requester."
Okay. After taking the USB flash drive, Zhuang Fei responded and started recording songs into the song selector. Just as Cheng Huan sat down, Josephine also sat next to him and said, Huan, do you have an English name?" Cheng Huan nodded and said, "When I was in high school, my English teacher gave me the name Bruce." Lindsay shook her head and said, "That's not a nice name. It means a forest. You have to choose a new one."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan smiled at Lindsay and said, "Then help me pick a nice English name."
Soon, Camilla said first, "I think Thomas is a good name. It means the god of the sun." "No." Larissa shook her head and said, "I think Rick sounds better. It fits the fact that Huan is a man of many talents."
Josephine said, "Tony, a handsome man."
Esther said, "I like the name Steve.
It also means tall and handsome."
Duwali preached, "Let's call him Herbert, which means Huan is a brilliant warrior." Nastia said, "I think Andre sounds good, it represents a brave person."
When Cheng Huan heard these girls arguing about what name sounds better, he also smiled.
Then he said, "Don't argue, I think Huan sounds better.
In our Chinese culture, it means joy and happiness."
"All right."
After hearing this, all the girls pouted.
"Come, let's have a drink."
Cheng Huan picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking with them again. Soon after, Zhuang Fei had recorded all the songs in the USB drive into the song selector and also played that girl.
Cheng Huan took the microphone and said to the foreign girls, "I'm going to start singing, are you ready?" "Yes."
The 7 foreign girls responded in unison, with a crisp sound.
Some people even took out their cell phones and started filming Cheng Huan. It looks like this is going to be uploaded to YouTube.
Next, Cheng Huan began his talent show, and the foreign girls couldn't help but sing along.
"Good job. How many times have you listened to his songs? They can all sing."
Cheng Huan's singing also completely stunned Zhuang Fei and the others.
"Has this voice been kissed by an angel?"
After Cheng Huan finished singing that girl, he began to sing Salt and Remember Our Summer.
Both songs have DJ style.
All of a sudden, these foreign girls couldn't stand it anymore and they all started jumping up. 7 people dancing together was a grand scene. And the butt was twisting so much that Cheng Huan felt dizzy.
Even Zhuang Fei and the others felt a little embarrassed. There is a charming atmosphere everywhere.
This also caused Cheng Huan to sing out of tune several times.
What a bunch of sluts.
After singing these 2 songs, Cheng Huan couldn't stand it anymore.
I quickly drank a bottle of beer to cool myself down. It's really hot. Soon, these foreign girls also sat down. Huan, let's have a drink to your beautiful singing," Larissa said, holding up her beer.
"Cheers." Now, Cheng Huan had only one idea, which was to get these foreign girls drunk quickly and let them go back to rest.
"I really can't stand their torture. I don't know if those rich people live like this every day."
Anyway, he was a little overwhelmed.
Especially during his downtime.
It's really hard to express how painful it is. Not long after, Cheng Huan suddenly discovered a very serious problem. That is, the drinking capacity of these foreign girls is definitely not as bad as he imagined.
Anyone called out can be on equal footing with him. Especially that Russian girl, Nastia, was so generous that even he was scared.
This girl mixed many kinds of liquor into cocktails, which tasted bitter, spicy, sour and sweet when she drank them, and had a unique flavor. After discovering this, he said he would not drink anything, because he already felt that he was getting really drunk. This is not only about getting them drunk, but also about getting yourself into trouble. Seeing that Cheng Huan had stopped drinking, Camilla, who was sitting on the other side of him, asked, Huan, why don't you drink?"
"I'm a little drunk."
Cheng Huan pinched his forehead and said, "He did drink a lot tonight. 1/2 pound of vodka, more than a bottle of red wine, 5 bottles of beer, and several cocktails.
He really couldn't bear it anymore. And these women are really amazing." He was still full of energy and didn't look drunk at all. Upon hearing this, Josephine, who was nearby, suggested, "How about we play the game of truth or dare together?" "I agree. No problem. I love playing this game."
When these foreign girls heard this, they all shouted loudly. Cheng Huan has played this kind of game many times from junior high school to college. It is especially popular among girls,
because only in this way can you easily find out the secrets in the other person's heart.
Of course, if you don't want to tell the secrets in your heart,
you can also accept various punishments. The only requirement is to be willing to accept defeat. Seeing their joyful expressions, Chung Huan did not show any excitement at all. He didn't want to continue messing around with these people. I just wanted to sing some nursery rhymes with them and then go back to sleep. Ding, trigger the mission. Just when Chang Huan was about to refuse, the system prompt sounded. Host, please play a truth or dare game with them. After completing the task, the host will be rewarded with a Fashion King card. Upon hearing about this kind of task, Chung Huan secretly asked, "What is this Fashion King card?" Ding, after using the Fashion King card, the host can become the leader of the world's fashion trends. Host, haven't you always been complaining that China doesn't have a world-class luxury brand? You can create one yourself in the future. From now on, I will only be imitated, no one can surpass me. Hearing the system's answer, Cheng Huan almost laughed out loud. This guy even used the word boss. It seems that this system is becoming more and more naughty. But no matter how naughty it is still an intelligent system without emotions. They only release tasks, distribute rewards, and put products on the shelves step by step, and they never take any detours. Chapter 123, The Honest Child. Huan, do you want to play or not? Seeing that Cheng Huan didn't respond for such a long time, Camilla beside him grabbed his arm and shook it a few times. The attitude seems to be that if you don't play, I'm going to shake you to death. Play, you must play. Cheng Huan nodded. With a mission to accomplish, you have to play even if you don't want to. Besides, you can't suffer any loss when taking a big risk with a woman. After hearing Cheng Huan's agreement, Dewerev suggested, to be fair, I suggest that everyone write a question and a big dare penalty on a piece of paper until we have played them all. Before we play, we must swear to God that no one is allowed to quit midway, and no one is allowed to lie or cheat. No problem. All of them raised their hands in agreement. No, we are just playing a game. Do we have to swear to God? God is very busy. Let's not cause him trouble. Cheng Huan was frightened by their words. Why did they have to report this to God? Is it so solemn? Where can you run to? No, you have to swear to God, said Larissa. Come on then. Cheng Huan didn't care. He is not a child of God anyway. China is under the jurisdiction of Vairocana Tathagata and Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. God is not doing his job here. Then he also asked Zhuang Fei to find some pens and paper. While waiting, these people gathered together and whispered to each other. There was music playing in the room, so Cheng Huan couldn't hear what they were discussing. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have carried him on my back. Hey, what are you talking about there? Cheng Huan shouted. Nothing. Hearing the shout, Esther, who was nearby, turned around and smiled at Cheng Huan and shook his head. Seeing this smile, Cheng Huan didn't believe it at all. He must be planning something bad. Huan, I heard from Andrew that you are learning to play basketball? Lindsay sat next to Cheng Huan and took his arm. These girls are really becoming more and more outrageous. Who is Andrew? Cheng Huan asked in surprise. I don't have any foreign friends. It's Air Guzzi. Camilla said. Puff. When Cheng Huan heard that it was Air Guzzi's English name, he burst out laughing. This guy has kept up with the times. Really good at making trouble. However, this name suits his temperament. Right. Cheng Huan nodded, I'm learning to play basketball. Lindsay asked again, Andrew said you are a great player and can definitely make the national team. Is that true? It's okay. Cheng Huan said modestly. He didn't expect Erguzzi to be so boastful. However, ever since he used the Basketball King card, he has been basically invincible on the basketball court. If he is okay, then others can only say they are not okay. I like watching the NBA. Will you play there? Lindsay asked with her eyes shining. This girl drank so much, but she doesn't look drunk at all. It seems that one really needs to practice his drinking capacity. Not necessarily. I can go and play for a while as long as I want. Cheng Huan nodded. I'm not exaggerating. That's true. He now knows how powerful IMG, the company he is planning to acquire, is. This is not only a modeling agency, but also an entertainment and sports agency. Its correct name is IMG International Management Group. The entire group has signed a large number of sports stars and entertainment stars. With a company like this under your name, playing for any team is as easy as going home.
If you play in the NBA, I will definitely be there to cheer you on. After saying that, Lindsay also leaned her little head on Cheng Huan's shoulder.
Cheng Huan asked, "Which team do you like?"
Lindsay said without hesitation, "I am from Los Angeles, California, and of course I love the Lakers the most.
It's a pity that my favorite player Kobe passed away earlier this year. I am really sad."
After saying this, the girl actually shed tears. It seems that she is truly in love.
Seeing Lindsay in tears, Cheng Huan said with a little sadness, "I am also a fan of the Lakers and I also like Kobe.
I hope he can be happy in heaven."
"Yes, he will," Lindsay said with a choked voice.
At this time, Dwerib also came over and saw Lindsay's tear-stained face.
He asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Why are you still crying?"
Cheng Huan shrugged at her. "We talked about Kobe and expressed our regret and sadness over his death."
"Oh, that's not a good topic." Dwerib shook his head with a gloomy look on his face. Cheng Huan grinned and asked her, "I saw a piece of news online saying that you were having an affair with Mbappe?" "No." Dewalib quickly shook his head.
"The scandal between him and me was arranged by the company.
You know, he is in love with Alicia. Mbappe is also a player signed by IMG, the same company as Dwerib.
Only in this way can Dwerib's popularity be quickly increased and higher bargaining chips be obtained.
This routine is used all over the world. As for interests, there is no bottom line." "Okay, I believe you."
Cheng Huan nodded and gained a deeper understanding of the true face of capital operation. Lindsay also recovered from her sadness and joked to Cheng Huan, "Although Mbappe is very famous, he is really too ugly.
Dwerib's requirement for a partner must be a handsome guy." He. Cheng Huan chuckled a few times. This girl is really brave. But it's true. This guy looks a lot like a ninja turtle. It's basically carved from the same mold.
At this time, Zhuang Fei came back with some paper and pen and placed them in front of Cheng Huan.
Cheng Huan cut the papers into small strips and distributed them to everyone.
Then, everyone started writing down the questions and punishment items. Cheng Huan was an honest child, without any bad intentions or bad ideas.
He only wrote, "What's the thing you regret most? Drop your ears and squat on the ground for 1 minute."
After writing, Cheng Huan rolled the notes into rolls and put them in 2 dice cups.
"When the time comes, you can draw the lot yourself and whichever you draw is the one. Fair and just." Just when Cheng Huan was holding an empty wine bottle and preparing to play, Camilla suggested to him, Huan, shall we go to the swimming pool downstairs to play?" Hearing this, Cheng Huan looked directly at the foreign girl with a malicious look on her face. "I was thinking, what bad things is this girl planning?" After Cheng Huan looked at Camilla, he asked Dwerib and the others, "Did you all bring your swimsuits?" "Yes." Everyone nodded.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan frowned slightly.
"Wow, this is all well prepared. I really want to swim and play in the water with myself." Chapter 124, Reaping the Profits. At this time, Camilla said coquettishly, Huan, my suitcases are all in the hotel, so I don't have to wear them for a while." "How can that be possible?" Cheng Huan gave Camilla a fierce look. He really wanted to give this girl a good scolding. "Even though we saw everything last night, could you please be a little more reserved? Besides, what if they all imitate you? I'm just temporarily broken, not a permanent eunuch. How could I remain indifferent when I am in this mountain? But what if I didn't?" Camilla started acting coquettishly again, blinking her big eyes. "You can go back to your room and sleep. Larissa and I will go out and play." Cheng Huan threatened her. He knew that even if he beat Camilla to death, she would not go back to sleep at this moment. "She is like a piece of gum now, clinging to me." "Oh no." Camilla glared and shook her head, "I want to be with you. I don't want to go back."
Cheng Huan asked her to go back, which really scared her.
"Even if I don't go into the water tonight, I have to stay with Cheng Huan."
Seeing Camilla's panic, Cheng Huan also smiled. Then he asked Zhuang Fei, who was standing nearby, who has a large-sized swimsuit, to lend her.
"I'll buy a few for you tomorrow."
Although Zhuang Fei and the others are not as tall as Camilla. But he is not short, about 1.7 meters tall.
"Find a larger size and it should fit. After all, swimsuit sizes are not that standard. And it's elastic."
Zhuang Fei nodded and said, Sister Zhao bought some swimsuits of various styles and sizes, and put them all in the changing room of the swimming pool. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan felt relieved. It seems that it is really suitable to let Zhaoyihan be the housekeeper here.
Everything is thought out for you. Go back and change your clothes. Camilla and I will wait for you at the swimming pool.
Immediately afterwards, Cheng Huan stood up and said something to these foreign girls, then took Camilla out of the entertainment room first.
Boss, do you need us to go down and provide service? Zhuang Fei asked. Not necessary for now. Cheng Huan waved his hand.
He didn't want these people to see him make a fool of himself.
Wow, this place is so beautiful.
After arriving at the underwater swimming pool on the second floor below ground, Camilla was so shocked by the scene that she screamed out loud as if she had never seen the sky before. However, it's not her fault that she screamed in surprise. After all, this kind of swimming pool built on the seabed is really rare, just like the underwater world.
The top and surroundings are all illuminated by various bright neon lights, which is magnificent.
You can also see many fish, shrimps, and crabs swimming outside the glass cover. Of course, these waters are not really connected to the sea. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such clear water and various rare fish. There is also a medium-sized inflatable amusement castle in the swimming pool, with some fruits and drinks placed on it.
Everything is arranged absolutely perfectly. Go in and pick out a swimsuit to put on. Cheng Huan pointed to the women's locker room nearby and said, Darling, go help me change it.
Camilla once again took Cheng Huan's arm in a coquettish manner and started calling him darling. However, she did not violate Cheng Huan's rule and only called darling when no one was around.
I still have to go change it, you can change it yourself. Cheng Huan refused directly, shook off Camilla's arm, and walked straight to the men's locker room. He didn't dare to go. Afraid of something happening. Always be vigilant. Snort.
Looking at Cheng Huan's back, Camilla stomped her feet in anger.
This inhuman guy. Tonight, I will make you look good.
When Cheng Huan walked into the locker room, he saw a lot of swimming trunks in various sizes and colors in the cabinet. He took off his watch and put it in the system warehouse, then found a pair of black boxer shorts and put them on, then walked out and lay on a lounge chair by the swimming pool. The surrounding coffee tables were already filled with fruits and drinks. He was eating sweet cherries while playing with his cell phone. On the headlines, a piece of financial news caught his attention. BTC fell by more than $1,000 again.
However, even if the price drops, it is still more than $8,000 per coin. Damn it. He really couldn't understand why this virtual currency with no value backing could be so valuable. Is this a brain disease? Previously, he had read a report that BTC was a big chess game played by some financial giants on Wall Street to lock down China's technological development and affect China's economy. According to statistics from foreign BTC trading platforms, the balance of customer funds on foreign trading platforms has reached hundreds of billions of RMB, the number of investors has exceeded 1 million, and 80% of users are rushing in for short-term arbitrage. BTC can fluctuate by 200-500% within a few minutes. I have to say, this is indeed a high-risk investment. People with weak hearts really don't dare to play it. However, some people also say that no matter how high the risk of BTC is, it is not as high as a shares. Entering the share market is like killing someone with a blunt knife. Regardless of whether BTC appreciates or falls, these fortunes are just a series of numbers, without real material support, and are not backed by the credibility of a country. Although many people are getting rich through BTC now. But this is just a game of passing the parcel. When Chinese people first came into contact with BTC, it was only a few hundred yuan per coin. It is now more than $8,000 per coin. This price is really outrageous. Maybe many people will ask, why is BTC rising so fast? In fact, the reason is very simple. It is the result of multiple transactions with leverage. For example, if you have a BTC and you buy it for 200, but if you want to sell it, the price will definitely not be lower than 200, right? The next person buys your BTC for 300. If he wants to sell it, he must also raise the price, right? Coupled with the rising cost of mining coins, people who buy coins will definitely continue to raise the price of BTC. Some people say that BTC is the biggest scam in the world, designed to drain China. But no matter what, this BTC has indeed increased China's financial risks. Today, the BTC gamble is getting bigger and bigger, and the scale has reached the trillion-dollar level. Once it collapses, countless Chinese people's hard-earned money will be wiped out and their wealth will be ruined. However, the capitalists on Wall Street in the United States are drinking coffee in their offices and reaping the benefits. System, who is Satoshi Nakamoto who invented BTC? This problem has been bothering many people, including himself. The encyclopedia says he is Japanese American.
Some people also say that he is a pseudonym for a secret organization. However, the more mysterious this matter is, the more it will drive up the price of BTC.
Among them, there are many research institutions that specialize in studying this person.
But this Satoshi Nakamoto is really too mysterious.
There are many different opinions. There is never any correct news. Chapter 125, Finding the Returned BTC.
Ding, it is a secret hacker organization controlled by the USG fundamentals.
Wow! Chang Huan exclaimed inwardly. No wonder it's so secretive. Soon, Chang Huan asked secretly, are they really using this to reap the benefits of the Chinese people? This conspiracy theory has been making the rounds online. No one knows whether it is true or false.
But it is not groundless. You should know that although Chinese people's BTC holdings only account for 7% of the global total, the trading volume is several times that of foreign countries, accounting for more than 80% of the world's total. So, most of these leaks are cut from the Chinese people.
Ding, it belongs to the whole world. The company that issues BTC is Digital Currency Group.
The capital behind this company is the big names on Wall Street in the United States, all of whom are members of the G Fund. They control BTC to seize the financial rights of sovereign countries. Whether BTC rises or falls, they will reap a lot of profits. Most importantly, this BTC can also act like a reservoir to store the overissued currency in the United States and curb inflation.
Wow, that's evil! Chang Huan exclaimed. Ding, capital itself is evil. You're right. Chang Huan nodded slightly. Marx said, once there is appropriate profit, capital will become bold.
If there is a 10% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere.
With a 20% profit, it becomes active. With a 50% profit, it will take the risk. With 100% profit, it dares to trample on all human laws. With a profit of 300%, it would dare to commit any crime, even risking the gallows.
Fortunately, the country's financial sector is wise and banned BTC transactions in the country as early as 2017.
Is there any way to punish them?
Ding, yes, as long as the host holds 5 million BTC, he can fight with the big guys on Wall Street at any time and reap their profits.
Fuck, 5 million BTC will cost $40 billion US. You should sell me out.
Not only does he not have any rich points now, he also owes 50 billion.
Unless you sell a few of the companies under your name.
Ding, of course this system knows that the host does not have so much money now. Even if he did, it would be impossible to buy such a large amount on the trading website.
Then where do you want me to get these 5 million coins?
Ding, as long as the host spends 3 billion to buy a super investment card, this system can find back the more than 5 million BTC that have been completely lost without spending a penny.
Then what are you waiting for?
Upon hearing this, Chang Huan said without hesitation, buy, use, and kill them. Ding, 5.12 million BTC have been found, and all the secret keys are stored in the system cloud library. They can be put into the trading market at any time. It is predicted that the historical high of $68,000 per BTC will be reached in October next year, and all of them can be put into harvest.
Not long after, the system sounded a prompt. Damn it! 5.12 million pieces. 68,000 per piece. How much is this in US dollars? This system is truly amazing. Byte.
At this moment, a text message suddenly came to Chang Huan's mobile phone.
It's almost 11 o'clock in the evening, who would send him a message?
When he clicked on it, he found that it was a reminder message from Penguin Company. The information content is that his QQ number has been logged in from a different place. If it is not done by him, please change the password immediately.
Wow. This account was definitely hacked. It's so fucking unlucky.
He quickly opened his QQ app and found that he had really been kicked offline.
This must be the case when Erga used his QQ account to cheat in PUBG a few days ago and got tricked. Although he rarely uses QQ now. But I still like the sun to hang every day. This seems to be a common problem for many people. Hanging is a kind of feeling.
After he logged in again, he found that the hacker had posted an advertisement for the D-Blog website in his space.
Fuck it. These people's methods are so powerful that they can penetrate every corner.
He quickly deleted the ad and set a new password.
Then, he secretly asked the system, is there any way to help me hack into this D-Blog website? Donate the money they cheated. These people are so hateful.
They must be taught a profound lesson. Let them steal accounts and cheat money everywhere.
Ding, okay. What are you waiting for? Go get them. Upon hearing that it was okay, Chung Huan gave the order secretly.
These bastards, if they dare to steal his number, they can just prepare to cry. Ding, the D-Blog website has been paralyzed, and more than 15.58 million renminbi in 5 related accounts have all been anonymously donated to the Huaxia charity organization by this system. It only took a dozen seconds for the system to respond.
This speed is really fast. If those scammers knew that stealing Cheng Huan's QQ account would lead to such consequences, would they faint in the toilet crying?
And those who blog on the internet are even more stupid. We know that these are all lies, but we are still willing to be deceived.
Well done.
Cheng Huan snapped his fingers and shouted. Although his own charity fund has not been established yet, he has done some good deeds in advance.
Darling, what are you doing?
At this time, Camilla, wearing a bikini, came out. That almost perfect figure, coupled with the handsome burgundy face, made Cheng Huan's eyes widen.
Even more beautiful than last night. Nothing.
Cheng Huan put down his phone and smiled at Camilla. Seeing Cheng Huan's lewd smile, Camilla became a little arrogant and sat directly next to him, then fell into Cheng Huan's arms.
Get up quickly, they are coming. Cheng Huan pushed Camilla but failed to push her away. This girl is determined to stick to him. Camilla hugged Cheng Huan tightly and said, I won't get up. I just like being with you.
As soon as they disagreed, she bit Cheng Huan. Under the influence of alcohol, Cheng Huan couldn't control himself and was obsessed with Camilla. To be honest, he enjoyed Camilla's body.
There is nothing to choose from, it's perfect. I almost couldn't hold it anymore and wanted to buy a few minutes of energy.
After the two of them finished eating, Camilla handed a bottle of beer to Cheng Huan and took one for herself.
I can't drink anymore.
Cheng Huan shook his head and put down the beer in his hand. He drank a lot tonight and was almost drunk.
Who knows what will happen if I get drunk? No, I see you look very happy, you must drink a bottle. Camilla stuffed the beer into Cheng Huan's hand again.
Look how good this girl is at reading people's expressions. Cheng Huan was really happy at this moment.
Okay, I'll drink a bottle with you.
With a pleased look, Cheng Huan nodded to Camilla.
Darling, wish us a wonderful night. Camilla clinked the bottle with Cheng Huan with a charming look on her face and started drinking. Chapter 126, Poor Dad.
After a while, Josephine and the others all changed into their swimsuits and walked into the swimming pool. Seeing these foreign girls, Cheng Huan felt like he had walked into a Victoria's Secret fashion show.
That figure is more real than what you see in the video. It's so beautiful.
Cheng Huan's eyes were almost popped out of his head due to the shaking.
He can't bear it anymore.
As soon as they came in, these people reacted the same way as Camilla, all of them exclaimed in surprise. Hearing their screams, Cheng Huan curled his lips.
He wants to ask these beautiful girls, you are all world-class supermodels after all, do you act like you have never seen the sky?
Of course, this was also done deliberately by these people while they were drunk.
When people get drunk, they tend to act unruly. This is true both at home and abroad.
When she came near Cheng Huan, Nastia said with green eyes, wow, I like this perfect figure. Her eyes are green. In Cheng Huan's eyes, it was green light.
Greedy? Cheng Huan asked Nastia with a smile. Kindness. Nastia nodded heavily.
Seeing her greedy look, Cheng Huan laughed and said, then just be greedy.
This guy also started to make fun of me. Ha ha ha.
The girls laughed together and teased Nastia.
No.
Nastia shook her head and said charmingly, God will make my wish come true.
You can't escape tonight. Hearing this, Cheng Huan felt weird. Without having time to think about it, he directly hit Nastia and said, God is my friend, he will not betray me. Want to get his attention? No way. Let's start playing games quickly, said Josephine. Yes, make the game quickly, I can't wait. Dewereb followed with a sweet laugh. Come, let's sit on the floor.
Cheng Huan sat on the ground holding a wine bottle. He just wanted to finish the task quickly and go back to sleep, and not talk to them anymore.
These people all have bad intentions. Too dangerous.
When everyone sat in a big circle, Cheng Huan said to them, I'm the only boy here, so let's start with me.
No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Soon, the bottle began to circulate among the crowd.
After stopping, the mouth of the bottle was seen pointing towards Larissa. Oh my god, I'm going to be the first one.
Seeing that she had won the prize, Larissa raised her hands and complained.
Camilla smiled at her and asked, would you choose truth or dare? Larissa bit her red lips and said, I choose the truth. Bring it on.
Camilla placed the box with the truth or dare questions in front of Larissa.
Larissa picked up a scroll and opened it, and saw the words written on it. What is the thing you regret most? This question was obviously written by Chang Huan. He was actually the first one to be pulled out. Soon, Larissa said with a sad look on her face, when I was 5 years old, I was playing with fire at home and burned my brother Frank's face. He still has some scars on his face. This is something I have always regretted.
Cheng Huan smiled at her and said, you should correct your mistakes as soon as you know them, good girl. Larissa shrugged at Cheng Huan and said, but the damage I caused him was too great. Because he was afraid of the pain, he never wanted to get scar removal treatment. Cheng Huan remembered the formula of the rejuvenating cream he had extracted, which had the effects of removing scars, wrinkles and anti-aging. Think about the magic of the system and there is no doubt about its effectiveness. It is very likely black technology. So he said to Larissa, I have a very effective rejuvenating cream. When I produce it, I will give you some. Let your brother use it for a period of time and the symptoms will disappear automatically.
Really?
Larissa looked at Cheng Huan with hope on her face.
That is a must.
Cheng Huan nodded with a smug look on his face. The system never let him down. So he dared to make this guarantee. Next, it was Camilla's turn to be the banker and she started spinning the wine bottle. Soon, the bottle was pointed at Josephine. I choose truth, too, said Josephine. When she took out the note, she saw the words, how many times have you been in love? After Josephine put the note down, she pouted and said, I'd been in love 5 times in total, but unfortunately, each relationship didn't last more than 3 months.
This girl really talked a lot. If this happened in China, some people would definitely label her a scumbag.
Next, Nastia started spinning the wine bottle. This time, the bottle was aimed at Dwerib.
Dwerib chose truth or truth and also drew a question. The adventure is too dangerous. No one dared to take the punishment. When Dwerib opened the note, he saw the following words, who did you most want to marry when you were in high school?
She shrugged and said, when I was in middle school, I wanted to marry the French star Gaspard because he was so handsome.
I thought so too when I was a young girl.
Camilla laughed and looked at Cheng Huan with loving eyes, saying, but after seeing Huan, I realized that there are men in the world who are more handsome than Gaspard.
He is the male god in my mind, my favorite.
Camilla's words resonated with everyone, and they all couldn't help but nod.
Stop flattering me and start making games.
Cheng Huan didn't want to listen to their flattery, he just wanted to end the game quickly.
Huan, do you want to see us punished soon? Lindsay asked with a smile after grabbing the bottle of wine. This time, it's her turn to be the banker.
Yes.
Cheng Huan nodded. No.
Josephine shook her head and said, you are a man, so you have to be in the front.
No.
Cheng Huan also shook his head and shrugged, in our China, women have a higher status than men. The only role of men is to make money and support the family. After saying that, he thought of his father and couldn't help but smile. Ever since he could remember, he knew that his father was afraid of his mother. Therefore, he wisely chose to listen to his mother and be on the same side as her. As it turned out, his choice was correct. Even after getting into trouble, I still get punished by my mother. But there is no mixed doubles.
Wow, Chinese women are so happy.
All 7 fairies were surprised.
That's right.
Cheng Huan said proudly, we are a country of etiquette in China. In ancient times, there were idioms such as holding the case together and respecting each other like guests to express the equality of men and women.
Sisters, China will be our home from now on.
Camilla said in a soft voice.
Do you want to marry Huan? Esther teased. Why not? Camilla looked at Ice seriously and said, Huan said that as long as I can learn Chinese, I will have a chance to become his girlfriend. Huan, I also want to learn Chinese. Will you accept me as your girlfriend?
After saying that, Nastia looked at Cheng Huan with trepidation.
Chapter 127 confirmed.
Hearing this question, Cheng Huan grinned at Nastia and nodded, of course, I will consider it. If I refuse now, I will definitely be criticized endlessly.
Might as well give them some hope. Anyway, Chinese is not easy to learn. It won't be long before they start complaining and give up.
Just as Cheng Huan finished speaking, Larissa said, "I'm going to stop working for a while and focus on learning Chinese."
Josephine followed, "I've decided too. Let's find a school together," Esther suggested. "Good idea, I agree." Dewereb responded with a smile. "That's fine with me." Nastia nodded.
Then, Camilla, Larissa, Josephine and others all nodded in agreement with the proposal.
Cheng Huan was frightened when he heard their conversation.
"If I stay at his house, it will be ruined.
I'm tortured to death by them every day." He frowned and asked, "No, you really don't plan to go back to Europe? Why do you want to go back?"
Lindsay looked at Cheng Huan in confusion.
"Because that's your home," said Cheng Huan.
"No, China will be our home from now on," said Esther.
"Yes, China will be our home from now on," Camilla shouted, looking quite pious.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan could only smile bitterly.
"Very good attitude. But we still have to look at the actual actions. Hurry up and play the game,"
Cheng Huan said to Lindsay.
"Lindsay, it's up to you." Larissa laughed. "No problem, just wait and see." Lindsay laughed and started spinning the bottle. "Very unfortunate."
This time the mouth of the bottle pointed at Cheng Huan.
"Why do you say it is unfortunate?"
"Because there is a rule in the game, that is, after 3 people answer the truth or the truth, the next person must choose a big dare punishment."
"Ha ha."
When they saw it was Cheng Huan, everyone burst into laughter.
"Good job, Lindsay."
The girls all complimented Lindsay. At this moment, Cheng Huan was so amused by their laughter.
"I know the punishment they wrote is definitely not a good thing. But he is not afraid. The head can be cut off and blood can flow. I just can't let myself be looked down upon by these foreign women."
Of course, he would still refuse anything that was too outrageous.
"Even if I don't refuse, will it be useful?" Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said to the group of people, "It's just a big adventure, what's so funny about it?" Camilla said, "We just want to laugh, isn't that okay?" Ace also laughed and said, Huan, no matter what punishment you draw, you can't cheat."
"Don't worry, Chinese men are always bold and daring, and will never cheat." After Cheng Huan said this in a heroic tone, he reached out to grab the note.
"No matter what punishment he gets, he will do it.
We must never let these foreign girls look down on Chinese men. Selling the child to buy a steamer is not enough to make steamed buns for the sake of saving face." When Cheng Huan opened the scroll and finished reading it, his brows furrowed and his face turned dark.
The note actually asked him to kiss the tallest heterosexual in the crowd for half a minute.
Seeing such punishment, Cheng Huan suddenly felt that these people were targeting him.
Always trying to take advantage of others.
I'm 180 centimeters tall, and they are both 178 and 179 centimeters tall.
Come baby.
Nastia stretched out her arms to Cheng Huan, waiting to throw herself into his arms.
Cheng Huan looked at Nastia.
No need to guess, this must be the punishment written by her herself. There was no choice but for Cheng Huan to accept defeat and come to Nastia. He felt wronged, but Nastia was happy.
Little Ding Xiang fiddled with it for a while. Finally, Cheng Huan got angry. Fight back with force. It's already like this, might as well enjoy it. He has come to terms with it. Why be so reserved with them? There's nothing to be shy about. Half a minute later, the two showed no sign of letting go. Just like welding.
It's not that Cheng Huan didn't want to let go, but Nastia was holding him tightly. In the end, Cheng Huan had no choice but to push her away.
Almost suffocated. Call. Nastia exhaled and complained a little, "Why didn't I write kissing for 5 minutes?" "Just be content, we haven't got anything yet," said Josephine. "That is." Larissa also teased Nastia. "Nastia, how do you feel?" Lindsay asked with a smile. Nastia said proudly, "Of course it is wonderful." "What a wonderful ass, keep going."
Cheng Huan was so angry that he just rolled his eyes.
He now sees it. If this punishment can be written down, there will definitely be even more outrageous ones in the future.
Seeing this, all the foreign girls laughed. Then, Larissa's little hand also turned the wine bottle vigorously. When the bottle stopped, the mouth of the bottle was pointed at Esther.
This time, Esther chose the truth, and the note he pulled out read, "How many flash war experiences have you had?" Upon hearing this question, Cheng Huan frowned. Boy, who wrote this question? What a bold question. Oh my god, this must be a question Josephine wrote.
After seeing such a question, Esther raised her hands to cover her face, feeling a little amused and helpless. Josephine, who was nearby, said to Esther, "You can't care who asks the question, you have to answer the question honestly."
All right. Esther blushed and glanced at Cheng Huan and said, "I haven't yet."
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was surprised.
Looking at their crazy expressions, it's really not like them. Josephine asked with a smile, "Are you going to give it to Huan Huan?"
Of course, I would like to do that.
Ether nodded without hesitation. Wow.
As soon as Ether finished speaking, the others raised their arms and started shouting.
Looking at them shouting and screaming loudly, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a bunch of crazy women.
If a good man is placed among them, he will definitely become a scumbag within 3 days.
He was now hanging in mid-air. After everyone finished laughing, Josephine said with a happy face, "Actually, I also want to donate it. It will give me the most wonderful memory." Larissa nodded, "Me too.
I am looking forward to God giving me this opportunity," Duari preached.
Lindsay told Dewareb, "No, it's us." Nastia laughed and said, "God will surely make all our wishes come true."
Hearing their words, Cheng Huan shook his head helplessly and said, "I surrender to you."
He really guessed right.
These girls all came to China with the purpose of sleeping with him.
Now they have all confessed, it's confirmed. But let them dream. There is a gap between ideas and reality. Being able to sleep with yourself is a skill.
Just like on the journey to obtain Buddhist scriptures, Tang Monk was captured by countless monsters.
But have you ever seen a goblin eat his flesh? Chapter 128. Let us play. What did you say?
Esther looked at Cheng Huan in confusion. At the same time, everyone else was looking at Cheng Huan.
They can't understand this combination of Chinese and English.
Cheng Huan rolled his eyes and said, "I said make the game quickly."
A bunch of bad women.
Next, it was Esther's turn, and he turned the bottle to point at Lindsay.
This time, Lindsay chose the big risk.
The punishment she got was, drag yourself by your ears and squat on the ground and jump for 1 minute.
This is another punishment written by Cheng Huan. I have to say, he is really kind. If other punishments were written down, these people would really do them all. This child is so upright. After looking at the punishment, Lindsay smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "I guess this must be the punishment you wrote."
Cheng Huan smiled at her and shrugged, "You should be glad that you got the punishment I wrote." Lindsay also smiled at Cheng Huan and said, "I also hope that you can draw the punishment I wrote.
It will definitely make you feel wonderful. Just do it now."
Cheng Huan curled his lips and rolled his eyes at her.
After Lindsay finished jumping on the ground, it was Josephine's turn to be the dealer.
This time, the mouth of the bottle was pointed at Larissa.
And Larissa chose the big adventure.
When she opened the punishment note, she burst into laughter. It clearly stated that she should give a heterosexual person a full-body SPA.
There is no other heterosexual person here except Cheng Huan. I really don't know who wrote this punishment.
Everything here and there pointed to him.
Is this how everyone over there plays? Can I refuse?
Cheng Huan frowned deeply. All of a sudden, everyone said in unison, "Great Chinese men cannot cheat."
All right.
For the sake of the Chinese man's reputation, Cheng Huan risked his life.
Isn't it just enjoying a massage? What's this? Fearless.
Soon, Larissa licked her tempting red lips and pounced on Cheng Huan with a smile on her face. Next, Cheng Huan closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, enjoying the SPA from Brazil. Although her technique is not as skillful as Sui Tang's, it is more comfortable than hers.
After a while, Larissa turned into a bootlicker. Is this how SPAs are done in Brazil? He quickly sat up, pushed Larissa away mercilessly, and glared at her, "You don't mind the dirt." After hearing this, Larissa raised her slender, snow-white neck and said, "Why do you dislike it?"
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was speechless. Next, a crazy game was played in a happy atmosphere with all kinds of questions and punishments.
Cheng Huan discovered a serious problem. These women are not normal. It is especially abnormal when you are half drunk and half awake. Moreover, this madness is contagious.
Cheng Huan also went crazy with them.
Go crazy. They are all young people. Who doesn't have a crazy heart?
Half an hour later, there were no more truth or dare questions and only one more punishment left. At this moment, Cheng Huan also felt that victory was in sight. As long as he completes the task, he will leave these goblins as quickly as possible.
You know, he has to chant the meditation mantra every moment now. These people are really capable of causing trouble.
When Diwalib started to spin the bottle, everyone clasped their hands together and asked God for help. Wine bottle, fast to slow. Finally, he pointed at Chung Huan.
It was like God had appeared. Yeah.
Seeing this, the girls were all so happy that they high-fived each other to celebrate.
Obviously, they all knew what this last punishment was.
Only Cheng Huan was kept in the dark.
Thank God.
Josephine made the sign of the cross in front of her and said excitedly. Seeing their various performances, Cheng Huan was confused. However, when he opened the note, he immediately understood why these people were so happy.
Damn it! The punishment clearly stated, accept the joint punishment of everyone. I refuse. Cheng Huan yelled loudly. What good can come from this joint punishment? It's almost written directly.
Camilla said, you said that Chinese men always keep their words and cannot be refused. Cheng Huan said with a dark face, I take back what I said. Faced with their long-planned conspiracy, Cheng Huan was determined not to be fooled.
Girls?
Sisters, punish him together. Next, Nastia called out and took the lead in pushing Cheng Huan down.
The next second, Cheng Huan was ruthlessly persecuted.
He pushed one aside and another came up. Although he was very strong, he could not defeat the wolves.
It is even more impossible to actually hit someone.
In the end, I had no choice but to give in. Then, this group of bad girls started to cause trouble for Cheng Huan with laughter. A few minutes later, Camilla and the others let go of Cheng Huan. At this moment, the system finally sounded a reminder, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The Fashion King card has been issued.
It is recommended to use it. Use. Upon hearing this friendly voice, Cheng Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he doesn't make any more noise, he will give up this mission. Wow.
The next second, his mind was instilled with countless styles and concepts of clothing, shoes, and hats.
These concepts are all ahead of their time.
It can combine many fashion elements together to create a perfect fashion item. After he accepted these fashion concepts, he saw Camilla and the others were all looking at him with disappointment.
He wanted to laugh. But I didn't dare. Fortunately, I am sick. Otherwise, an inhumane reverse push would surely occur. Once it happens, I don't know how I will be tortured. No matter how good your kidneys are, they can't withstand 7 wolves.
Now, he was somewhat grateful to God for letting him escape this disaster.
After a moment, Camilla asked, Huan, are you sick? They all didn't understand. After being tortured to this extent, why didn't Cheng Huan react at all? This is very abnormal. This would only happen if you were sick. Wipe. I was actually despised. Cheng Huan's face darkened. You are the one who was sick? Larissa looked surprised and asked, then why didn't you react at all?
Cheng Huan was silent.
I am speechless. You guys continue playing here, I'm going back to sleep.
It's already past 11 o'clock, and Cheng Huan doesn't want to argue with them anymore. Seeing Cheng Huan was about to leave, Camilla winked at everyone. These people quickly understood what he meant and started to lift Cheng Huan up and throw him directly into the swimming pool.
Wow! Without any preparation, Cheng Huan was thrown into the water by them.
He cursed in his heart, these women are really too wild. Soon, a group of figures jumped in beside him.
These people really keep their words.
I started swimming with him without any shame.
All right.
Since you can do it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th.
You dare to take the risk. I have nothing to be afraid of. Let us have fun. Chapter 129 Unforgettable History.
After playing in the swimming pool for a while, Cheng Huan lay lazily on the air cushion of the water castle, enjoying being fed by the 7 little fairies. After Nastia put a cherry in his mouth, she asked curiously, Huan, how much wealth do you have compared to Arnaud, the boss of LVMH?
Cheng Huan asked, how much money does he have?
Nastia said, the newspaper said that he now has more than 150 billion US dollars, and the stock price is still rising, and it is likely to exceed 200 billion US dollars in the future. Cheng Huan calculated the total value of his assets, then shook his head and said, I don't have as much money as he does now, but there are still many companies under my name that are not listed.
Lindsay asked, do you have $100 billion? It should be more than that. Cheng Huan shook his head. The system is sending him money anytime and anywhere. Who knows how many there will be?
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, the 7 little goblins were all stunned.
Wow, this is so luxurious. Are you an inheritance? Asked Esther.
No, I earned it all myself.
Cheng Huan shrugged. Oh my god. After Dewereb exclaimed, he asked curiously, how do you make so much money? This is incredible.
After all, Cheng Huan is very young.
Cheng Huan laughed and said, of course I made money from the stock market. You're amazing. Nastia shook her head in disbelief. The stock market is risky. I really don't understand how he makes money.
Camilla also fed Cheng Huan a cherry and asked, Huan, I have saved 10 million euros over the years.
Can I learn from you how to invest in stocks? This girl is definitely a wealthy woman in China. This is equivalent to more than 70 million renminbi.
How many 22-year-old girls can earn so much money through their own efforts?
Larissa followed suit, I also have 8 million euros and want to learn how to invest.
Then, Nastia, Josephine, Lindsay and others all clamored to learn how to invest. Cheng Huan smiled at them and said, you don't need to study. I'll tell you when I see some futures and stocks that I like.
Ace asked excitedly, are you really willing to take us to make money together?
If Cheng Huan is willing to lead them to make various investments, it will probably not take long for them to achieve unlimited wealth and freedom. Even though they all get a lot of appearance fees as models. But in front of those truly rich people, I am still just a worker.
Why not?
Cheng Huan smiled and said boldly, I will help you all get rich together, make you all wealthy women, and achieve common prosperity. For them, the term common prosperity has never been heard of.
If you want to make money, you can only rely on yourself. Want capitalists to help you make money? Dream on.
They will just cut your leeks, drink your blood, and then sleep with you.
Bobo bobo. Soon, little mouths came up. Here we go again. That's right.
Cheng Huan thought of something and said, I want to create a new luxury brand. In a few days, you can wear the clothes, shoes, hats, and bags I designed and put on a show.
How about that? Can you design?
Hearing Cheng Huan's words, Camilla looked at him in surprise.
And the same goes for others. Certainly. Cheng Huan smiled and nodded, don't make a fuss, I know a lot of things. That's no problem.
Esther nodded and said with a smile, as long as you ask us, we can do anything.
Cheng Huan smiled and said, I won't let you work in vain. I will give you a generous reward when the time comes. No. Dewereb shouted and shook his head, you are our male god. We will not ask for your reward. We are willing to give everything for you. Right. Larissa nodded, everything, including life.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan didn't know whether to believe it or not.
It also includes life. Do I have such great charm? This is too exaggerated.
Seeing Cheng Huan's disbelief, Esther raised her hand and said, if you don't believe it, we can swear to God that we never lied to you. Soon, everyone else raised their hands.
That looks so solemn. Don't.
Cheng Huan quickly reached out and pulled down Esther's raised hand, saying, I believe you. At this moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Is this the law of karma? Are they paying off the debts of their ancestors?
You know, since the modern times of China, except for Larissa's country which did not participate in the invasion of China, Camilla and her countries all participated in several wars of aggression against China. In 1840, the British government used Lin Zexo's destruction of opium in Hunan as an excuse to brazenly launch a war against the Qing Empire. The two countries signed the Treaty of Nanjing. From then on, China became a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society, marking the beginning of China's modern history. In 1856, Britain and France, with the support of the United States and Russia, provoked the Second Opium War. In 1860, the armies of the two countries invaded the city of Yinjing, burned and looted, and burned down the old summer palace. They were forced to sign the Treaty of Beijing, which caused China to lose more than 1.5 million square kilometers of land. In 1894, Japan mobilized the entire country to fight the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-1895 with the Qing dynasty, and was once again forced to sign the Treaty of Shimonoseki. On May 28, 1900, the beasts from 8 countries, namely Britain, France, the United States, Japan, Germany, Russia, Italy and Austria-Hungary, openly invaded China under the banner of suppressing the Boxer Rebellion. On June 14, Tianjin fell. On August 13, the beasts of the 8 nations gathered outside the city of Yinjing, and the city fell the next day. After the 8 nation beasts entered Yanjing, they arbitrarily pointed at people and accused them of being the boxers, and then killed them indiscriminately without any questioning. The Prince Zhuang's mansion, located in Taipingkang Hadong, Shisi North, was plundered and then burned down by the invading army.
More than 1,800 people died in the fire. The German army ordered, anyone who is Chinese will be killed without mercy.
The French army drove a group of Chinese into a dead end and fired at them with machine guns for 15 minutes. These 8 beasts took all the women they captured, regardless of age or strength, to Zubiabe Hadong, and placed them in different houses to settle them down as official prostitutes. After occupying Yanjing, the German commander Waldersee allowed his soldiers to loot openly for 3 days, and then the armies of various countries looted at will for many days. In order to destroy the evidence, the 8 nations set fire to the houses after the robbery, destroying ancient Chinese books such as the Yongle Encyclopedia and the Siku Quanshu. Finally, the Qing Empire, defeated again, was forced to sign the Boxer Protocol on September 7, 1901.
No Chinese son or daughter should forget this humiliating history.
To this day, countless treasures looted from China are still preserved in the museums of these countries. But sooner or later, Cheng Huan will take back all these treasures one by one without bloodshed.
These powers must pay for the crimes they once committed. Chapter 130 begins design. Before I knew it, it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night.
Cheng Huan used the excuse of going to the toilet and returned to the 3rd floor alone along his urethra.
Tonight, he finally witnessed the European madness.
The big, white steamed bun almost choked him to death.
You have to eat it. Hard feeding.
At this moment, he deeply understood a truth.
A scumbag is not necessarily a rich man. But a rich man will definitely be a scumbag.
Even if you don't want to be the boss, various big situations will keep you trapped in this vicious circle.
However, the scumbag is definitely happy. There is no doubt about this. Otherwise, who would want to be a scumbag?
After returning to the 3rd floor, he did not go directly to the bedroom to sleep, but went directly to the study. As soon as he came in, he began to think about creating a luxury brand.
If you want to create a luxury brand, the first step is to come up with a catchy name. However, as far as he knew, those luxury brands were all named after certain people.
So, he decided to name his brand Huan Huan, and the logo was the capital HH. As he was thinking, he took a pen and paper and started sketching out some designs for princess dresses. You know, these design ideas are just like installing a computer, which he can do with ease.
Bite.
Just after I finished drawing a few pictures, his WeChat started ringing.
I saw that it was a WeChat message from Camilla. Darling, why don't you come back? Cheng Huan frowned and replied, I'm working. Camilla, what do you do for a living?
Cheng Huan, I am designing various styles of clothing, shoes, hats, and glasses for you.
Camilla, oh my god, I feel so happy. Cheng Huan, I have to work. If you have had enough fun, go back to sleep and don't disturb me. Camilla, okay. It's so easy to deal with this group of annoying goblins. After a while, Zhao Han also walked in. After seeing her, Cheng Huan asked, why aren't you asleep yet? Zhao Han smiled and asked, do you need some midnight snack?
After playing all night, Cheng Huan was really a little hungry. He stopped what he was doing and nodded, send it up to me, and send some to them as well.
Good. Zhao Han nodded and sent a message on his mobile phone. Then, she smiled at Cheng Huan and said, did you have fun in the swimming pool?
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan hugged her into his arms and said with a wry smile, don't mention it, these foreign girls are really capable of causing harm to people.
Fortunately, I am determined and did not let them succeed. Otherwise, a terrible reverse push incident would definitely happen.
Zhao Han smiled softly and said, you are not only rich but also versatile now.
You are like a magnet. Any girl will want to get close to you involuntarily. Hearing what Zhao Han said, Cheng Huan could only smile bitterly. This metaphor is very apt. He is indeed like a magnet now, attracting all kinds of beauties.
Although it looks glamorous. But this is not a good thing.
Why did you design these? Zhao Han asked after seeing the designs drawn by Cheng Huan. These princess dresses are so well designed. If it can be done, it will definitely be beautiful.
Cheng Huan did not hide it from her and said, I want to create a luxury brand that belongs to China. When Zhao Han heard that Cheng Huan had such a lofty ideal, he was surprised and said, aren't you already a major shareholder of Chanel? Why are you still going through all this trouble? You know, it's not easy to create a globally renowned luxury brand. Zhao Han really found it difficult to understand Cheng Huan's idea.
What is luxury?
Just like that Patek Philippe watch, each piece is a work of art and is limited edition. Moreover, if you want to create a world-famous brand, you not only need sufficient funds for advertising, but also a design that can catch people's eyes.
It is necessary to create the brand's wealth, beauty, and individuality.
From a sociological perspective, luxury goods are items owned by wealthy people and are symbols of nobility. Only in this way can you slowly carve out a world of your own. After all, consumers are picky.
Chung Hwan grinned and said, I know it's not easy to create a brand. But I am confident that I can make this brand famous. After a while, I will hold a large-scale show that will amaze people all over the world. Is there anything I can do for you? Hearing what Chung Hwan said, Zhao Han asked with a smile.
Cheng Huan thought about it, and then said to Zhao Han, when my luxury goods company is established, how about you become my manager?
Now, Zhao Han definitely has this ability.
After all, she learned the super management talent card. According to the nature of the system, this management method is top-notch.
I thought Zhao Han would agree readily.
But she shook her head at Cheng Huan, if I leave, who will take care of you? Working as a housekeeper in the villa, but meeting Cheng Huan every day, he can gain more love from her.
If you go out to be a company manager, you will have fewer opportunities. She can still tell what is important and what is not.
Upon hearing this reason, Cheng Huan chuckled and said, I'm not a child.
I don't need to be taken care of every day. Zhao Han pouted and said, but I just want to stay with you. Seeing Zhao Han was so determined, Cheng Huan didn't want to force it anymore. I could only nod to her and say, okay.
After saying that, he remembered another thing. After letting go of Zhao Han, he took out his phone and sent 2 photos of his ID card to Zhao Han, saying, my cousin is getting married next Sunday. You should go back to Dongjiang tomorrow and help me buy 3 villas that can be lived in directly.
1 for my parents to live in, 1 for my cousin as a wedding gift, and 1 for your parents.
Also, find a luxurious hotel to prepare for their wedding. I'll transfer another 500 million in cash to you.
Good. Zhao Han nodded directly and did not reject Cheng Huan's kindness.
At this time, Joey also brought some food up and placed it near Cheng Huan. It is a bowl of porridge cooked with wolfberry and pig kidney.
This is the beginning of the supplement for Cheng Huan.
Cheng Huan picked up the rice bowl and took a few bites, then asked Zhao Han, did you cook this?
This tastes really good. Zhao Han shook his head and said, this is what Joey cooked.
Cheng Huan glanced at Joey, who was standing nearby, and smiled at her and said, your cooking skills are pretty good.
Joey smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, boss.
After eating this bowl of porridge, Cheng Huan's stomach felt much better. Yi Yu said to Zhao Han, please give each of them a bonus of 10,000 yuan for me later.
Good. Zhao Han smiled and nodded.
Then, Cheng Huan said, you should go back and rest, I have to continue working.
Zhao Han hugged Cheng Huan again and asked, do you need me to go to your room to accompany you tonight?
Cheng Huan shook his head and said, I might stay up all night tonight.
All right. Zhao Han nodded somewhat disappointedly, let go of Cheng Huan and went downstairs.